Check me out now. Tony. Yeah, walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, it's a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounce. If a chick with me, she like big house. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a rich, clothes off. Pull her to the flame with my doze off. Try to count a million and I dozed off. And I got my fingers in the air. Yeah, hanging with Paul Bear. Yeah, turn you to lawn care. Rex in my Montclair. Yeah, this just a small shell. Hold up, make sure it's all there. I go to sleep in designer. Psych, I go to sleep in yikes, tell any honor a lie, right? Soon as I left, I got right. This is precision and detail. See, life is a beach, seashell. I sold the bags for retail. I'm from the block, no email. Walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, it's a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounce. If a chick with me, she like big house. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a rich, clothes off.
I'm cool, yo. I'm starting to think no one told y'all. Designing my clothes, dog. How much you think my coat costs? I'm spitting like Mozart. This till I gotta flip Noah's Ark. New Lamborghini, the doze off. Fell asleep in the doze off. Get it? My diamonds and stones water. ITD like Coach Carter. Ain't talking about no soda. Girl with me want some products. I pull her on turning hands. I close the curtain while she turn her nose. This off white. I be rocking virgin clothes. Walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount.
If it ain't 100, it's a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounce. If a chick with me, she like big house. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a rich, clothes off.
Shiny like a limousine. You're spending like a cash machine. Smile, show your golden teeth. That's how you
yeah, yeah. No, yeah.
I'll be on the drums.
Long hair girl with Celine on, yeah. She ain't got a job, but she rockin' bomb, yeah.
Hey, y que no pare, que con mi gente ando de pare. Hoy día no nos frena nadie, así que ahora mejor salte, no pare.
Hey. Go ahead, girl, with your breaking on, yeah. Long hair girl with Celine on, yeah. She ain't got a job, but she rockin' ball, man, yeah. I don't want a little bit, I want the whole thing. One of one, Mike and Mary Jeans, oh yeah. Why's hating on me, oh yeah. Don't you make it hot, don't make a scene, oh yeah. In the cut with the pump, hit his bean, oh yeah. Like a lick, but I'm not one. Get in the cut with it. One up top, hit his top, one up top, hit his top. Just let me know if it's a problem. Bobby, I make it hot, boy. I was really on the block, and now they see me in the
Que
cut.
no pare, que con mi gente ando de pare. Hoy día no nos frena nadie, así que ahora mejor salte, no pare. Hey, ma, ¿cómo estás? Yo sigo en este lugar y no sé dónde quedas, así que no me venga a rescatar. Yo no sé cómo llegué, solo desperté en una habitación que no era de mi hotel. Entonces me enojé, luego me calmé porque había algo para beber. Una vez de buen humor me escapé para el club. Encima dentro había amigos que eran de la cruz. Ahí como que todo se descontroló y terminé con menos plata que víctima Robin Hood. Y ay, te juro que no me di cuenta. Ay, ahora como vuelvo pa' casa, solo me quedó algo en el bolsillo. Era una moneda para el casino. Ahí comprendí que era mi destino. Solo tenías un tiro y aposté al 23. Entonces todo me robé. ¿Qué me va a decir usted?
Like a lick, but I'm not one. Get in the cut with it. One up top, hit his top. One up top, hit his top. Just let me know if it's a problem. Bobby, I make it hot, boy. I was really on the block, and now they see me on
Y
the
que
top.
no pare, que con mi gente ando de pare. Hoy día no nos frena nadie, así que ahora mejor salte, no pare. Oh, be on the drums, yeah, Paulo Londra. Big ligas, los mayores, Cristo Man, yeah, Jonas con flow. I'll be on the drums.
I'm from a place where they pull up on you with a one. No one warned you, ain't no time for no when you sleeping on a stretcher like lily. I'm saying hey, tryna live day by day. None of these neighbors say nothing if you see a and them is coming. They dumping, they kicking, they punching, they jumping, they you in front of the Baptist church. The trappers they job, they don't have to work. If this stitching, they act berserk, and that's supposed to like after birth. My mama told me go to church. I was sitting 10 rows from the first day, dreaming about everything I probably get if I took the lady in front of me's purse and run out the back door. If he ask for my relationship with the Lord, you can tell at the service I'm bored. Oh no, I'd rather be on a resort. Oh no, I'd rather be service I'm bored. Oh no, I'd rather be serving this to a sort of thinking I know she is. I'm
All right, it looks like we are just about set for some ML Bot Bowl on Twitch. Aiden Blank and Jaden Becker. Jaden, how are you today?
Doing very good, Aiden. Good to see you.
All right, I think we should be just about ready to go. Look as looks like Garrett may need, but we are just about ready to get things going.
Don't worry, we get the double box view today. Get to see it in 3D.
Yes, sir. We take you out to what looks like a beautiful afternoon, probably a little steamy in Miami. The roof is very much open. Miami coming in at 40 and 41. Atlanta is 47 and 34. Atlanta second in the National League East, very much in that National League wild card race. And for Miami, Pablo Lopez takes the mound.
Pablo Lopez missed 2 months on the IL to start last season with a shoulder strain, but ended up going 5-8 with a 5.09 ERA in 21 starts. Definitely has improved on that this season. 2.86 ERA with 81 strikeouts, lowest ERA on the starting lineup.
Leading off for the Braves, the center fielder, Ronald Acuna Jr.
We are ready to go this afternoon, and the first pitch, Acuna swings and flies out to Dickerson and left. So 1 pitch, 1 out, can't get much better than that.
Hey, if you can get those all game, you take them. A good pitch to hit there, just right into the glove.
So that was Acuna, and now it's Ozzie Albies. Just underway from Miami, and it looks like 2 pitches, 2 outs, but no, it's going to get down and off the wall. He's going to second now. We'll take a turn for third. Throw to third, not in time. So Acuna with a deep fly out, and then Albies with a deep fly that goes off the wall and turns into a triple. And a runner on third for Freddie Freeman with 1 out in the top of the first.
Aiding, you see there in the shift there. Ball sort of fell into no man's land. I thought that one had a chance to get out there. Maybe if the wind was helping a little bit. Great slide there by Albies to avoid the tag. Rounding it for a triple.
So Albies on third, and now it's Freddie Freeman looking for his 59th RBI of this season. Leads this team in RBIs. Also leads the team in home runs. And with a .318 average, leads the team in batting average. So he is having himself a very strong season. He'll stand in. Lopez has only thrown 2 pitches so far, and the third is rocked down the line. A base hit that'll score Albies. Freeman on his way to first. He couldn't get 2 out of it. He's not the fastest guy, but a 1-0 lead for Atlanta just 3 pitches into this game.
Getting hit pretty hard, Lopez is early on. Look at this great swing here. Good leg stride, get the ball out in front of him, pulls it down the line. He got elbow surgery to remove a bone spur that, quote, bothered him for years. So now we're seeing some great improvement, now no longer with that lingering injury.
So just 3 batters into this game, just 3 pitches into the game. A swing and a miss from Marcell Ozuna. We mentioned Miami. They come in not as bad as people would have thought this late in the season. Usually by now it's kind of sparse. These games are sparsely attended, but they've got a great crowd on hand today, and for good reason. And we've lost the stream.
And we are back, and Don Mattingly should be proud of this team. It really has to do with the pitching and what they have been able to accomplish. Not one player in the starting rotation with an ERA over 4, which has been usually their detriment looking back in past seasons, and their bullpen as well. Very, very strong. Only 1 pitcher with an ERA over 4.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Marcell Ozuna. He's also hitting above that 300 mark. And fouled away 1 and 2. The one benefit to the quick start for Atlanta is that, for Lopez at least, is that he hasn't thrown a ton of pitches. He's only thrown 8. He could get out of this inning very quickly. A fly ball out to Birdie in center, and he makes the catch for out number 2. So again, he's only 8 pitches into this inning. It's only a 1-run game. It's not like things are too far out of hand, despite Atlanta's early start today.
And what a quick start it was. 3 hits in the first 3 pitches. Pretty amazing to see.
And if you're just joining us, you missed a good amount. First 3 batters all make contact, and 2 of them reach. Albies with a triple. Freeman drives him in. And now waits on first. 1 ball and no strikes to Nick Marquez. 3 runs scored in those last 3 games. Atlanta coming off a very tough loss to Philadelphia to finish out the series, which they did not win. A very crucial series. Philadelphia actually, until they won yesterday, was behind Miami in the standings. The Marlins have a chance to jump into 3rd in the National League East, and the Phillies, who have been inconsistent to say the least, are struggling. The count now 2 balls and 1 strike to the 5-hitter.
Yeah, the Marlins, once again, should be really proud of themselves on where they are in this season. Only 1 game under 500. I know we talk about those 12 games back against the Nationals, but they can continue to make that push, and they could find themselves in a wild card race. Right now, as you mentioned, 4 games in a row for a win streak, and they've done a lot of things right, especially when it comes to hitting the ball for contact and their speed on the base paths.
2 balls and 2 strikes to the right fielder Marquez. 8 home runs and 30 RBIs for him. 2-2 pitch is fouled away. We're going to do it again. Atlanta comes in at 47-34, 5 games back for first place in the National League East. So they are very much in that division title contention. A ground ball to short, picked up by Chisholm. He'll get the force out at second. And that's going to do it. Atlanta gets the fast start, but still not much damage done. 1-0 Braves as Miami comes to bat. Just getting the ML Bot Ball day started. Aiden Blank and Jaden Becker with you. As we mentioned, Atlanta 47-34, 5 games back of first place. And Cole Hamels gets the mound for those Braves. What can you tell us about him?
Hey, he finished last season with a respectable 2.81 ERA. With 143 strikeouts, and we might talk about him in his best years, might be behind him. Obviously, had the big World Series MVP back in 2008 with the Phillies, but he's back on track. 3.61 ERA currently, and also leads the team with the lowest WHIP at 1.16.
And he's a veteran guy that is always good to have on his staff. Remember, Atlanta made the division series last year. They're the reigning National League East division champions. The world champions, who also hailed from that division, the Washington Nationals, had to play through a wild card game. This one back up the middle from Villar and caught out in center. Acuna barely needed to move, so 1 batter up, 1 batter down. And 2 pitches into this inning, Cole Hamels has his first out. Corey Dickerson now the left fielder, hitting 261, beg your pardon, hitting 243. Or rather 293, beg your pardon. But he's been red hot, 7 for 16 in his last 16 at-bats. That's a pretty good number. This Miami team has, again, had their share of struggles, haven't won a World Series since 2003. They've, since moving to Miami, have yet to make the playoffs in this building and have kind of been the laughingstock of this division. But this seems to be one of those seasons where they're kind of going to hang around, and the question will be, can they hit a winning streak and make a push for a wild card spot?
Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. They're still the Miami Marlins, and they have had some struggles in the past. Right now, they're going through a very good stretch and do have a good opportunity to make things interesting in the NL East, but there's a lot of tough teams here as well, as they're facing the Braves and the Nationals, both 2 teams that are really dominant.
Can you imagine if Yelich and Stanton were both still in this lineup? They could be one of the best. They could be right up there with the Braves, Nationals, Phillies. They could be contending for a division title.
Yeah, it just so happened that when Derek Jeter took over this team, that a lot of these players ended up being shipped out to other places and ended up having MVP caliber seasons. So you are right. If Miami did have these players, they could be in a completely different boat.
Number 2 hitter Corey Dickerson, the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, a beautiful slider. And Hamels has his first strikeout of the night, 2nd out of the first inning.
Batting third, the first baseman.
Great pitch there. Caught him leaning a little bit out in front of that baseball. Changed it up on him. Great pitch there by Hamels.
And now it's Jesus Aguilar. Ball 1 missing inside. 11 home runs, 23 RBIs. Nothing that is going to jump off the page except for that 825 OPS, which, of course, is very good for someone hitting in the 3 spot like him. Swing and a miss, 1-1.
Has struggled
Didn't have
a little.
A great game last game, though. 1 for 4 with just that single hit.
Yeah, 1 for 4 and 3 strikeouts through that game as well. Got to be careful there. Want to try to continue making that contact, thing that he's been doing pretty well throughout this season.
Three balls and 1 strike. Hamels working behind in the count for the first time tonight, but he's back into it, fouled off, and now a payoff pitch set to come. Hamels working himself up, 15 pitches so far. And pitch number 16 is in for strike 3. Rung him up on the inside part of the plate. And a scoreless inning for Miami. Atlanta coming to bat as Cole Hamels starts his night off with a dominant 1-2-3 first. Back in a bit on ML Bot Ball. So Hamels gets back-to-back strikeouts, and we go to the second.
The catcher, Tyler Flowers.
The last 4 of this Atlanta order due up, beginning with Tyler Flowers, 285, 11 home runs, and 26 RBIs. The average certainly speaking a lot more than those statistics. In for a strike in the outer part. 33rd round pick in the Major League Baseball draft. This is inside a ball and a strike.
A catcher hitting for average is so important in this day and age. We've seen a lot of players in this ML Bot Ball season, looking at the Cubs and looking at the Twins, who have had great catchers. Look at Mitch Garver, who've been a focal point of this team, of their team, the Twins, and how well they've been able to play because the catcher position can hit so well.
And he's hitting in the 4 spot, too. Flowers, a cleanup hitting catcher. Very rare to see maybe Gary Sanchez with the Yankees, although right now he's not playing. You don't see too many catchers hitting 4.
Yeah, definitely not, unless they have that special type of power that's pretty rare to see from behind the plate.
Swing and a miss, and Lopez has his first strikeout of the night. So the last 3 batters on either end have been retired via this strikeout. Hamels with back-to-back strikeouts to end the first, and now a leadoff man to strike out for Lopez. A very good bounce back after he had to face 5 batters and gave up a run back in the first. Hopefully he's settled down as Johan Camargo stands in. 259 hitter. Again, they've got power up and down this lineup, and this might be it. Deep into the bullpen and gone out to right center field. Johan Camargo with his 6th home run of the season, and it's 2-0 Atlanta as their offense gets croaking early.
Take a look at the replay here. Great leg kick out in front of the baseball, keeping those hands inside, drives it and rides it all the way out of the ballpark. Great home run by him there. 385 feet, 91 miles per hour off the bat. Only had around 7 home runs last season and now just hit his 6th. So now on a great pace to obviously beat that as we're at the halfway point of this Bot Ball season.
Well, that's off the plate.
Ball number 1 to Dansby Swanson, the 8-hitter for the Braves. Offense going early for Atlanta, a 2-0 lead. Thanks to an Albies triple and a Freeman single back in the first, and now a Camargo home run. 2 batters in, 2 balls and no strikes. Swanson was 1 for 2 with a single in his last game, hitting .240 this season. Now 3 balls and no strikes.
Yeah, Swanson has been a big question mark for this Atlanta Braves team. Once thought to be a great prospect and has had some good seasons in the majors, but hasn't really panned out to be what they once thought what they were going to get from Vanderbilt.
I got 3-1. 3 balls, 1 strike.
3 balls and 1 strike to the 8-hitter. 6 home runs at 28 RBIs. Not much different than anybody else in this lineup. They got power up and down the lineup, as we were mentioning before the home run.
Right, that's ball 4. Take your base.
It is not much different. No hitter is that much better than anybody else. A walk to start off Swanson's night. Now Cole Hamels will come up with a man on and 1 out in the first. In the second, rather. Hamels set to stand in. Squares to bunt, fouls it back, no balls and 1 strike. A main difference in ML bot ball and what you're going to see in the major leagues when it returns is that we still have the pitchers hitting. A bunt to second, fielded by Diaz over to first, and 2 outs, but the runner, Swanson, moves into scoring position. So 1 hit from Ronald Acuna, the leadoff man. Could potentially make it a 3-0 Brave lead. It's been a very efficient start offensively for them tonight.
Acuna was a first pitch swinger, swung at that first pitch of the ball game and drove it out to left field. If you could bounce it out here, you definitely could see a run come in.
As you mentioned, Acuna is 0 for 1 and swings and misses. No balls and 1 strike. 16 stolen bases. You don't necessarily think of him first, at least, for his speed, but it's certainly there. Misses on a breaking ball, 1 strike. And after what happened back in the first, even though he was retired, he hit the ball a mile. You don't want to give him anything too easy to hit. See if Lopez keeps going to the breaking ball. 31 pitches over these 2 innings, and a lot more still to come. Fouled off, and now 1-2.
We talked about his speed, and it's sort of sneaky speed there, Aiden. He joined the 30-30 club last season, second youngest behind Mike Trout, so definitely has some wheels.
Long drive, left field, and the offense just keeps on coming. A 4-0 lead. It is the second Brave home run tonight. This one off of the bat of Acuna. He was toying with the home run in his opening at bat. He's finally got it now. And a 4-0 lead for Atlanta.
Look at this replay here. Out in front of that baseball. And we knew that one was gone as soon as that was off the bat. Stares and looks at it. Great home run from there. 460 feet off the bat and just launched it, looking like a home run derby ball from a couple years ago. Acuna with a great home run there, giving them the 4-0 lead early.
So after the Acuna home run, now a ball and no strikes to Ozzie Albies. One out. Checked his swing, now 2-0, and it has not been the most efficient start for Pablo Lopez. Thought he might be able to hang on and, you know, settle down on the mound, but it has not worked out that way.
Lopez has had his struggle in the first 2 innings, as you can see by the score, but the Chad is excited, and we're all excited here.
Caught out in center by Birdie, and that's going to do it. But Atlanta tacks on another pair of runs, 3 to be exact. 4 runs on 4 hits, and Miami's got some catching up to do. Jaden Becker, Aiden Blank, excited to have you with us for some ML bot ball.
The catcher, Jorge Alfaro.
Live today via Twitch, YouTube, wherever you're consuming it, however you're consuming it. We appreciate you hanging out with us. This is down low. 2 balls and no strikes to Jorge Alfaro. Hamels.
Oh, that's inside. There we go. Hey!
Blank, Aiden Blank trying to join us back here. Aiden, you there?
Take your base.
Yeah, I'm there, and off to first goes Jorge Alfaro. He draws the walk to lead off the bottom of the second, so maybe not a very good day for either starter, as Hamels had a 1-2-3 first, but has not been very efficient to start the second. And with a man on, it's Brian Anderson, 261 hitter in the 5-hole today. The right fielder takes ball 1. Hamels up to 22 pitches. Lopez finished around 37 in that last inning. A 1-0 pitch is upstairs 2-0. He has not hit his spots at all this inning.
Yeah, having a tough time so far, but you see shaking his arm out and adjusting himself. Sometimes that's what you need to do. Psych yourself back into the game. Doesn't really need to worry about a lot of right now, up 4-0 early in this one.
Ground ball to second. This could be 2 Albies to Swanson, back to first in the double play. It was tailored perfectly, and a big help for Hamels, who gets 2 quick outs here in the bottom of the second inning.
Yeah, big help. Easy flip over to second base and great transition to first. Routine double play and exactly what you need to get the Braves back on track.
The 4-6-3 double play, and now 2 gone in the second for John Birdie. 247 hitter in for strike 1, 0-1. That one hit the line, the inside part of the plate.
1-1. Two balls, 2 strikes.
Always give it all that you got, even if they think that you're gonna fly. Against our odds, the world is yours, don't think that it's not. You may be different, still give it a shot. Against our odds, you think the signs are even, really they not. Underdogs made their way to the top. Against our odds, the world is yours.
Technical issues, but Hamels able to retire Birdie to end the inning. And we will start with the heart of this Atlanta order, Aiden Blank and Jaden Becker. A pleasure to have you with us from Miami today. Maybe not the most intriguing matchup right off the bat, with Atlanta historically being one of the contenders in the National League East, and Miami usually being toward the bottom of that division on this overcast night. But so far this season, the Marlins have stood tough, a game under 500, which is more than a lot of teams can say. 0-2 as Lopez gets ahead to Freddie Freeman. Remember, Freeman had that RBI back in the first after Albies tripled. Freeman drove him in on the next pitch with a single. Red hot so far this season. 1-2, trying to work him off the plate. Another pitch that rides up and inside.
Lopez once again still trying to find himself on the mound. He's been doing that all season, just today really off his stuff.
Right into the shift, and Diaz goes to first for out number 1. Very refreshing for Lopez to get the opening batter retired. He's had a tough time doing that. Get a look at those National League East standings. The race really between Washington and Atlanta. 5 games separate them, and then Philadelphia 11.5, Miami at 12, and New York at 16. So Washington and Atlanta separated by 5 games. Philadelphia 6 games back of Atlanta, and Philadelphia separated with Miami by just a half a game. So any one of these days, if the Phillies lose and the Marlins win, the Marlins could end up jumping into 3rd place in the National League East, as we can look at the beautiful Marlins Park on this what looks to be overcast day in South Beach.
Nope, that's down.
1 ball and a 1 strike.
You look at the standings and you talk about ebbs and flows in a baseball season. 162 games is a lot of games if you really think about it, compared to a lot of other leagues around the 4 major sports. So the ebbs and flows of the season really matter.
Shallow fly ball, but Anderson comes over and makes the catch. 2 quick outs, a much needed
Now batter,
quick 2 outs for Lopez out on the mound.
Marquez.
So 2 down, and it's Nick Marquez, the right fielder, with a .222 average. 0 for 1 tonight. He grounded out back in the first to end the first, and now he's going to ground out to end the third as Chisholm goes across the diamond and ends it. First 1-2-3 inning, first scoreless inning for the Braves all night. Marlins sending 7, 8, 9 due up. When we come back on ML Block Ball with Jaden Becker, I'm Aiden Blank. A pleasure to have you with us. We've got plenty more to come throughout the day as Isan Diaz leads off in the bottom of the third.
The second baseman,
Isan Diaz had a surprising 11 home runs this season. Last season joined the Marlins a little bit late. His first career home run against Jacob deGrom, and that was also his first career hit as well. So going against the Cy Young winner and hitting your first career home run and hit in the same at-bat, that's something special. His family was in attendance as well. We all remember that famous clip, Isan of his father yelling it in the crowd, and what a moment for him.
1 ball and 1 strike to the 7-hitter. Second baseman for Miami. 2 balls and 1 strike. Certainly seems to like it in Florida. And a very tough matchup with Cole Hamels out on the mound. He's been dealing so far only 32 pitches. Fouled back 2-2. 4-0 Atlanta lead if you're just joining us. They got 1 in the first, 3 more in the second. All of those second inning runs via the home run, back-to-back, not back-to-back, but 2 home runs in that inning for the Braves. Fouled off and we'll do it again, so Hamels jacking up his pitch count a little bit. To 35. Opening batter Diaz of the third strikes out, looking at a meaty fastball down the middle of the plate, but he strikes out at his Hamels' 4th of the day.
the shortstop,
One down to start the inning, and now it's Gerardo Chisholm.
Ball 1, no strike.
1 ball and no strikes. 5 runs scored in his last 8 games. He's been on a hot streak. Hitting at the bottom of this Atlanta order. Backhanded by Swanson across the mound. Across the diamond, that is, and he makes the play. 2 outs in the third, and Hamels 1 out away from another 1-2-3 inning.
Hamels having a great performance so far, and that has much to do with the defense that's behind him, ranking 3rd in the MLB as of right now.
Yeah, I would agree. He's owed a lot to his defense. Hits the outer part of the plate. No balls and 1 strike to Pablo Lopez, pitcher versus pitcher. 0-2 the count. It'll be interesting to see if Lopez can survive long enough. I know he just was able to settle in a little bit with a 1-2-3 inning in his last inning out of the mound, but it'll be interesting to see if he gets another at-bat today. Swings and lofts one to shallow right. Marquez gets over, and another 1-2-3 inning for Hamels. That's his 2nd of the night. We go to the 4th in Atlanta. Running away with it early in South Beach.
leading off for
Bottom
Atlanta,
of this
the catcher,
Brave order set to come up after they were tired 1-2-3 in the third. It'll be Flowers, Camargo, and Dansby Swanson, with Cole Hamels potentially getting up as well. Flowers, the 6-hitter, leads things off with a ground ball to second. 1 pitch, 1 out. As Diaz goes to Aguilar at first, 1 away. Lopez is now retired 5 in a row.
It's a lot of first pitch swinging we've seen from the Atlanta Braves, changing it up a little bit, trying to attack the pitcher as the pitcher starts to struggle throughout this game. Sort of the best thing you can do, keep him off his rocker.
Lopez started to settle into a groove, though. He's retired 5 straight. Inside corner, strike 1. Johan Camargo signed out of Panama, standing in, the 7-hitter for the Braves tonight. 1 for 1 with a home run back in the first. Him and Ronald Acuna brought in those 3 runs and have given Atlanta a 4-0 lead in the top of the 4th. Certainly not the night that Don Mattingly would have hoped for out of his starter. And if you can really, if you can prove that if you can beat these Atlanta teams and these Washington teams a few games, you can prove that you're a fighter even if you don't make the playoffs. This season is kind of, was supposed to be a transition year, has really been a very good one so far for Miami. The 1-2 to Camargo. Swing and a long drive to right. It is his second of the night, and it is Atlanta's third. A 5-0 lead for the Braves. Camargo with his 7th home run of the season, his 2nd of the game, and Lopez is taking it early out on the mound.
Aiden, want to talk about having someone's number. Look at this. Hangs a meatball right in the middle of the zone. Grips it, rips it, and that ball is gone. Forget it indeed. Look at this tracker right here. 412 off the bat, 107 miles per hour. A guy really not known for his power, but when it's laid in there like that, there's nothing you can do but watch.
Now batting, the shortstop.
So now it's Swanson standing in, checks his swing. He did not go around, so a ball and no strikes. Camargo has now hit 2 home runs tonight and is responsible for 2 of those 5 Atlanta runs, none of which Miami has had an answer for. 2 balls and no strikes. Look at Swanson. These last 3 games, he's hit 500 in baseball. I mean, that is an absolutely incredible number. He is on a hot streak. You talked about the Braves not necessarily getting everything they hoped for out of him, but in these last 3 games, they certainly have.
I know injuries have been an issue with him throughout most of his career, but if he can stay healthy, then I think we can see him develop into a real star in this league.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Lopez to Swanson. Still very much early in this game, but 3 home runs, a couple more RBIs, and the Braves out to what seems like an insurmountable lead, 5-0. Their ace Cole Hamels dealing out on the mound, and Miami has just had no answer for this Atlanta offense. 3 balls and 2 strikes to the 8-hitter Swanson. The payoff pitch. Checked his swing. This time he did go around, and the second out of the 4th comes via the strikeout for Pablo Lopez.
Going to see a replay here. Right there on the black. You can't really take that one there if you're Swanson. Too close to take. If you're going to check swing, swing all the way if a pitch is that close. I understand the frustration, but still, if you had the intention of swinging, it might have been good in the first place.
Still plenty more to come on this bot ball day. Cole Hamels grounded out in the 3rd and stands in now. Colorado, the Rockies, and Minnesota, the Twins next up. The Twins in a very different position than the Rockies, obviously looking to win the division. The Rockies just looking to stay in the wild card race. That'll be German Marquez versus Kenta Maeda. Al DeSantis and Tyler Danberg will have the call after this. So a fun start to your bot ball day. This is turned on down the line and foul. Hit for Hamels, though. A lot of power for a pitcher hitting 172. The 1-2. Fouls it off, stays alive. The 3:45 game today, the Angels and the Blue Jays. Shohei Ohtani versus Tanner Roark. 2 very similar teams that did not do great last season. Obviously, this is a season that they're hoping to really improve in. The Angels trying to catch the A's for that West Division title. Toronto maybe moving up in the wild card race. And that should be a fun one. Ohtani versus Tanner Roark. Eddie McCarthy, Kellen 33 set to call it. And then the big game today, 5:30, Jose Quintana versus James Paxton. A matchup we've wanted to see for a while. A fly ball to Chisholm at short. And Atlanta getting the best of Lopez early. Another Camargo shot and a 5-0 Braves lead. Back with ML Potball, Aiden Blank, and Jaden Becker getting your day started. Plenty more Potball to come. Jonathan Villar set to lead it off. We're back to the top of the order. And Villar goes back up the middle for his first hit of the day. 1 for 2 to start his night. And the runner reaches for Miami to lead off the fifth.
What a great grab for Miami to be able to get Villar. He has been a superstar for multiple other teams. He's found his way with the Astros, with Milwaukee, and also with Baltimore, where I think he's best known.
Throw down to second, and he's in safely. So he gets on base, and Miami playing catch-up. Don Mattingly calling for the steal, and that's exactly what they do. Put a runner into scoring position, nobody out. Not an insurmountable lead for Atlanta, but one that you certainly need to start chipping at right now. And Corey Dickerson, you talked about guys that have played with a bunch of teams. He's certainly one of them, and grounds out to short, but does move the runner up, so he does his job. And now Jesus Aguilar comes up with a man on third and 1 out, trying to get Miami on the scoreboard in the bottom of the fourth.
Yeah, Villar already on third base. Give credit to that steal there. Last season, became the first player with at least 24 home runs and 40 stolen bases since Carlos Gomez. So what a great thing to do there. And he's been able to prove himself time and time again on the base paths, even through today's game.
Ball and no strikes. Aguilar is 0 for 1 today. And now he's up to the count 2-0. We mentioned the Yankees in Chicago at 5:30. Jose Quintana versus James Paxton. Beg your pardon. Jake Zimmer and Jeremy Goldstein set to call it. Pair of division leaders, pair of league leaders. Beg your pardon, the Yankees not in the lead in the American League, but very much in contention to win the American League in the regular season. And then 7:15, Brother Beard, Tim Moore have Seattle. The Mariners visiting Tampa Bay, the Rays. Should be a fun matchup to watch. This one is skied out to left. Ozuna giving chase, makes the catch, tagging, and coming home to score is Jonathan Villar. So Miami will not go down scoreless. It's 5-1. And a swing and a miss. Jorge Alfaro trying to keep this Miami rally going as they try to chip back into this game. Best they've done against Hamels all day. A 1 misses down low, and now ball and a strike. So 7:15 is the Rays and the Mariners. Taijuan Walker versus Yanni Chirinos, 1-2. 9 o'clock, Bot Ball after dark. Well, Bot Ball before after dark will be the Tigers and the Baltimore Orioles. Alex Cobb versus Daniel Norris. This is down into the gap. The rally won't end right now. Alfaro on his way to second, and another man into scoring position with 2 outs for Miami. Here in the bottom of the fourth, it is Alfaro's 17th double of the season.
Hamels getting hit around a little bit here. Great hit from Alfaro there for trying to put one into the gap, and he does. Getting hit around a little bit here is Hamels. Needs to compose himself. Can't get too pretty with this lead.
For a strike, no balls and 1 strike, and we close out our Bot Ball schedule today with the Diamondbacks and the Phillies. Bot Ball after dark with Mike A and Doug O should be a very fun matchup. Diamondbacks have crawled back. They're now just a game out of first place in the National League West, held by the Dodgers. If LA isn't careful, Doug O's Snakes are going to catch them and potentially take the lead. And again, the Phillies in a very tight race for the National League East. That one's going to get through on the left side. They are going to send Alfaro, who will score, and it's 5-2. So Miami gets another run with 2 outs in the fourth, and Hamels, as you mentioned, getting hit around. We'll see if this is the day for him.
We talk about Alfaro and his speed. On second base, you don't think about sending a lot of catchers over to home on a shallow ball hit to the outfield, but he is sent and he makes it there with ease. The wheels on that catcher is insane there, Aiden.
Strike one to John Birdie. Yeah, he's got some wheels. That ball just barely snuck through on the left side by Anderson. He poked it through. You could have very well held out far out and waited for Birdie to try and get a hit to score. Now 0-2 the count to him. He was acquired via free agency back in 2018. A lot of these Marlins players have been acquired via free agency or via a trade, and not necessarily grown up in this program. That's going to hit him. So a tough inning for Hamels, only getting much tougher. He's now got 2 on with 2 out and a man into scoring position once again for this Miami Marlins squad.
Obviously not intentional, loses control of that one there, but not only is he losing control of his pitch control, he's losing control of this game right now. The lead is still there, but a home run here by Diaz ties it.
Diaz is 0 for 1. He struck out back in the first, and now ahead the count 1-0. 3:33 with runners in scoring position. I like those chances.
Nope, inside, ball
Got 2 balls and no strikes. Birdie on first and Anderson on second. Trying to rally with Cole Hamels. 2 runs already for the Marlins. Can they potentially get a 3rd, 4th, or even 5th? Inside, and now he's behind 3-0. You don't want to walk the bases loaded. This inning could have been done a few batters ago, but Hamels has again lost control of this game. The 3-0 pitch to Diaz. In for strike 1, so he battles back with 2 outs in the 4th.
Held back a little bit on that fastball. Want to make sure that pitch was in the strike zone. That one was a shove, though, right there on the outside part of the play. Got to see more of that from him.
3-1 with 2 on and 2 out. In for a strike. Very well could have been ball 4, so now 3-2. A big payoff pitch. 2 on, 2 out, bottom of the 4th. Miami trailing by 3, opener of this series, and he walks the bases loaded. Hamels fought back after going down 3-0 in the count, but then loses him on the, 6th pitch of the at-bat. So now Chisholm comes up with Diaz, Birdie, and Anderson all on base. 1 hit could tie this game.
Chisholm playing pretty well right now, still in his rookie season from the Bahamas and known for his power.
It is down and fair to right. It's going to score 2 more, and the game is now just 1 run. The Braves give up 4 in this inning. It's not even over yet as Chisholm deposits one perfectly placed in right field.
Couldn't be up at a better spot. Lefty on lefty action there. Ball on the inside part of the plate, keeps his hands in, pulls it right over the second baseman's head. Great piece of hitting there from Chisholm.
Runners now to first and second as Chisholm got to first and Diaz moved up to second, and Pablo Lopez, the pitcher. 1 hit can tie this game. Been a very offensive night for both sides. A ball and a strike. Miami had been shut down by Hamels in the past few innings, that is, but here in the 4th, they're putting up a rally. If Lopez can reach, DR would bat for the 2nd time this inning. Swing and a miss, 1 and 2. Hamels a strike away from getting out of this. But again, an inning that could have been over batters ago. 1-2, 2 down in the 4th, and Miami has scrapped back. It's now a 1-run game, and the count evened out.
You know it's a terrible struggle when he's struggling to throw strikes to the pitcher. Really needs to get on track.
Swing and a miss. A huge strikeout to end the inning for Hamels, but Miami crawls their way back. A 4-run inning, a huge 2-out rally, and the lead now down to just 1. Atlanta's got to bring some more offense to the table. With Jaden Becker, Aiden Blank from South Beach, or rather Little Havana, I think the ballpark is located in. Actually, no, I've been there before. Cunha, Albies, and Freeman. 1, 2, 3 set to go for Atlanta. And Miami now a little bit more life. Pablo Lopez certainly pitching with a bigger task than was before when you're down 5-0, you're pitching a lot different than when you're down just 5-4 and only in the 4th inning so far.
You can't let the run support from your team affect the way you pitch. You really just got to motivate yourself now here throughout, knowing that they have your back.
2 balls and a 1 strike to the leadoff man, Acuna. He's 1 for 2, hit a home run in his last at-bat back in the 2nd. Fouls it off, looking to become the 2nd Brave to hit multiple home runs in today's game. Camargo did it in the 2nd and then last inning in the 4th. Swing and a drive out to left center field. The offense just keeps on coming for both of these teams, but Atlanta now out to a 2-run lead as Acuna, the 2nd Brave today, with a 2nd home run, and it's 4-2 Atlanta in the 5th.
Aiden, look at this home run here. I call this one a stank face home run because that ball left the park, left everyone in the ballpark with a stank face because that ball did not want to stay anywhere close to that bat. He launched that one out of there in no time.
Sharp and Hernandez both up in the Marlin bullpen. They're able to recover and get the out here, but Lopez has certainly taken it in waves today. The Atlanta offense is no doubt woken up. And now the 3-hitter Freeman with an out in the 5th, and Atlanta proving that it doesn't matter what the score is. Their offense is not stopping for anybody. You got to watch out for Freeman too. He's got 23 home runs, tied for 2nd in the National League, so he could very well toss one up.
They're very, very potent offense, and coming into this inning, top of the lineup is also the most potent part of this lineup, so very dangerous for Lopez. Already getting bit once, doesn't want to get bit again.
Conley and Eliezer Hernandez both up in the Marlin bullpen. Never good to have your bullpen active this early. Swing and a drive to right center field. It is gone. It is another home run for this Braves offense. This time it's Freeman, who is right up there, the leaderboard, the home run leaderboard that is in the National League, and he puts another one out. And just as quickly as Miami got it to a 1-run game, it's now back to a 3-run game.
Aiden, you got the phone number for the Cavalry because it's time to call him in. It's a shootout right now. Freddie Freeman with the launcher, rocket launcher, all the way over the right field wall, up into the 2nd deck. Good night, Irene and Dee, says Duct Tape Man, and Don Mattingly's going to call for the pen.
Don Mattingly goes to the bullpen, and a very tough day for Pablo Lopez, who just struggled to halt any Atlanta offense. So it's Sixto Sanchez, so it's actually nobody that we saw up in the bullpen. Mattingly goes with the wild card. Sanchez pitching in his 24th game. He's gotten wins before, he's gotten losses. Obviously, he would not be in line for the loss unless he gives up a monstrous amount of runs. That would likely go to Lopez if things finish off the way they've gone so far. This is down low to Ozuna. We'll see if anybody can stop this Atlanta offense, because I'm not sure they can.
Sanchez at one point was touted as another top prospect, ended up being traded to the Marlins for JT Realmuto to go to the Philadelphia Phillies. So now with this Miami team, he has had his struggles this season, now finding himself in a bullpen role. So I would like to see what he does here if he's able to control this really potent Atlanta Braves offense.
2 balls and 1 strike to the 4-hitter Ozuna. Yeah, that just shows you how potent this Atlanta offense can be. They can just drive in runs. I wouldn't be surprised if in a wild card game they get the crowd going early with a 4 or 5-run first inning. Fly out to center field, and Birdie's under it for out number 2.
Now batting.
So he does retire the first man he faces, and now it's Nick Marquez. You get the line on Lopez, just over 4 innings, 7 hits, 7 runs. All of them earned, a walk, 2 strikeouts. It was not a good night for him.
Not a good night indeed. Bullpen's going to have to pick it up here. Sixto Sanchez is the guy you're going to want to try to develop that. Just a shame for Lopez given how well he's pitched throughout this season.
Ball and no strikes. Marquez is 0 for 2 today. Retired both times via the ground out. Only other Brave who is yet to reach base besides Marquez and Ozuna is the next guy up, Tyler Flowers. The third backhanded and over the back throw from Villar, a perfect throw to end a nightmarish inning for Miami. As soon as they pull within a run, Atlanta gets the lead back to 3. And the Miami offense is going to have to keep jumping on Hamels if they want to try and win this game. Mid-5 in Little Havana with Jaden Becker, Aiden Blank. A pleasure to have you along with us. And it's Jonathan Villar to lead things off. Shane Green and another Brave that I missed up in the bullpen for Atlanta. And rightfully so after a tough fourth for Hamels in which he nearly gave up a 5-run lead in 1 inning. Fly ball laid out in right by Marquez for 1 out.
Perfect way to start an inning there. 1 pitch, 1 out. Get your feet settled once again. As you mentioned, that tough last inning really could have shaken him up for the rest of this game. We'll see how he continues, but off to a good start.
First pitch to Corey Dickerson. It's a ball. Shane Green, AJ Minter. That's who I was missing out in the Atlanta bullpen. Very dark, that Atlanta bullpen, but they are both up and ready to go should Hamels not be able to subdue the Miami offense in the 5th. Ball and a strike, the count to the 2-hitter Dickerson. 0 for 2, a strikeout and a ground out. In for a strike, 1 and 2.
Ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
2 balls and 2 strikes to the left fielder. Trying to keep this Miami offense rolling. They sent all 9 batters to the plate. That includes the pitcher Lopez, or the starting pitcher Lopez, in that 4th inning. They put up 4 runs, a few of them coming with 2 outs against Hamels. And now the payoff pitch, and he loses his his second batter, that is. So he gets 1 out, yes, but he loses another batter via the walk, and Hamels starting to experience a lot of poor control issues.
Yes, the control has been a struggle. Giving up that walk there, I think that has a lot to do with Dickerson as well, being very patient in this at-bat. And all the previous at-bats that he's had, he's also been pretty patient as well. Miami Marlins are going to need to continue with that trend, given that this lead has extended to 3 now.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Ball and a strike to Aguilar. That's the 4th walk Hamels has given up today. 2 of them so far have resulted in runs scored. The 1-1.
I got 2-1.
2-1. Back-to-back walks in that last inning, and he walked Alfaro to begin the bottom of the 2nd. Fouled off, and it's now 2-2. Automatically got to be shaking his head right now in that Marlin dugout. You claw all the way back to a 1-run game, and now the inning is going to end via the double play. The Marlins just cannot catch a break. We go to the 6th, and the Braves out to a 3-run lead as Hamels gets a nice double play, a very lucky double play to end the bottom of the 5th. We're back in Miami under the darkness of night. Heidi Watney reminding us to donate to the Trevor Project and reminding us that There's another big ML Bot Bowl game coming up right after the Twins in a heated race for the American League Central with the White Sox and the Cleveland Indians. They're going to play the Colorado Rockies, looking to right the ship. That'll be Kyle DeSantis calling the next one. We're looking forward to it. We're also looking forward to the final few innings here as Atlanta has jumped out to a 3-run lead. That's 5 home runs the Braves have hit today. Thank you, Twitch chat. Tyler Flowers leads things off, 0 for 2. Ozuna and Marquez are 0 for 3. Flowers is 0 for 2. They are the only 3 Braves that have yet to be retired. I beg your pardon, yet to reach base. 2 balls and no strikes. Draw a leadoff walk here. Sanchez comes in for his first full inning of work, second inning that he will pitch in this game. We'll see if maybe he can be a long reliever. As you mentioned, he kind of started in that starting pitcher role. They brought him here with the hopes that he might be a starting pitcher. He's moved into the bullpen, but maybe he can give him more than just 1 or 2 full quality innings. And he gets the opening out here, especially if he's going to be this effective. That's his 3rd straight batter retired.
And you can't really blame him. He's been pretty well throughout all of his minor league career, looking at an ERA of 2.58 throughout his tenure in the minors. So really something to look forward to if you're a Marlins fan. Just needs to pan out more, maybe get his feet wet more in the Major League Division.
Johan Camargo has been a dangerous hitter. We just saw the clips right there. Pair of home runs for him today. He's 2 for 2, and it's ball 1. You want to be very careful with him. He could easily hit a 3rd. Swing and a miss, 1-1.
Yeah, funny enough, Camargo has the slowest sprint speed of all MLB shortstops at 25 feet per second, and thank goodness didn't have to use his speed for those home run balls. Just an easy trot around the bases, nothing more special than that. But when you got that type of power, you don't really need to use your speed to your advantage if you're just going to trot around the bases.
That's the good thing about a home run. You don't have to run fast. You can take as long as you want. The 2-2 with 1 out is bounced foul. If you're just joining us, Atlanta jumped out to a 5-0 lead on a pair of home runs early in the game. Then Miami had a big 2-out rally, cut it to a 1-run game, and got out to first there, but Atlanta brought it back to a 3-run game.
The bat, number 7.
Margot retired for the first time tonight after a pair of home runs in his opening 2 at-bats. Now Swanson, who's reached by the walk and struck out as well, going to stand in. One ball and no strikes. And now 2 balls and no strikes to Dansby Swanson. Colorado, the Rockies, and Minnesota, the Twins, set to come up next. Kyle DeSantis and Tyler Danberg calling it. Herman Marquez versus Kenta Maeda. And then to round out our afternoon slate, the first 3 games of this bot ball day. The Angels will take on the Blue Jays. Shohei Ohtani versus Tanner Roark. That should be a marquee pitching matchup as Sanchez not only allows his first runner on base, but brings up his first walk of the night.
Cole Hamels.
Swanson's been very selective, has a pair of walks so far, in addition to that strikeout. So now Cole Hamels, it has been decided he's coming back into this game. He will bat in the 6th and take ball 1.
A little curious that they made that decision there to keep him in, but I'm guessing given the 3-run lead, they're still banking on him to be able to finish, maybe not finish the game, but maybe finish an inning or 2.
One ball and one strike, 2 out in the top of the 6th with a runner on for Atlanta leading by 3. Swing and a shot right back to the mound. It went off of the pitcher Sanchez, and they cannot get him at first. Sanchez is roughed up. We'll see if it comes out to an injury.
You see him on a knee there, and that's such a shame to see. Good hit there by Hamels, but just went in the wrong spot.
Everybody advances 1 base, so Sanchez is all right. Thank goodness for Miami. He was really their best hope at shutting down this Atlanta offense. You couldn't afford to lose him. Trailing by 3, still very much a close game. That one into the dirt and blocked by the catcher Alfaro. So a ball and a strike now to the leadoff man Acuna, who's got 2 home runs on the night, looking for a 3rd. He's up to 17 home runs on this, I can't say young season anymore. The All-Star break is very soon. On this, at the midway point of this season. A fly to Chisholm, and that's going to do it for the 6th. Atlanta unable to scrape anything despite putting 2 runners on. We are headed to the bottom of the 6th with 6, 7, and 8 due up.
Your attention, please.
And it looks like Hamels is not coming back into the game, so he batted. He did hit. They opted not to go for a pinch hitter, but they do opt to go to the bullpen, and Shane Green comes in.
Little odd decision there by Brian Snicker, but either way, Shane Green has been okay for the Braves out of the pen. 4.29 ERA, so we would like to see more from him there. Was an all-star last season, so definitely has some room for improvement looking at this current season given how well he played last year.
No balls and 1 strike to Jorge Alfaro. A swing and a miss. Now 0-2. He was way off on that. Chris Martin, Sean Newcomb both up in the Brave bullpen. That just shows you they don't have much trust in a lot of their bullpen guys, and they're certainly not household names. Green might be, but to the average baseball fan, not exactly household names. A grounder to Swanson. He'll go across the diamond. A little closer play than he would have liked, but he does get the first out of this inning.
50, Brian Anderson.
Brian Anderson, the right fielder, sets a stand in. 1 for 2 on the day. Martin and Minter both up in the Brave bullpen. Atlanta leading by 3. Every game is crucial for them, whether it's crucial or not for Miami. It's certainly crucial for Atlanta. 5 games back of a national team that has shown no signs of slowing down. And it's certainly crucial that they win every possible game in these next final few months of the pot ball regular season. The 1-0 pitch in for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, Aiden, you make a good point there. All these games matter. A lot of people put a lot of focus onto the August and September of the MLB season, but you look towards June, a bad stretch in June could be the determining factor in what keeps you out of the playoffs.
Popped him up to first base, and Freeman underneath it on the infield dirt. So 2 quick outs. The bullpens have been very successful so far today. We've only seen 2 relief pitchers. And Green comes in, and both of these guys have been very successful to start their journeys in this ball game.
Yeah, the Braves bullpen throughout the season has had their struggles, except the closer position, which Will Smith has locked down very strongly with 20 saves on the season. But the bullpen on its front end has had its struggles, so seeing Green here being somewhat successful is a good sign.
Both of the starting pitchers, Hamels and Lopez, are out of this game. We're out of this game as we head to the 6th inning. 0-1 pitch is a shallow fly ball. All the way out goes Swanson. He's made a couple of good defensive stops and ends the 6th, the 1-2-3 inning. Good way to start the day for the Atlanta bullpen. We are going to the 7th here in South Beach. And with Jaden Becker, Eden Blank, a pleasure to have you with us to start our Bot Ball Friday.
the second baseman.
So National League East pot ball. Albies versus Sanchez to start the top of the 7th. In for strike 1, 0-1 the count. It'll be Albies, Freeman, and Ozuna. Marquez could also get a potential at bat this time around and misses inside. 1 ball and 1 strike.
One ball.
Now a swing and a miss, so it's 1-2. 1-2 from Sanchez to Albies. Checked his swing. Tough play and a diving attempt from Villar. He missed it. There was no infield fly roll, was not high enough. They're going to give him a base hit. Villar nearly had it, but just missed it, and the leadoff man is on for Atlanta.
An odd way to get on base, but you do what you can, and Albies was able to do it there. Maybe next time that won't happen exactly, but good effort, and either way, he's standing on first.
Swing and a miss, no balls, and 1 strike to Freddie Freeman. Set to hit for Atlanta. It's Freeman, Ozuna, Marquez. 3, 4, and 5 due up for Atlanta in the 7th. Oh-2. Sanchez nearly had him. It's been a good day for Sanchez. He's only allowed 2 base runners for Atlanta so far in the inning and a little bit more that he has pitched. Now he's going to allow another. First 2 runners get on, both via the hit. And the Braves put 2 on and nobody out in the 7th.
Freeman continues his dominance throughout this season, just pokes one out of the infield, and you mentioned Sanchez's dominance as he's taken out.
Number 57.
He's coming out, and Eliezer Hernandez, who is a candidate to replace Lopez earlier in the game, will now come out of the bullpen later in the game here in the 7th to try and weather this storm. Freeman on first, Albies on second, and Ozuna coming to the plate, still yet to reach base today.
Hernandez holding a 5.11 ERA through 2 seasons, 2 of his previous seasons, but don't let the stats make you think otherwise. Many writers believe Hernandez could be a big piece for Miami going forward, and this season he's sort of proven that. 1.59 ERA. His starts have been minimalized a little bit given injury, but still 1.59 is nothing to scoff at either.
No balls and a 1 strike to Marcell Ozuna. You see Freeman on first and Albies on second. Beautiful night in Miami. The Marlins trailing in the opener this series, 7-4, looking to get back to 500 if they can win tonight. They're 26-16 in this building, but 14-25 out of it. They've really struggled on the road this season.
Pretty surprising given the way the Marlins fans have been in the previous years. You see this stadium is packed here, but usually it's not like that.
Well, they did get to see a beautiful slider that strikes out Ozuna. He is now struck out. That's his first strikeout of the night, but he's flown out every other at bat, so he's 0 for 4. And now Nick Marquez also looking to reach for the first time today. And he fouls one down the line. A long foul ball from the right fielder. And the next 2 to come on your bot ball day, being the Rockies and Twins, and then at 3:45 the Angels and Blue Jays. That should be a very fun matchup as Sterling Sharp and Adam Connolly both up in the Miami bullpen. We're looking forward to plenty of bot ball still to come at 3:45. Beg your pardon, 3:45. 5:30, 7:15, 9, and 10:45. And again, those are the game times every day, basically, unless we shorten the schedule. Those are the game times. You can see, 6 games every day across your bot ball schedule. 3 balls and 1 strike. And we remind you, donate to the Trevor Project. I'm not getting paid. Jaden's not getting paid, but hopefully the Trevor Project can make some money off of what we're doing here. Hopefully they can continue to do what they do for the LGBTQ community. And for a strike, 3 balls and 2 strikes. So a full count with 2 on and 1 out. Top of the 7th, Miami trailing by 3, opener of this 3-game weekend set. Payoff pitch is hit to right center field, and carrying it is caught by the center fielder, Birdie, tagging, and going to third is Albies. Freeman will hold back at first, so they do move the runner up into, he was in scoring position, now he's off to third, and Marquez flies out. He's 0 for 4 today.
A lot of ground to cover there for the center fielder. One misstep that probably could have dropped for a double and a couple runs. Good effort there to reach that one.
Tyler Flowers, 6-hitter, trying to get an RBI for himself. He's 0 for 3 as well. Strikeout, fly out, and a ground out. Not necessarily in that order. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Hernandez has been pretty good coming into this game with a lot to handle. Down the line and just foul. Could have been an RBI if it was fair, maybe even 2 RBIs, but now it's 1-2. Hernandez is a strike away from getting out of this inning. 1-2 with 2 on and 2 out. Top of the 7th, misses low, 2-2. Talked about that crowd. You get a chance to see them there. Miami, one of the more underrated ballparks, I feel like, in all of Major League Baseball. It's a very fun atmosphere, and the tickets are generally cheap because the team is generally not very good. But it's one of the more inviting atmospheres in baseball. They had a home run derby here a few years back. And now they got a team that's contending for a playoff spot. I would love to see a playoff game in this building. It would be very odd because you don't generally see this building packed, but I would love to see a playoff game in this building. A strikeout as Hernandez finishes out the inning. He comes in with 2 on and retires this side. We are mid-7, 7th inning stretch time, and the Braves still up by 3. On ML Bot Ball with Jaden Becker, Aiden Blank, and the Braves back to their bullpen. Jaden, they go with Chris Martin.
Martin's been a journeyman around the MLB and professional baseball in general. Spent some time in Japan as well, looking at also the Rockies, Yankees, and the Texas Rangers. He was traded to the Braves last season at the deadline and amazingly threw an immaculate inning in September of last season.
Strike number 1. It's Martin versus Diaz. Last 4 Braves, Aguilar, Alfaro, Anderson, and Birdie have all been retired. Beg your pardon, the last 4 Marlins. Swing and a miss as Diaz now down to the count 0-2. Big 0-2 pitch to lead off the 7th, and he gets him going on an outside breaking ball. So Diaz is done in his 3rd at bat today. It's his 2nd strikeout, and now Chisholm comes up with 1 down, and the base is empty in the 7th.
Great pitch there. Caught him leaning there a little bit, right by the shins. Great movement on that pitch to make him want to go after it.
Strike 1 into Chisholm. Has a single and 2 RBIs. 375 average in 2020. He has been one of the stronger hitters in this Braves lineup. For the stretch, the 0-1 pitch inside, and a broken bat ball that's lined out to third, caught by Camargo on the fly. So 2 quick outs for Atlanta in the bottom of the 7th, and their bullpen has taken over and really dominated this Miami offense.
Your attention, please.
Yeah, the best thing you can do is to subdue an offense that was starting to get potent in the 4th inning, and that, as you mentioned, that bullpen very, very strong in a season where they haven't been that strong and have had their struggles.
7-4, Atlanta leads, opener of this weekend series, and the first pitch from Martin to Garrett Cooper, who comes in as a pinch hitter, is fouled off. So they'll go to the bullpen for the 3rd time today. The Marlins will when we go to the 8th. Cooper now down in the count 0-1. Hitting .250 on this season. A slider away, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, not much on Cooper here. Did spend some time with the Brewers and the Yankees. Fun fact, he was born on Christmas Day, one of 69 players in the league. So that's a nice stat to hear.
The down the third base line and foul. Now behind the count, 1-2. Base is empty with 2 gone, bottom of the 7th. Miami trailing by 3 in the opener of this series, and he swings and misses. A low slider away, and that is it. A 1-2-3 inning for Atlanta. And we'll see where Miami goes bullpen-wise as we head to the 8th in South Beach.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for tomorrow.
They go with Sterling Sharp, one of the more household names in this Miami bullpen. He will stand in his 41st game of the season with a 3-3 record and a 3.48 ERA over just over 40 innings this season. And he's got a very dangerous Johan Camargo to face. 2 home runs in his first 2 at-bats. Grounded after shortening his last at-bat, but he's been potent today, 2 for 3. And Sharp's first pitch of the night is way upstairs and away. 22,300, a very good, respectable attendance to start this series for Miami. Low pitch, hit in the air to left field. Is it his 3rd of the night? You bet it is. No, it's caught at the wall. It looked like it snuck over, but it was grabbed as Dickerson robs Camargo of his 3rd home run. They would have all been solo shots. But no, sir.
Aiden, I don't believe what I just saw. Perfect jump on that baseball. Ran to it and couldn't have reached it at a higher point. Dickerson using the full length of his wingspan to reach for that baseball, and he does right there. Didn't need to climb the fence either. Great grab by him. That's a web gem.
First 2 pitches to Dansby Swanson fouled away. Yeah, that's a SportsCenter top 10 play. May not have saved the game. Again, this Miami offense has scored in just 1 inning total today. Fouled away. We'll do it again at 0-2. But a very highlight reel worthy play from Dickerson. Would have been a crazy day for Camargo if he snuck that over. He's now 2 for 4. He could have been 3 for 4 with 3 home runs. And again, all of them would have been solo shots. Another slider. He's gone to that pitch a lot. Now 1-2. From the line, the 1-2 to Dansby Swanson, low and fouled away down the first baseline. He's fighting, at least for a little bit. The 1-2 with 1 gone in the 8th. Another slider. This time he reaches and hits it to 3rd, but a jump from Villar. He makes the catch in the 5 spot and retires Swanson for the 2nd out.
Call it the hot corner for a reason. See this ball come into the 3rd baseman, and he just jumps for it. Maybe a snow cone there. Wow, got good elevation on that jump. Like a basketball player there, reaching at the highest point.
Your attention, please.
Believe it or not, the last 5 Braves have been retired. Ozuna, Marquez, Flowers, Camargo, and Swanson. This would be the pitcher's spot. We will see. It is Ender Enciarte. So the Braves will go to their bullpen for the bottom of the 8th. Misses 0-1. We've seen, big part in for a strike 0-1. We've seen a lot of bullpen action today. Neither pitcher, Lopez and Hamels, started the game, and neither one was particularly dominant. Hamels was good to start, but lost control with 4 runs from the Miami offense in the 4th. That got them down to a 1-run game, but the Atlanta offense has just been smoking. Fastball upstairs, 2-1. The Atlanta offense has just been so potent today. A very good sign if you are a Braves fan. The 2-1 in for strike 2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to the 284 hitting Ender Enciarte. Trying to earn himself a spot on this team. He's a household name, really, but not a starter for this Atlanta squad. 2-2.
Yeah, it is a shame. His best years might be behind him. 3-time Gold Glover and an All-Star back in 2017. I'd like to see him get back on track.
Knocked down at short by Chisholm, but he couldn't get to it fast enough. So an infield single, they'll call it. And Enciarte reaches first base. With 2 outs in the 8th. And now we're back to the top of the order. It is Acuna's 5th at bat of the day. These Atlanta hitters have gotten a lot of swings in. And this one is out to center, shallow center, left center, and over comes Birdie to make the catch. And end things, only 4 batters up in the 8th. We are on to the bottom of the 8th. And Atlanta looking to subdue this Marlins lineup for 6 more outs. And Mark Melancon comes in out of the bullpen for Atlanta.
And you want to talk about struggles, a 9.38 ERA, having a tough time this season. Has been a successful journeyman most of his career, best known for his time in Pittsburgh, where he was NL save leader and won NL reliever of the year. Traded to the Braves last season and still struggling to find his place in this bullpen.
It'll be 1, 2, and 3, top of the Marlin order with Villar, Dickerson, and Aguilar both all set to hit. In the bottom of the 8th, the 1-0 from the wind, and a foul ball that goes off to the left of home plate, or rather the right of home plate, a ball at a strike. To the leadoff man, Villar, flew out 2 times and singled to score a run back in the 4th for the wind. And the 1-1 pitch is down the middle and hammered, foul down the first base line, out of play. So now he's behind in the count, 1-2. See if Melancon comes on for the 6-out saver if they go back to the bullpen again in the 9th. Another fastball, this time it's high and swing and a miss from Jonathan Villar, so he is done. Take a look at that starter comparison. Hamels and Lopez, neither one was particularly great. They both have very similar numbers. The runs and hits very much not reflecting very well on Lopez, though.
They're 2 of the best pitchers for their respective starting rotations, and just didn't have a good night here in Miami.
No balls and 1 strike. Dickerson is 3 for 7 career. That's a .429 average against Melancon. The 0-1 pitch. This one a changeup that's rocked out to right field, and it is down for a base hit. Got down on Marquez, so the second hitter of the 8th reaches for Miami, and Dickerson off to first, pumping his fist.
And that one bounced up right into the right fielder's glove. Sort of an awkward situation there. Overran it, or just thought he could charge and get to that baseball. Just couldn't there, but good effort.
Swing and a miss at a sinker to Aguilar. It's Dickerson's first hit of the night. The runner on and 1 out, 0-1 in the bottom of the 8th. Miami trailing by 3. Opener of this weekend series. A slider away and Aguilar whiffs, so now down 0-2. From the stretch, picks back the man at first. Swing and a base hit through on the right side. It'll move everybody up 1 base. A rather hard hit ball by Aguilar, so back-to-back base hits, and 2 on for Miami. Believe it or not, the game-tying run comes to the plate in the 8th. And it comes in the form of the cleanoff man, Jorge Alfaro. He scored a run, walked, doubled, and grounded out. He's done a little bit of everything so far. 1 for 2 on the night, trying to get some offense going once again for Miami. First pitch, checked his swing and a slider low and away. Misses 1 ball, strikes.
Only 9 home runs on the season so far. Does have 37 RBIs, which is pretty respectable for this team. Tied for 2nd as a team leader.
1-0 is hitting on the inside corner. Ball and a strike. It was letter high. Belt high, rather. Ball and a strike, 2 on, 1 out. Bottom of the 8th, and it is hit down the line in left field, hooking foul, and it'll go to the stands. So now he's down 1-2. Man Alfaro with some good numbers on the season. Another one low and away, swings and baseline out of play.
Doesn't need a home run here, just needs to keep the ball off the ground. No double plays.
From the stretch, Melicone to Alfaro. The 1-2 is way. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 pitch. Looks the runner at second. And it's fouled away. We'll do it again. From the stretch, Melicone to the cleanup man, Alfaro. 2 on, 2 out, the 2-2 pitch. On the ground to first. They're going to second and back to first. It's a double play, and it ends the inning. What a fantastic stroke of luck for Atlanta. They've had a few of those perfectly timed double play balls. We go to the 9th, and the Braves leading by 3. So the 3-6-3 double play ends it for Miami in the 8th. They're going to have 3 outs to get 3 runs in the 9th. First, they got to take down this Atlanta offense one more time, and it's 2-3 and 4 set to come up in the 9th with Albies, Freeman, and Marcelo Ozuna all set to hit. Ozuna, a former Marlin, forgot to mention that for a little bit. The 0-1 pitch is chopped foul now, 0-2.
Yes, he was also a part of that outfield that did include Stanton and Yelich. So Ozuna being in that group, in that cluster, you wouldn't imagine what that team could have been now if they were able to afford their contracts and how good they ended up being, where the Miami Marlins could be in the NL East race.
I got the count 1 and 2.
1 ball, 2 strikes. From the windup. Down the line, but foul in right. It's hard hit. From the windup, and the 1-2 to Albies. Upstairs in the outside corner for strike 3. A huge strikeout to start it for Sterling Sharp.
Number 5.
On for his second inning of work, and he starts it off with a strikeout.
Tough pitch to take there, right across the tomahawk on the chest of the lettering of the Braves jersey there. You can't really sit on that one. Similar pitch there. You got to swing for those, especially if you're looking for some insurance here in the 9th.
No balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Top of the 9th as the 3-hitter rather, Freddie Freeman stands in. A home run, pair of singles and a ground out today. Very successful day so far. He's been 3 for 4. And that's what you would expect out of the all-star first baseman for your squad that is likely on their way to the playoffs, either via the wild card or via a divisional title. 2 balls and 1 strike.
That's ball 3.
Inside now, 3-1. We don't want to give Freeman anything to hit for the windup, the 3-1.
Yeah.
Inside 3. No, there was a strike, 3-2.
Shaking his head there. Ball a little bit on the inside part of the plate. Tough one to take there also, but umpire has been calling those strikes high in the zone almost all game.
Yeah, that was surprising to me. 3-2. Hanging curveball that is flown out to right for the second out of the inning.
Now batting, the left fielder, Marcell Ozuna.
2 down, and now it's Marcelo Ozuna. Former Marlin hitting in his old ballpark, struck out back in the 7th. He's flown out 3 other times today. Ball 1. Atlanta a 3-run lead in the opener of this series. Looking to get an early jump. Take home the victory to start this weekend set. 2 balls and no strikes. Tomorrow's game of this series is not getting streamed. Potentially it will on Sunday, but not tomorrow. 3 balls and no strikes. Tomorrow a great lineup. Cleveland and the Royals, Mets, Padres, Angels, Blue Jays, Mariners, Rays, Dodgers, Giants at 7:15, which should be a blast.
Ball 4, pitch it down.
He walks his first batter of the night, Ozuna reaching base.
The batter, the right fielder, Nick.
And then the 2 late games
Marquez.
tomorrow. Texas and Houston, Kyle Gibson versus Lance McCullers, and the Diamondbacks versus the Phillies in the 10:45 slot. So a really great Saturday of bot ball, and certainly Sunday as well. Bot ball tonight will be with you again. No balls and 1 strike, 2 outs, and a man on in the top of the 9th. Atlanta looking to grab some insurance, leading by 3, in for a strike 0-2. In just moments, we're going to have German Marquez versus Kenta Maeda, the Rockies and the Twins, in an interleague matchup with Kyle DeSantis and Tyler Dunberg. And then the afternoon slate gets rounded out with the Angels and Blue Jays. Grounded to short, backhanded by Chisholm. They get the easy force at second, and that'll do it. Miami needs to come up with 3 runs, and they've only got 3 outs to do it. We head to the last of the 9th.
Your attention,
With
please.
Jaden Becker, Aiden Blank,
Now
they will go to
pitching
the
for
bullpen
Atlanta.
one more time.
Number
Will Smith
51.
set to come in, his
Will
32nd game of the
Smith.
season. 2-0 record and a 2.86 ERA over 28 innings pitched. So not too much
Leading off
to
for
base
the
those
Marlins.
numbers off of,
The
but
right
they're
fielder,
pretty good numbers nonetheless.
They spent some times with the Royals, Milwaukee, and Giants. Won the Willie Mack Award with the San Francisco Giants. Most inspirational player, so that's a nice award to win there on the West Coast. Signed a 3-year deal this offseason, and funny enough, last season, he went perfect, 23 for 23 in saves to start his season. Last year ended up with 34, now at 20 saves on the season. Doing pretty good, rounding off the Braves bullpen.
No balls and 1 strike. Atlanta dealing with a 3-run lead. And this is low. Smith trying to close things out. Obviously, we know him from the Dodgers, where he played for a little while. Ball and a strike. The 1-1 to Anderson, leading things off for Miami, is sliced to right field, over, and there to catch it is
The
Marquez.
center fielder, number
1 out as
5.
Anderson hit it hard and hit it in the right place, but a beautiful play by Marquez sat in right. League leaders in saves, it's Doolittle, Jansen, Norris, Strop, and Smith is on that list, trying to get a little closer to the top of it, getting the win here today. This would definitely qualify as a save opportunity, especially considering Miami started to threaten offensively in that 8th inning. John Birdie set to come in, takes an outside strike, 0-1. Birdie, Diaz, and Chisholm. And then whoever ends up coming into the pitcher's spot, likely a pinch hitter. In the bottom of the 9th, Miami trying to create a late rally. 1 down the line and over the of Camargo. So a base hit for Birdie. It's his first hit of the day, potentially his 2nd run if he can come around to score.
Now batting, second
Good piece of
baseman,
hitting from the Marlins center fielder.
And that's how you started off right there, Aiden. The 9th inning is time to put the bat on the ball and get some hits and play. 94 speed on the base path as well. Definitely could be a factor as this one comes close to an end.
Nope.
Ball 1
Nope,
to
1-0.
Isan Diaz, the 2nd baseman. Walked and struck out twice. It has not been a very successful day for him, but he could turn that around by keeping this rally going in the bottom of the 9th. They check back to first, and Birdie's scrambling. I don't think he'll be stealing, being that he is the only runner. He is their best chance to score a run here in the 9th with 1 out. But it's always good to be safe. The 1 out. It foul the other way, 1-1. Aiden Blank, Jaden Becker, first of a bunch of bot ball games still to come. Next up, Kenta Maeda versus Roman Marquez, the Rockies and the Twins. 1 ball, 2 strikes. It'll be Kyle DeSantis and Tyler Donberg set to call it. We'll have that coming up around 2 o'clock. Looks like we'll probably be perfect time. Perfect timing once we end our game. The 1-2. Misses away 2-2. Tried to get him to chase, but he did not bite. The 2-2. Do it again.
Diaz putting up a fight here. It's a 2-2 count. Gotta stay protecting, especially around the top of the zone.
Swing and a miss and a big strikeout. So now Miami down to their final out. And Jazz Chisholm will stand in trying to keep this Miami offense alive. 1 for 3 on the day with a single, a fly out, and a ground out. First pitch to him. Strike 1. Crowd, give them credit. All 22,300 of them are staying in their seats till this final out. They're not leaving quite yet. 1 ball, 1 strike to Chisholm. One. Fouled away, and now they're down to their final strike. So those that have stayed around at Marlins Park, hoping that another 2-out rally is in order. They put up 4 on Hamels back in the 4th. They have not scored since. Smith to Chisholm, and the 1-2 with a man on and 2 out. We'll do it again.
Chisholm using his bat speed to his advantage.
No, he's safe.
The 1-2, part 2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He gets him on the breaking ball, and Smith retires this side of the 9th. And a big win for Atlanta. He's trying to keep chase with Washington in the National League East. For the Marlins, they're 2 games under 500, but for Atlanta, they move that much closer to giving the Nationals a real run for their money in the National League East divisional title race. They win it here tonight, 7-4.
It's going to be a push all the way down to the end there. And Miami still has a chance. They're going to end their 4-game winning streak, and going to hope that they get back on track, as Don Mattingly and the crew in Miami have been playing pretty well. They have 2 more games left against the Braves in this series, so maybe could turn it around.
The final line score for our ball
Get a look at some highlights here. The Braves
Atlanta Braves
with a big offensive output, and the Marlins too, but the Braves get the win 7-4. Aiden Blank and Jaden Becker recapping this one for you on our Friday slate of ML Bot Ball. The offense was really scattered in those first 5 innings. They scored in every one of those first 5 innings except the 3rd. Marlins got 4 runs in the 4th off Cole Hamels and nothing else. They threatened a little bit in the 8th and put a runner on in the 9th, but a very slow day for their offense aside from the 4th inning.
Got to tip your cap, though, to the player of the game, Ronald Acuna Jr., who just so happens to feel like today's the day he's going to hit a lot of home runs, and he did today. 2 home runs on the night. Also got to look at Camargo, had 2 home runs himself. All 4 of those home runs were monster shots, and Acuna had one of those that just didn't want to stay in the ballpark, a liner to the outfield.
get some highlights at some point here, but Ronald Acuna is the player of the game. Well, Hamels the win, Pablo Lopez the loss, and Will Smith the save. We remind you to donate to the Trevor Project to help out our friends in the LGBTQ community. And of course, we don't make any money off this, so please donate. And look at some highlights. Freddie Freeman lining to right. The back-to-back hits in the first got things going as the Braves took a 1-0 lead, and then Camargo homering to right. A 385-foot home run that just barely got out, but it got out in a 2-0 lead for the Braves. Then we go to the second, and the offense just kept on coming. Acuna with a 460-foot blast was dangerously close to hitting the glass in the back of the left field stands. A 4-0 lead. It became 5 with Camargo making another big splash in right field. First of 2 he would have on the day, but he gets it all the way up onto the second deck. It was a home run derby, really, for the Braves. And then the rally for Miami in the bottom of the 4th. Chisholm brought home a pair with the single. But Atlanta put things to bed in the 5th. That was the last inning runs would be scored. Acuna homering to left, his second of the day. And Freddie Freeman also getting in on the action. This one 400 feet into the beautiful purple sky of Miami. He brings home a run with the solo shot. And that would really be it. A 7-4 lead. Camargo thought he might have another, which would have been his 3rd. But he flies out because Dickerson just snags it. Looked like it was going out. It certainly would have. And then Will Smith strikes at Diaz on a fastball to end the game. So the Braves get a big series opening victory, 7-4, to start this pivotal 3-game set. In Miami, Acuna is the player of the game, Hamels the win, Lopez the loss, Smith the save, and we've got a good matchup still to come in the 2 p.m. slot on MLB Ball. Looks like we are just in time for it. We got some time, a few minutes to hang out with Kyle and Tyler. How are you guys doing?
Thank you, Aiden. I'm doing really good today. As you mentioned before, we got a good matchup between the Rockies in Colorado versus the Minnesota Twins. Twins in this case, obviously at the top of the AL Central, but both teams in Cleveland, the Indians and the White Sox, hot on their heels. A half game and 1.5 games back as well. Also, seemingly came at the worst time. Minnesota has their starting catcher Mitch Garver and Josh Donaldson both down to injuries. So as we started a 3-game set here in Miami, we're going to start a 3-game set in Minnesota. Tyler, what do you think about the matchup today for the pitchers between Marquez and Maeda?
Well, guys, just like we saw in this series debut at Marlins Park, we're going to see another very good matchup in a series debut. Hopefully, if we can get anything like as powerful as it was for Atlanta versus Miami, we are in store for a fantastic game. You mentioned, Kyle, that the Twins are down a few catchers. Alex Avila will be getting that start. We'll get more about him later on in this game, batting in the 9 spot. But this should be a great matchup, a great interleague square-off between these two teams.
Yep. One thing, the Rockies, I believe their last series was against the Royals, and this time they're going to continue with interleague play. Minnesota around the AL Central. Maeda, the starter for the Twins, the only MLB pitcher this year so far without a loss. No on the year, the 2.36 ERA. We're going to more about him, obviously, once the game starts.
Yeah, Maeda has been looking great so far throughout the season, and like you mentioned before, still has not lost yet, so we'll see what the former Dodger can do against a Rockies team he has not faced since he was facing off against NL West batters just about a year ago.
It's kind of like a blast from the past for Maeda, as in this case, as you mentioned, or Rocky. This
yeah,
case
really, that's
can go on.
Oh, excuse me, sorry about that, Kyle. But yeah, that's really going to help out Maeda, because when it comes to interleague play, it's all about if you're able as a pitcher to see some of these batters, and that's going to really work out in his case. Actually, one of the better hitters for the Rockies against Maeda is David Dahl, who batted over 300 against him last year, but Dahl is out a few days with an injury, sidelined with that bicep. So that's going to be a big loss for the Rockies, because he definitely mashed Maeda in the past.
All right, well, that's basically going to wrap things up for us in Miami. Atlanta, with the win, improves to 48-34. We'll see if they can gain any ground in the National League East, depending on how Washington does in their series. The Marlins now dropped to 2 games under 500 at 40-42. And they are 13 games back of first place in the National League East. So, for Jaden Becker, I'm Aiden Blank. Jaden, any closing thoughts before we send things out to Minnesota?
The NL East is getting pretty close, and that top race for the top 2 spots is going to be pretty interesting going down the stretch. The All-Star break's coming pretty close soon as we're at the midway point, so I'm going to be Bob Ball. Really got exciting things coming.
All right, well, certainly an exciting game. The Braves get the win with a 7-4 final. They take the opener of the series. They'll play 2 more. Tomorrow's not streamed, but potentially on Sunday. So we'll send things out to Kyle and Tyler. For Jaden Becker, I'm Aiden Blank. Enjoy the rest of your Bot Ball day, everybody.
Target Field, one of the more newer, in this case, MLB stadiums to be built. The Twins starting here in 2010. These are going to come just the Rockies today. From Target Field, as I mentioned, Kyle DeSantis, Tyler Damberg on the call. Looking at Kenta Maeda, the starter today, and we got a little bit more about Kenta Maeda.
Yeah, he has been pitching very well. He's 8-0 on the season. A pitching repertoire at a glance. Maeda relied primarily on his 4-seam fastball, a slider, uses a change and a circle change and a curveball, as well as a 92-mile-per-hour sinker. And we'll see Charlie Blackmon to start things off.
You mentioned Charlie Blackmon's going to start off. 1, 2, 3 hitters, Blackmon, Murphy, and Arenado. All 3 former All-Stars. First pitch from Maeda. Side for a strike, 2:02 Eastern Time, and we're underway here from Target Field.
First pitch, 7-11.
Called off from Lee Blackmon, won the NL batting title in 2017, also a former home run derby competitor. Put himself down 0-2 early. Go inside again. Count.
Charlie Blackmon's also got one of the best fashion senses in the game, or maybe more on the goofy side.
Running off once again. Weather today, mid-60s today. Overcast here. Target Field, Minnesota. Still 1-2 count to Blackmon, the leadoff man for Colorado. Pitch from Maeda. Go there, 2-2. Maeda apparently trying to go inside low fastball. You think it's trying to set up something here?
It looks like it. Maybe try and go for that back door on the righty-lefty matchup in a curveball situation.
Side fastball grounded right into the shift. This pitches it took from Maeda to retire Charlie Blackmon. And out though.
Smart shift. Blackmon, relatively pull ball hitter out of the left side, and that's just a nice play over on the shift. And the Twins can keep getting those strategic outs. That's going to be big for yet another win. Put him up in the mid-50s.
Pitch to Murphy, Daniel Murphy that is. Inside half the plate, 0-1. Murphy against Maeda career-wise had pretty good hitting luck against him, 3 for 9 his career.
Yeah, Murphy, that hero in back in the day in the NLCS in 2015, just an exceptional postseason he had altogether, then collapsed in the World Series just like a bunch of his Mets teammates. But here he is in Colorado trying to make the best of his time.
Out to left field, Rosario running back to make the catch just in front of the morning track. Be 2 outs now.
Batting third.
And have the third baseman, Nolan Arenado, up the plate.
This will be a tough out as always. You mentioned before Kyle, Blackman, Murphy, Arenado's all-stars at one point, and well, Nolan Arenado, no stranger to the All-Star game, that's for sure. He has been red hot over his past couple of seasons, and he's trying to make his 4th consecutive NL All-Star start.
That pitch, fastball inside for a strike, as you mentioned. Looking for his 4th straight season as a starter. An all-star for the past 5 seasons. Lines that one down the line. It's going to go foul.
And if you can't get Arenado out, that's going to be tough when you see Trevor Story rolling up the 28 home runs and 55 RBIs, even scarier than some of Arenado's offensive numbers in this current season.
The top half of Colorado lineup, definitely something that isn't taken lightly. 2 pitch from Maeda. High inside, 2-2 count now.
Then you go down to more of the bottom of the lineup. You'll see guys like Ramel Tapia and Garrett Hampson. These are guys that can get on base and have some speed on the base paths as well.
A full count now, 3-2. Trevor Story on deck. Another guy to not take too lightly. Tony Wolters, the catcher, in the 8th hole today. Obviously the hero in that 2018 NL wildcard game. That was his debut in the playoffs. Drove in the game-winning run with an RBI single. Rounded foul. Going to be 3-2. We're going to do it again. Maeda versus Arenado. Foul ball.
Like Arenado working the count here, just doing what he can do best, and that's just work the pitches as much as he can.
Another foul there. Tried to switch speeds and pitches. This is going to be the 9th pitch of the at-bat. Made a nearing 20 pitches so far. Not even through 3 innings. Or not even through 3 outs. The pitch.
That's ball 4.
And it's going to be a walk. Walk this time. The Rockies. Nado on first. You're going to have Trevor Story, the shortstop, hitting cleanup today.
Yeah, and Trevor Story has just been a story in his multiple years that he's played, no pun intended, because he has just been incredible. The only player in Major League history to record 6 home runs in the team's first 4 games, and especially coming into his rookie season when he did that, he set the MLB world on fire, and he's been doing that in the ML Bop Ball community.
A grounder up the middle. Played there by baseman in Arias. Here through the top of the first, going to the bottom of the first, Kepler, Polanco, and Cruz. Soda from Target Field. German Marquez, starter today for Colorado. Be his 17th start of the year, 4-4 record, 3.6 ERA.
Yes, and Marquez relying on that 4-seamer, slider, curve, sinker, and a rarely thrown changeup, and he's going to have his work cut out for him with the Bomba squad rolling up today.
Getting off for Minnesota, the right fielder Max Kepler. We lined that one into right field. Going to go down for a base hit. Going to bounce off the wall. Kepler going to go for second. Blackman throwing in. To be in there for a double. Lead-off double for Kepler. He is 6th on the year.
You just look at this pitch, Marquez. Not going to say that's a mistake pitch, but that's a good pitch to start off in an opening at bat to start off the first at bat for Kepler. But he just got a piece of it, like the pitch you saw, and released it into the right field corner.
That's a ball.
Pitch to Jorge Polanco. Side 1-0. Another thing for Kepler is with that double, only third in the American League in double, and in this case, Polanco, fourth place right behind him.
That shows that they can find the gaps to both right center and left center, and that's critical for Balodelli's ball club.
In this case, they're also 1 and 2 back-to-back in the order. 2 for hitters for this Minnesota Twins team. 1 away, 2 and 1 now.
And Polanco, he's been doing a relatively good job trying to follow up what was just an incredible 2019 campaign, especially his first half of the season. Got the All-Star starter nod, and at short, even though he was the only Twin to start, man, were the Minnesota Twins very good, especially at the start of last year.
Be another liner to Blackman out and right. It's going to be a single this time around. First and third. Outs here in the bottom of the first.
Marquez just dragging that slider inside to Polanco. I think that's going to be an adjustment that Tony Walters, the catcher, is going to have to advise onto his pitcher, not to, in a righty-lefty situation with a lefty batter, you don't want to throw that breaking ball inside, because you hang it inside to a Twins batter, pretty much anybody in the lineup will spank it into the gap or over the fence.
Talking about throwing one to the Twins batter, Nelson Cruz, opposite shot, right field, long gone. Two-run home run for Cruz, 23rd on the season. Twins come out early 3-0 lead.
That's the last thing you want if you're Marquez. The 1, 2, and 3 hitters, double, single, home run by Nelson Cruz to knock in, and that's the 23rd home run of the season for Nelly Cruz, and it just keeps getting worse for Rocky starting pitching to start things off. You look at that breaking ball thrown in by Marquez. Cruz takes it the other way, and that's really saying that he can expand his horizons and take it over that tall wall and right.
Pitch to the cleanup man, Eddie Rosario. Be in for a strike.
Rosario's one of my... carry on, Kyle.
Rosario, as I was mentioning, he's also there in home runs, nearing his next one will be his 20th so far in the season. Currently 12th in the American League in that department.
Nope, that's a ball. 2 balls, 1 strike, the count.
Again outside. Time a slider. And 2 count now.
Full count, 3-2.
Look to hit the inner half of the plate. Called a ball off by the home plate umpire. Count. Full count in this case. We're going to do it again as Rosario fouled that pitch off. Marquez. Side, that's going to be walk second of the game for both sides combined in this case. Just for Marquez. Rosario, man on first, still no outs. It's up 3-0.
The woes continue. Right now, you just need to mound him to compose German Marquez. If you got to find a way to calm him down, that's got to be the solution, because when you allow 4 opportunities to reach base safely in the first 4 batters, you know something's going on with Marquez, and not a good sign for the Rockies starting pitchers.
Yelsino stepping in today. And I'll count to him. Be lined foul on the third base line. 1-1 count.
Sano's has to be one of the better redemption stories after he was busted just a few years back, sent down to single A after starting in the All-Star game, and now he's pretty much doing whatever he can. He's playing at first today, has played at third, has obviously been a DH, and when you get guys like him and Nelson Cruz that can pretty much play wherever, even in their older days, that's big for the Twins.
I think today, in general, for the MLB, if you have players that can enter into that utility role, they're going to be much more useful for your squad. Pitch inside by Marquez, 2 count.
Yeah, and that's proved to be big for the Twins because their depth is one of the best in Major League Baseball with Astudillo even on the bench, guys like him, and Sano has just been a high point for this Twins team.
Kick out, outer half fastball. No, down swinging. The Marwin Gonzalez, the third baseman, to come up to the dish. Beautiful knuckle curve there by Marquez. 1 count.
Gonzalez has been a guy that you talked about the utility role, and he's been solely the utility man. Hasn't seen too many game opportunities, but when he does, he'll basically play wherever. But compared to last year, a solid season for him, double-digit home runs, RBIs into the 50s, but this year's been interesting because he hasn't been able to play too often.
Yeah, that's the thing with like some of these players around the majors where you're not really able to see them come to their full potential, and some people could just say that they could not be too good, but it might be considering how consistent, how much amount of playing time they're getting.
Yeah, well, when Gonzalez was signed by the Twins in the offseason coming into the 2019 year, that was what everybody was going to think. He was going to be this utility guy, but will play more than he did in Houston, and in this season's case in 2020, it has been the opposite.
Another full count here. Dario on first. Now, bottom of the first. Side fastball going to be shot down into right field. Blackman going to go for a jumping catch. No good there. The runner's continuing and didn't see what happened. He just stood there. Been a glitch in the system either way. Second and third for the Twins.
Not a bad idea by Marquez, paying that inside high fastball, but Gonzalez timed it up perfectly. Not a good read on Blackman's part. Looked like he just underplayed it, and then not great base running either from Rosario, and the Rockies really did get a lucky break from a nice hop off the wall in the right field corner, or Rosario would probably be scoring at this point.
Considering how some of the MLB parks are designed, as you see could be in one way, that could have been ground rule double. It's a little grounder by Arias. Over space, Murphy stepping on the bag. Now finally the second out. Bottom of the first.
Nicely laced ball by Arias, but he tattooed that one a little bit too hard, and that prohibited Rosario from scoring. So this big opportunity for Byron Buxton.
It's a big opportunity for the former second overall pick in 2012 by the Twins. And then third, Marquez just threw his 30th pitch. One outside, 1-1.
And Buxton's value has just been so incredible to this ball club, but even in that identity change and a lot of new personnel changes, Buxton's been that main constant in this organization.
It's the Twins, in this case, for any team, if you have to have high hope in this case, and a high, just Buxton was back in 2012. Stayed with the team for most of that time. Now finds himself up in the count, 3-1.
Yeah, he basically got his big break when Aaron Hicks left, and that turned out to be a big blow, but not for long, because then the baseball world realized the potential and ability of Byron Buxton in center.
One low fastball in this case. This is loaded now for Minnesota. This case, say in this case one more time in this idea. We're going to have Alex Avila, catcher, again in for Harbor. The plate in a big scenario.
Big opportunity for Avila. It's just next man up for him, the third string catcher. And, well, Kyle, this has just been a treacherous outing in just 2/3 of an inning for Marquez. And right now, if I'm Bud Black, the manager for the Rockies, I don't see Marquez lasting through 3 or 4 innings. He's already at 35 pitches.
About this scenario could be good for the Rockies in this case, as Avila 0 for 8 lifetime off of German Marquez. 1 pitch, high fastball, just getting in the zone. 1-2. The line into center, back towards the wall, gonna make the catch in this case. That was Hampson. He's dodging a major bullet. This is loaded jam, they will get out of it. Unless a Nelson Cruz home run. 3 runs on the board for Minnesota. Twins up 3-0 after 1.
Leading off for the Rockies, the left fielder.
Back here, target field, Kyle DeSantis and Tyler Danberg. Raimel Tapia stepping in. Pitch from Maeda. This ball going to be grounded. In this case, it's going to be 4-3. Arias to Sano. And pitch 1 out.
That's what you want to keep doing if you're Maeda. Try and limit as many pitches as possible. Much to the dismay of German Marquez. But if you're Maeda right now, you just pitch your own game, really slow down your at-bats, because up 3-0 in the top of the second, you've got time on your side.
Nope, foul ball.
The grounder is going to be foul off the bat of Ryan McMahon. 1-0-1, the pitch now. Other half fouled off. To go for a circle change, 0-2.
That's what Maeda can bring to the table. He throws both a change and a circle change, and there is a quite big of a distinction between the two pitches.
Nope.
1-2 now, high fastball.
Ball inside.
Again, Maeda going inside for the fastball. 2 inside there. 2 count.
Full count.
A full count to the count to McMahon. Remember, Maeda walked Arenado back in the first. Be his second walk on the day if he pitched another pitch outside to McMahon. Ice slider. The call, Maeda. Strikeout on the day.
The designated hitter.
The 2 outs now. Ben Rogers stepping in today, the DH hitter.
That is a very risky pitch by Maeda, but boy, did it catch that just inside part of the zone. And just an incredible pitch by the hurler for Minnesota. But again, with risk sometimes come reward, and he did that to ring up McMahon.
1 count after that pitch to the former first-round pick, Brendan Rodgers. Now 1-1. This ball missed the mark again inside. Maeda didn't look too pleased by that call, but go again.
Kyle, it's good to see Rodgers getting some time in an interleague situation, because you want to extend his power literally. You want to get him some more at-bats, and putting him at the DH spot in this situation is big for the Rockies.
He popped up to right field. Be Kepler going to make the catch. 3 quick outs for Minnesota. Going to be Kepler, Polanco, and Cruz, the top of the order as we go to the bottom of the second. Leading off for Twins. In this case, Buckman, right fielder. Max Kepler.
1-0.
Fastball 1-0.
Just a reminder, you can donate to the Trevor Project. Again, we do all of this for fun and for the love of baseball, but you can always donate to our featured nonprofit, and today it's the Trevor Project.
Count is 2-1.
One pitch high. 1 count now. Be a little liner into left field against this shift. It's going to be another hit for the Twins. Another hit. Kepler now 2 for 2 on the day.
The batter, number 11.
Another leadoff man for Minnesota. In this case, the leadoff hitter, Max Kepler.
Kepler thought Marquez was going to change it up and go outside, wondering why Walters didn't want to set up on the outer third or half of the plate, but Kepler adjusted and just drives it the other way, unlike his double to start off the bottom of the first, in which he lined into the right field corner.
Blanco stepping in now. Single, and he scored last inning. Pitch. Really good slider. It's Blanco 0-1. Blanco on the season. Little stat, he's grounded into 10 double plays so far.
The Twins really don't need to experiment with their lineup, but right now is a good spot where they have pretty much everything working for them from top to bottom. And right now, when you're in a high-speed chase between the Twins, the Indians, and the White Sox, you just want to keep it there, because you go from top, you got Kepler, Polanco, Cruz, then you still have guys like Luis Arias and Byron Buxton at the bottom.
If you have a balanced order like that, it's different in this case where you got talented hitters on both sides of the lineup. Swings and misses. That low curveball bobbled around by the catcher. Strikeout again. In this case, Marquez is second on the day. Replay right here.
Great breaking ball. Try to get Polanco to chase. That was the goal. And Marquez finally gets something to go his way. And bringing up Polanco is pretty big piece of the action.
Yes, that was his second strikeout on the day. Second one swinging, I might add, as Nelson Cruz steps in. Hit that big 3-run home run last inning. Resulted in the Twins having this 3-0 lead.
Right now, I'm looking at most likely a slider or maybe a sinker down and away on the lower part of the plate. You see Cruz in that open stance. He was dangerous, dragging a pitch inside. You don't want to do that again.
One fastball, it's going to be shot into left center field. The run is Hampson, he'll make the catch. We're going to run back to first. 2 outs now. Bottom of the second. Rosario stepping in, the left fielder. Walks the last inning. It's his bat on the day.
And the way he walked was just in such a valiant manner. He worked the count up to 8, 9, 10 pitches, and then was very selective towards the waning pitches of that at-bat.
And no fastball. Another moonshot here in Minnesota. Long gone Rosario. In this case, will be another home run. Him, his 20th. 20 over there. 16 feet. 5-0 Twins.
There really aren't enough words to say how big Rosario's bat has been at times, and right now the Rockies have to be turning their backs in the dugout because that's just been one of those nights. Look at this replay. Got a high pitch, really had to extend for that one, and he knew, Rosario did, it was gone from the moment he got a piece of the ball on the bat.
As you saw afterwards, the few little hops and the bat flip to follow. Marquez again. not happy where that pitch is going. 2 home runs for Minnesota, but which resulted in a 5-0 lead. No stepping in, second time today.
Man, you look at that replay, those exaggerated hops. Sammy Sosa would be proud. Very Sosa-esque on those mini hops, unlike his big hops.
One slider, tried to get him to chase. Oh, held back. Then one. Inside fastball, playing with fire, considering Sano is somewhat of a hard hitter his own way. The way, swing and a miss, 1-2.
That's what we call an anger pitch, Kyle. When it's not going your way, in Marquez case down 5 runs, that's an anger frustration pitch, taking it all out on the fastball.
Though, as Snow fouled it off, that fastball did seem to come in handy. Instead of a swing and a miss. Then 2 again. To go to that same spot as that anger fastball, as you called it before, fouled off. Another fastball grounded. For Story gonna throw all the way from the other side. Not in time.
Now batting.
A base hit. In this case, Foster, the pitching coach, gonna come out for the Rockies to talk to his starter.
You need to know what's going on right there, because you want to make sure that you, the pitching coach, and Herman Marquez are on the same page. But if you're Miguel Sano and you're getting an infield single, that had to be the most perfectly placed ground ball, and that was pretty darn close to being perfect. Definitely flawless as can be. Story made a great play, but Sano, even with his slow wheels, he was able to dig it out.
Under through side of the field, overrun by Blackman. Runners on the course, another wild throw by Blackman. Back-to-back plays by him. 2 outs in the bottom of the second, runners on the corners.
And give Blackman the error for Sano's advancing to third base, and that's like one we saw in the National League wild card with Trent Grisham overrunning it, and the Nationals took that lead. Just talk about a flashback right there, but that's the night for Marquez.
Night for Marquez, up near 60 pitches. 1 2/3. Be a rough outing for him, one that he would not like to remember.
Now pitching for the
Case Chichi Gonzalez.
number 50.
He's gonna get the nod. Be in a long relief role. In this case, we're not even through 2.
And Gonzalez packs a lot of good stuff with, and you look at that 2-1 record, and in a handful of starts, that's big. But when your starting pitcher, when the pitcher you're relieving gave up 8 hits in just an inning and 2/3, you know you got to be there to try and bail your teammate Marquez out in this runners in the corner situation.
1 pitch to the second baseman, Arias. Gonzalez, inside fastball. Get a quick pop-up. Story settling under it. He's going to make the catch. Quick pitches there. Not before 2-run Rosario blast. That Twins lead up to 5. Here through 2 in Minnesota. 5-0 Twins.
Leading off for Colorado. The catcher,
Here,
number 14.
good field. Tony Walters, the catcher, step in for his first at bat on the day. Hauled off that outer fastball. And Kenta Maeda. One for a breaking ball. Circle change that time. Just held off 1-1.
I got the count 1 and 2.
Back to that circle change again. This time, instead of low on the outer half of the plate, gonna miss 1-2.
Going back with that change, that's a nice pitch.
To the change, back to the curve. In this case, second strikeout on the day for Maeda, as you see the AL Central standings. Minnesota barely hanging on, a half game over Cleveland. 1 game. The White Sox as the 9th hitter, center fielder, made that big play to get out of that bases inning. This is Juice Jam in the bottom of the first. Garrett Hampson's going to step in.
And over his last 7 games, he's batting .417, 10 for 24, and he's a guy with 9 stolen bases on this season. You put him on base, you're going to reap the benefits for sure, and he really has a lot of speed. We saw early with the display of the glove out in center.
Second pitch actually going to go for a bunt overrun by Gonzalez. And Hampson's going to get on with a bunt single.
Tough play at third for Marwin Gonzalez, and just a beautiful drag bunt by Garrett Hampson. And he had the speed to beat that out, in my opinion, probably regardless. Even if Gonzalez gathered it with the bare hand, I still think Hampson had enough speed to beat it out.
Maeda going to face the top of the order. Charlie Blackman, 1 on the day. Gets himself up in the count 2-0. Side 3 straight balls in this case. 3-0. Daniel Murphy, we're all-star on deck.
You're going to have those at-bats, though, Kyle, even when things are going really fluid so far, those pitches and those at-bats will happen when you got to come back 3-0, 2-0.
It's that case if you're a pitcher, you got to realize, okay, got to get something in the zone. I got to put off on a better foot. As you see, Maeda had that fastball earlier on. The fastball fouled off. Back into a full count. Hampson on first, 1 man out.
Now you got to be considerate of your mix of pitches in a 3-2 count.
Another foul ball. A full count. We're going to do it again. Another foul off. Blackman going down. Two. Fouled off pitch.
I know you got to be conservative now, but on a 3-2 count, I'd look for that curveball or even that sinker from Maeda, because you need to mix up your pitches even on a scarce count like 3-2.
Go to the slider there. Blackman lined it. Still foul. Once again. This ball flied out into right center field. On to make the catch is Buxton. Buxton will remain on first. Still 2 outs.
You look at that blazing speed. I'm not sure if we're going to get a replay of that defensive display from Byron Buxton, but man, Kyle, did Buck get over in a hurry over to his left.
Outs now in the top of the third to the former slugger, Daniel Murphy. That fastball 0-1. Two to go again. We'll change outside. And 2 now. Fastball. A stop by Gonzalez. Throw onto first in time. And what a way to get out of the inning for Minnesota. Lead by a score of 5-0 as we go to the bottom of the third. Here. The field, Heidi Watney from the sideline. She's reminding us to donate to the Trevor Project. In this case, that's our mission of the week. Claire and I were all doing this on a voluntarily basis. And although we aren't getting any money, we'd be thankful if anyone decided to donate to the Trevor Project.
It's not bad to just keep our chops wet during this time of no broadcasts right now. We're just in a tough situation, but makes all things better when you can donate to great foundations like the Trevor Project.
See that? Buxton pops up behind the plate. Walter's going to make the catch. Pitch one out. Chichi Gonzalez, who came on in relief of Marquez at the end of last inning. Alex Avila stepping in for the second time today. A fastball, 1-0 count.
And right now, Chichi Gonzalez is on a good track to go 3, maybe 4 innings. He's fresh in terms of usage, and you want a guy like him, a long reliever, to go deep into this game and try and limit as much damage as he can.
Dollars for one thing. Right man for the job. He did throw a complete game shutout in 2015 against Kansas City. Just that high fastball, held off, 1-2 count. Two inside fastball. Vila got some wood on it.
I believe that complete game shutout you were referring to was originally supposed to be a bullpen start, but he was just throwing the ball so well that it turned into be a 7 to 8 inning effort. Then there we were with a complete game shutout and a gem for Gonzalez.
Times where there are pitchers where you expect them to do, they end up surprising you in this case, as Gonzalez did in 2015. Pitch to Avila. Held off. We're up to 8 pitches again in this at bat. It's going to be the 9th here to the 9th hole hitter. 2-2. Fastball outside. Strike 3 called. Swinging. Gonzalez's first strikeout on the day. Now, Max Kepler going to step up at the top of the order for Minnesota.
It's always going to be a tough out, Kyle. 2 for 2 today with that double, then a single his last time up. You know, he can find pretty much anywhere in the outfield. He'll hit them where they aren't, and that will be one of the keys to Max Kepler's offensive prowess.
And he could hit it anywhere. He can also hit the ball. Just to hit the ball is up to 91 hits. And on the team, impatient. Side changeup, 2-1 count now to the leadoff man.
Puts him within the top 20 in the American League.
So in the top half of the American League, I believe 12th in batting average in the 300s. Their teammate Mitch Garver also on that list as well, but currently injured and missing some time.
Garver's just out here to prove to everyone that his season last year was absolutely no fluke at all. And so far, Kylie's done a great job proving a lot of criticizers wrong.
In this case, he's out with the sprained knee ligament. A few more days and he should be back in the lineup. 2-2 pitch outside. Kepler did swing, fouled it off luckily. And 2 still. Then out.
3 balls, 2 strikes.
Gonzalez tried going inside. Another full count today.
We talk about Garver. We talk about him being out and Avila preceding Max Kepler. But it's been big that Avila is getting some time. And Astudillo, as he can go pretty much wherever he plays, whether he's at third or whether he played in the outfield a couple times last year or behind the plate. So that depth is key even in the backstop position.
Vila in this case, as we're going to have the 9th pitch at bat. He's also been in the MLB for a long time. Been with Detroit, both Chicago teams, Arizona. Now finds himself the Twins is full count. Max Kepler on off pitches. Another foul ball. A full count. Gonzalez versus Kepler. From Gonzalez.
Nope, that's down. Ball four.
Fastball. It's going to be a walk. The third walk for who's pitching today. Or, Rocky's pitching, my bad. Good walk. Twins. Hey, Polanco is going to step in.
Incredible patience there by Max Kepler, taking the pitches, and then it turned out that final 3-2 payoff pitch was as close as can be, and good job by Kepler with his good eye to read that.
Another bat flied out into center. Garrett Hampson will make the catch. Here through 3. The 4th middle heart of the order for Colorado coming up. Arenado, Story, and Tapia.
Leading off for the Rockies.
Target field in this case. 4-5 hitters for the Rockies. Be Nolan Arenado, Trevor Story, and Ramel Tapia. Arenado, the former Gold Glover, stepping in. Slide out into shallow right. Kepler running on, going for the dive. It's going to bounce off his glove. Arenado will get on base. Kepler for the effort.
Next for Colorado.
Yeah, I mean, this is an A for effort situation, and he dives. It almost got a glove. I mean, he got a glove on it, but almost got it. Stayed within the mitt, kept his eye on it. But nice piece of hitting by Arenado, just enough to wedge it in beneath the ground, and Max Kepler diving in right.
I think Arenado could have gotten little pitch inside, a little jammed, but either way, himself, leadoff man on first base. Up hitter Trevor Story now for Colorado. Held off. Story up to 55 RBIs on the year. Eats the team.
Ball, that's off the plate.
And 1 count now. A fastball missed.
So far, it's been a tale of the walks. We've seen over 6 base on balls in this contest.
1 and 2. Story fouled it off. Be another slider, another strike 3. Story didn't like that call. Away. Hit his 3rd strikeout on the day. Next one will be his 100th on the season. We get a replay. Low away slider.
Just a great slider, like you said, low and away. And Story, give him props for looking at it, because that's, for many, a must-swing opportunity because of that quick break when it crosses the plate. But that's a great pitch, nonetheless, by Kenta Maeda to ring up yet another batter.
Mentioned Story caught looking. All 3 strikeouts for Maeda have been batters looking.
1-1.
Pitch outside, 1-1. Mel Tapia. This ball going to be grounded up. Diving stop by Polanco. Going to get it. All runners will advance, or in this case, 1 runner will advance. Go down as a base hit in the scores.
Ryan McMahon.
Maeda in a bit of trouble here. Just in second, 1 out. And McMahon up the dish.
That was a nice play by Polanco at short to knock it down. Just like Kepler did. Didn't get a good piece of it looked like.
Kepler lined that one right to him. Ran over, make the catch. A quick out there. Maeda, a pinch hitter, Brendan Rodgers. Stepping in for the 2nd time today. 0 for 1, he flew out in the 2nd.
And holding those runners, holding Arenado at 2nd and Tapia at 1st. Again, those are very big. If you're Maeda and you still are in pursuit of a shutout, or at least just as limiting the stressful situations, and with that line out, with that nice placement of the pitch Maeda threw, that really allowed the runners to stay put.
We're getting away in the dirt. Nice stop by Avila. Both runners will stay. 1 and 2 count now. Brendan Rodgers, who's a part of the Futures game in both 2017 and 18. Side, pulling out a double 2.
You know that the Rockies are definitely still investing as much as they can into this young star Rodgers.
Strikeout this time swinging, 4th on the day for Maeda, number 100 on the year. Colorado leaves a few stranded. Well, the order for Minnesota coming up as we go to the bottom of the 4th from Target Field. Again at Target Field, it's going to be 3, 4, and 5 for the Twins. Sim Cruz, Eddie Rosario, and Miguel Sano. Here's 1 for 2. Homered already on the day, 3 runs, and home run in the first. And I'll count, blowing away from Gonzalez.
Talked about when you're approaching Cruz, you're going to look to try and pinpoint the lower parts. His stature is just overwhelming. He's in that very upright stance and that open stance with his feet, so you want to try and target low and outside, but if you do it like that pitch right there, high and outside, Cruz has a better chance to do what he did in the first inning and take it the other way and get some arc and launch angle on that.
Also made that ball big. It was, I believe, it was a hanging king ball as well, which obviously, if you're a power hitter like Cruz, get under it. Gotten a bit under it there on that pitch. Head out, Arenado. The catch just behind the pitcher's mound. Now, as you see, on Marquez, 2/3 inning, 8 hits, 5 earned runs, 2 walks, strikeouts, even get through 60 pitches.
Just wasn't his day, Kyle, and that's just going to happen. Those are the breaks of playing in this long season. There's a lot still to be played, and Marquez will probably fall to 4 and 5, but hey, you never know. He might end up getting a no decision if the Rockies can try and not leave runners stranded on the base paths.
No decision in this case is the best scenario. Marquez, a fouled off pitch. Rosario, the left fielder, still up in the count though, 2-1.
I'd say the Twins, one of their only weaknesses is the starting pitching, but you get to the bullpen and you know that they're going to be able to bring it even on limited days rest, because the Twins are very good. When you go to Romero and Duffy and even guys like Tyler Clippard and Sergio Romo and Trevor May, and you get down to the nitty-gritty and you know you're in for something when you see those big relievers coming out of the bullpen for Minnesota.
High inside, fouled off by Rosario. 2 count. In this case, if you're Rosario, if there's anything close, you're bad at it. A fouled away pitch. 2. You do it again. Lined that one down the line at the camera angle, but curved foul. Full count. Are you gonna line it? Arenado, third baseman that time in the shift. He's around near the shortstop location where he usually is on. For the shortstop, usually is in the diamond. That's now. Sano up the plate. Jairo Diaz in the bullpen for Colorado.
We mentioned that incredible complete game shutout in 2015 that Chichi Gonzalez had coming out of the bullpen. Well, Sergio Romo is another guy that in 2018 he had quite the bullpen start that ended up lasting 5 innings of shutout pitching, and you see Jairo Diaz warming up in the Rockies bullpen, that big right-hander. But Gonzalez and Romo, they share those similar qualities, except that the only thing that Romo has that Gonzalez doesn't is a bunch of rings that he garnered in San Francisco.
Yes, on and off that Giants team, I believe 2010, 2012, and 2014. Got a joke for me where it was like every other year where obviously in the even years I would think, oh, the Giants are going to do pretty good. They're going to have a run. In that case, that's how it was for them.
Yeah, I was about to say, it was always a good sign when it was every other year and the Giants weren't in the Fall Classic.
Be a swing and miss strikeout in that case, the second on the day for Sano. Swinging again. 2-4, Minnesota. Or beats nothing. Back here, good field, Heidi Watney again from the sidelines. This case for Rockies. I believe, if I'm correct, it's going to be either the end of the order and then the beginning. I believe it's Walters, Hampton, and Blackman. Yes, it will be. Walters stepping in.
The catcher.
And Heidi's been busy.
Tony Walter.
And also in the Twins bullpen, you got a couple of right-handers in this case. Could be on in relief for Maeda, who is getting up there in pitch count. Just misses hitting Walters, who's ninth in the NL All-Star vote for the catcher slot.
And the Twins can afford to use some arms, get some guys that haven't pitched in 2 or 3 days, because you simply can, unless it gets to that same situation. You're up by 5, you can at least spare 2 runs, and then if you have to use Duffy or May, then you utilize those guys. But if not, spread the wealth arm-wise, because you've got the opportunity to do so.
Pitch is fouled off from Walters, finds himself down in the count, 1-2. From Maeda, outside, 2-2 now.
You can tell when a pitcher is more on that lower fatigue when the breaking balls miss way outside and don't have too much break. You can tell they're starting to get tired because they're losing some length and some pinpoint accuracy on their breaking pitches.
2-2. Now 3-2. Ball went a bit too low. Going to be the center fielder, Hampson. Jared Hampson, that is going to be on deck. Which could have been low for ball 4. Walters hung at it, fouled off. Full count. Two, back at him again with the fastball. Swing and a miss. Maeda's 5th on the day as you see the American League ERA leaders. Maeda up there with pitchers such as Hyunjin Ryu, Ryan Yarbrough, Rick Cole, Zach Plezak, Fires, and AL Central pitcher Lucas Giolito.
Great company to be a part of when it comes to ERA. And Ryu has just been dominating for the Blue Jays. Another fun team to watch, and they're going to be coming up at 3:45 as they host the Angels.
It's going to be Eddie McCarthy and 133 on the call, or Mark Colley. I'd have to look that again. And again tried to go down for the bunt, fouled away. And in the count 0-2. Back-to-back punch-outs. Back swings and misses. Maeda's up to 6.
The right fielder, number 19.
That's good. Elevate the fastball when your four-seamer's really working well. Hampson, the guy, you want to put it in, and then Hampson, he likes his wheelhouse somewhere on the inside lower parts. So what do? You go middle or outside and put it up high in the zone, and that's what Maeda did.
Correct for the last 3 batters. To the 4th, struck out Rogers, Walters, and Hampson, all down swinging. Blackman steps in, 0-for-2 on the day.
That's the ball. Check out, 1-1.
That's what Maeda does so well, Kyle, is that he pitches to contact. He's not afraid of the bats. He won't avoid contact and try and throw around you. He'll throw to you and just see if he can just roll with the punches and get some strikeouts, because he's able to trust his defense. And the Twins have one of the better defenses in the American League.
Cut that off. Yeah, if you're a pitcher in the majors and anything, you have to have some sort of trust the defensive players and the defensive outline behind you. In this case, it just seems to have a lot of trust in them. Pitch inside, went for a slider. 2. fastball. Gonna miss. Make that 4 straight punch outs, all swinging. Go to the bottom of the 5th. Soda still leads 5-0.
Leading off for the Twins.
DeSantis Tyler Danberg here from Target Field. Be 6, 7, 8 for Minnesota. Gonzalez, Arias, and Buxton. Gonzalez for 2 on the day, a double and a single to his name.
And Chi-Chi's staying out there for yet another inning of relief, and that's, well, you know, that is quite a relief in that regard, because you want to try and save some arms if you're the Rockies with 2 more games with the Twinkies coming up, and then you keep going more into the meat grinder of the schedule.
In this case, if it is the beginning of a 3-game set, pitches away 2-1. Ball, that time a change up. Held off by Gonzalez. 2 count. This ball outer half of the zone. Right into the shift. I believe that was lined. Man made the catch. Bit low, but be 1 out. Arias, who still has yet to get a hit on the day.
And that's a very rare occasion. Plus 300 hitter last year, really was that underrated star, and possibly an all-star snub, but boy, did he hit the ball last year, and he's continuing to rope it as much as he can. Just hasn't gotten the better end of Lady Luck today, but that could always change as we're just at the bottom of the 5th inning.
A 1-1 count now. Arias, second baseman, signed out of Venezuela as an undrafted free agent in November 2013 as a 16-year-old. 1. Be rounded to Murphy, the first baseman. Another 3 unassisted. 2 outs now in the bottom of the 5th. Now Byron Buxton, 0 for 1 on the day. He's going to step in. Bottom of the 5th inning here from Target Field. Pitch high for a strike. We're Field Gold Glover 2017. Same location, same pitch, same result. Now 0-2. Buxton took 2 fastballs.
You mentioned Buxton's defense. Out of all outfielders, his defensive index, according to Saber, over the past 3 years has been the best in baseball.
Another cutter, or this time a cutter. 3 up, 3 down, through 5. Soda still leads by a score of 5-0.
Leading off for Colorado.
Here at Target Field, Maeda staying out so far for the 6th. Still has some run support behind him, so okay with Odeli's gang. Be Daniel Murphy, the first baseman, Arenado, third baseman, and Story, the shortstop.
And he's trying to follow up that immaculate top of the 5th inning. He was the elevator man, breaking balls down low, fastballs to finish on 0-2, 1-2, 3-2. Not on the 2-2. He never threw the breaking ball on 2-2, but there was a chance on 3-2 where he threw that high fastball to fool him.
Oh, 1-2 as Murphy fouled that off. Currently, his 4 batters have all gone down to swinging strikeouts. He is to, I believe, 7 on the game. High and inside, Murphy brushed back. 2.
Sometimes you just got to give a little bit of that chin music, and that's what Maeda did there.
Fastball, this time lined in. Be the first hit of the day for Murphy, the Rockies' 4th hit of the day. Off base runner for Colorado.
The third baseman.
Really hasn't been Murphy's day. Really hasn't been any of the Rockies' day, but he finally gets a really good pitch to hit a good piece of contact on the ball, just late on an inside fastball, but drives it in the left. And that's all you got to do, keep it simple, and that's what Murphy did.
Man on first now, no outs, top of the 6th, 4. Not out, going to be 5, 4, 3. Double player, I believe. Double play.
The shortstop, Trevor.
Well turned double play.
Third baseman. 5-4-3 in the scorebook.
Well turned around the horn.
Corey gonna step in, struck out, and was grounded out earlier. Gonna make an impact in this Rockies lineup, but fairly quiet. Only 4 hits so far today. We popped up some catch. The 3-3 down in this case. It'll be 9-1-2 for Minnesota. Kepler and Polanco come back.
Leading off for the Twins.
Avila steps in 0 for 2 on the day. He was flagged out earlier. You're in the ball stick here. Target. Zala staying out for another inning. Picking ball. Flying the middle base hit. You're gonna come down and get it. Going into the infield. Shortstop. Either way.
Now batting.
Look.
The right fielder.
It's on.
And I don't know, Kyle, that might be the end of the night for Chichi Gonzalez. I may be wrong, but nice piece of contact by Alex Avila, but you might be starting to maximize pretty much as you can to the usage for Chichi Gonzalez.
Oh, either way, Bud Black. Keep him on as of right now. It's off against Kepler again. 2 for 2 on the day. 1 a single. Switch to him. Side corner. 1 to the 317 hitter.
He had those 2 hits to start things off, but his best at-bat of the game was that 3-2 count he worked up as well as he could. A 13-pitch at-bat that resulted in a walk, and just the poise and plate discipline he had from the left side of the batter's box was huge to try and mount a possible run situation for the Twins, even though they came up empty in that half inning.
Side pitch 1-2. Gonzalez versus Kepler. Inside. To go for that cutter on the inner corner. It's a bit inside, 2 inside in this case, 2-2.
And that's where the cutter comes in to bite you a little bit more on the butt, because you can drag that inside, but it gets to the point where you got to really control it if you want to get that inside break in the zone.
A foul off in this case. I believe the Rockies, Jairo Diaz warming up in the bullpen. Wonder if that's still the case. Either way, be a strikeout in this case. On swinging, it's Kepler.
The batter number 11.
Replay here.
Great pitch.
Blanco.
Exerts as much velocity as you can. We go to our catcher cam at inside fastball, and Kepler, you knew he wanted to take that into the right field seats, but Gonzalez with enough speed and enough mustard to put that in the glove of Walters.
And shot in the center field for a base hit. Avila running to third. I don't know if he threw the stop sign or not. Either way, the runners on the corners was a hit and run. It's perfection. Minnesota just comes up. Already hit a 3-run home run this game.
Ball 1, no strike.
No pitch from Gonzalez.
2-0.
Oh, Cruz check the swing, pulled back. Now he's up in the count.
Going back to that hit and run, Derek Shelton liked to implement last year a lot of hit and runs. It's part of his game as just that hitting coach, but you don't see that too many often after that change, but it's well executed. Didn't expect to see Avila try and take off because if Polanco didn't get a piece of that, boy, Alex Avila, the slow-footed catcher, would be absolutely toast.
One. Fastball down middle, lower part of the plate. Could have been a bit early on it. Pulled it way foul. 2 pitch. Fastball. Actually a cutter. Held off again. 2-2. There's on the corners, 1 man out. 2 a little grounder, this time shortstop, 6-4, 3 double play. Rockies get out of the inning unscathed. Nothing. Minnesota.
Leading off for the Rockies, the left fielder, Rimo.
It's still sitting on Tyler W. Tyler Clipper. 2 of the 4 pitchers in that Minnesota bullpen with the Tremaine, Tyler Duffy, Tyler Clipper, and Will Rogers. Gonna be up there is Maeda still staying on. Going to go through 7.
And if you can get Maeda through this top frame of the 7th, you can be smooth sailing with Duffy going in the 8th, Clippard in the 9th. You can do the reverse with Clippard in the 8th, Duffy in the 9th, and that's something that Tyler Clippard's been able to do since he got out of Washington. He's been able to be versatile and be a long reliever, or start in the 7th or the 8th and be a setup man, instead of being that dominating closer that he was as a National.
Clippard actually was the first starter. He was converted in 2009 with Washington. The strikeout swinging, this time Maeda up to 8 now on the day.
Now batter, second baseman, Ryan McMahon.
It's that high fastball again. Maeda just really clinging on to that upper part of the zone, especially that's a great 2-strike pitch. Again, every strikeout's been swinging, and that's just Maeda's mantra.
8 strikeouts on the day. 3 were looking, and then obviously he had 4 straight swinging between the 4th and 5th, and now in the 7th. That strikeout number up to 8. Pitch inside to the second baseman, Ryan McMahon. One.
2 balls, 1 strike.
1. Circle changed. Went a bit inside. Almost hit McMahon on the foot. Pounder, Sano. And easily get it and back on to first. 3 unassisted once again.
Designated hitter, Brendan.
Be 3 up, 3 down again. For Colorado, Brendan Rodgers looking to change that. 0 for 2 on the day.
A lot of unassisted ground outs to the first baseman, whether it's Sano or whether it is at first Murphy. They're staying busy at the right hot corner.
But then Maeda, he's pitching away from hitting 100 on the knee. His second pitch inside fastball, 1-1. Fastball in the upper 80s. All the way from Rodgers. And 2, Maeda now up to 100 pitches. Looks like this could be the last inning him. Well, so far, only allowed, I believe, 5 hits on the day. Inside, 2. Again, that fastball.
Look for that up high fastball here.
Fastball this time a bit low. Reyes onto Sano.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for the
Case
traditional...
Maeda has gone through 7 innings. They're going to the bottom of the 7th here as Dario Sano and Gonzalez. Twins lead 5-0.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now
Pitcher, in this case, for the Colorado Rockies in the form,
Jairo
Diaz. His career as a catcher, following the 2009 season, converted to a pitcher similar to Twins pitcher in the bullpen, Tyler Clippard. Either way, he's going to face 4, 5, and 6 in this Twins order.
His big frame, you could tell that he was at that position for a very long time, and that's what brought him up in the organization, but came to the realization that he probably couldn't cut it, so he made that transition and switched over to the mound, and he's been successful relatively so far. He's maintained an ERA of at least under 4 in the past couple of seasons, and Diaz has been relatively successful.
2 pitch. Then in the shift. Hunter's over in the shift. On to first. Murphy catches it for first out of the day. Or first out of the bottom of the 7th. A long day in this case for be the Rockies. It could be for the Twins after that early first inning offensive spree. So you're righty and a lefty. Brian Shaw now the bullpen with Jake McGee, the lefty. So now coming in for the Twins. I know now. The 2-seamer, 98 on the radar, and the zone.
At that max gas for Diaz.
To get him inside, got him to swing at it. He bit. Stood up behind the plate. Gets the mask off, makes the catch. Be a 1-2-3 inning for Minnesota as Gonzalez steps in. 2-3, double and a single on the day for him.
You'll see that speed comparison for the starters coming up soon, but that was short-lived for Marquez. But Maeda, as of right now, is still out there. Not sure what's going to happen, but with Gonzalez and Marquez together, their speed only maxed out around 96, 97, so this will be an adjustment with 98, 99, even 100 on the radar gun for Diaz.
A grounder into right field. Blackman, he's gonna the ball on the grounder there. Wallace pulls it. A base runner for the Twins.
Diaz took some cheese off that pitch he threw inside to Marwin Gonzalez, and he's had a pretty successful day. 3 for 4 now, Gonzalez, with a pair of singles and that double he had in the first inning.
Now Luis Reyes steps in, one of the Twins hitters to have not gotten on base. For 3 on the day. Paxton, who's following on deck, also for 2. Be head out into left field. Little blue pit. It's going to go down. Now first and second for 2 outs. The Twins.
The center fielder, number 25.
It's ironic that Arias, his first 3 at-bats, he smoked the living daylights out of the ball, but it was just to a defender, and just to couldn't find the hole. Instead, it was in the hands of a Rocky infielder, but this time he hits that little nubber into left, and finally he gets his first base hit of the game.
1 pitch to Buxton, low. To go for a slider, 1-1. Another slider this time, higher in the zone. Way outside, 2-1. Third time's the charm with that slider. This time, still getting in the zone.
And on a 2-1 count, you can experiment a little bit to a certain degree, and that's what Diaz did. 3rd time's the charm.
Fastball inside, change of speed, change of location. Gonna miss results, strikeout. Year 3-7 in Minnesota. The leads by a score 5-0.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Twins.
Pitcher for the Twins.
Tyler.
And in the form of Tyler Duffy's 41st game on the year, former 5th round pick
Leading off
for the Twins in the 2012 first year player draft.
Tony Walter.
Pitch for him outside Tony Walters as we see the attendance number 26,202 today. Cricket field in this football game, in this ball season.
Tyler Duffy has established himself as a very reliable reliever.
First pitch
Now that's number 1.
of the reach. Third baseman Gonzalez tried to jump for it, just missed it. Off single for the catcher Walters. Simpson stepping in. 2 righties up in the bullpen. Sergio Romo and I believe Tyler Clippard's still there for Twins.
Good for Walters to get a base knock, struck out twice going into that prior at bat. But going back to Tyler Duffy, he went 5-1 last year with a 2.50 ERA, and he's staying up in that regard this year. But at the season's conclusion, if he can finish anywhere near his 2019 conclusion, he'll be on pretty steady ground as a reliable arm in the Twins bullpen.
And now, as we see Hampson, he flew out to Kepler again. Lee Blackman stepping in, having a day that he'd probably like to forget in terms of his career. He's had a few little mishaps in the outfield, 0 for 3 at the plate. Finds himself up in the count, 2 straight balls by Duffy, 2-0.
When Blackman really turned it on just a couple years ago, really played flawless baseball, and today might be one of his most frustrating efforts ever since he turned around his career in 2014 and in 2015.
3-0 in the count, up. First pitch, actually, not first pitch, 4th pitch. Popped up, Paxton, shallow center on the run, makes the catch, make that 0 for 4 on the day now. Charlie Blackman. Neil Murphy playing first today. He's played around the diamond and he's a second baseman, I believe a shortstop, and maybe even third. You can call the outfield in this case. Murphy is one of those utility guys. For 3 on the day. With bat now.
Just one of those days for Charlie Blackman. Day you want to forget. That's just a part of baseball, but that's what makes it great, though. You never know who's going to come out on top, and for the Twins lineup, it's been everybody. For the Rockies, it's been a very minuscule amount of guys.
A blooper there. Guy is going to run back into shallow right. He will make the over-the-shoulder catch. And at the bottom of the 8th, Avila, Kepler, and Polanco up for the Twins. 5-0 still on the scoreboard.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Rockies.
Pitcher Colorado.
Number 51.
For the lefty, actually. Jake McGee, 45th game on the year. See his stats there, 4-3. ERA up over 6. UC wants to work that number a bit down. Number picked by Tampa Bay. Sheer player draft. Rounder. Signed with Colorado on a 3-year deal. December 2017, the 15th.
McGee's been looking relatively good so far throughout this ball season.
Avila, the catcher, steps in, his 4th bat on the day, 1 for 3. Last inning, got a single. Also, created a bit of a hit and run. All the way up the 3rd, he was left stranded. 2 now. Pitch from McGee. It's going to be a slider. Be a swing. It's going to be a strikeout. First batter faced by McGee results in a strikeout. Time the catcher Avila.
It's a great K by Jake McGee, just blowing that slider away, goes up top of the zone, and that's a big out for McGee, just to gain some confidence.
Righties up in the bullpen for Colorado still. Brian Shaw. Oh, Davis stepping in as he faces the leadoff man Kepler for 3 on the day. Blown a single, but he also last at bat. Out swinging in the 6th.
Kepler really has been critical to the whole foundation of this Twins team. Like Byron Buxton, he's been here from the start. So he's been through some tough seasons, a lot of ups and downs, but he's on that side of the ups currently, with the Twins sitting at a handful of 50-plus wins. Let's take another look at the bullpen.
The fastball, actually a fastball high away, 95 strikeout. Don't want to jinx this, and I probably will by mentioning this. That's 2 straight batters for McGee. Pitches with a strikeout. Be on the road for an immaculate inning. Now that I mentioned that, it probably won't happen, but it's a little thing to point out.
Hey, you know what? It's never a bad thing to bring these to your attention. As somebody who has jinxed a Griffin Canning no-hitter earlier, a couple of weeks ago, and then it led to a spiral of runs. It's okay, Kyle. We're here for you, and we'll see if McGee can get it done.
Say that. Pitch, a ball. It's played by McMahon. Uncle get his run for second. I don't know what happened there. They've jinxed it. Polanco's 25th double on the season. Immaculate inning. It probably went to waste.
Just, I can't say it's careless, can't say it's a glitch, but great base running nonetheless by Jorge Polanco. When you got to give credit where credit is due, just an interesting blooper. Can't say you have an infield double that went into the outfield, but still an infield double nonetheless.
Baller play to, this case, Blackman, as my screen has decided to freeze on me. Some crews up of the day, 1 for 4 on the day. That 3-run home run in the 1st.
We've been there, Kyle. We've been there.
That's ball 2. 2 balls, no strike.
2-0 count now. To Cruz. Blanco on second. Outs. Bottom of the 8th.
Hey.
Side fastball in the zone. Cruz held off. Actually, that was a sinker. My bad. 1.
Down to 3-1.
3-1. High fastball. And on deck, Eddie Rosario. Run on the day. Almost had 2. And 1 at the distance. Went foul. 3-1 to Cruz. From McGee. Fastball. The zone.
3-2.
Count. Two. All the way still. We're still in a full count here. 2 outs, bottom 8. For McGee. Fastball away. Be a walk. If there's a man that you might not want to face in this situation, be Eddie Rosario, the left fielder for Minnesota. Gonna step in at the plate, the lefty here. For 3 on the day. Hit a 2-run home run earlier on. That was his 20th on the season. In second now, 2 outs.
Ball 1.
Inside 1-0.
Count 1-0.
Low. 1-1. This ball hit the zone. Rosario. 10th Twin to ever homer in his first career game, his first ever hit, I might add, first at bat. It's a home run. It's the 6th in Twins history. And I'm talking about home runs. It's going to be another one for Minnesota. Another 3-run shot. Second of the day for Rosario. 4-3 on the distance. 1-1-3 on the exit velo. That puts the Twins lead up to 8-0. I'm not trying to jinx anything by any means. We get a good replay here. Another no-doubt shot. Be the nail in the coffin for the Rockies. See the distance and the velo. 442 on the radar. Second deck. It's center field. At the plate. Pitch. This time a strike. Twitch chat, SFFGG, bye-bye baby, for sure. You know, hitter today, for 4. Sing. Go down on 2, pitch a bit inside. That way it gets the call. 1-2 count. Two. The strikeout. Third one today for him, swinging. Again, Eddie Rosario. Another no-doubt shot. Time, right center field. One of the day for him. Here, target field, Kylo DeSantis, Tyler Danbury on the call. 4-5 for Colorado. Tyler Duffy will stay out for a second inning of play. The Arenado, Story, and Tapia.
Off the plate, ball 1.
Pitch. No. He's staying on, as I mentioned. Line foul. This case. And 1 now. No outs. Top of the 9th. See the pitch. This ball looked to be in the zone. Just a bit outside. 2-1 for Arenado. Colorado's down to their final 3 outs.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Time another fastball low. Results in a swing and a miss. 2-2. From Duffy. Better have fastball, strike 3. Looking. He's first on the day. On to the shortstop, Trevor Story. Pitch to him. Inside for a strike. Story. He had the fewest career games played by a shortstop in MLB history before reaching 100th home run on May 24th, 19. Fouled that one off. Took him 448 career games. Bested Alex Rodriguez at 470. Called off again, 0-2. Colorado hasn't had the best of luck in this case on either side of the ball. That's going to show it there. Swing and a miss, strikeout. Low curveball. Nothing but air for Story.
Now batting. The left fielder.
Story comes to an end today, hopefully, or potentially. Now, Tapia, the final chance for Colorado here at Target Field.
1-0.
Fastball, 1-0.
Back outside.
2-0. Time a slider. Fastball lined to Polanco. Polanco throwing onto Sano just in time. Got him by a step. Minnesota will get the win off of some home run type offense. Showcasing their power to the visiting Rockies. The NL West game today for Minnesota. What they need. They only have lead by a few games. Half game up on Cleveland and a whole game up on the White Sox for the Now Central. To Maeda, he's going to get the win. He's going to remain undefeated, the only MLB pitcher undefeated currently right now in the schedule. Well, the loss in this case will go to Marquez. Just in 1 2/3 innings, gave up those early 5 runs before Rosario hit that 3-run shot in bottom of the 8th. The game will be Eddie Rosario, 2 for 4 on the day, 2 home runs, 5 RBIs. His offense, Nelson Cruz, also a home run to his name, 3-run homer in the first. So Jorge Polanco, 3 for 5 with a double. And Gonzalez, Marwin Gonzalez that is, 3 for 4 with a double as well as we go to the highlights. Starting off in the bottom of the first, Nelson Cruz, no doubt shot opposite field, 381 feet.
We remind you to please.
The Twins out to an early 3-0 lead. Just toyed with Rocky's pitching. As I mentioned them toying with Rocky's pitching, another home run off the bat of Rosario. So to right field, 2 RBI shot. Run shot, that is. 5-0 Twins. Now we got some pitching highlights here. Kenta Maeda striking out Tapia. Side fastball, got him to swing and miss. 9, I believe, on the day. To finish it off, the cherry on top for what could be better for the Twins today. Rosario homers again, 443 feet, 3 RBIs, still right field technically, right center field I might add. Then, end it all off, Raimel Tapia, the 5th hole today. Rounding out Polanco, throwing onto Sano, getting him out by a step. We're gonna have 8-0 victory for Minnesota. Next game will be the Angels and Blue Jays. Eddie McCarthy, Callan 3-3 on the call. He again into Maeda's stat line: 7 innings pitched, 4 hits, 0 earned runs, 1 walk, strikeouts. Herman Marquez, 1 2/3, 8 hits, 2 strikeouts, 5 earned runs. Walks to his name. And this case was fairly one-sided. As you see, only 5 hits throughout all 9 innings for the visiting Colorado Rockies. The Twins, on the other hand, having 14. 3 of those 14 hits being home runs. All of the runs for the Twins, I might add, after looking at the little stat line, are provided by the long ball. Want to know why they're nicknamed Bomba Squad? If you rewatch this game, it's going to be archived on ML Bot Ball on Twitch. If you have any feedback for me, Kyle DeSantis, or my partner Tyler Danberg, there's a broadcast feedback button. Also, another reminder to donate to the Trevor Project. Again, this is all voluntary. We're all doing this on our own time. And if you could donate in any way, Trevor Project, it would be grateful. And still do have some time. I guess we could start talking about the next game. We have one of the broadcasters in the booth, Callan 33. Tell us about this American League matchup in the Angels and Blue Jays.
Yeah, we have 2 teams that are kind of hitting their stride here. The Angels have closed the gap in the NL West. It used to be up around 10 games. It looked like the A's were going to run away with that division, but the Angels have made a bit of a push, and they're only 4.5 games back now. They're up to 500. And then we have the Blue Jays, and they are just red hot. They've won 10 out of their last 12 games. They're now above 500. I don't think anybody could have predicted that a few weeks ago. And they've been led by a rejuvenated lineup with Charlie Montoya decided to shift things up, and it's been working so far.
And for one thing, we started out the day with an NL matchup. We got the Braves and the Marlins. The Braves came out with the win. Then we went to interleague, Colorado, Minnesota. Now we're actually going to switch over to the American League for the next couple of games. I know Kellen, you and Eddie McCarthy are going to be on the call for the Angels and Jays. Afterwards, it's going to be... Apologize, I was thinking it's going to go straight to... It's going to be NL with the last game. Interleague this game. AL. interleague with Cubs and Yankees. AL for the next 2 games, Seattle and the Rays, Detroit and the Orioles, and then Bop Ball After Dark, Phillies and Snakes. And Eddie McCarthy, you have joined the booth. How are you doing today?
Doing good, Kyle. How are you?
Doing great. It was a fun game to call. It was Rockies in Minnesota, first of a 3-game set. Minnesota outslugged the Rockies by 8-0 by outslug. I mean, all their runs came off the long ball. It was a great game.
Sounds like you guys had plenty of offense.
The offense was, although mainly one-sided.
That is true.
And I'm gonna leave you guys in this case. You could talk about your game. I know currently when the lineups for the Cubs, they're gonna have the game afterwards with Cubs and Yankees, Quintana and Paxton, Jake Zimmer and Jeremy Goldstein on the call. I'm gonna hop out here. You guys can talk about your game. My game in this case, DeSantis signing off. DeSantis and Tyler Danberg. Have a good day about ball.
All right, thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Tyler, for that outstanding call. And now we will have a bit of a changing of the guard here. It's Eddie McCarthy alongside Kellen33. It's a mid-afternoon Bop Ball action. It's the Angels who are up in Toronto to play the red-hot Blue Jays, as you just said a couple of minutes ago, Kellen. And since we got a few minutes here before first pitch, why don't we go over our lineups? So we'll start with the Angels. They're the visitors. At the top 3, Tommy LaStella, David Fletcher, Mike Trout. In the middle, it is Rendon, Pujols, and Justin Upton. And then 7, 8, and 9 is Angelton Simmons, Brian Goodwin, and the catcher Anthony Bemboom. For the Blue Jays, as far as their defense is concerned, across the outfield from left to right, Justin Upton, Mike Trout, and Brian Goodwin. Anthony Rendon is at third. The double play combination up the middle is Angelton Simmons at short and David Fletcher at second. At first base is Tommy LaStella. Shohei Ohtani is the pitcher. Anthony Bemboom is the catcher. Why don't we start with the pitching matchup, Kellen? What are you looking for from Shohei Ohtani?
Well, Ohtani, he didn't pitch last year coming off of that Tommy John surgery, but this year he's been very successful. He's 3-3, which isn't a great record, but that 2.85 ERA, he's the ace of this team, and he has that fastball. He gets up to 97 miles an hour, so he's a pretty hard fastball, and then he also has a good slider, splitter, and curveball. So he's the ace of this Angels rotation. He's shown it this year so far.
And on the flip side, of course, Kellen, we have Tanner Roark, who is having a pretty good year for himself. 6-3, a 3.03 ERA. He sports a 5-pitch repertoire. We will see him as well as we welcome you inside the Rogers Center, building that was opened back in 1989 and can hold 53,506. You have to imagine that a lot of those seats are going to be filled today because this is a red-hot Toronto Blue Jays team. They're 8-2 in their last 10, 10-2 in their last 12, as they start the second half of their season today. As again, it's Eddie McCarthy alongside Kellen33. It looks to be a beautiful evening in Toronto. Roof looks like it is open, as it is the Los Angeles Angels at 40-40, taking on the Toronto Blue Jays at 41-40. And a shot of the players warming up in the outfield with first pitch just moments away. As Kellen said in the opening, it'll be Tanner Roark who will get things started and hopefully give the Blue Jays some good length today.
Yeah, and the Blue Jays brought Roark on to be kind of a veteran presence, but he's kind of been a pleasant surprise. I don't think people expected him to pitch this well, but he's been very good this year for the Blue Jays.
The first baseman.
Looks like we're actually going to be running a little bit ahead of schedule here in Toronto. First pitch crosses the plate upstairs and into the glove of Danny Jansen at 3:43 p.m. Eastern Time. As Tanner Roark, man out of the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, will take charge as this one is hit high in the air on the second pitch of the game into right. Right there is Teoscar Hernandez, the right fielder. And Roark has got his first out of the ball game, and that will bring up David Fletcher. David Fletcher hitting a lot better against right-handers than left-handers, which is odd considering that he is a righty. Not a big guy, Fletcher, 5'9", only 185 pounds. Native of California, and he shoots this one down the right field line. Hernandez is over, and he'll be just out of his reach. 2 for 6 in his career against Tanner Roark. He's the Angels' Iron Man this season. He's played in all 80 games that they have played. As you can see, our home plate umpire today will be Woody Keller. Roark trying to feel out Keller's strike zone here in the early goings, as this one is hit hard to the left side, and David Fletcher is going to be aboard. It's a base hit, first of the day for the Angels.
Yeah, and Fletcher, not much of a power hitter. That's exactly what he does too. He's batting up around 300, only 4 home runs, but he works the count and just shoots balls into those gaps there in the infield.
That'll bring up Mike Trout, who Kellen is having another all-star year, although run into a bit of a snag lately. Yesterday was 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts and a ground out into a double play.
Yeah, Mike Trout, he goes through some stretches where he has a tough time, but we all know that he'll return to his MVP level form at some point.
Well, you can't find enough good things to say about the Millville, New Jersey native. He's an all-star 8 years running. As this is on the ground to second, it should be 2, but Trout will beat it out. So Mike Trout, known as a 5-tool player, has got the speed to go with it. That ball looked like it was hit hard enough to turn 2, but instead they only get the force out at second. And so it's Trout aboard after beating out the fielder's choice with 2 outs for Anthony Rendon.
Yeah, and Rendon signed that big $250 million deal before the season, and I'd say he's lived up to it this year. He's batting .292, almost 20 home runs, which is the most on the team. He's been very good this year.
They check on Trout, who does like to run. 12 attempts this year, 7 times successful, and again, Shaw slaps the tag down, but Trout dives back safely. That one is hit hard up the middle, but it'll be flagged down by Kevin Biggio, and that will do it for the top half of the first for the Angels. They get 1 hit and strand a runner at first, as Bichette will lead things off for Toronto in the home half of the first. Welcome back, Eddie McCarthy alongside Kellen 33 for some mid-afternoon ball, and we get a look at Shohei Ohtani. And Kellen, what do you think the key to his success is today?
Well, we'll see how long he can go. There you see he has 13 starts, but only 60 innings pitched. And part of that may be due to the Angels not wanting to re-injure him, but he doesn't normally go that long. So we'll see how long he goes today for the Angels.
Ohtani did not pitch last year. Only a hitter, as first pitch that he throws is hit high in the air by Bo Bichette, but it's off the handle, and Upton will have plenty of time to get under it, and that is the first out of Shohei Ohtani's day. Didn't even give us much of a chance to tell you guys about Bo Bichette. Plenty more opportunities as we get deeper into this ball game. That'll bring up Vlad Guerrero with 1 out. Guerrero hits one up the middle. Good play by Simmons, the Gold Glover. Showing why right there. 6-3 on your scorecard with 2 pitches and 2 outs for Shohei Ohtani. That'll bring up Travis Shaw.
Yeah, and just as I said, he doesn't normally go that deep into games. He has 2 pitches, 2 outs right off the bat, so a good sign early for the Angels.
The Angels in their traveling reds, with angels across the front, gray pants with red trim. The Blue Jays crisp white uniforms with blue piping, Blue Jays across the front, and the Blue Jay logo in the lower right-hand corner of the jersey, as Travis Shaw is ahead of the count 2-0 on Shohei Ohtani. Shaw will be followed up by Teoscar Hernandez if he can keep things going.
No, that's too high.
He lays off. That one's high. Ohtani falls behind 3-0. Again, Teoscar Hernandez waiting on deck. It's number 6 on the day for Ohtani is a strike. And he locates for the first time in the at-bat to make the count 3-1. Go ahead.
And Travis Shaw, he's kind of been the key to this rejuvenated lineup for the Blue Jays. He was batting down around 200 earlier this year, and now he's up to 280. So he's just been on an absolute tear for the Blue Jays, and all the way up to 3rd in this order now.
Yeah, they changed some things around. They moved Vlad Guerrero from the cleanup spot to the 2-hole. And Shaw now batting 3rd, and he draws the walk here. First Blue Jays base runner of the day, and that'll bring up Teoscar Hernandez with a man aboard and 2 outs.
Teoscar Hernandez.
First walk of the day allowed by Ohtani. Hernandez hitting .244 on the year. Both these teams, I should mention, had a day off yesterday. Last time the Blue Jays played, they routed the Orioles 7-0. That was, they routed the Brewers, not the Orioles. My apologies. That's outside for ball 1. Went over the Orioles 7-0. Hyunjin Ryu, we'll have to touch on him later in this broadcast, but what a season that guy's having so far. Another outstanding outing for him the other day. He would throw a complete game, 3-hit, 13 strikeout shutout. He is the halfway through the season favorite to win the AL Cy Young right now, and it's hard to believe, Kellen, that we're already halfway through.
Yeah, it's been a good season so far, a lot of exciting play, and Hyunjin Ryu has just been everything the Blue Jays could have hoped. He's anchored this rotation, and he's been the best pitcher in the AL so far. He's just hitting his spots, and he's even better than last year, which I don't think anyone thought, especially for a guy who's getting up there in his career.
He's been one of the catalysts of this recent run by Toronto, as after Ohtani got the first 2 men of the inning to fly out and ground out on 2 pitches, he's now walked back-to-back batters. Teoscar Hernandez being the latest. Now that's going to bring up the designated hitter Rowdy Tellez, with 2 men on and 2 out in the inning. Rowdy Tellez glad to be back in this designated hitter role. Blue Jays had a interleague spurt where they stuck Rowdy over at first base, and he did a fine job, but he is the normal designated hitter on this team, and happy to be back in that role. Behind here in the count 0-1, and that's outside, count even up, 1 ball and 1 strike. It is Hernandez at first and Travis Shaw at second. Tellez at the plate. If he can keep it going, Lourdes Gurriel, he'll be next. One from Ohtani is inside. It sends Tellez dancing back. And Kellen looked like it was going to be an easy inning for Ohtani, but now in danger of running that pitch count up close to 20. Of course, you want to stay around 15 per inning.
Yeah, and he's had some struggles with his control this year. And
That's hit hard by Tellez, but it's foul. My apologies, Kellen. Didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, and we've seen some control issues from Ohtani this year, where he's just had a string of at-bats where he just can't locate his pitches. We'll see if he can get back on track here.
This is hard hit right side. Good play by Fletcher. And Ohtani will survive the first. 2 walks, but no run scores, as we have played 1 here in Toronto, and we're still scoreless. Back here at Rogers Center as we get set to begin the top of the second. That means Tanner Roark We'll see him for the second time as he'll get ready to face the middle of this Angels order. Albert Pujols, Justin Upton, and Andrelton Simmons, 5, 6, and 7. They're all scheduled to bat this inning as the first pitch to Pujols is down low for a ball. And it's hard to believe, Kellen, that Albert Pujols has actually been with the Angels for around 8 years now.
Yeah, that big 10-year deal they signed back, I think, in 2011. He only has 2 more years left, and many Angels fans are happy that that deal is almost over. That it's been a bad deal for the past few years. As he's gotten up into his late 30s and early 40s, he hasn't been the same player as he was 10 years ago, and only 1 more year left on this deal after this year.
Signed with the Angels before the 2012 season. 10-year deal, like you said. He draws the no-out walk here to lead things off for the Angels, so a good start. First free pass Roark has allowed thus far, and that'll bring up Justin Upton. But again, back to Albert Pujols. What a career this guy's had. 2 World Series, both won with the Cardinals in 2006 and 2011 respectively. 10-time All-Star, 3-time MVP, and he's even won 2 Gold Gloves. And now Albert is on first and looking for his teammates to bring him around as he looks to Justin Upton to do that, and Upton takes a strike. You saw the numbers for Upton, 3 for 18, 3 for his last 18, so he's been struggling as of late. He hit a career low 215 last season. Now behind 0-2 here. That skips in the dirt. Gets away from Jansen, and Albert Pujols will take advantage, and he'll slide over to second base. The scoring decision is a wild pitch. And Kellen, the Angels are threatening with nobody out here in the second.
Yeah, Tanner Roark with a walk, and then that pitch got away. I'm surprised it was ruled a wild pitch. I think Danny Jansen could have blocked that one, but now a runner in scoring position, no outs. Good opportunity here for the Angels.
Usually a rule of thumb for the official score that when the pitch bounces, most of the time it is a wild pitch, but I agree with you. That one looked like Jansen had a good shot to knock it down, but it skipped away from him. Now Roark in danger of losing Upton. The count is 3-2. Upton lines hard down the third base line, sending the umpire ducking for cover, but it's foul, and we will do the full count again. That one's upstairs, and it misses. And it's back-to-back walks issued by Roark to lead off this inning. That'll bring up Andrelton Simmons. And all of a sudden, Tanner Roark looking like he may be losing his command a little bit.
Yeah, he had that one hit in the first inning. He had a pretty successful first inning, but now 2 walks and facing a guy in Andrelton Simmons who's just been on a tear the past 5 games, as you see there.
Andrelton Simmons, the Angels' Gold Glove shortstop, came up with the Braves. Would come over to Atlanta come over to the Angels from Atlanta in a trade before the 2016 season. That's down for a ball. It's Upton at first, Albert Pujols at second, Andrelton Simmons the batter with Brian Goodwin waiting on deck, still no out in the inning. And could Roark ever use a ground ball here? And that's what he gets. The flick to second for 1, the first for 2. A tailor-made 4-6-3 swing killing. Albert Pujols slides over to third. The Angels hit into 2 outs on 1 swing, and will Roark ever take that?
Yeah, just a great play for the Blue Jays to kind of get themselves out of this jam. Now 2 outs, and they should be able to get out of this one if Roark can pitch to Brian Goodwin.
Brian Goodwin having a very good year thus far. He's kind of come out of nowhere. Team hitting .324 on the year, appearing in his 73rd game, and he takes a strike. And you can see in the background this crowd getting on their feet. That double play excited them because now Roark has a chance to get out of the inning unharmed. if he can get Goodwin here. Goodwin patrolling right field today, and he hits this one right at Kevin Biggio, who will put it away. So hard hit, but once again, Roark is able to escape trouble. Home half of the second coming up with Gurriel set to lead it off. Eddie McCarthy alongside Kellen 33 from the Rogers Center in Toronto as we get set to begin the home half of the second with Shohei Ohtani already at 18 pitches beginning his second inning of work. That's a curveball that misses the zone for ball one. Lourdes Gurriel, Randall Grichuk, Kevin Biggio, the three who are scheduled to come up this inning. Gurriel checks his swing, and it's ruled a strike. Not sure if it was on the swing or on the pitch. Regardless, the count is 1-1. Gurriel, native of Cuba. His brother Yuli plays first base for the Astros, was a member of their 2017 World Series team, and also the 2019 team that lost in 7 games to the Nationals just last year. 1-2 here to Gurriel is down. And Ohtani, who can get it up to 98 or 99, surprising that he's yet to record a strikeout.
Yeah, we saw that he has 70 strikeouts this year in his 60 innings, so he's a guy who gets a lot of strikeouts and none so far here early.
We'll see if he can get one here against Gurriel. Won't get a strikeout. He will get a flyout, though. Trout doesn't even have to move, and that is the first out of the inning. Gurriel's retired, and that brings up Randall Grichuk with 1 out and nobody on base. Randall Grichuk, former St. Louis Cardinal, playing center field for the Blue Jays today as he normally does. And he'll hit this one down the left field line, but out in front. So it is foul.
Yeah.
Grichuk yesterday did not have a great outing. Although he hits this one hard, but right at Albert Pujols, who may be 40, but the reflexes are still there. And 2 outs in the inning for Ohtani, who's looking for an easy frame.
Yeah, 7 pitches, but that's what we saw in the first inning. 2 quick outs, but then he struggled to retire the next 3 batters. So we'll see if that trend continues here.
Now it'll be Kevin Biggio, who was the star of the show yesterday. Biggio 2 for 4 with 2 home runs and 5 RBIs on the day. And this is a guy who has been extremely cold, so cold in fact that the Blue Jays decided to move him out of the order. And he was on the bench to start all the games in the interleague series that the Blue Jays played this past week. Perhaps yesterday will be what he needs to get his confidence back, although he finds himself down in the count here 0-2. Ohtani looking for the easy inning. He'll have to hold off another pitch. That skips in for ball 1. If Biggio can continue, the catcher Danny Jansen, who hits in the 9th spot, he'll be next. 1-2 to Biggio is swung on and missed for strike 3. First strikeout of the day for Shohei Ohtani. He gets a 1-2-3 second, and we've played 2 in Toronto, and we're scoreless at the Rogers Center.
Leading off with the Angels.
Catcher Anthony Bemboom will lead things off as we welcome you back to Mid-Afternoon Bop Ball presented by the Trevor Project. And if you're watching on Twitch, we remind you to please donate to the Trevor Project. Should be a link in the Twitch description.
Yeah, and Bemboom here, he is just a terrible hitter. He batted 130 last year in 25 games and now 2 for 32 on the year this year. So he's almost the equivalent of a pitcher, batting here in the 9 spot so far in his career.
Well, that's certainly a little harsh there, Kellen, but it's not like the statistics say something different. Bemboom hitting .062 on the year in the Angels game on Wednesday, he was 0 for 4 with a strikeout. And doesn't do anything to help himself right there. He's gone as he's retired on the ground out. Biggio will throw to first. First out of the inning is recorded by Roark, and that means the lineup will turn over for the first time. We'll see Tommy LaStella again. Tommy LaStella, native of Westwood, New Jersey, went to St. Joseph's Regional High School in Montvale, which is about 30 minutes down the road from where I grew up. A lot of Angels are from New Jersey area. Mike Trout, of course, the most famous one.
We're playing 11, 1-1.
Trout would be up not next, but after David Fletcher, if the Angels can continue this inning. 1-1-2. LaStella is a curveball and a good one that's in for a strike. Count now 1-2. LaStella 1 for 3 with a walk yesterday. Fly out to right his first time up. And this is slowly hit to the right side. It'll curve foul, though. And they'll do the 1-2 again as LaStella spoils. He gets a piece of that one. Roark tried to dial it up, but LaStella was wise to it. 2 consecutive foul balls from the Angels' leadoff hitter. And he hits this one a good ways into right. This is pacing Hernandez back at the track and on his tiptoes. He will make the catch in front of that bullpen. That's twice now that LaStella has hit a ball hard into right. But we are still scoreless as Hernandez for the second time, Kellen. He tracks it down.
Yeah, and that one off the bat, I thought that one had a real chance to get out, and it almost did. Another 2 or 3 feet, and that one would have been out of there. But Teoscar Hernandez with a nice play at the wall to make it an easy out.
David Fletcher, ground ball, easy for Biggio. Skipped it in there. And a good pick by Shaw to dig it out. And the team trade 1-2-3 frames. In the middle of the third with Jansen, Bichette, and Guerrero due up for the Blue Jays. Heidi Watney giving her sideline report. Somehow Kellen, her mic never seems to be turned on. I don't know what to make of it.
Yeah, we can never hear her insightful thoughts on the game. It's too bad.
And here's what's impressive about Toronto. If you look at their offensive stats, nothing really jumps out at you. At best, they're a middle-of-the-pack team. Most would say that they're in the lower tier of American League offensive production. And yet, they've figured out a way to reorganize this lineup. And they've worked themselves into a fairly formidable foe in these past couple of weeks or so. All of a sudden, they're only 6 back in the division. 6 games back of the Yankees, who currently are leading the AL East at 47-34. And Jansen hits one into left. If it's fair, it's gone. And Danny Jansen has given the Blue Jays a 1-0 lead. A solo shot down the left field line, and Toronto has strikes first here at home.
Yeah, and Danny Jansen is a guy that has also been hot. He's only batting .221, but he was batting under 200 a few weeks ago, so he's been hot. He continues that today with a home run in his first at-bat.
It is Jansen's 10th home run of the season. And the Blue Jays catcher, who not exactly known for being a big offensive producer, has surprised people in Toronto. The average today only at .221, but already 10 home runs. And that's splitting time with Reese McGuire, the other catcher who starts today on the bench. So we'll see how Ohtani responds after allowing that home run. He'll face Bo Bichette as the Blue Jays leadoff hitter will bat for the second time after flying out to left his first time up. Takes a curveball from Ohtani for a strike, count as 1-1. Bo Bichette had a scholarship offer on the table from Arizona State. but decided to bypass it after being selected in the second round by Toronto in 2016. He'd make his debut last year. And although he strikes out right there, a guy the Blue Jays are very excited about, and he's given them good reason to. Only played in 46 games last year, but would hit .311 with 11 home runs. And this year, hitting just below .270. He's been a good job out of the leadoff spot, although he failed in that particular at-bat, as I'll bring up Vlad Guerrero, 1 out in the inning.
Yeah, and you mentioned Bo Bichette in that leadoff spot. He's pretty much been the only consistent part of this lineup for this whole season. He's been batting in that leadoff spot while the rest of the lineup has shuffled behind him.
Well, here's a guy who was a major part of the recent shuffle. Vlad Guerrero, who had been hitting fourth, has been bumped up to second. We've seen Guerrero's power. He put on a show at the Home Run Derby last year, but just not the home runs that the Blue Jays were expecting out of the 4 spots. So they slid him up to 2, and ever since the move, Guerrero has been hitting better.
Ball.
That's outside, 2-2 to count now. Yeah, only 9 home runs on the year for Vlad, but 78 hits, so he's not striking out as much as he did last year. The 2-2 is sharply hit to Simmons. No problem for the Gold Glover. And that is the second out of the inning. A good job, Kellen, by Ohtani with the response after the home run.
Yeah, two good outs against 2 good hitters for the Blue Jays after that home run. He's responded well, and now still only at 41 pitches through 2 2.3 innings.
Well, the Angels are coming off a heartbreaking loss at home. Back on Wednesday, we mentioned a little while ago, both these teams were fortunate enough to have days off yesterday. The Angels would lose 3-2 against the Red Sox at home at Angels Stadium in Anaheim in 12 innings. It was a dogfight. It was a pitcher's duel the whole way. Scored 12 hits the entire game. Looking to right the ship, if you will, here in Toronto, as this is a big series. The Angels trying to catch the Oakland A's. The Blue Jays looking to get even closer to the Yankees. The 0-2 here to Travis Shaw is sharply hit but foul down the right field line, and that's twice now. Shaw has spoiled a 2-strike pitch. Shaw not in the lineup yesterday. Got a day off, and he strikes out here to end the third. Shohei Ohtani will get through it, but not before giving up a leadoff home run to Danny Jansen, who goes big fly. And this one was flying for a while. We roll into the 4th with the Jays up by 1.
Leading off for the Angels, the center fielder.
Mike Trout will lead things off for Los Angeles as we begin the top of the 4th. This is the dangerous part of this Angels order. There is a lot of firepower here and a lot of money being paid to 3, 4, and 5, which is Mike Trout, Anthony Rendon, and Albert Pujols. And Trout in a good count to hit. He's ahead 2-0. As Tanner Roark with the pitch count at only 40. If he keeps it up at this pace, in line to go pretty deep into this ballgame. As he's kept the pitch count down and pitch to contact, and Kellen has done a pretty nice job so far.
Yeah, no strikeouts for the first 3 innings, but that's not what Tanner Roark does. He doesn't overpower you, but he's good at inducing soft contact. That's what he's done so far today.
Well, that was some hard contact right there, but Roark, fortunate it's only a single. First hit the Blue Jays have recorded since that David Fletcher single back in the first inning. They have the leadoff man aboard, and that'll bring up Anthony Rendon, the cleanup hitter. Rendon takes a strike on the inside corner. The 29-year-old native Houston, Texas, played his college ball at Rice University. He was actually drafted by the Braves, but turned the offer down and honored his commitment to Rice. Born and raised in Texas, he grew up on the southwest side of Houston. First time he'd ever left his home state when he was drafted 6th overall by the Nationals in 2011, and had a really nice career in Washington, which culminated in a World Series victory last year over the Astros. And he was such an instrumental part of that Nationals team. A vacuum over at third base, big bat in the lineup. This gets away from Jansen, and there goes Trout. Second time that the Angels have taken advantage of a wild pitch today. And now Trout is in good scoring position at second base with nobody out, And one of the best hitters in this lineup up to bat in Rendon.
Yeah, and a little worrisome that Danny Jansen is having some issues back there. He's supposed to be a great defender. That's part of the reason he's in that lineup instead of Reese McGuire. And now 2 wild pitches that I think could have been blocked so far.
Yeah, that one certainly looked a little bit tougher than the first one. But then again, Jansen able to get the body in front of both of them, but that is easy to say for us here, sitting at our computers. We're not taking 95 miles an hour in the chest. This is hit hard to Bichette. He'll flag it down and make the play. No advancement from Trout, an unproductive out by Anthony Rendon, and that'll bring up Albert Pujols with 1 out and Trout on second. Albert Pujols would walk and reach third base his first time up, but would not be able to be driven in. The Angels threatened in the second. Albert Pujols, Justin Upton, who's up next, they would walk to lead off the inning. But then Andrelton Simmons would hit into a double play, and Brian Goodwin would line out to second, which would dash that threat. Now, though, the Angels, they're looking dangerous again here in the fourth. And this is a 3-ball, no-strike count now at Pujols with Upton on deck.
Yeah, and this is a spot where Tanner Roark probably doesn't want to give Pujols something to hit a base open. Pujols isn't a fast runner. It wouldn't hurt to give up a walk here for Roark.
Pujols laid off on the 3-0, taking all the way. We'll see how Roark decides to approach. That one Pujols goes after, or it may have been called a strike, unsure on the ruling. Again, we are not able to hear the audio. And it's a full count. Doubt Trout will be taking off at second. He will not. And Pujols skies one deep into left center. Should be enough room for Gurriel, and there is. He'll make the catch. No tag from Trout, respecting the arm of Lourdes Gurriel. That is the second out of the inning.
Yeah,
go ahead.
A good job by Tanner Roark to work back in that count, giving 2 pitches on the outside corner that were tough for Pujols to hit, and then going right at him in the 3-2 count.
Justin Upton will now come up with Mike Trout at second base. The Angels trying not to waste another opportunity with the runner in scoring position. They've already left 3 men on base in this ballgame. As this one is hit hard into left, and that's going to get through. Trout will round third and head for home. The throw is cut off by Guerrero. They relay home, but not in time. An RBI single for Justin Upton.
Now batting.
And the Angels tie this at 1 with Trout diving headfirst across the plate. Andrelton Simmons will look to continue this so far successful inning for the Angels here in the top of the fourth. And Kellen, that was a big hit right there from Upton.
Yeah, he saw a pitch that he could hit, and he really drove that into left field, and it was deep enough that Mike Trout, with his good speed, could come around third and score a good at-bat for Upton and tying this game up.
First run of the day allowed by Tanner Roark. On the third hit he has allowed. Now behind on Andrelton Simmons, 2-1. Simmons hit into that 4-6-3 double play his first time up.
And trying to extend the inning right here and bridge to Brian Goodwin, the right fielder, who's scheduled to be up next. In front on that one, and fouls it down the left side. That'll set up a 2-2 count. This will be the 23rd pitch of the inning and the 61st pitch of the outing for Tanner Roark. And it's on the outside corner for strike 3. Roark will freeze Simmons. It's his first punch out of the day, but not before the Angels cash in for the first time as we head to the home half of the 4th with Hernandez, Tellez, and Gurriel coming up for Toronto. Heidi Watney once again reminding us to donate to the Trevor Project, which is our charity of choice for the week. As Teoscar Hernandez gets set to lead things off. Here in the home half of the 4th, you get a shot there of the Blue Jays manager Charlie Montoyo. It's been thanks to his leadership in large part that the Blue Jays have been able to enjoy the success they've had in these past couple of weeks. He's watching his team locked in what appears to be a good one so far, Kellen, here in Toronto.
Yeah, Blue Jays fans and the Ross Atkins in the front office have got to be happy with how Charlie Montoyo has done a good job with this team. I don't think people expect them to make the playoffs, but they're right around where they expected to be, and he's led this turnaround.
Instrumental in this run. Lots of young talent on this Blue Jays roster. When you have the young guys, so important to have a skipper who can both keep them in line and provide the necessary encouragement. And per the players, that's exactly what Charlie Montoyo has been able to do. Teoscar Hernandez, a guy who has flourished under Montoyo's leadership, found a home in the cleanup spot. Plays a solid right field for Toronto, and ahead in the count here, 3-1. And he draws the walk to lead off the inning. Shohei Ohtani, who allowed a leadoff hit last inning, it was the Jansen home run, continues that streak with the leadoff walk here in the bottom of the 4th. And that'll bring up Rowdy Tellez. Tellez a ground out to second base his first time up. That was back in the 1st inning, and he faces Ohtani for the second time here in the 4th. Angels playing Tellez to pull. He's a heavy pull hitter. As that one gets away, the curveball from Ohtani was off target, and for some reason, not sure why, Kellen, but Teoscar Hernandez doesn't move up to second.
Yeah, surprising. He's not a super speedy guy, but he certainly had the legs to advance on that one. It hit the backstop and bounced off a fairly good bounce, but still he could have easily advanced. I'm surprised he didn't go there.
Backstop is 45 feet away in Toronto. So perhaps a missed opportunity right there from Teoscar Hernandez, as again that's inside. Count is 2-2 here to Rowdy Tellez, with Lourdes Gurriel Jr. on deck. The 2-2 from Ohtani. That's in the dirt. Good stop by the catcher Bamboom. They'll keep it in front to prevent any advancement, and now the count is full.
And Ohtani struggling to locate some pitches again, just like in the 1st inning.
Tellez fights that one off. And just as you said, Ohtani has run a lot of 3-ball counts thus far today. And he's in another one here. That had all kinds of plate, and Tellez missed it. Ohtani, we talked about a little bit earlier, is able to dial it up to the high 90s, but only 3 strikeouts so far today. We expected to see a little bit more by now, as Tellez is doing a terrific job fighting in this at-bat. Rowdy Tellez rested, got a day off on Wednesday, and then the team had a day off yesterday, so he hasn't played in 3 days. As that's inside, a terrific at-bat by Rowdy Tellez. 4th walk of the day issued by Ohtani.
Now batting,
And Kellen, you nailed it. He is in some pitch count trouble and also some pitch locating trouble here in the fourth.
Yeah, and we're starting to see a little bit of why Ohtani doesn't go deep into games. He struggled to put away some batters here, some 2-strike counts. He's ended up getting them out, but batters have worked the count, and he's up at 60 pitches, and he's only through 3 innings in terms of outs. And we're here in the fourth and 2 guys on base already, so not looking good for him.
When the Angels were threatening in a similar situation, they got a double play. And now the Angels will turn a double play again. As heading into the 6-4-3 is Lourdes Gurriel. It's a huge 2 outs for Ohtani. The runner will slide over to third. And Ohtani is delighted to have the 2 outs and to be facing Randall Grichuk with 2 out in the inning.
Yeah, and Grichuk in a game I called last week, he had 4 doubles. He was 4 for 5. He started the game off with 4 doubles, but couldn't get that 5th one to set the MLB record. It was too bad, but besides that game, he's been pretty cold this year.
This one is slowly hit. Simmons on 1 hop will throw to first, and Shohei Ohtani will survive. 2 walks, but a double play is key. We're through 4 in Toronto, and deadlocked at 1. Back here at Rogers Center as we begin the top of the 5th. Once again, Heidi Watney making her report, reminding you to please donate to the Trevor Project. It's Eddie McCarthy alongside Kellen33. Mid-afternoon bop ball as the Blue Jays are hosting the Angels on Twitch.tv. Joe Madden, longtime manager of the Rays and then the Chicago Cubs, where he would win a World Series in 2016. Looks like going over some strategy and tactics with the pitching coach, Mickey Callaway. How long do they want to leave Shohei Ohtani in the game? We've talked about it a couple of times now. Ohtani doesn't usually go deep into ball games, though bailed out by that double play last inning.
Yeah, he was up at 60 pitches with no outs in that inning. I think he got out of it with around 63 or 64 pitches, so he was very fortunate last inning, and that could set him up to maybe go a little bit deeper in this game.
Brian Goodwin, Anthony Bemboom, Tommy La Stella this inning for the Angels, and Roark is off to a good start as he gets Goodwin to go down swinging. Second strikeout of the day for Roark, and that'll bring up Anthony Bemboom, the catcher. Bemboom, a ground out to second base. His first time up. And this is a guy who has been colder than a block of ice all season. Appearing in his 10th game today. Was hitting .062 coming into the game. Now that average is going to be even lower. As this guy can't even buy a hit right now and looking for his luck to change. In a good spot to do that, though. He's ahead 2-0 here on Roark. And that's downstairs, so 3 balls and no strikes to count now, with the leadoff man, Tommy La Stella, on deck.
Yeah, and catcher's kind of been the one black hole for this Angels lineup. Nobody has really gotten it done in that spot so far this year.
That's high and tight. A 4-pitch walk issued by Tanner Roark. His 3rd free pass that he's allowed today. And he'll take some time to compose himself on the mound. And now it'll be Tommy La Stella who will bat for the 3rd time in this ball game. La Stella has crushed the ball twice to right field, but both times Teoscar Hernandez there to make the play. Again, La Stella first pitch swinging. And a ground out to first. Running on the pitch was Bemboom. That saved the double play. And so Bemboom will be on second with 2 outs and Fletcher coming up.
Yeah, good call there from Joe Madden. They had Tommy La Stella swing on the first pitch, and it saved a double play there. And now runner in scoring position for David Fletcher.
David Fletcher came into today the Major League leader in at-bats on the year. He's had 339. Bo Bichette, interestingly enough, has the second most with 327, as this one is fielded by Bichette, and he'll throw him out at first. So a walk does no harm, and we are in the middle of the fifth, halfway through here in Toronto, with Biggio, Jansen, and Bichette due up for the Blue Jays.
Leading up for Toronto, the second baseman,
Eddie McCarthy alongside Kellen 33 for some Major League Bop Ball on Twitch. Blue Jays hosting the Angels as Kevin Biggio will get things started for us in the home half of the fifth.
No ball, 1 strike.
Come up empty on that first one. This is Ohtani's 5th inning of work, and he's ran into some trouble at times, but Kellen seemingly always able to wriggle his way out of it before getting burnt too badly.
Yeah, still only at 65 pitches, which isn't a bad number for him through 4 innings. It's an average around 16 for him, and he could maybe go this inning and maybe one more, depending on how he pitches these next few innings.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Well, this is going to be a big inning for him if he wants to go long in this ball game. Behind in the count here, 2-1 to Biggio. Ohtani will face 8-9-1 this inning.
Ball.
As that's low again.
3-1.
And Ohtani's control issues that he had last inning seem to be carrying over here in the fifth. He's missed his spot a couple of times here in this at-bat. Although he didn't miss that, but Biggio crushes it to right center. And Toronto will take a 2-1 lead on the back of a home run by Biggio, his 13th of the year. And that is a long shot. And the Blue Jays now have their first lead of the day.
Yeah, and the 8 and 9 spots getting it done so far. It was first Danny Jansen back in the 3rd, and now Biggio here in the 5th. And Biggio, he's batting below 200, but that's a little misleading. His OPS is up around, I think, 720, because he's hitting with some power this year. You said his 13th home run of the year, which is a pretty good number for him.
Biggio, a big day Wednesday. He was the star of the show. Hit 2 home runs, drove in 5, and he made no mistake with that one. You saw the reaction from Shohei Ohtani, who threw a strike, but unfortunately it was right over the heart of the plate, and Biggio jumped all over it. It's a 2-1 ball game, as now this one is down the line, and that could be extra bases. Danny Jansen will turn the corner at first and slide into second. So a home run and a double on back-to-back pitches, and the Blue Jays are in business here in the 5th.
Yeah, and you said this was going to be a big inning for Shohei Ohtani if he wanted to go deep in this game, and so far through 2 batters, he's not looking good. And as you see there, the Angels starting to warm some guys up in the bullpen.
Action in the Angels bullpen as this crowd seems to smell blood in the water. You see the mascot getting the team fired up. They have the top of the order coming up in the form of Bichette, with a man in scoring position and nobody out, so no time like the present for the Blue Jays to strike. Bo Bichette 0 for 2 thus far today, a fly out to left and then a strikeout in the 3rd, as that's inside, 1-1. Bichette, the son of 4-time All-Star outfielder Dante Bichette. Couple of legacies are on this Blue Jays team. Of course, Vlad Guerrero, Travis Shaw, Kevin Biggio. As this is slowly hit to 3rd and grabbed by Rendon. At the first out of the inning, and Bichette, disappointed. He wishes that could have been more productive.
Yeah, it'd be nice for the Blue Jays to tack on another run here. 1 run probably isn't going to be enough of a lead in this game, given how deadly this Angels lineup is.
They'd love to get some run support for their pitcher, Tanner Roark. Now Vlad Guerrero, who's twice grounded out to the shortstop Simmons, will have his chance with a runner in scoring position to do some damage. Again, it's Jansen at first, 1 out in the inning. Ohtani facing Guerrero, who takes a big rip at that one, but comes up empty. And now Ohtani in command in this at-bat. He's ahead 0-2 with his whole arsenal at his disposal against Guerrero. Slowly hit right side. This will get the runner over to third. But Guerrero is now 0 for 3. 3 groundouts on the afternoon.
The first baseman, number 6.
And that's out number 2 of the inning with Shaw coming up.
And Ohtani again responding pretty well to some early struggles this inning now. 2 pretty quick outs for him and maybe giving himself a chance to pitch one more inning.
Ohtani at 76 pitches, and this is a big at-bat for him right here. He starts it off with a curveball for a strike. Travis Shaw probably standing in between him and going deep in this ball game. As that's outside for ball 1. Count even up 1 ball and 1 strike to Travis Shaw, who spent the last 3 years in Milwaukee. And now Ohtani is ahead 1-2. He's tried 2 sliders and a fastball. What will he go to here? 1-2 is outside. He went back to the fastball, but it missed. And now it's 2-2 with Jansen at third and 2 out. This is hit well into right, and Travis Shaw will watch it fly. Home run number 15 on the year for the big left-handed batter. A backbreaker for Ohtani, and the lead is now 3. It's 4-1 in favor of the home team.
Yeah, and his nickname is the Mayor of Ding Dong City, kind of showing it right there. He crushed that one to right center, and that, as you said, is probably the backbreaker for Ohtani. They might bring him out here, and he's definitely not going into next inning.
Travis Shaw jumped all over that one and hit that one a good way out there. 99.5 on the exit velocity, just a hair under 400 feet at 396. In answer to your question, Kellen, it looks like Ohtani's going to stay in to face Teoscar Hernandez. But that is demoralizing for the 25-year-old from Japan, as he'll face Hernandez and deal strike 1.
Yeah, and just as it looked like Ohtani was maybe going to be able to escape that inning with just 1 run, Travis Shaw just took matters into his own hands and just crushed that one, giving the Jays a 3-run lead here, and a bit more comfortable if you're a Jays fan.
RBIs number 39 and 40 on the season for Travis Shaw on his 15th long ball of the year, as the 29-year-old from Ohio, product of Kent State University, has the big hit thus far in this ball game. Two and 2 now, the count here to Hernandez, and he'll stay alive. Fouls that one down the right field line. We came into this inning with the score knotted at 1. Kevin Biggio, the leadoff home run into right center. And then the 2-run shot from Travis Shaw, as this one is hit well into right, but it'll be tracked down on this occasion by Goodwin, but not before 2 home runs. One by Biggio, a solo shot, but a 2-run bomb by Shaw. And the Blue Jays have a 3-run lead as we head into the 6th.
Yeah, and there you see 4 runs on 4 hits. The Blue Jays have done a good job capitalizing on all their base runners, and a lot of that is due to 3 home runs as the main source of their offense today.
The Blue Jays have left only 1 man on base. The Angels, however, have left 5 through their first 5 turns at bat, as Tanner Roark, showing no sign of slowing down, starts inning number 6 of work for him. He'll face 3, 4, and 5. That's Trout, Rendon, and Pujols. You can see the dirt on the front of Trout's uniform. He has the lone run of the game for the Blue Jays, and he hits this one from left field, and that is going to get out of here. That one left the yard in about 0.2 of a second from Mike Trout. A missile down the left field line, and don't go anywhere. The lead is now only 2.
Yeah, that one, the definition of a line drive home run. Off the bat, as you said, I thought that one was either a foul ball. I couldn't really see the ball, and it just got over the fence, just stayed fair, and out of there in the blink of an eye.
The third baseman, number 6.
Square off that foul pole in left. Mike Trout, his 16th home run of the year, 47th RBI. Not the start Tanner Roark was looking for, and it doesn't get any easier now for him. He'll be facing Anthony Rendon. It is a pretty powerful 1-2 punch, or rather 3-4 punch, I guess I should say. Hitting third, Mike Trout, last year's AL MVP. And hitting fourth, Anthony Rendon, who was on the first team All-MLB last year, and had a killer season and showing no signs of stopping this year, hitting .292 coming into today.
Yeah, and I'm not sure, but I would have to imagine the Trout, Rendon, Pujols 3 in a row might be the most expensive trio in Major League Baseball. All 3 of them on just huge contracts.
It's certainly up there. I can't think of anything that would be more expensive. Rendon gives this one a good ride, but it's going to slice into the foul line seats down in right field. And we'll do the 3-2 again. Rendon trying to be a base runner here for the Angels, as he hits this one into the air to center field. Moving over is Grichuk, who will make the catch. Anthony Rendon now 0 for 3 on the day. And that's the first out of the inning gotten by Roark. Albert Pujols will now dig in. 0 for 1 on the day with a walk. Was back in the second. Albert came into the league in 2001, 40 years old. Pretty incredible is Pujols. Hitting .233 on the season, which is nowhere near the numbers that he used to put up. But he's been a good guy around to have in the clubhouse. Been an excellent mentor for these younger players on the Angels roster. That's inside and high for ball 1. Tanner Roark, after allowing the leadoff home run to Mike Trout, trying to get through the rest of the 6th. And that curveball misses outside, and the count now 2-2.
And now 85 pitches for Tanner Roark. I'd have to imagine that this will most likely be his last inning.
Knocked down at first over there by Shaw, and he will recover and flip over to Roark for the second out of the inning. Albert Pujols doesn't get down the line like he used to. And that's the second out of the inning, and it'll bring up Justin Upton. Upton is 1 for 1, an RBI single that drove in Trout in the 4th. And he would walk back in the second, trying to get something going for the Angels with 2 outs. Tanner Roark right now at 87 pitches. Charlie Montoya has a reputation for liking to ride his starters as long as they can go. So if Roark can get Upton here, then most likely we'd see him again in the top of the 7th. And he's ahead 1-2 to Upton. Big pitch right here from Roark. And it's hit hard to the left side. Knocked down by Guerrero. The throw to first. They got him! What a play by Vlad Guerrero to retire Justin Upton. But Mike Trout would put a dent in the Blue Jays' lead. A solo shot hits the foul pole in left.
Your attention, please.
Now the Blue Jays only lead by 2. Jaime Barria will come into the game to start the bottom of the 6th, and just as you suspected, Kellen, Ohtani's day is done after 5.
Yeah, and he was doing pretty well, but just 3 home runs is tough to win a game as a pitcher when you give up 3 home runs. He only gave up 4 hits, but 3 of them were home runs.
Ball. 1 ball, no strike.
Ohtani, like you said, only 4 hits, which on the surface, if you just looked at the game on paper, would be telltale signs of a pretty good outing. But 3 home runs, the killer, a 2-run shot by Shaw in the 5th, and his day's done after 5. He goes 5 innings, gives up 4 hits, 4 runs, all 4 of them earned. And the best he can hope for now is a no decision, though he is the losing pitcher of record at the moment. Jaime Barria, as we mentioned, comes on. Barria has the ability to give the Angels some length. He did so the other day. His last outing, he would throw 2 innings, give up 3 runs, and no hits, and strike out 3. This would be in a 4-2 Angels victory in the 2nd game of the series between the Angels and the Red Sox. The Angels would win that one 4-2, like I just said. Barria is now locked in a full count here with Rowdy Tellez. Tellez, Gurriel, and Grichuk, the 3 in line for the Blue Jays this inning. And Tellez, as he did his last time up, is once again making the pitcher work for it.
Ball 4, inside.
Again, Tellez draws the walk after fouling off a couple of pitches. So Rowdy Tellez having a good day thus far. And the Blue Jays have a man aboard with nobody out. And Lourdes Gurriel Jr. coming up.
Yeah, and Jaime Barria kind of continuing what Shohei Ohtani left off with 4 walks, and now Barria starting his outing off with a walk in 7 pitches.
I'll tell you, Kellen, Lourdes Gurriel Jr. is a fascinating story as he hits this one hard down the line. That is fair. It's going to get into the corner. Gurriel will get on second. Tellez will move over to third.
Now batting.
It is Gurriel's 16th double of the year. And the Blue Jays are looking dangerous here in the 6th.
Yeah, and Gurriel, he was moved down in this order, but he's been trying to show Charlie Montoya that he's worthy of a higher spot in the batting order, and he's been batting well and continuing with that double today.
2 men in scoring position here for Grichuk as Barria finds himself in an early jam. Well, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., as we mentioned earlier in the show, his brother Yuli plays for the Astros. He would defect from Cuba along with his brother back in 2016, as this is fouled down the third base line. Gurriel would work out for MLB scouts later that year. It's still in 2016. He would be signed by the Blue Jays for a 7-year, $22 million deal. And he's done a nice job for this Toronto ball club. 264 coming into today. Big hit right there just a moment ago. And now looking for Randall Grichuk to bring him in. One-two here to Grichuk. And Randall will foul it off once again. Former Cardinal making Barria work. Gurriel at second, and Tellez is at third as Grichuk chases after that one. Good job by Barria to battle right there along with Grichuk. And the hard work pays off. It's his first strikeout of the day.
Yeah, not a good at-bat there from Randall Grichuk. 2 guys in scoring position. All he had to do was a fly ball or pretty much any ground ball would have scored a run, but Jaime Barria gets what he wants there with that strikeout.
So now Kevin Biggio, and the last time he was up, he hit a home run that I'm not sure has landed yet. Deep into right center field, and in a position to do more damage here. That's inside the count 1-1 here to Biggio. His father was the Hall of Famer Craig Biggio, who enjoyed a 19-year career with the Houston Astros. They retired Craig's number 7. And his son is now behind in the count 1-2 here to Barria. Cavan's brother Connor works for the commissioner's office. Cavan here trying to break through. As that one is fouled off, count is now 1-2 still.
And you said Barria sometimes goes multiple innings, but already almost at 20 pitches, so we'll see if they send him out for the 7th.
Biggio fouls away once again. Barria has logged a lot of innings for this team, most out of anybody in the bullpen. 67 the 3rd innings pitched as this one is hit back up the middle and through. This is gonna bring around 2 as Trout's throw is gonna be offline. It is Cavan Biggio's 2nd and 3rd RBIs of the day, and he is tearing it up as of late, and this lead is now 4.
Yeah, and Biggio, you said he was on a tear last game, and he's continuing with this game with 3 RBI, 2 for 3. He's in line to possibly be the player of the day along with Danny Jansen.
Last time Danny Jansen was up, he hit a rocket into left, and he would watch that one for a while. That was back off Shohei Ohtani. And a correction, that was back in the 3rd inning, excuse me. Last time Jansen was up, he would hit a double. And now he pops this one up, but this is going to get into the seats, so we'll have another shot after the foul ball. If you're wondering how we got here, both Shohei Ohtani and Tanner Roark were looking good through the first 3 innings. But then Danny Jansen would hit a solo home run to lead off the scoring. That would be in the bottom of the 3rd. As look out there. I apologize, folks. Fell asleep at the switch. Didn't notice Cavan Biggio got himself picked off. So bad base running there by Biggio, and now it's actually 2 out in the inning. So again, apologies for that. 1-1 the count here to Jansen. Like I said, he got the scoring started off. Chases after that one. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Then the Blue Jays would have a 3-run 4th. Home runs from Shaw. As this one is down the line, it'll be Jansen's 2nd double of the day. He'll pull into 2nd. And Danny Jansen, a home run and 2 singles. He's having a big game so far, 9th double of the year. And this guy just continues to stay red hot, killer.
Yeah, and that pickoff hurts a little bit more with that double. Could have been another run for the Jays had Biggio still been on first, but still a runner in scoring position, and Bo Bichette with the chance to get something going.
So to finish summarizing what has happened so far, home runs by Shaw, a 2-run shot, and Biggio, a solo shot in the 4th, would account for the 3 runs that the Blue Jays would get in the 5th inning. Then in the top of the 6th, Mike Trout would get 1 back with the solo home run to left. Then the Cavan Biggio RBI single earlier in this Blue Jays turn at bat would extend to 6-2, and now Bo Bichette looking to do more damage. 3 runs, by the way, already charged to Jaime Barria, looking to avoid allowing a 4th. 2 runs charged to Barria, looking to avoid allowing a 3rd. 2-2 the count here on Bo Bichette. As he tries to extend this inning for Toronto. That's downstairs and outside, and so it'll be a full count here. Highly doubt that Jansen, the catcher, will be moving. Vlad Guerrero on deck if Bichette can continue. Bichette hits one in the air to left. Should be easy for Upton, and it is. Upton makes the catch, and Bichette is retired, but not before. A 2-run single from Kevin Biggio gives the Blue Jays a 6-2 lead as they're comfortably in front as we roll into the 7th. Andrelton Simmons will kick things off for the Angels against Tanner Roark, who begins his 7th inning of work. Charlie Montoya leaving the right-hander in the game, although getting Wilmer Font, Thomas Pannoni. Double barrel action in that bullpen, both those guys getting loose. And Kellen, what kind of leash do you think Roark is going to be on?
Yeah, I'm guessing once he gets up around 100, maybe 105, we'd see Charlie Montoya pull the ripcord. But as you said, Montoya gives his pitchers a pretty long leash, so I think we could see him get through this inning, especially if there are more at-bats just like that one.
He is facing 7, 8, and 9, and with 7, Andrelton Simmons gone on that. Brian Goodwin will come to the plate. 0 for 2 so far today is Goodwin. Goodwin, former UNC Chapel Hill ball player, was a first-round pick in 2011 by the Nationals. Would make his debut for the Nats in 2016. He'd play 3 seasons of ball in our nation's capital. Then Kansas City would require him for 2018. And then the Angels would claim him off waivers prior to last season.
Yeah, and again, as you said, he's kind of come out of nowhere. But he was a former, top 100 prospect when he was with the Nationals, but he kind of flamed out, but having a bit of a resurgence here in LA.
The Angels, a little bit of that resurgence here as they find themselves in a 4-run hole with only 8 more outs left to work with. 2-2 the count here to Goodwin. He gets a piece of it to stay alive. Well, Tanner Roark has thrown 6 1/3 so far and given up only 2. That's high and outside for ball 3. This is going to be pitch number 100 on the day for Roark. And on his 100th pitch, this is flared softly into left. Going out to get it is Biggio, who will take charge and record the out. And now Roark is through 6 2/3 and 1 out away from a really solid start.
And just to interject, 1 out away from an extra special song I have planned here for the Rogers Center.
We love it when Shark Shavery is in the best organist on Twitch. And he'll be performing for us in the 7th inning stretch. 1-1 the count here as Roark trying to finish what has been a marvelous outing so far.
Yeah, and the Jays, good for Roark to go deeper into this game. They can save their bullpen for later in this series.
That's hit down the line to left, and now Roark just needs 1 more out to secure the bag, as they say. The ex-Washington National looking for that 7-inning start, and he has got it. Roark works a 1-2-3-7, and he can take a shower and enjoy it as well. Time to stretch here in Toronto with the Jays up by 4. Shark, it's all you. That's a new one, Shark. I haven't heard that one. What?
That is OK Blue Jays. So
Ah.
any Toronto fans may be familiar with that one.
Well,
Yeah,
Shark, as always, when you come and grace my calls with your presence, you're free to stick around here in the 7th, and we can have a professional 3-man booth for just a few moments.
Yeah, I know the Blue Jays kind of tried to invent their own take me out to the ball game. It's interesting whenever you go to a Jays game to see them. They play both of them at the game, and it's always interesting.
Guerrero grounds out, and that reminds me, Kellen, are you from the Toronto area? Do you go to Blue Jays games a lot?
No, I'm from the Bay Area, but I always take a trip to Toronto almost every year, and I go to a few Jays games when I'm there.
You stop by. They don't call it the Air Canada Centre anymore. You ever see some hockey or some basketball up there when you're in Toronto?
Yeah, I try to, but the season isn't. I normally go in the summer, and there's no basketball or hockey, but I have been to a few Raptors games.
Oh, good for you. You saw there with our replay montage what Travis Shaw did in his last at-bat. As he takes a strike here. Jaime Barria, by the way, in his 2nd inning of work, despite really having to sweat it out in the 7th, he gave up 2 runs. Excuse me, in the 6th, he gave up 2 runs. Count even now at 1-1.
His pitch count really has crept up there. His 38th pitch coming up right here.
Shark, are you planning on playing the 7th inning stretch for any more ball games today?
Yeah, the one coming up right after this, I know I am doing for sure. I will also be on the Diamondbacks game on the After Dark slot, per usual. If I am free, I will try to sneak some other ones in, probably the Detroit game as well.
Good for you, good for you. As Barria has made quick work of 2 and 3 in this Blue Jays order, and now he'll face the cleanup batter, Teoscar Hernandez, who has flied out to right and walked twice. Hernandez came up with the Astros, signed as an international free agent out of the Dominican Republic, and that one is off the wall in right, and Hernandez will get on 2 with a 2-out double. So the former Houston Astro, native of the Dominican Republic, who was traded to the Blue Jays as part of the Francisco Liriano deal, nearly had a home run there.
Man, how close is that to sneaking into that gap right there in the wall?
That's going to be all for Jaime Barria. He'll go 1 2/3 innings, allow 2 runs, and not in line to pick up the loss, but not the outing he was looking for either. Now, and Joe Madden will bring in Dylan Bundy, who will be assigned cleanup duties in the 7th, try and get Rowdy Tellez. Dylan Bundy, native of Oklahoma, 4-7 on the year. This is a guy who's appeared in a lot of games. 4.84 ERA. 0-1 here to count to Tellez. That's inside for ball 1. If you're just joining us, it's Eddie McCarthy and alongside Kellen 33 with special guest Shark Shavery in the booth here. Terrific 7th inning stretch performance. As this is Shark when he got flagged down by Pujols. And as we conclude the 7th one, we wanted to say thank you, Shark, for another terrific performance as always. We hope to see you again soon, and we hope you enjoyed yourself.
Absolutely. I always have a great time, and you can catch me playing OK Blue Jays again tomorrow at the 3:45 spot. Or, yes, it is still 3:45 with Jaden Becker and EB from Toronto on the call. So, hope to see any Jays fans there. Like I said, I play a lot of the games, so I hope to see you at all of them. And with that, I hope you two have a great rest of your call.
Well, thank you so much, Shark. Kellen and I, we appreciate it. And what the Blue Jays appreciate right now is Tanner Roark's start. They bring in Wilmer Font. As expected, they go to the bullpen. Roark goes 7 innings, allows 2 runs, and he was masterful today, Kellen.
Yeah, just another great start for him. And he's just had an all-around good year, and he hasn't gotten a lot of run support in some games this year, but getting a lot of run support lately, and that continues today.
Second base.
As there you see the official line, Roark goes 7 innings, 4 hits allowed, 2 runs as we said, 3 walks and 3 strikeouts apiece. And the right-hander will now sit on the bench, grab some Gatorade, and admire his handiwork. He has put his team in a terrific position to win this ball game. As we take a look at today's attendance, 33,933 the count. That's a lot more than the Blue Jays were getting about a month ago when they were in the basement of the American League and fighting for 4th place. Now they're in 3rd and they are coming on strong. They're 6 games back of 1st. They're in 3rd place right now. The Rays are in 2nd. They're 2.5 back. Although, it looks like, as of right now at least, Kellen, their best bet, and that's the Blue Jays I'm referring to, their best bet is going to be winning the division because the AL Central this year is so good, it's looking like 3 playoff teams out of that division.
Yeah, with the Twins in 1st and Cleveland and the White Sox right on their tails, I don't think the Jays are going to be able to catch either of those teams. In the wild card, I think they're around 10 games back of the wild card, but only 6 games back in the division, so that would certainly be their best chance if they want to sneak into the playoffs.
Yeah, the Twins and all those 3 teams in a dogfight as this is into left, but Gurriel tracks it with ease, and that's the 2nd out of the inning, and it'll bring up Mike Trout. And if you ever are looking to pitch to Mike Trout, Kellen, this is the spot you want to see him in, where he can't do any damage even with a home run.
Yeah, Mike Trout, he's pretty much been the only Angel who's had a good day. He scored both of their runs. He had his solo shot in the 6th and that single in the 4th. But right now they're down 4 runs. Even a solo home run would only make it a 3-run game. So Wilmer Font doesn't have to be too worried here, but you still don't want to let the Angels get any momentum.
Wilmer Font has not pitched for a while. Did not throw on Wednesday against Milwaukee. Threw earlier in the series, but well rested, as is this entire Blue Jays bullpen, as they were fortunate enough to have both a day off yesterday and have Hyun-Jin Ryu go 9 shutout innings and pitch a complete game on Wednesday when they played Milwaukee and routed them 7-0. So they didn't even have to get into the bullpen at all. As now the count is 1-2 here to Mike Trout. Wilmer Font trying to get out of the 8th. Trout will watch that one at eye level. 2-2 the count. If Trout can continue, Anthony Rendon waiting on deck. The 2-2 pitch is outside, 3-2. Mike Trout went to Millville High School in New Jersey. Since he was there, they've instituted a tradition where the senior captain wears Trout's old high school number. Misses hard hit into right center, but right at Teoscar Hernandez, who was positioned perfectly. We go to the home half of the 8th. Gurriel, Grichuk, and Biggio scheduled to come up. Dylan Bundy will continue into the 8th after recording the last out in the 7th. We'll get things started against Lourdes Gurriel Jr. If anybody's curious, in the 9th, as Gurriel twists to avoid being hit by that, in the 9th, the Angels will have 4, 5, and 6. That's Rendon, Pujols, and Upton, as they try to erase what is right now a 4-run deficit, but maybe more, as it is this part of the order where the Blue Jays have struck for most of their runs today.
Yeah, it's been the bottom of the order that's done a lot of the damage, especially Biggio and Danny Jansen. They have combined for 5 hits today and a lot of the RBI and runs.
The Blue Jays would get 1 in the 3rd, 3 in the 5th, and 2 in the 6th. That's their scoring. Mike Trout has scored both Angels runs. He came around on a base hit by Justin Upton in the 4th, and then hit a solo shot of his own in the 6th. But so far, the guys who have ruled the day, Tanner Roark and Danny Jansen. Jansen a home run and 2 doubles. Roark 7 innings pitched, and you know the rest. Only 2 runs allowed. Terrific outing from him, and now his team looking to put the finishing touches on it. 2-0 the count here to Grichuk as he faces Dylan Bundy.
Ball.
That's high and tight for ball 3. 3 balls and no strikes to count to Grichuk, who was traded to Toronto prior to the 2018 season from St. Louis, and takes a strike as he was taking all the way on the 3-0.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, he was traded to Toronto and then signed that extension, and that is still an extension that has puzzled a lot of people, and he has not lived up to it so far.
This is tapped in front of the plate. Hopping out to get it is the catcher, Ben Boom, and he'll retire Grichuk. So a rough day for Randall Grichuk. He goes 0 for 4 with a strike. Most likely his last at-bat of the day, as now Kevin Biggio will come up with 2 out in the 8th. And he's been cooking as of late. A home run and a 2 RBI single today. He's accounted for 3 Blue Jays' 6 runs driven in. Well, takes a big cut there and comes up empty. And now Dylan Bundy 1 out away, 1 strike away rather, from a 1-2-3 inning. Biggio hit hard, but right at Pujols, who will put it away, and the Blue order in the bottom of the 8th. Last chance now for the Angels in the 9th. Rendon, Pujols, and Upton will be the men they have their faith in.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for
Ken Giles, the closer,
number 51,
will come on here in the 9th. What do you think about this move, Kellen? Non-safe situation, you bring in the closer.
Yeah, it's an interesting call. They're up 4, and they're facing kind of the heart of this Angels order, but they're not facing Mike Trout this inning. So I don't think this is a great call by Charlie Montoya. But hey, they just want to secure the win in the first game of this series, I guess.
Also have to get Ken Giles some work. Day off yesterday, he did not pitch on Wednesday. For the Blue Jays, assuming of course that this result holds, they'll move to 42-40 on the year. They're coming off of taking 2 out of 3 against Milwaukee. And then they will they are in the midst right now of a 9-game homestand as Rendon goes down on strikes to start the 9th. Giles doing a good job to get his first batter. So they'll have 2 more with the Angels here at Rogers Center. Another day off on Monday, and then they'll play 3 against the White Sox and a big 3 next weekend against the Yankees. Those games at home, both those series rather at home. So they're going to be playing some pretty serious competition over the next week or so, and we'll get a good chance to see what they're made of. The White Sox and the Yankees, 2 of the best teams in the American League right now.
Yeah, and the Jays have been a little bit lucky that the Yankees haven't really run away with this division like some people expected. They've been in control, but they haven't opened up a wide lead like some other great teams in the past, and the Jays have been able to hang around and still have a shot at taking the division.
Still have to hop over the Rays, but even though Jays are now just past the halfway point, still a lot of baseball to be played. We haven't even gotten to the melee at the trade deadline. Meanwhile, for the Angels, they're coming off a 2 out of 3 series victory over Boston in Anaheim. They are the direct opposite of the Blue Jays. They have a lot of road games at them. After 3 with Toronto, they will continue on the road at the Trop this week in Tampa Bay. Have 4 with the Rays, and then 3 more against Atlanta. So they're in the midst of a 10-game road trip, are the Angels. And Wednesday of this week is going to be their last day off until the All-Star break. As Pujols grounds out to third, and now the Angels, their last out is Ken Giles. So far, has been very good here in the 9th. Justin Upton, last man up for the Angels. Well, with the loss, the Angels will move to 40 and 41. Coming into today, the Angels had epitome of mediocrity. 20 and 20 on the road and 20 and 20 at home. As they have, as you can see with this lineup, a whole lot of talent. But the issue has been putting it together, and that's been the issue for the entire AL this year. No one really taking command of that division. Oakland in the lead at 45 and 36. The Angels, they're 4.5 back. Texas and Houston, 5.5 and 6 games back, respectively. So we'll see how that division will shake out down the stretch. Giles misses down and away on the 2-1.
Yeah, and we've seen this is a formidable lineup for the Angels, but it's been more of the pitching. I think we saw at the start of the game they have a 4.6 team ERA, and they just don't have a true ace. Shohei Ohtani has a lot of potential, but he's not a guy like Clayton Kershaw who can give you 7 innings and just really be an ace, or Hyunjin Ryu. He can only do so much, and the bottom of their rotation is not strong.
There goes Upton, and that will do it for this one. Ken Giles comes in and works a 1-2-3 ninth, and the Blue Jays' domination here at Rogers Center. They win it 6-2 and take the first game of this series. Kellen, a pretty dominating performance.
Yeah, they were in control pretty much the whole game. It was tied 1-1 after the 4th, but from the 5th inning on, the Jays were in control, and Shohei Ohtani had a tough outing. And it's interesting, today it was the bottom of the order that got it done for the Jays. Biggio and Danny Jansen.
Biggio, Danny Jansen, big days. Can't forget about Travis Shaw. He was also instrumental with that 2-run blast that gave the Blue Jays some breathing room back in the 5th. The player of the game, though, Danny Jansen. That's not to in any way discount the effort put forth by Tanner Roark. As we'll take a look at the highlights, our player of the game, Danny Jansen, got things started in the bottom of the 3rd. This was a good shot into the left field seats. The Blue Jays would take a 1-0 lead. But then in the top of the 4th, the Angels would answer. Justin Upton would single into left and bring around Mike Trout. Upton's lone hit of the day, but then this is where the Blue Jays would start to distance themselves. Kevin Biggio, the solo shot deep into right center field, 434 feet, excuse me. And then this was the backbreaker. Travis Shaw with a shot into right, a 2-run home run. It was his 16th blast of the season, and that would make the Blue Jays lead 4-1. Mike Trout would get one back here on a missile that went off the foul pole and left. But 2 runs would be as close as the Angels would get. Biggio would hit one slowly up the middle that would get by everybody and bring around 2. He would later be picked off at first, but it wouldn't matter. Blue Jays went ahead 6-2, and Ken Giles, he took care of the rest. He struck out Justin Upton. The arms come up in triumph. As the Angels fall to the Blue Jays, 6-2 is your final. 8 hits to 4 in favor of Toronto. No errors on either side. A clean game. Danny Jansen, our player. I'm not sure if Kellen is still there, but in any case, we're going to welcome in our next broadcast tandem, Jake Zimmer, Jeremy Goldstein. They'll have the Cubs and the Yanks from the stadium. Hope you guys are having a good day so far.
Well, thanks, Eddie. Been a great call as always. Appreciate the work you and Kellen do. That was quite the interesting game that you guys just had for sure. Really came down to the wire in terms of I think the Angels certainly had a couple of opportunities to cash in, but yet another interesting one in the bot ball world for sure, gentlemen.
Yeah, it was a good game. The 6-2 score could be a little bit misleading. They're questioning guys about who the most dominating team was. But the Angels, they hung tough for a while. Shohei Ohtani, though, he'll come out with the loss. We'll do our final send-off before we turn things over to you guys. The Blue Jays win Game 1 of a 3-game set from Rogers Center in Toronto by a score of 6-2. Tanner Roark the win. He moves up to 7-3. Shohei Ohtani, he's dealt the loss. He falls to 3-4. We started at 3:43. We finish at 5:16. Our game time is 1 hour and 33 minutes. For Kellen 33, I'm Eddie McCarthy. Thanks so much for tuning into this one along with us. We had a blast. But now we'll turn it over. Jake Zimmer, Jeremy Goldstein, the Cubs, and the Yankees interleague action from Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Guys?
Thanks, Eddie, and for those sticking around, good afternoon to you, or good early evening wherever this finds you. We're excited to be taking you into the Bronx, New York for an historic rivalry restored as the New York Yankees taking on the Chicago Cubs in the Bronx in just a couple of seconds here. Joined by Jeremy Goldstein in the booth, and Jeremy, any baseball fan can appreciate two franchises with the prestige and the history of the Chicago Cubs and the Bronx Bombers.
Well, absolutely. The Cubs, obviously more known for their success in the early 1900s. The Yankees were their rivalry with the Red Sox back starting in 1904. So these teams have taken the league by storm for quite some time. We have a rare matchup. They only play at the stadium once every 6 years. As you see James Paxton pulling the slab here. Only 2-1, again, started the season late due to injury. 4.98 ERA, struck out 22 and walked 9.
Yeah, this should be a fun one today for sure. I think we'll weave in some statistics on this franchise battle, if you will, over the years, but we've got baseball. Chris Bryant, 10th in the NL. He's going to lead things off, and he's part of a stacked first half of the Cubs lineup, to be quite honest with you. Jake Zimmer alongside Jeremy Goldstein are starting a little bit early here. We're scheduled for a 5:30 first pitch, but it'll be around the 5:21 mark. Paxton versus Quintana, Cubbies versus the Bronx Bombers underway here in the Bronx. A gorgeous day as well. It's a tiny bit cloudy, but 85, 86 degrees in the Bronx, New York today. As James Paxton delivers the first strike, and here it is again. Grounder on the right side, foul. You can already see they're shifting Bryant quite a bit. But Paxton, as you mentioned, he just came back from a couple of different mishaps. He had an injury a little bit earlier, and he's got 4 starts to his name so far this year.
Paxton, obviously, the injury bugged him a ton last season as well. He had that issue with his back going into the 2020 season and his knee back in the 2019 season.
And a big swing and a miss from Bryant there, and Paxton's off to a good start. A 4-pitch strikeout for Chris Bryant. The Big Maple, they call him, as you see there, came in with a high fastball, and there it is.
My favorite stat when we talk about James Paxton is back in last season again. He had a 12 ERA at one point in the first inning specifically, and his ERA under 3 in the remainder of innings in which he pitched. So that's something that's obviously not bugging him thus far. But an interesting statistic to look at back in 2019.
So it'll be Rizzo and Baez, and then if any one of them can get on, it'll be the catcher Wilson Contreras, as Rizzo off to a 1-1 start here. Anthony Rizzo, the first baseman. It's hard to believe he's 30 years old when you talk about him, but a 3-time All-Star, a Silver Slugger. He had a homer yesterday, and it's safe to say that he's already going to go down as one of the Cubs' legends.
Yeah, Rizzo, drafted by the Red Sox, started his career with the Padres, then took off with the Cubs World Series champion. Yeah, it's hard to believe he's already in his 30s. Been so productive for so long and still continues to be a major piece in this Cubs offense.
This one swung out to right field, over to grab it is Judge, but it's off the wall, foul, and that could have been danger already. The short porch in right field is something that the Cubs don't have the honor of taking advantage of every year for sure, as he takes strike 3 looking for out number 2. So 2 strikeouts already for Paxton. You've got to think he dodged a major bullet with Rizzo.
Yeah, obviously that short porch in Yankee Stadium is a big friend for away teams when they come in, but obviously great utilization of the fastball by Paxton for a second strikeout.
Avi Baez, as if the first 2 weren't enough. 27 years old, he's a 2-time All-Star, and who can forget his performance in the NLCS in 2016? He took himself home an MVP, and he's since been groomed into one of the better shortstops throughout the league as he ropes it up the middle, but LeMahieu jumps up to grab it, and a nice play from DJ there. No runs, no hits, no errors as you get another look at the leap from LeMahieu. He's sporting the high socks, and he's leading off as we go to the bottom of the first. So we'll start things off. Jose Quintana is the man to keep your eyes on today. Jeremy, he's got a pretty good record and an ERA for himself.
And he's throwing 100 in 2/3 innings, so probably topping that Cubs rotation in terms of innings pitched. And he's kept his ERA fairly low at 2.68. Very good resurgence after a rough 2019 and 2018 for the former White Sox lefty. He's looking to continue his dominance here in the Bronx.
Talk about dominance in the Bronx, and only 1 year of sample size, but DJ LeMahieu, the leadoff hitter, certainly had a great year last year, hit well above the 300 mark as he leads things off against Quintana. Here's a big breaking ball, lifted down the right field line. To grab it is Rizzo. He dives, but he can't get a hold of it, and it'll be a base hit for LeMahieu. So unorthodox way of getting on base for DJ there, but nonetheless, that's how he's hitting 300 for sure.
LeMahieu found a way to get on base all sorts of ways, both last season and in this campaign. He does it again there. Blooper over the right side. First baseman can't get it, diving backwards. Perfect table setting for Torres here.
Gleyber Torres, we're going to begin with him as well as he lines this into left field, a base hit. Another great knock. So back-to-back hits for the New York Yankees, and just like that, first and second. And Aaron Judge stepping up to the plate. That's a beautiful piece of hitting for Torres, but now they've got to look for Aaron Judge to knock him in.
Yeah. Yankees attacking early, 2 pitches, 2 singles. I would expect them to try to raise Quintana's pitch count and get to that struggling, well, not struggling, but the bullpen, since Quintana's been a Cubs ace this year. But success on 2 pitches on 2 swings. Now they have arguably the best hitter on this team in Aaron Judge.
I think for sure, you're right. I wouldn't say the bullpen's struggling, but you certainly want to turn it over to them just the way Quintana's been this year. Is Judge will look at strike 1. But a byproduct of that is the record. 54 and 27 as you see in the lower third. First in the league. It's first in the NL as well, with the Nationals chasing behind them. It's a good record for sure, and it's been in large part due to some great pitching as Judge fouls it back.
Yeah, I was talking about Quintana's dominance and how they have to turn it over to someone, but I couldn't find a weakness. So
right, exactly.
You caught me slipping.
There's a couple of things I'd like to bring up about this Cubs bullpen as we foul it back for Judge. We'll stay at 0-2. One lefty threw out, and it's Kyle Ryan, and he's the guy that's throwing a 5.40 ERA. The rest of them are pretty much sub-3, which is very interesting to look at. If Quintana does exit this game early, they'll probably think to throw it over to Trevor McGill or Alec Mills out of the long reliever spot. But, of course, we're way off. We haven't even seen the first out in the first inning so far. First and second, Judge will look at a 1-2. Nice job of staying alive against Quintana after getting down 0-2. Jose Quintana has really been a fierce competitor in Chicago as Judge holds for the check swing, and it'll go to 2-2. Quintana started off his career, as you probably know, on the north side, or excuse me, the south side of Chicago, then was traded over to the Cubs. This one high 3-2 now, and full count for Aaron Judge after being down 0-2.
An all-star with the White Sox back in 2017, I believe, and was traded over from the White Sox Cubs at the deadline, as the Cubs were looking for their second straight World Series, but fell short of that.
Ground ball down the left side. On to second for one and over to first, and that's a nasty consequence of Aaron Judge. He'll strike out a lot, and he might hit a hard grounder every now and then. The Yankees are down to 2 outs now and a runner on third.
Yeah, if you arguably have an average defensive shortstop that's not playing that position there, that might get through, but ARI PHI is the best there is. He's an incredible diving play. Turns the tables to second and on to first, and by then it's an easy double play, and the Yankees all of a sudden have 2 outs on the board.
The first pitch high to Giancarlo Stanton. We're going to begin with him. He had a real tough year last year. He only had 3 homers, believe it or not. Just was really plagued with a nagging injury, and there were multiple of them throughout the year as he looks at this one 2-0 now.
He got hurt at the beginning of last season in Game 3 of the opening series against Baltimore here at the stadium, sliding into third base. And then when he returned against Toronto, went to second base after hitting a single, and then got hurt again. And that calf injuries have been what's lingering him so long, and he's finally staying healthy here in this spot ball simulation.
Quintana's nibbling here now 3-0. It's probably the wise decision with the switch hitter Aaron Hicks coming up. Hicks is no slouch for sure in the 5-hole, but better than giving up a homer to Giancarlo Stanton. That could have been his pitch, because it's right down the middle, a sinking fastball for strike one.
Yeah, and like you said, Hicks is a very productive hitter, but I'd say it's arguably true that he's more productive from that left side, and he'd be hitting from the right side against Quintana.
Slow dribbler out in front of the plate. Contreras, this is interesting. He'll go out and tag the runner going into home, and DJ LeMahieu's retired, so it's a 2 unassisted. That's something you don't see every day. No runs, 2 hits, and nobody left on base after LeMahieu's thrown out at the plate. On to the second we go, no score.
Leading off for the Cubs.
Well, we'll see the 4, 5, 6 hitters for Chicago. It's Wilson Contreras, Steven Souza, and Kyle Schwarber. Schwarber, noteworthy, is in the DH hole today.
No, that's down.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, well, with this new upcoming MLB season, I think Schwarber, that new universal DH, that's going to be who plays that spot for the Cubs going forward.
Oh, for sure. I think it's one of many different things the Cubs can do. I think you've got some better defenders out there, which is, of course, the reason Ian Happ is out in left field today. And real blessing for some of these teams that are throwing below-average defenders out there just to keep their bat in the lineup. With a slow dribbler, LeMahieu to his right over to Andujar at first, and he'll make the play.
And that's something I think that's caused the Cubs to be great, is a balanced lineup. They have plenty of production from both the left and right side. They got guys like Steven Souza, who are more defensive base. You can see that with his 179 average. Obviously, Souza getting the chance in the 5th hole today.
Souza, not an everyday player, and that's why his average is so low. He's a 3rd pick back in 2007. He's got quite a bit of experience between Detroit, Tampa Bay, a few other Washington, Tampa Bay, and then Arizona most recently. He's down 0-2 in the count. Now Paxton really dealing here today.
Souza's obviously more known for his diving catch to save Jordan Zimmerman's no-hitter.
For sure.
In his career. Mostly quiet.
Swing and a miss there, out number 2. Paxton already 3 strikeouts so far, as he'll face the left-handed Kyle Schwarber.
Well, I think his fastball has been the pitch he's been utilizing the most, throwing it up and in on a lot of righties. They're tying them up, and that's why he's been able to get 3 strikeouts thus far.
Schwarber, 22 home runs this year. He's really been having a great year, 50 RBIs. His average just around where it usually is, 251, nothing to write home about for sure, but Schwarber back in his Indiana days at the University of Indiana at Bloomington was a catcher. He was going to be a catching prospect for the Cubs for a long time, but it just got too crowded, so they had to move him over to left field.
Yeah, they obviously have Wilson Contreras starting for them there, and I think Victor Caratini, their backup, very productive hitter on top of that. So obviously there's no need for Schwarber to play catcher.
Caratini hit a pinch hit 3-run homer with 2 outs last night to kick off a 2-out rally to score 6 runs in the 6th inning, and that's what led the Cubs to victory ultimately, as now Schwarber's up in the count 3-1.
And productive bench. Huge for the Cubs' success all season.
This one, ball 4 in the dirt, as the first base runner for the Cubs has entered the chat here. They'll turn it over to David Bodie now, and I want to bring up a cool story that I heard on the Bat Ball broadcast last week. It was last Tuesday. It was Zoe Alter and John Vitas on the call, and John was telling a great story. He had worked in the Cubs organization for quite some time. David Bodie, he had grown to know him pretty well and went to a small community college in Colorado. He had to work his way up the chain as he lines out to left field. I'll talk more about that story and David Bodie as we go into the bottom of the 2nd. No runs, no hits, no errors, and a man left on, and Schwarber for the walk. Let's go to the bottom of the 2nd, no score. Well, for the Yankees, it's Hicks, Andujar, and Frazier. Of course, you can see up in the top of your screen on Twitch. Donate to the Trevor Project today, a great organization for LGBTQ youth. Doing some great work across the nation, so very easy to join. All you have to do is scroll down on your Twitch stream. Of course, we don't take a paycheck for these ML Botball simulations here, so we do invite you to go donate to a worthy cause for sure. As Hicks stands in, the switch hitter bats from the right side of the plate now. He hits 250 to start off. The story where I was going about David Bodie, went to that small community college in Colorado. He really was doubted by pretty much everyone. They thought he would drown in just amidst the professional baseball community, and all of a sudden he just started hitting well. There was a year where he hit 350 and got some really good looks. Got called up to Iowa eventually, and Bodie's really been a good contributor for the Cubs so far over his career, albeit a short one, Jeremy.
Obviously, that walk-off grand slam he had off Ryan Madsen.
Who can forget?
Back. One of my favorite all-time baseball moments. And I think he solidified himself as a reliable utility infielder the Cubs can go to off the bench if needed.
Just a common theme with the Cubs is they're really no slouch as Hicks looks at strike 3 on the outside corner. Out number 1.
Batting fifth, the first baseman, Miguel.
Here's Miguel Andujar. And talk about a weird couple of years. He had a great year at third base in 2018, especially the latter half. And then 2019, as we know, was filled with injuries for him. It was, mainly one. It's a Tommy John, of course, and kept him sidelined. Everyone almost assuredly thought he'd be coming back to play third base. But then Gio Urshela last year, who hits 8th today, started going off, and he just has really made a name for himself over at the hot corner in this past year. So now the Yankees are in a little bit of a predicament as time goes on, albeit a good one. This is roped back up the middle, a base hit for Andujar, and that's, if he keeps hitting like that, I'll tell you, a nice solid single up the middle. It's going to be hard to take that man out of the lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know he's not hitting anymore, but I have a big question about Andujar I want to talk about with you. 2018, he was given the second place honor in Rookie of the Year voting to Shohei Ohtani. I believe he should have won that award, not Ohtani, simply because Ohtani didn't play enough games. Do you think it was right that the voters award Ohtani with the Rookie of the Year?
Now, I'm going to try to put my Yankee fan bias aside. That's a great question. I think that Andujar's numbers certainly spoke for themselves. He had a phenomenal year as Clint Frazier up now. He's another one we can get to, but Andujar, while he was great, I do think I'm understanding the case for Ohtani. I think there were other factors that played into it. You know, the fact that he was able to be successful from both sides of the field, if you will. I think it was not necessarily the choice that statistically had backed it up, but I do think that it was not undeserved for Ohtani to win that award, I'll put it that way.
Putting my bias aside as well, I understand Ohtani's sort of a player you don't even see every generation, right? You can dominate from both sides. However, I want to take into account Ohtani didn't pitch enough games for me. And his inconsistency to be in the lineup compared to Andujar's ability to play every day and help produce push that team to a playoff appearance with Red Sox dominating that division is incredible to me. I think that's more worthy of Rookie of the Year honor.
Yeah, I would definitely understand that point for sure, as Frazier gets rung up on the second called strike 3 of the inning. As Gio Urshela now, the man we were just talking about, 238 on the year, so nothing crazy, nothing as good as last year for sure. Ohtani did get shelled today, however, in the previous game. It's a soft ground ball up the middle. Will that squeak by? It will. It's a base hit with 2 outs for Urshela. It'll move Andujar up to second, and Chris Iannetta, who the Yankees took on as a backup and an emergency catcher for Gary Sanchez, has now been thrusted into a starting role with Sanchez out with a couple of days with a torn groin.
Chris Iannetta, at all the offseason signing, veteran catcher. I've seen him on the Angels, the Rockies, mostly a power bat off the bench as a backup, but he'll be very serviceable for the Yankees, provide at least some of that power that they're missing from Gary Sanchez.
Yeah, I mean, he's a veteran for sure, which is why I think the Yankees are really blessed with his presence as this is foul back. You see there, 2004 was when he got drafted. Kyle Higashioka, that is, he might not necessarily be ready for an everyday starting role with the organization. Iannetta, good eye there, 1-2.
And I don't know if Higashioka will ever be ready. I mean, he's just hitting age 30, and Sanchez will be on hopefully for the Yankees' sake be their starter for years to come. He's only 27.
Right.
I think Higashioka is going to be a career backup catcher unless he lost in Romine numbers.
Fair ball down the third base line. Let's see if Iannetta can get there. He is just beaten out by the throw, and that would have been interesting with LeMahieu coming up and runners on the corners. Nice scoop there from Rizzo. You see it, and he arguably saves a run. Couple of hits. But the Yankees can't get anything onto the third. We go.
Leading off for the Cubs, the left fielder, Ian.
It'll be Ian Happ leading things off. He will play left field today. They take strike 1. Ian Happ's another interesting story, too. He played over at Cincinnati. Played second base for most of it. He also mixed in a little outfield, but I think what people think of Ian Happ is more of the quick, speedy guy, but you see him there. He's a big guy and a power bat for sure, and I think the Cubs have been really surprised with his contributions.
I mean, Ian Happ is definitely a player you can play every day, and that wasn't the case last year, unfortunately. Back in the beginning of 2018, he was very good out of the leadoff spot for them, especially in the beginning of the year. I think I just gave him the jinx, but I hope he will get more of an opportunity to play more games and get more at-bats for the Chicago team.
As he's rung up there, looking again, you see the standings. The Yankees are not the best team in baseball this year. They don't have the best record, but they have a nice, healthy lead in the AL East, which is certainly going to be beneficial, especially as the Rays start to heat up. So it's Albert Almora now that stands in. He looks at strike 1. Almora's another guy, very speedy way to round out the end of the order, and people forget he's going to be a free agent next year, and maybe he hits the market with someone looking for an outfielder with all the depth that the Chicago Cubs have.
So Jake, you're absolutely right. I know this guy more. Almora's more known for his defensive ability, especially in center field. He can cover a lot of ground. He's got to prove a little bit more to me with the bat for him to be a valuable free agent signing. He is hitting 276, as you know, happen again.
Yeah, for sure. And again, somehow tallying him up. That's 5 Ks for the Big Maple now. And that's something you want to keep your eyes on for sure.
As I keep curses on these players. But yeah, Almora has Almora. He's a solid hitter. Obviously, the defense, like a lot of players on this team, Baez, Souza. Defense is their primary ability. However, if Almora can stay in that 270s range, I think he will be a valuable signing for whatever team picks him up.
He very well could be, for sure. And just bringing it up with things that the Cubs management should be thinking about, with Epstein still at the helm and the Ricketts family being more involved in the transactions and such. As Bryant, a big swing and a miss here, the order turns over. Bryant is one of 5 strikeout victims the first time around for Paxton. And I'm no mathematician here, but Paxton's on a good pace. Is lifted way out to left field. Back goes Hicks. He dives. He can't make the catch. Oh, baby. Had a little faith in him to grab it after his defensive showcases last year, but it's a ground rule double in the first hit of the day.
Hicks with a bit of a low dive right there. Just hop over the fence for a green double. And yeah, I would have loved to see another highlight play from Aaron Hicks. Provided so many of those for us last season. However, now the Cubs have a runner in scoring position with a bona fide hitter with runners in scoring position. Anthony Rizzo. Paxton's got to make sure he doesn't make a mistake.
A 3-time All-Star, a 3-time Gold Glove Award winner, is roped into right field. It's a base hit. Do they send home Bryant? They definitely will not, as Judge was ready to toss him way out at home plate. But in any case, runners on first and third and 2 outs.
We just talked about Aaron Hicks' defensive highlights. Somebody watched the highlight tape of Aaron Judge throwing runners out either at second base or home from the outfield. I think it's a different level of excitement. And as if Chris Bryant wasn't going to round third as soon as he saw where the ball was hit.
This inning has certainly grown more interesting for sure, as looked like Paxton was going to cruise to another 1-2-3 inning after striking out Almora and Happ. And then Bryant double, Rizzo single. This is not the guy you want to see up in really any fashion when there are runners on scoring position.
Yeah, also that's one of Paxton's issues we saw arise last year, especially in late game situations. Not this is only the third inning, but he would obviously, or not obviously, but a lot of the time not be able to complete innings after getting the first 2 outs. So this is an issue that we're seeing here again, and he has a big at-bat against a good righty hitter in Javier Baez.
Yankees fans ripped Paxton last year for being a huge hit-or-miss kind of guy. It was either you get a nice 7-inning and 2-run start from him, or he's out in the first. Does he get bailed out here with a high fly ball near the Yankees dugout? And he does. Andujar will spear it away. Not before a pair of hits from the Cubbies. They leave 2 on, and we go to the bottom of the third for the top of the Yankees lineup. Well, away we go to bottom 3. It's LeMahieu, Torres, and Judge. And Jeremy, just going back to this matchup of the Cubs and Yankees, is before we do that, we'll look at the Yankees stats here in terms of hitting. They are still first across the board in the AL pretty much, except in average and on-base percentage, where they're second. This is no slouch of a Yankees team, albeit, not the best in the league.
And I think the reason why the Bay is so close to them in the division is, one, injuries. Just dating back to last season, obviously Chapman's been hurt, Ottavino's been hurt, Sanchez has been hurt, and obviously Paxton was hurt for a long time. They're missing, and Severino's obviously out. They're missing a lot of pitching productivity, which is the reason why their record is lagging a bit. Obviously, again, pitching is it's an inconsistency that's been the reason why they haven't been able to advance to the World Series for the past 4 seasons.
As LeMahieu fouls the back, let's talk about this matchup. The Yankees and the Cubs has gone way back, as we had mentioned, the first matchup back in 1932. And the 1932 World Series was actually the time. Bryant, a nice diving grab. The throw leads Rizzo off the bag, however. We'll have to see how they score, and it's an E5. So LeMahieu on base here after the error.
Hey, Chris Bryant, that's not usually him.
For sure. The 1932 World Series was a 4-game sweep. The Yankees won every single game. They played 2 in New York, 2 in Chicago. And these scores were certainly pretty dominant. 12-6, 5-2, 7-5, and 13-6. And then the next time they met was in the 1938 World Series. So after 1938, you want to take a shot at when the next time they played each other was, Jeremy?
The World Series? Or just in general?
In any matchup after 1938, when's the last time the Yankees and Cubs met up?
Well, if I...
Or not the last time, I should say, but if I back up and say the next time after 1938, when was the next time that they played each other?
Well, if I'm not, I could be way off here, obviously. However, I'm going to go out on a limb and say sometime late 90s, early 2000s, just because that's when interleague play became a legit every year thing.
Okay, that's a good guess. I'll hold off for now as Gleyber Torres takes a walk. Now runners on first and second, nobody out. I want to hear what the Twitch chat has to say too. If you guys have any attempts at the time after 1938. So 1938 in October was a matchup between the two teams. And then they played, it was a long time, I'll give a hint to that, when the next time after 38, these two teams met up.
Final guess is 2002.
Okay. We'll revisit this for sure. I want to give the Twitch chat some time to respond, as this is a pretty integral moment now as Aaron Judge stands in. He's 0 for 1 on the day. He had a 6-4-3 double play his first time up, but he's got an opportunity to knock in some runs with LeMahieu on second and Torres off first. This one on the inside corner, strike one. This will be a key moment for Jose Quintana, how he approaches these next couple of batters.
Obviously, Judge had the same situation in the first. Another double play would be really detrimental to his in-game statistics here. I'm sure Judge is...
3-1 to Aaron Judge. It's not a place that you want to be for sure, especially with Stanton up. I mean, if you walk him, it's even worse, arguably, with Giancarlo Stanton up as a fly ball. Very hard to hit down the right field line and foul.
He's going to protect the plate a lot. He's not going to take anything close. That's just the type of hitter he is.
Here's the payoff to Judge. Dribbled back to the mound. Quintana's only plays to first. He'll go to Rizzo, so it's a 1-3 fielder's choice. But the runners advance.
Being bunt. Speak for Aaron Judge. He's going to fly ball in the air, which he's more than capable of doing. The Yankees will have a 1-0 lead, at least.
So Stanton hit a very similar swinging bunt and actually was thrown out at home plate for LeMahieu. He ropes this into center. Almora makes the catch. Tagging is LeMahieu. They're sending him. Does he get in? He will without a tag, and it's a sac fly for Stanton. You couldn't have written it any better, Jeremy.
Sac fly is underrated, as John Boy says. John Boy Media. Very, Josie Fly says that too. It's a Yankees Twitter phrase I see all the time. And obviously put to good use there. And obviously not trying to do too much, just trying to get the run home, give the Yankees the lead. And he does so successfully.
Get him on, get him over, get him in. I think you could certainly say, as Aaron Hicks is the man standing in now. He swings and misses for strike one. We've got some guesses on that question I mentioned earlier in the Twitch chat. We've got 1965, we've got 2004, 2014. Nope. This one high, 1-1. Jeremy, we're very close, and we had Mo Red Wings 13 coming at 2004 as well. It was 2003 when they met up next.
Off.
It was
You're off.
It was at Wrigley Field, and the Yankees went 1-2 in that series at Wrigley. This one grounded over to third. I'm not sure why Bryant didn't go for the tag, but regardless, a 5-3 putout. But not before the Yankees knock in the first run of the game. 1-0 your score as we're a third of the way through this game. Cubbies coming up.
Leading off for the Cubs, the catcher, number 40, Wilson.
That's Contreras standing in now. We'll see Contreras, Souza, and Schwarber. As Paxton out there for his 4th inning of work. He's had a pretty good go of it so far. No runs, 2 hits. Left 3 guys on, so Paxton really cooking again.
When he gets in a groove, that's obviously when he pitches best. I know it's self-explanatory, but
2 balls, 1 strike, the count.
On a roll where he's not giving himself momentum, he's very inconsistent and will give up a lot of long balls. So good sign for the Yankees if Paxton can continue his good strikeout numbers in this one.
3-1 now to Contreras, the cleanup hitter. He came into this game hitting .287. Back to this Yankees-Cubs ordeal as he fouls this off. Another very interesting stat. The Yankees are 20-4 against the Chicago Cubs all time. Out of those, they played 9 games at home, and they've won all 9 of them, if you could believe that, as Contreras goes down, swinging out number 1.
Now batting.
Obviously, like we mentioned, I mentioned to you before this game started, the Yankees were supposed to play 3 against Chicago here at the stadium, and unfortunately, they're not able to do that. Hopefully, those games will be given another go next season.
You see, go ahead.
Correct. I think it would be great for baseball to have these 2 teams play on such a historic stage. Hopefully, they'll get to do that.
I certainly agree with you, Jeremy. I think there's arguably in baseball no 2 franchises with the history that the Yankees and Cubs have is fouling it back is Souza. Souza 0 for 1 with a strikeout today. For as many will say, I think the Red Sox are probably in that mix. You can argue a few other teams for sure. The Giants, who were the New York Giants at first, and the same goes with the Dodgers. But honestly, these 2 teams have really been around since baseball has existed, which I think adds a little flair to this matchup for sure. And couple it with the fact that they barely play each other too. Looking at the past matchups after 2003 as another strikeout for Paxton. You see 2005, they played a couple of games. 2011, 2014, 2017. So every 3 years they're playing each other since 2011, and I think it adds just a little bit more to the rivalry here.
Absolutely, and you mentioned how the Yankees and the Cubs it's a series of historic teams that rarely play each other. I want to go back to last season where the Yankees played 3 at Dodger Stadium, and that was something I was looking forward to all year, and I was disappointed that it took place on Players Weekend because I wanted to see the 2 play in their normal jerseys instead of just playing black and white. Because it's just, you don't see that every year. Like, we're not going to see the Yankees play at Dodger Stadium for at least another 6 seasons.
Yeah, it's going to be quite some time for sure. I've got to get out to Wrigley to watch whenever the Cubs and the Yankees square off in Wrigleyville for sure. 1-2 now to Schwarber. Paxton looking to retire the side. Over to first is Torres, and the Cubbies go 1-2-3 in the top of the 4th. Coming up, it's the 6, 7, 8 hole in Andujar, Frazier, and Gio Urshela. Back after this. Again, a beautiful night in the Bronx. It's around 84 degrees at the time of the game. It's a little cloudy, and chance of rain, possibly a thunderstorm in the New York area tonight as well. But in any case, just that view of Yankee Stadium is just wonderful. You see Aaron Boone there. 3rd-year manager, replaced Joe Girardi a couple of years ago, and it's really been uphill for him since as Andujar stands in.
You can talk about the type of team he has and how he might have an easier go of it as a manager. But regardless, it's very impressive that he was able to collect 100 wins in both of his first 2 seasons here.
Yeah, for sure, as he flies out there to left fielder Happ, out number 1. A good piece of it there, too, and Andujar has really been putting that on the ball, making good contact. Unfortunately, it's right to Happ there, but nice single in the first inning makes up for it. Talk about a guy that has been through the ringer with the team, and you can start at Clint Frazier for sure. As he stands in against Quintana, looks at a ball outside acquired from Cleveland in 2016, as you see there. That was part of the Andrew Miller trade in which the Yankees sent Miller to New York, or to Cleveland, I should say. Got a bunch of prospects back. Clint Frazier was one of them, and last year, everyone thought he was ready to make his breakout year. Turns out he spent nearly half of it in the minors, and you can't imagine he's too happy of a camper after the way he was treated, or that he believes he was treated by the Yankees last year.
Well, let's go back. Let's look at the timeline a little bit. Obviously, very productive first half. Put that clutch home run against Baltimore early in the season, 3-run shot off Miguel Castro. Hit some big home runs in their first series back in Toronto. But the big struggle for him was with the glove. He had a big drop in the later stages of the game here against Seattle, and that made it hard for Boone to continuously put him in the lineup, especially with the DH spot being occupied by players who are not productive in the field themselves, like Boone Boyd and Stanton when he was healthy, and Miguel Andujar when he was coming back from injury. He was too much of a defensive liability to have in the lineup every day. Didn't want to use him as a pinch hitter. Sorry for going on too much.
No, it's a nice summary of how he's been over the past couple of years, for sure. I mean, he's making errors, and he's, granted, working with the guys in the outfield, and he working with the coaching staff to try to get a little bit better, and unfortunately, just never really panned out to in-game defensive production. I mean, you've got guys that can swing the bat and can also play D. For a comparison, I guess, you were talking about, or I guess Yankee fans in general, I should say, we're talking about not throwing Hicks out there, right, and throwing Frazier out there instead, and maybe even trading Hicks. But if you look back at that with a fresh set of eyes in 2020, it almost sounds silly to do that at this point if they had gone through with it.
Ludicrous, because you have to think that last season Aaron Hicks was given a 6-7 year extension.
Right.
$10 million a year. That would essentially be throwing away money if you took a risk on Clint Frazier and benched Aaron Hicks, who you obviously have a lot of faith in when he's healthy.
And at the time, the thing is, last year it was a serious conversation because, Hicks hadn't been necessarily signed to that extension just yet as we turn things over. Urshela with a ground ball over a third will end the inning. Going to the top of the fifth, Yanks up 1-0. And I say this, Jeremy, as well with, let's go back to before Hicks was signed as a Yankee, or rather with the extension of the $70 million deal over 7 years. That was when those conversations were taking place on, should we give up on Hicks? Should we try to get something back to him? Should we sign him for a couple of years and then trade him and let Frazier come up? But, weaving this conversation in, I think it almost sounds ludicrous, like you said, because it's, at this point, Aaron Hicks is one of the more valuable outfielders on this Yankee team, and I think no one really gave him that same appreciation until that contract extension.
Obviously, he's a switch hitter, very valuable in Major League Baseball for a very long time, and I think he broke out in 2018, which really made it hard for the Yankees to make a decision.
As David Bodie stands in, he's 0 for 1. Bodie off to a tough start this year at the plate. I think, Jeremy, you alluded to it earlier, but clutch moments, I should say, last year as he swings and a miss or strike 3. That's Paxton's 8th strikeout, folks, so don't look now. He's really rolling. I think he's settling in nicely, and this is one of these games.
I think back to Jackie Robinson Day at the stadium against the Red Sox in mid-April. Paxton, 8 innings, I believe, of phenomenal work with shutting out that Boston Red Sox lineup.
Bullpen's not even a thought, but the Yankees have quite the arsenal. They haven't performed quite up to par. I think the long-standing Yankees frustration with their bullpen has certainly played into it. And they have reasonable gripe here, this year in particular, as Happ with a 1-1 count now. He looks at the ball low, 2-1.
Obviously, Chapman had the injury midseason, so they had to go closer by committee for a while. And obviously, there's a lot of pieces, but you saw when Dylan Betances was a valuable reliever for the Yankees, he was much more valuable as a setup man and didn't close games as well.
For sure, and the Yankees have turned to a combination. I think they've started to settle into Tommy Kahnle this year, but it's been Britton, it's been Adam Ottavino, a couple of others as a base hit for Ian Happ in the left center.
Our base knock for the Cubs tonight. Happ is a great rally starter. I like to call these guys table setters. It's a nice, well-known term across the league, especially with the top of the order approaching. With first Albert Almora, then Chris Bryant comes up. So Cubs might be sparking a rally here. We'll have to see how Paxton responds.
So Almora struck out before the fifth. I believe that was back in the third inning, his first appearance. Again, 274. If he is able to have an average bat, maybe a little bit on the above average side, then he should be able to get either an extension from the Cubs or maybe test the market a little bit as someone who needs a bottom third run producer, or just a guy that gets on base to hit in the 7, 8, 9 holes and play lockdown defense. I think that's a totally reasonable ask as he looks at strike 2 at the shins almost. 1-2 the count. Big swing and a miss, strike 3. Paxton is cooking his 9th strikeout of the day.
And Paxton utilizing
the third baseman.
Fastball up to be at his belt. He still swung. Big second out for Paxton, and now he's got to come up to the most dangerous hitter in this lineup, Chris Bryant.
I mean, my goodness, has Paxton done a phenomenal job of mixing his speeds and locations today. You don't really see this from him too often, but there's every now and then a start that he has. I think Yankee fans will mostly agree with us here. If he is rolling, he's rolling, and I think today is certainly one of them. That could all... Oh, go ahead.
All right, I apologize. When Paxton pitched the majority of last season's games, it was all about, like I alluded to earlier, getting out of that first inning unscathed. And he's able to do that today. And look, he hasn't given up a run so far. So, impressive.
Yeah, the sentiment with Paxton is... It's that love-hate relationship with him. The only thing about this right now is it can all change in one swing as it's 3-0 to Chris Bryant now. You got to consider almost putting him on, and indeed, Paxton will go that route. So runners on first and second with 2 out, and here comes the lefty Anthony Rizzo.
Well, Paxton was in a similar situation last time with Rizzo. Rizzo did get on base. I think he still does prefer the lefty-lefty matchup, though, especially with Baez on deck. Very important at bat here because a single could very well score Bryant as long as it's not hit the judge.
A single came for Rizzo back in the third inning. Moved Bryant around to third base. So in this time around, it's Ian Happ who's got some wheels at second base and then Bryant at first. And he looks at strike 1 here. Rizzo homered yesterday. You see the 1 RBI on your screen there. This is another integral point because you've got Paxton creeping up there in pitches. He's got 73. You got to figure he could go maybe into the 7th inning if he gets out of this relatively unscathed. Big breaking ball. That's a dangerous pitch to Rizzo breaking outside 0-2. This is a big pitch here.
Yeah,
we'll have to see what he does. So 0-2. He goes for the high fastball and a fly ball foul to the backstop. I like that strategy, but we'll have to see if he brings out the breaking ball here, Jeremy.
I want to see him waste a pitch here because he can really afford it.
There it is. He went with the fastball low and inside, and I don't think Rizzo was expecting it for sure. I think he wanted that breaking ball. Paxton escapes a huge jam as the Cubbies leave 2 on but can't score. We go to the bottom of the 5th.
For the Yankees.
What an inning last inning for sure. I think the Yankee fans will take a deep sigh of relief, and if the Yankees can do what they normally do as Iannetta fouls it down the left side, then this could be another dangerous inning for them.
The Yankees.
Be careful there.
Never wrong sport, but the Yankees need back on more runs in respect for Paxton's start. This is not the type of game you usually see from the Yankees in terms of when the Yankees would have a lead. If the Yankees can capitalize off this Paxton performance against the top team in the MLB, arguably, I think it'd be huge for their morale.
And next thing you know, Jeremy, you're going to start seeing R.J. Barrett pinch hit for somebody. Is this grounded up the middle over to Baez? On the first and retires Iannetta easily.
Need that Knicks toxic atmosphere to infiltrate the Yankees team they have here. I wouldn't want that to happen.
Yeah, I was going to say, slow down. You've got July 31st, I think, is when the NBA is coming back. We need this time, man. This is sacred.
Knicks aren't going to Orlando, though, so...
Yeah, they're one of a few teams that, of course, has not been in the upper three-quarters of the NBA. I'm sure we could have a whole broadcast on that for sure. But
I could talk all day about the Knicks, but now's not the time. Nice Yankees-Cubs going. Now I'm here in the bottom of the fifth.
Really 2-0 to LeMahieu with 1 out and 3-0 now. LeMahieu's been on base both of his 2 times up. He got on base on an E5 back in the third, and then all the way back in the first. He was stranded at third after the leadoff single. Let's see if Quintana puts him on. The 3-0, he's swinging in a high fly ball to right field. Back goes the right fielder in Souza, and he makes the catch at the wall. That's one of those classic Yankee Stadium fly balls that you want to slam the bat on your knee as it goes off the bat, but might have been out.
Interesting story here. I'm shocked the Yankees have stopped going to Judge at number 2, especially with how valuable a 2-hitter has become to some teams. It just displays their confidence in Gleyber Torres.
And why wouldn't they have the confidence in Torres, I think, just to flip that around, too? He's another guy that has a very interesting story and I think well-timed. 25 years old, and let's break this down. 2016, the Cubs are on the verge of winning their first World Series since 1908. So they need a closer. Brian Cashman picks up the phone and calls up Epstein and says, I've got a closer that I can lend you, because the Yankees weren't making the playoffs or anything, or going to compete. So he gives the Cubs Chapman, and they take Gleyber Torres back from him. A couple other prospects came through as well. Chapman helps the Cubs win the World Series for the first time since 1908. He gets a ring, and what does he do the next year? I think you know the answer, Jeremy. He signs with the Yankees. So basically, the Yankees got Gleyber Torres for free. They essentially traded the rights to a World Series championship for Gleyber Torres. So,
story, and I do have a friend who's a Cubs fan and who always say he does not regret that trade because of the World Series they won. When you have a 23-year-old Gleyber Torres who's raking the way he does in his first 2 seasons, especially, if I'm the Yankees, especially since even if they did make the playoffs, they ended up a couple games out actually, but they weren't going to compete with the talent in that American League. So at the end of the day, in hindsight's 2020, phenomenal move by Cashman in the front office, and I think it's going to pay off for the Yankees. I have high hopes they'll win a World Series going forward.
There it is. Base hit in the gap as a little bit of trouble out in center field for Almora. And just like that, Gleyber Torres on second base. There's a direct way it's going to pay off. He gets on base. One of the more times in the league, you see 15 doubles. And a nice piece. Look at his swing. Beautiful load, beautiful action with the plant foot there, and he's on second.
Beautiful when Gleyber Torres is able to pull the ball like he does.
Aaron Judge will stand in 2 ground outs. Not too typical, as you mainly see him flying out or striking out when he does get out. There's a 3rd ground out there as the throw beats him by a couple of steps. Nothing major cooking for the Yankees other than a Gleyber Torres double. It's still 1-0 as we go to the top of the 6th. Again, we invite you, as you see on the top of your screen, to donate to the Trevor Project, a phenomenal cause for LGBTQ youth. You can scroll down on the Twitch stream to donate today. 345 is a big test for Paxton's stamina and endurance coming up as he approaches the 80 pitches mark. It's off to an 0-2 start against arguably and it's so tough to say. I was going to say, arguably one of the best Cubs, I think probably the best Cubs hitter, but you can't really say that when you've got Chris Bryant and Rizzo and Contreras in this lineup as well.
It's all. I don't think there really is an answer. It's all perspective and what you value more as a hitter.
Grounder over to short. Torres throws the first in time, one away.
Blows my mind here. The Yankees. Dominant performance by Paxton. 10 strikeout game for him. But it blows my mind. The Cubs are blooping and blast out from this lead, which honestly they don't deserve. They haven't been able to get on base. Obviously, I feel like the Yankees don't deserve to have the lead either with the lack of run support they provided for Big Maple.
Well, it's been a big problem with the Yankees. They lost a lot of those close games last year because they couldn't provide the run support for their workhorse pitchers. You had Tanaka going out there and throwing gems of games. You had Jay Happ mixing in one every now and then. You had quite a good rotation for the Yankees, and unfortunately, there were all too often some games where they just weren't getting any run support.
Hit the nail on the head right there. That's why the Yankees, especially in some playoff games against the Astros, they weren't able to keep up with run totals Astros were putting up in that ALCS. That's something the Yankees need to do more consistently to be more of a consistent top-of-the-line team come playoffs.
11th strikeout for James Paxton. You see Contreras here. And somehow, again, some way, Paxton is really cooking. He's having one of his best performances of the year already. Of course, it's only 5 starts into the year for him after the injury, but even still, I think this is a testament to how far he's come in his rehab and unexpected surgery on the back this year, but he's ready to go. Clearly, he's out there whipping it. This one misses high, 2-0.
Answer this question for me. Oh,
yeah, go ahead.
I was going to ask, 6 pitches, you see a 7th inning.
I think that'd be silly to go to the bullpen at this point when you're blanking the Cubs, only 3 hits and 12 strikeouts. So I don't know. I say go for it.
The reason why I have my doubts, and I'm not saying he won't come back, but Boone's historic. He's historically known for.
Don't even get me started.
We saw in Game 1 against the Astros back last season. Tanaka put out 6 innings, did not minimum through 6, but Boone still took him out because he didn't want them to see him a 3rd time through. So I don't know. It's just not like that Yankees management to keep him out there too long.
Well, let's see what happens here. 89 pitches for Paxton. I think maybe a visit by the pitching coach or catcher would be warranted. I don't think anyone would blame them if they did. But regardless, Souza on first after the walk. And here's Kyle Schwarber, who walked in his first time up, but the second time up he grounded out to short. Schwarber is a lethal batter for sure, as we know. 22 homers, 50 RBIs, and we're only at the end of June here, so he's well on pace to push 40 homers.
Split's much better against the right side, though, so it's a matchup he'll struggle with against a lefty like Paxton.
Yeah, splits are not that great for sure, as this one in the dirt. 2-0, Souza leads off first. Big Maple trying to get through the inning. Lined over to Torres in a nice way to round it out. Crisis averted as no runs, no hits, no errors, but a man left on. Stanton, Hicks, and Andujar coming up in the bottom of the 6th for the Bronx Bombers.
Leading off for the Yankees.
Bottom of the 6th we go. Quintana has actually really thrown himself a pretty good game, believe it or not. But regardless, it's Trevor McGill and Alec Mills that are in the pen to support him if things do go wrong here in bottom 6. As off to a good start there, Stanton pokes one to center field. They were clearly playing no doubles there as Almora's there to get it.
An early attack from Yankee hitter. We've seen a lot of first pitch swings against Quintana, despite his 81 pitches thus far. Stanton, obviously, rare single for him. He's one of the strikeout or home run guys. I'm sure the Yankees will take it and have an important at-bat for Aaron Hicks.
Yeah, every once in a while, Stanton will get a really nice piece of a ball, but it's almost funny because he rarely hits, it almost seems like he rarely hits doubles. I say this with no statistical analysis to back it up, but it seems like he's either striking out, hitting a homer, or absolutely murdering a ball right to a guy and out in the outfield. So good to see him on first, though, as Hicks fouls it back 1-1. Hicks 0 for 2 with a backwards K and a 5-3 putout. This one at the knees, 2-1. Aaron Hicks, one of the better arms in the MLB for sure. And defensively, as we were talking about before, Jeremy, he's certainly been a huge asset for the Yankees. And who can forget the bottom of the 10th inning against the Twins? I think it was a 14-12 game. He laid out, saves the day. Fly ball to left, and over to grab it will be Ian Happ, out number 1.
I think it's safe to say that Judge and Hicks have 2 of the top 3 arms in Major League Baseball. However, might be second and third, with Ramon Laureano being up there at number 1. His arm impresses me every time I see him make a highlight play.
Yeah, Laureano came almost out of nowhere too. I think as a big baseball fan, I certainly had heard about him, but when people had started saying Laureano was the premier arm, I started to question it. But then you look at the way he plays, and it's almost wonderful. The Oakland A's are so blessed to have him for sure. Is this one upstairs to Andujar? 1-0.
I remember I was attending the wild card game back in 2018, Yankees-A's. Laureano was in center field, and all these fans were making some rude chants because they had no idea who he was. They were trying to make him feel like a no one. Obviously, I cannot repeat the chants on this broadcast.
Oh, no.
It's something to point out.
We've got families on this broadcast, man, for sure.
I'm aware.
Quintana really getting up there in pitches now. He's at 88 here at the bottom of the 6th. His fouling back is Andujar 1-2. Stanton leads off first. Quintana's 90th pitch of the day is the one that'll strike out Andujar, and that is out number 2.
Andujar obviously caught. He's sitting inside because he was so late to that outside pitch. Sort of a weird outstretch of his arms, even though it was probably unnecessary. Big second out for Jose Quintana.
For those of you that are at home watching this and saying, wait, where's Luke Voit? Thought he was coming back this year. Well, Voit sprained his ankle, unfortunately, on a bang-bang play at first, I believe it was. He's out a couple of days. He's still available, but Aaron Boone says he will not use him today, as we would like to believe that is the case. He joins Sanchez and Aroldis Chapman, who are on the DL. Sanchez will be back soon. He was out for most of the year with a torn groin, and then Chapman, a herniated disc in his back. That's a tough injury. 2 to 3 weeks he'll be out. That was a recent one, too. So
the injury bug continues to plague the Yankees.
You took the words right out of my mouth. But luckily nothing too crazy. There's only the 2 of them. So as Frazier's retired on the unassisted play over to first, we will head to the 7th inning. Still a very, very tight game. 1-0. To the top of the 7th we go. We are joined by our in-house organist, Shark Shavery. And Shark, it's been a week, but I am so deprived of the organ on the live broadcast that it is a big pleasure to have you here. How's your week been so far, sir?
He's practicing.
Oh, I finally had sound come through. There we go. It was like authenticating, doing this, doing that, disconnected, and then finally got in. Worried for a second there. How's it going, guys?
Now, I'm not sure. I think my audio might have cut out, but I gave you a nice intro and everything, so I really hope the Twitch community heard it, and hope you heard it, of course, too. But always a pleasure to have you, Shark. How's it going?
Oh, it's going pretty great. Wish the Cubs were doing a little bit better, but this is a nice, exciting game we have going on.
We'll have to keep our eyes on James Paxton, too. 95 pitches now as Bodie swings and misses for strike 1. How much longer do you think Paxton's going to go, Shark?
Honestly, if he gives up any sort of big plays this inning, I expect him to get pulled. otherwise, I'd say this is probably the last inning we'll see him.
They've got Zach Britton and I believe it was Ottavino to back him up. A nice PFP over there. Pitcher fielding practice for sure is it's a 3-1 in your scorecard for out number 1.
If Paxton, despite all the fatigue he's feeling, will get over to the bag. Sorry for the mix-up there, Shark. I'll let you talk in a minute, but obviously Paxton importantly gets over to the bag for a big out number 1.
Paxton at 96 pitches now. Shark, I think it might have cut you off as well, too. So we're not giving you the opportunities to speak your mind, man. Speak.
It's quite all right. And
yeah, there's that base hit you were talking about. We'll have to see if that's the straw that broke the camel's back. Hap having a great game, too, as he gets onto the second hit of the day. 98 pitches. Did we see Aaron Boone come out? And look at that. I mean, he's got 64 strikes, so not really a bad... those splits are pretty much exactly what you would expect here. We'll have to see what Boone does. He's going to leave him in for Almora. You have to think maybe he'll take him out if he has to face Bryant. But a ground ball for a double play desperately needed here.
If he gives Bryant 4th appearance against Paxton, that's very questionable to me. Especially because Boone doesn't like having pitchers face batters for the 3rd time. I expect to see a great breaking ball pitcher in Ottavino get the chance to face Bryant.
Big breaking ball there is a good placement for strike 1. Beautiful sunset in New York. Rain holding off as far as we can see. It's just going to be a cloudy night in New York. 1-1. This one just inside 2-1. Paxton over the century mark now at 101. He's got around a 64.5 strike percentage. Pretty above average split, I guess, no matter which way you slice it. This one lifted into shallow left. On to grab it is Frazier. He'll make the catch out number 2. So now it gets interesting with Chris Bryant coming up. Are they going to let Paxton throw to him, or do they turn to someone like Zach Britton or Ottavino? They're going to let him throw to Chris Bryant. They're going to try to let him finish the 7th game. Shark, do you think this is a mistake here?
I suppose we'll see after Bryant gets done at the plate. I mean, we see that first pitch in there for a strike, so it's that kind of thing where if it works, you're a genius for leaving it in. If you pull him, then, it's all up in the air, so it's kind of hard to say. He's done very well, hasn't given up any runs so far, so I can see why you'd leave him in, but also I'm not familiar with the depth of the bullpen for the Yankees.
0-2, and this Bronx crowd will get on their feet.
To me is one bad pitch, and obviously seems all of a sudden in line for the loss, which would be
The count is 1 and 2.
detrimental, devastating.
I think both of those words certainly play here for sure. 1-2 is the count. Paxton, pitch number 106, just barely misses at the shins. 2-2. Like how he's not necessarily going after him. But let's see if he mixes it up here. Just outside 3-2. You can tell I saw your mic light up, Shark, and full count. Ian Happ will be running from first. Here's the payoff. Grounder over to third. It just barely gets through. And I think that will probably have to be the end of it for James Paxton at pitch number 108. You see, just barely gets by Gio Urshela. Talk about squeaking through. What a game we're seeing today.
And here comes Boone. But obviously, Urshela, a stellar third baseman defensively, to say the least. Bryant was out in front of that ball, but it was just hit hard enough off the bat to squeak by for a single.
Paxton will depart, as he will get a standing ovation from his Bronx crowd, rightfully deserved. Big Maple in line for the win.
Ladies and gentlemen,
we'll have to see who the Yankees nod, and it will be Chad Green. Interesting pick as they got him fired up. Now, say what you want about Chad Green. The numbers aren't really there. He's had a large sample size already, 47 games, 6-0 record, probably because of long relief and some spot starting and whatnot. But Chad Green can get you out of a clutch moment. I'm not sure how confident I am in his ability to get Anthony Rizzo out with 2 men on, but I guess we'll find out.
I'm shocked they didn't go to Zach Britton, especially with the way Rizzo hits against righties.
Yep.
But, you know, Chad Green's been arguably the best pitcher the Yankees have had in the bullpen all season. I guess it goes to trust of dominance from Aaron Boone here.
Chad Green, 6-0, 5.88 ERA. Runners on first and second as he paints the inside corner, strike one. Chad Green's been with the Yankees for a couple of years now, and last year was really a breakout year for him when he was no longer a rookie or a prospect. He was a contributor to this bullpen as he blows one by Rizzo in the high inside corner, 97 miles an hour, and just like that, 0-2, the Bronx on their feet again.
If you remember, back in May, he was sent down to the minors because he could not get it together. Had an ERA above 12. And then he called back up later after he got his confidence back and dominated, especially in the postseason, and now he's continued right where he left off.
Just fouled back for Rizzo as Chad Green looking to thwart some real damage being done from the Chicago Cubs here. 0-2, 2 outs, top of the seventh. I just want to hear Sharks organ.
I'll be interested to see if he pitches outside, tries to make him chase.
Checks the runner. 0-2. Just low, 1-2.
I'd say Chad Green can afford to go with another waste pitch right here after we saw Rizzo chase one well inside from Paxton back in the fifth. So let's see if Green goes with his trusty fastball or goes to another breaking ball in the lower inside half.
Packed house at Yankee Stadium. They're on their feet. Swing and a miss. Strike three in the dirt. Iannetta with the putout. And Chad Green coming in clutch again for the New York Yankees. Puts the seal on a great Paxton performance. Of course, work to be done. But to the seventh we go. Get up and stretch. Here is Shark. No, that is not Yankees organist Paul Cartier or the late Eddie Alstrom. It is Shark Shavery, ML Bot Ball edition. Shark, thanks for coming on, playing a little Take Me Out to the Ball game here in the Bronx.
Well, thanks for having me. Like I said, even if the Cubs are down, this is just an exciting game of baseball we have here. I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays out. So have a great rest of your call.
Hey, thanks, Shark. Always a pleasure when you're in our booth for sure. And always a pleasure to have an organist in the booth in general, let alone, to cap off, what a beautiful night of baseball in New York, and a phenomenal game too, Jeremy, that still has 4 half innings to be played, or I should say 5 half innings, if you will.
Absolutely. I think for the past 3 innings, the Cubs have gotten a runner in scoring position with 2 outs and have been unable to capitalize. I think that's got to serve as sort of a wake-up call for this Yankees offense. They got to score some runs because the Cubs are on the brink.
Well, it's Trevor McGillen now as Quintana's day is over, as he works himself into a 2-2 count to Gio Urshela. McGill did not pitch last night. It was Alec Mills, Rowan Wick, and Ryan Tepera for the Cubs, so Urshela swings and misses. McGill, one of those guys that it was in a very similar situation of Chad Green, 6-0 and a 3.58 ERA, so part of this Cubs' success has really been rooted in how well they've been able to manage games on the bullpen side, for sure. And I think McGill's record and his ERA is certainly a testament to it.
Absolutely. I mean, again, while these pitching stats are phenomenal, this Yankees offensive inning here, I think it's vital. Because I think it's, like I mentioned or alluded to earlier, the Cubs are on the brink. I think they're tired. I'm not hitting with runners in scoring position. And as this bullpen is starting to factor in and the Cubs are seeing a new arm, they have the ability to score some runs, especially with Baez leading off the top of the 8th.
Well, regardless of how this thing ends, it's certainly been a treat the first time the Yankees and the Cubs have met up with each other since 2017, and Iannetta gets fanned. But what a game to come back and restore this matchup and this rivalry with already just a classic pitcher's duel. It's a softball era game, if you will. I guess saying softball in the non-hardball era sense, but it's fun. This has just been fun.
Without a doubt. I mean, a lot of friends I have that are non-baseball fans say they cannot stand a game like this. Pitchers duels are why I love baseball. It's a good reason. I love a good old pitchers duel.
I think I'm more on the offensive side. I think I'm more on the the modern hardball kind of game. I need the home runs and all this stuff. But it's good to have these games every now and then for sure.
Oh yeah, Jake, I love it all. I think the pitchers duel is underrated, and I'll stand by that.
Yeah, I'm with you. McGill off to a good start, 12 pitches in, as he's fanned 2 already. LeMahieu standing in, he was 1 for 3, but he's been on base twice with an E5 back in the 3rd. He came home to score. And that was on the lone run of the game to this point. People forget, back in the 3rd inning, it was a Stanton sac fly to dead center.
And now you got a 3-1 count for LeMahieu. Hitters count to punch one the other way and set up Torres.
And that too, or you can just zone in on that square, and if it's not there, don't hit it that time and happen to fall out of the zone. LeMahieu now on first base, with Gleyber Torres coming back up.
First double his last time up. Gapper would serve the Yankees very well, is able to muster enough speed, come around and score. LeMahieu 2 for 2 on the day. Very important at bat for the Bronx Bombers.
Yeah, 2 for 2, as you mentioned, and then the other time that he was up, he walked and went around to second back in the 3rd inning. So with LeMahieu off first and 2 outs, Torres looks to salvage the inning, not squander DJ out there at first. It's McGill, who from the first 2 batters had a little bit more confidence. I think maybe it was probably because it was Urshela and Iannetta, and now you got to face some real good hitters in LeMahieu and Torres, and he's looked a little bit more uneasy as now it's 3-0 again, so quite a few misses to start off the latter half of the inning for him.
Gill obviously not one of the primary Cubs out of the pen, but obviously a productive one. He had a great start to this inning, but now he's on the verge of walking 2 straight batters here with 2 outs.
This one in there for strike 1. And a good take for Torres for sure. 3-1. Here it is. Grounder foul back.
Al Gapper will definitely score LeMahieu because he'll get a head start. He'll definitely be going on this 3-2 with 2 outs.
Sure enough, LeMahieu's off. Here's the pitch inside. 2 consecutive walks for McGill, and you got to wonder if David Ross pulls the plug on him.
Here's the thing, Jake. Aaron Judge has had 2 first and second opportunities this game and has grounded out in both of them. Grounded out in his other at-bat as well. So he's been struggling all game. I don't think it's the worst idea to keep McGill in here with a struggling Judge, but obviously you know what Judge is capable of. So I don't think taking out McGill is the biggest concern for Chicago right now.
Well, David Ross certainly seems to agree with you, Jeremy, as he leaves in McGill. They've got a couple of options. Jeremy Jeffress was warming up. Greg Kimbrell is the setup guy for the Cubs this year. It's been Dan Winkler who's been in the closer hole. He's got 24 saves and a 1.11 ERA this year. So for as good as Kimbrell has been as Judge takes a strike, Kimbrell's got a 1.46 ERA, but Dan Winkler out of nowhere, 1.11, if you can believe that. As Judge looks at a high strike in the inside corner.
Just missed that one. Just out in front. That could have been blasted over the left field fence.
0-2. Way outside. Gets away from the catcher Contreras, however, and the runners move up. That's key now because a single could potentially bring in 2 runs at this point.
I mean, a Judge with that exit velocity can easily poke one through an infield hole. This is a vital at-bat.
Dead even for McGill, 12 balls, 12 strikes for a total of 24 pitches in this inning alone. And now I'm really curious to see how he's going to play this now, 2-2. As Judge fouls it back. I mean, it looks like he's going right after him. You kind of have to have a little confidence against Judge because you walk him, you bring up Stanton, which is no slouch either, and you give something over the plate. Might be screwed. Rope down the left field line and foul.
Just obviously swinging a lot, so he's not. I think his issue is not confidence, that's calibration. He's not been able to line up with a lot of these Cubs pitches here tonight.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. You'll see that a lot from Judge, and now he's 0 for 4 on the day, and it could have been a big moment. So, no runs on no hits, no errors, but 2 men left on, and it's on second and third, too. That could be crucial as we get into the 8th inning and the hours where games are won. We'll have to see what the Yankees do in terms of pitching as we go to the top of the 8th. They will leave Chad Green out there for now. Keep in mind, Tommy Kahnle and Zach Britton are standing by in the bullpen. As we get into the thick of this Cubs order, it is the 3, 4, 5 spots in Baez, Contreras, and Souza. And there you see Kahnle and Britton.
I wish I was keeping track of this earlier. I want to know how many runners in scoring position have been left on base by both of these teams combined, because it's got to be a lot of them. I might have to go back and calculate that at the end of this one.
And I think probably the show will let us know. I hope certainly that that's a metric, but if not, I'm sure we can finagle something at the end of the game. But 0-2 to Baez. This is right where Chad Green wants him. This is low. Packed house in New York. You see 42,000 in attendance tonight. But this is another good benefit of Chad Green. His command is pretty much extraordinary and really has been ever since his bout in the minors, and is able to really work something out in terms of what works for him.
Don't forget, Chad Green made his Yankees debut as a starter in Arizona, but I'll let you call this one.
This is flown back way into left field. Is it going to get down, or is it out of the park? It is! It's a home run. We were lagging a little bit there. Sorry, folks, but this game has been upended 401 feet, and Baez has tied it up in the late hours.
I feel like Green might have attacked him a little too much there, not giving him any variety of pitches in terms of location. For the second straight time, that was right down the middle. I mean, in anybody's hot zone, house, whatever you want to call it, Baez rips it out of here.
400 feet, it got hung up in the place they call Death Valley. It was a couple of rows up, and we'll see a pitching change. Chad Green is done. They'll turn to Jonathan Holder now. This is interesting. He was not warming up a couple of minutes ago. Holder 4-2 in a 2.93 ERA. Talk about a guy that has been just miles different from what he was last year. That's Jonathan Holder this year.
Kind of a resurgent season for Holder. Holder found himself that kind of odd reliever out with his lack of production at the beginning of the season and a lot of arms the Yankees had in that bullpen. He found himself in Scranton Wilkes-Barre, but now with a opportunity here and looking to hold down the fort for the Yankees in what is now a tie game.
So now with the momentum on the Cubs side, this is, again, not where you want to be. You have Contreras and then Souza after, that might be a little bit of a break, but after that you have Schwarber, Bodie, and Happ. So these are no slouch hitters for sure. On the bench for the Cubs, you have to keep in mind are mostly lefties and switch hitters. Is 4-pitch walk. Jonathan Holder, not the way you want to come into a game and walk a guy.
This is momentum is sort of shifting towards Chicago. James Paxton can no longer win. The Yankees are sort of shifting around relievers. The Cubs I feel like have taken control.
Yeah, it's really a tough break that Paxton can no longer win the game too. He didn't surrender a run. He went 7 innings pretty much, 6 2/3, and it's tough to see. But regardless, Souza will come back up as the breaking ball outside now, ball 1. The Yankees can do a couple of different things here. They do have Britton and Ottavino still at their disposal, as well as Tommy Kahnle. They can go to Tyler Lyons, a left-hander. They can go to Ben Heller, the right-hander, as well. And they do have Luis Cessa just in case. I really hope the game doesn't get to the point where they're going to need to use Cessa at this point. But
he provided good length for the Yankees, I feel like, especially when games were sort of out of hand, whether it was positive or negative. Cessa was able to give the Yankees innings productively. I truly believe that.
Yeah, for sure. I think my angle with him is that I don't want the game to, because if he comes in this game, it's likely going to be extra innings, of course. So hopefully one of these two teams can wrap it up beforehand so we're not up till 11 p.m. as this one swung on and missed. Strike 3 from Souza. He goes down ringing for the 3rd time today.
Now batter.
Finally, Jonathan Holder's able to lock in with some sort of command after walking the previous batter. Obviously, good response. The Yankees need to take this momentum back if they're going to win this game, because I feel like it's all with Chicago after that home run by Baez.
Ball 1, no strike. One ball, 2 strikes.
Big swing and a miss from Schwarber there as out number 2.
We have a technical mix-up back there?
I think we might have. I think my microphone was bugging out a little bit. I tried to mute it and unmute it. So as long as Twitch can hear me, we're good. So.
It happened to me as well. I had to exit and come back.
Holder rings up Schwarber for his 2nd strikeout of the game. He goes back-to-back with Souza. And now David Bodie, 0 for 3. It's been a tough go for him. The only thing about, everybody on Twitch has a lot said, why is David Bodie in when he's hitting 219 as he flies this to right field? Judge will grab it and make the catch, but not before some serious damage done from Javier Baez. There's the homer there. Ties it all up at 1. Now we're going to the bottom of the 8th with a different game as the Yankees have the heart of the order. Stanton, Hickson, and Duhar coming up next.
Leading off for the Yankees, the designated hitter, Giancarlo Stanton.
Stanton will stand in. He is 1 for 2 on the day with a sac fly. He has the lone RBI for the New York Yankees so far. McGill goes out there for a 2nd inning. Keep in mind, McGill has been in that long reliever role for quite some time. I think, so back to my previous point, what I was going to say about David Bodie, who is pretty much the everyday second baseman for the Cubs. You can put Ian Happ there and put Schwarber in left. That's about really all you can do, because after that, you've got Daniel Descalso, you've got Jason Kipnis, who are both not off to a good start for sure. So people forget that Kipnis is a Cub, and that's new as of this year, of course. So you'd like to see him get a little bit more involved, but at his point, I'm not sure that he really has the stamina to do so, being late in his career.
You're also right, because Kipnis and Descalso both hit from the left side, and Bodie, and the Cubs have that production with Rizzo, in Happ, and others. Al Schwarber as well. And Bodie kind of gives him that extra righty bat, so I think it might be also about balance.
The only other option they really have off the bench is Victor Caratini, who is a catcher. And I believe they mix him in at 3rd and sometimes 1st, but you'd really have to do some shifting around. You'd have to play Bryant in left field, maybe mix him in right every now and then. And against lefties is a weird scenario for the Cubs, as a soft line drive to right field will dunk in for Stanton's 2nd hit of the day. He has really been a candidate for player of the game if the Yankees do take this for sure.
I think Stanton's taken a note out of Aaron Judge's book by hitting the ball the other way. That's his 2nd single to right this game. Now it's all if the Yankees can feed off. Finally, Aaron Hicks is at his favorite spot in the lefty side of the batter's box. So huge at bat for him.
Big breaking ball. He front doored him pretty much as this one in there for strike one. Hicks 0 for 3, so he's looking for a breakout for sure. Backwards K in the second, a ground out in the third, and a fly out in the sixth. Here's the 0-1. Big swing and a miss. Strike two. That's not what you need to be doing if you're Aaron Hicks. You need to be a little bit more selective there.
Aaron Hicks decided to play golf, which is one of his favorite sports, but wrong time to do though right there.
He's not going out there with a ping though. He's going out there with a Marucci of some sort, and he looks at ball one. I don't know. You can't be swinging in the dirt on an 0-1 at the bottom of the eighth with a runner on in a tie game for sure. Big breaking ball right down the pipe, but it's fouled back. Hicks a little late on it.
That changeup, that was the perfect pitch for Hicks to pull into the second deck. So looks like he's a little bit off this at bat. Maybe he can get it together.
Ground ball up the middle, and it's a base hit for Aaron Hicks. And Yankees got to like their start so far with Miguel Andujar coming up. He's got 2 runners on.
Yeah, and now the Yankees, they want to get their closer up. They have prime opportunity to score a run with the fast-throwing Jeremy Jeffress entering the game. The Yankees, I'll let you go.
No, go. Please go. I thought you were done. You were looking like you were going to say something good.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, just like the Cubs, the Yankees have failed to hit in these scenarios right now. Will the Yankees be the first team to break and finally come up with some big knocks?
Hard throwing Jeremy Jeffress into the game now. He came over from Milwaukee. And I believe he was in the closer role for a bit with the Brew Crew as he throws the first pitch outside, ball one. And Duhart stands in with runners on first and second. Big breaking ball inside, strike one. You got to think if Duhart stayed back a little bit, might have had the chance to put that one out.
Absolutely. He's a spray hitter as well.
Another big breaking ball, and Duhart got a hold of it, but foul, 1-2. And Duhart, a dismal 157 with runners in scoring position this year. Breaking ball outside. We've seen 3 breaking balls from Jeremy Jeffress so far. A big knuckle curve coming in at 81. So maybe he's taking a conservative approach and trying to nibble around him.
Very much so be that, but they really can't afford to put any more runners on. It almost got away.
Yeah, this one in the dirt. 3-2 is the count. Clint Frazier awaits on deck. They cannot have another double play like they had with Aaron Judge back in the first inning. That, looking back in the game, could have been a huge missed opportunity with LeMahieu and Torres getting on, and then Judge grounding into a double play. Here's a payoff pitch with nobody out. All 4 high, and now the base is loaded for Clint Frazier, of all people.
Now there's no excuse to not score a run. Frazier with his high bat speed to put one in play that's deep enough to get the run home, and definitely can run well enough on a fly ball. Clint Frazier does strike out quite a bit. Obviously not hitting the greatest this season. Hopefully he can come up clutch for the Yankees.
It's Ryan Tepera and Kyle Ryan, the lefty, in the bullpen for Chicago. And they'll probably ride it out with Jeffress if I had to guess here, though. Here's the pitch. Roped down left field line, foul.
That just shows Clint Frazier's bat speed. He's out in front on a high-velocity fastball there.
Oh, yeah. If Frazier can get on, it's Urshela Iannetta and LeMahieu that follow him. There's a shot of Kyle Ryan warming up right next to Ryan Tepera. Now, Tepera threw yesterday. It was only an inning. So he should pretty much be at full strength along with most of this Cubs bullpen. Bases loaded. Nobody out. All tied at 1. Big swing and a miss in the dirt, strike 2, and a beautiful stop from Contreras. That's the benefit of having a guy like him who's just rock solid defensively behind the plate. 1-2 again. Foul back.
Frazier put himself in a big hole by going fishing in the dirt. And that 1-1, now he's got to essentially protect the plate from all corners. Frazier's very good at locating.
Bases loaded and the count 1-2. This one misses 2-2. Now, go for it.
I think they really gave Frazier the benefit of the doubt there. That might have been from that corner. I could have easily called that strike 3.
Not even a question. Is now the count goes to full. This is interesting times now. Full count. Bottom of the 8th. It's all tied up at 1 and nobody out. And that one missed in a walk. Will bring in the go-ahead run here in the bottom of the 8th inning. That was a lethal ball 4.
Comes down to patience from a 1-2 count. Again, Frazier put himself in a hole. Probably got a lucky call, but then given 2 pitches way out of the zone, didn't chase. Now the Yankees have a prime opportunity to score even more runs with Gio Urshela stepping up with the bases loaded and nobody out.
Shark Shavery in the Twitch chat goes, yikes, and I think that's pretty indicative of what just happened. 2-1 now. Yankees somehow have the lead, and it's Gio Urshela that stands in. Jeffers misses ball 1. I think if you are David Ross, you have to have a very, very short leash now on Jeffers. If he walks another guy, you got to take him out of the game.
Well, you have to think Hicks and Duhar and Quint Frazier both had 2 strike counts, and Jeffers obviously has not been able to utilize a put-away pitch that's been effective, which is why we've seen 2 walks in a single with 2 strikes in the count. So let's see if you're right with that short leash. It's a very good point, Jake, and I'd say Urshela is the last straw. If he gets on, he's going to be it.
The bullpen has unfortunately erased a win from Paxton and erased a great start from Jose Quintana. As 3-0 again to Urshela. You see Wilson Contreras motioning to calm down, which is ever so needed right now for the Cubbies.
Red light, automatic here. You have to take this pitch.
No question about it. I don't care how good the pitch is. You can't be swinging. That's a good take on 3-0. You're not going to do much with that one as it goes to 3-1. Bases loaded. It's Hicks on 3rd and Duhar on 2nd. Frazier on 1st. This one right down the pipe, strike 2. I hear the moan in your voice, Jeremy, but you can't swing at that almost, you know. I don't know. I think he did the right thing.
Urshela not loose enough. He's not protecting the plate. I feel like he's relying on that bad pitch to be thrown, and doesn't pull the bat at all. Not at that.
He goes down looking for out number 1. That's a big break. And Chris Iannetta up now. He's no stranger to this moment. I'm not sure he's necessarily the guy you want up, but if they really wanted to get creative, let's look at the bench. I mean, Higashioka is the reasonable catching replacement after, but you could toy with the idea of sending Mike Tauchman up there, Brett Gardner to pinch hit, and then throw Higashioka in the next inning, but they go with Iannetta, the veteran here. This one grounded back to the backstop, 0-2.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Higashioka become a defensive replacement with the lefty bat because Iannetta strikes out a ton.
This one in the dirt, it just barely gets past Contreras, but no harm, no foul as he's able to leave the runners where they're at. Foul back. Yankees still a massive opportunity to blow the game open here. All they need is a couple of base hits, maybe even one base hit, and this game is arguably well past salvaging. There's another foul back, 1-2. Some good pitching matchups throughout this one. It's John Lester and Masahiro Tanaka tomorrow, and then Tyler Chatwood and Garrett Cole for Sunday edition of ML Ball. But for now, Jeffers trying to get Iannetta out. Jeffers 26 pitches already this inning. Iannetta, I will give him credit. He's doing a great job of staying alive against a big breaking ball pitcher. Fly ball to first, and they'll call the infield fly rule on him. And just like that, out number 2, a big out number 2 for Chicago as well. As here's a replay of it. It's a small fly ball. I think they probably could have gotten away with not calling the infield fly rule, but regardless, LeMahieu will come up with 2 outs and the bases loaded.
This is LeMahieu. This is what he does best. I mean, higher situations of offense, 2 outs, runners in scoring position.
He unfortunately doesn't come through, but an errant throw will score a runner and leave this game wide open still, as the Yankees are going back up to bat after the error. It was a throwing error on Chris Bryant. Mark it down as an E5, and talk about crazy things happening in baseball. DJ LeMahieu has now gotten on base twice this game on an E5.
Yeah, I was about to say, Chris Bryant's second error of the game. Idle 1-2 because going up, the Cubs could have had a chance only down 1. It's whoever the Yankees decided to throw out there, but now the Yankees have an opportunity to make this as high as a 6-run lead with 1 swing of the bat.
And Bodie didn't get over there in time. I think Bryant forced to throw over to second, too, and that's wild. This game is wild.
It's been a fun one.
You get 3 years of absence from Yankees-Cubs, and this is what you get? Sign me up. Yankees looking to get their 10th win in 10 games at home against the Cubs in franchise history. Is this one a long fly ball out to right field? Back to the track goes Souza, and he will make the catch. Damage has more than certainly been done, though. It's only 2 hits, believe it or not. 1 error. And 2 runs. Going to the top of the 9th inning. Yankees trying to notch a 3-1 victory. Tommy Kahnle is the man that they will turn to here in Aroldis Chapman's absence. Kahnle has a very interesting arsenal. He's a hardball thrower for sure, but he's also got quite a bit of off-speed pitches that he mixes in.
He also streams on Twitch every night, 10:30.
He does. He's for sure Commissioner Kahnle. He's a fun Twitch watch too.
Oh yeah.
As he went there with a big breaking ball to Ian Happ. This is actually going to be Happ's first time from the left side of the plate today. Happ having a great game, 2 for 3 with a couple of singles. Now he's trying to make a dent in this 3-1 Yankee lead. 1-2 now for Kahnle. He goes to the changeup. You'll see him get up to 98, 99 with the fastball here. It's a big swing and a miss. Nice mix of pitches there from Kahnle, out number 1.
I used the changeup to get that strikeout. I would call the changeup his primary pitch. That's what he's most known for. But yet again, once he well establishes the changeup in that bat, he can go to that fastball and completely put a hair out of whack when he's on his best game.
Nope, that's a ball.
Misting upstairs to Almora, ball 1. Almora's had a tough day, 0 for 3. Pair of strikeouts and a flyout. See Kahnle get up to 96 with that inside fastball there. It's a big changeup. His signature pitch, strike 1, 85 miles an hour.
And it's as nasty as any of his other pitches.
Another big swing and a miss from Almora. He's really not been seeing the ball too well. Paxton K'd him twice earlier. Big cut on a miss, strike 3, 97 miles an hour, high and tight. Can you get more dominant than that, Jeremy?
Yes, you can if you provide a third out for your team and save the game. But, again, phenomenal display of pitches like you alluded to earlier in the inning. It's been absolutely fantastic with that fastball changeup mix. Just got to get the best here in the Cubs lineup to end this one off.
Turns back around to Chris Bryant, who's 2 for 3. He's been left on base 3 times now. Liner to right, and that's the game. What a treat we've seen today for game number 1 of a 3-game set in the Bronx. The Yankees win this one 3-1. This was a game that was wide open until the very end. Javier Baez hitting a homer to tie the game up at 1 in the 8th inning. I mean, you cannot make this up. This is classic Yankees-Cubs here in the Bronx, and buckle up. We've got a fun series for you.
Obviously, Yankees with a, again, historic matchup against the Cubs, something you don't see very often. While the Yankees are currently trying to taking some separation from the Rays as they look to try to run away with first place. Very valuable and important win by this Yankees team. Obviously, Paxton, dominant 11 strikeout performance won't show up in the final stat sheet for winning pitchers and losing pitchers, but the performance should be remembered, and obviously good job by Holder, Canely, and Chad Green for putting down the fort while they could.
Let's look at some highlights and what went well during this game, or just what went, if you will. Stanton, early in the game, in the bottom of the third to be exact, there's that sac fly, Jeremy, that for a while, it was the only run that either team had put across, and that was a key at bat at that time.
Absolutely. We were talking about Stanton just needing to hit a fly ball and get the Yankees on the board first, and he was able to do that.
Big swing and a miss for Bodie there, and this is the story of the game ultimately. It's Paxton having a great performance. You see another strikeout there. That was Rizzo. And he just really had a field day with this lineup, Jeremy, for sure. It's Rizzo having a tough day, too. But Paxton's really the story of today.
Absolutely. We talked about Paxton's consistency problems and having that occasional good or bad start, or occasional good start, excuse me. He'll just be absolutely dominant, and that was him today. Both runs over 6 2/3. The job done for the Bronx Bombers.
Here was the lethal part. You just saw Judge strike out with runners on second and third in the bottom of the seventh, and then the top of the eighth, I think we both knew something bad was going to happen. It was Javier Baez, 401 to tie the game up at 1.
Green left one over the middle of the plate for the second or third time in a row. That's every hitter's wheelhouse, and Baez made him pay.
Jeremy Jeffress comes in, and he has a real tough time. He walks in Frazier, ends up being 3-1. Your final score. Tommy Canely putting the icing on the cake. He strikes out Ian Happ there, and then strikes out Almora after. Chris Bryant comes up to the plate, and he does this. Excuse me, that was Almora too. So we're gonna see dominance from Tommy Canely. All 3 outs. Bryant getting a good piece of it, but unfortunately right to Judge. I mean, you can't really ask for better pitching if you are the New York Yankees. Paxton, a phenomenal performance, and really just a great job. You see Holder getting the win, Trevor McGill with the loss. You look at some of the statistics here. Bryant goes 2 for 4. Happ goes 2 for 4. Bryant notches his 27th double of the year, too.
Again, Chris Bryant, he's been one of the top players in the American League, in the National League, excuse me, actually for the league-leading Chicago Cubs. Bryant can only do so much. Javier Baez as well. It was the Yankees pitching that won the day in this game.
Yeah, for sure. And Trevor McGill almost unfairly gets the loss, too. The Yankees really showed out offensively. I think the scoreboard doesn't necessarily reflect it, but 3 runs, 8 hits. Torres 2 for 3. Stanton 2 for 3. LeMahieu with an RBI. He got on base 4 out of the 5 times he was up. And, just a fun game overall. I think everybody should be very blessed that they're going to get a full weekend of Cubs-Yankees for sure. And, Jeremy, I guess any closing thoughts for you as we get ready for game, the 7:15 game here on Bot Ball?
I'm just going to repeat what I said a few minutes ago. I mean, the Yankees looking for some important separation between the Tampa Bay Rays, still to run away from first place, and a good confidence-building win for New York. Established the closing role with Tommy Canely. Great save by him. The Yankees just need to be more consistent on both levels. When the offense plays well, the pitching needs to pitch well as well. Obviously, great win for the Yankees. Still play a tough match. They're still one of the top teams in the league. I wouldn't get any less of them. But yeah, great game, great pitchers duel in that one.
Well, the Cubs and Yankees are back at it over the weekend. John Lester and Tanaka will face off tomorrow. And then on Sunday Night Baseball, it's Tyler Chatwood and Garrett Cole. Fun weekend of baseball for sure. Up next, it's Seattle at Tampa Bay with Brother Beard and Tim Moore. For Jeremy Goldstein, I'm Jake Zimmer. It's been a real pleasure. And Brother Beard and Tim Moore, hand it over to you.
Well, thanks, Jake. Thanks, Jeremy. Another wonderful presentation of ML Bot Ball. I got to say, as a Mariners fan, I'd never like to see the Yankees win, but as a fan of James Paxton, what a game out of that guy.
You know, when you looked at for Paxton, since he came back from injuries, brother, you know, he struggled a little bit, but he's starting to find himself and give some good quality outings. It seems like Paxton's really starting to get back into the rhythm. And the big thing that we saw today in his outing is throwing strikes effectively. One criticism, obviously, you being a Mariners fan knowing this, for Paxton is that he does have his fair share of tendency of walking hitters. Found his control, was able to get his big punch outs, and have a very solid day.
Well, it's good to see that out of him, and perhaps looking to Paxton for a little bit of inspiration today is going to be a former battery mate in Taijuan Walker taking the mound for the Mariners. He'll get the start here in the bottom half of the inning, but first we're going to see Yonny Chirinos take the field with his Tampa Bay Rays. Making his 17th start of the season. He's got a 6-6 record, a 4.62 ERA across 89 2/3 innings of work, giving up 91 hits and 21 walks, striking out 77. We'll see what sort of a pitching matchup we have here today against a Mariners lineup that has been off and on throughout the month of June.
Yeah, they've been off and on, and you see Malik Smith, not necessarily one of those players that have been off and on, 329 early on, I should say rather, through the month of June, and he's looking really good, but past Malik Smith, as you mentioned, overall inconsistent. Walker on the Seattle side, it's about how you navigate through the Rays lineup, and for the Rays, it's about how you show your offense. You know, you're a very solid pitching team. Yankees win today, you got to keep that 2-game deficit.
Well, first pitch is going to get across at 4:09. Second pitch is going to fly out to Malik's counterpart in center field, Kevin Kiermaier, and that will be the first out. 2 pitches, 1 out here for Yonny Chirinos.
Honestly, it's not going to be the first time you're saying Kiermaier today, because I promise you're going to see a lot of balls coming his way. It's the way Chirinos pitches. He's kind of a fly ball type of pitcher. Helps to go up in the zone, as actually he did there in that first pitch to Lewis. But you're going to see a lot of fly balls. He actually does a good job, though, keeping the ball in the ballpark. Most of his runs come against extra base hits, but not necessarily home runs.
Well, Yonny Chirinos, of course, showing exactly what you're saying there, attacking the top of the zone. Missing with the first 2 pitches here, 2-0 to Kyle Lewis. Kyle's been on a bit of a cold streak here lately. Still, his average is good enough to keep second place in the hitting column at just over 250. He'll watch strike 1 in here, 3-0. You know, and that kind of goes to show that this entire Mariners lineup has really struggled at the plate. Some guys getting hot, some guys cooling off here. Kyle Lewis is going to ground out to the second baseman. Brandon Lau with the throw over 2 away here for the Mariners lineup.
The right fielder.
And right there again, going to the sinker, down the count, 3-1. Chirinos making that look easy, just getting a simple ground ball. This is what you have to do. And you mentioned the struggles the month of June, as well as the up and down kind of season this Mariners team has had. If he can locate there all game long, I promise you he's going to get his fair share of routine pop-ups, ground outs to the second baseman.
Strike 1 here to Mitch Haniger. See, the defense there shifted over extremely to the third base side for the pole hitter, Mitch Haniger. See a swinging strike 2 here. A good, efficient inning to start off the ball game here so far. 0-2. We'll throw this one outside. Ball 1.
I see he went to the fastball there. I thought he was going to go sinker.
That's the ball.
Misses inside with this one. 2-2 on the sinker. Taking his time on the mound. We'll see this one lifted out into left. Hit a long way, but foul. They'll swing at the ball in the dirt. They'll have to chase him down to first to get the third out. And that's going to do it here for the Mariners. Nobody able to score or get a hit. We'll go to the bottom of the first. Taijuan Walker making the start for the Mariners. Is 17th as well. 4-7 record. Not such a great start here for Taijuan. A 4.67 ERA across 86 and 2/3 innings of work. Already over the 100 hit mark in a season.
You know, for Walker, you think about how solid of a pitcher he was when he first came up through the system, but you have to feel a little bit as if, especially with you being a Mariners fan, that he's been a little bit of a disappointment in terms of his production, because he had heavy expectations when he came up to the majors.
Yeah, he came up as a part of a battery of pitchers expected to do really good things. If the name Danny Holtzen rings a bell, it's because you were paying attention at that point in time. Another guy that had huge expectations, but was not able to live up to them due to injuries. Taijuan Walker getting more major league experience as he was able to stay mostly healthy. A few injuries across his career now, but still able to perform at the major league level. As I mentioned earlier, he came up with James Paxton as well. Definitely the best of that trio, as Taijuan Walker racks him up here for his first strikeout of the ball game, running this fastball high and out of the zone.
Great job there. High fastball out the zone. That's where you want to locate it, and that's where Walker really seems to locate best, especially on dirty ball counts. But that one, it's going to be a lineup.
Heads up play there by Malik Smith out in the outfield. And quickly we have 2 outs here with only 6 pitches in the inning.
Now, Beard, would you say for Walker, it's turned out better, at least for the Mariners, for him compared to another former counterpart of Michael Pineda, who found his way to the Yankees, who also went through a fair share of injuries?
Yeah, I mean, it's fair to say. It's hard to compare how they do in different systems. It's the Yankee ballpark has never been a friendly ballpark to pitchers. It's very easy to hit out of. This one's going to be grounded over to second. Shiner corrals it, and that's the 3rd out here through the first. No score so far here in Tampa. We'll go to the top of the second. Daniel Vogelbach's going to lead it off for the Mariners.
And we saw the Mariners shifted in that last inning. Expect the power hitting Vogelbach to definitely get shifted. I mean, about the type of season he had last year. This year, I know only a 214 average. He had one heck of a power surge last year, being one of the most premier first basemen in all Major League Baseball.
Yeah, and he's definitely showing off that power bat here this season as well, which is a good thing because he's not hitting much else. The 0-2 pitch to Vogelbach gets him for the strikeout. Yanni's second of the day.
The third baseman, Kyle.
Well, he'll see the Mariners home run leader, Kyle Seager. Strike one right down the heart of the plate.
You know, Seager's been struggling a little bit. You mentioned the home run leader, 18 home runs. It was surprising that he's 8th in the All-Star voting, but Seager, again, he's been a consistent player for the Mariners that they need for the future, and I know he's struggling right now, but I bet you come the midway point, especially towards the trade deadline, he's going to start turning it around, and I think you're going to start seeing that average slowly climb its way up from near Mendoza line to maybe even near the 250 mark.
1-2 now from Chirinos. He'll throw that one outside and low, 2-2. 2-2 pitch. This breaking ball is going to miss low. 3-2 now to Seager. He's going to foul this one off. We'll see another pitch here.
It's real important for Seager to keep on working him here.
If there's one thing this Mariners lineup has done of late, well, it's work pitchers deeper into the ball game, so that you can get the deeper into the at bats, so that you can get them out of the ball game sooner. Evan White's going to step in here with Kyle Seager over at first.
0-1.
Swing and a miss, strike one.
Great splitter there from Chirinos. I'm going to see if he goes to that again here.
He goes to the sinker here at the bottom of the zone. 0-2 as that's fouled off. Strike three at the splitter. That's Chirinos' third strikeout of the ball game here.
And that is nasty. That is a nasty splitter right there. Let me tell you, that thing moves almost like a slider, and just how it viciously drops down. Chirinos has that thing locked in early on, and you can tell right now in this early going, he's going to give Mariners hitters a very, very long day at the plate. I mean, that is almost unstoppable to hit.
1-0 pitch from Chirinos, missing low, ball two. You talk about being able to spot that pitch. He's in control, working the lower part of the zone here. 3-0. Not quite hitting the zone, but you definitely would rather miss low than miss up.
But see Crawford batting a 193. This is not the guy you want to walk, sure. Rather to get out of this inning here, but we'll see now how Chirinos battles back. We saw him earlier in the game down 3-1, battled back for his first strikeout. See here, no, he's going to miss.
Crawford works the walk here. So with 2 outs here in the top of the second, 2 runners on, and that brings up the catcher, Tom Murphy, sitting 249 right now. He's been on an absolute tear since coming back from an injury about a week ago. First pitch missing low, ball one.
You know, Tom Murphy, I think, is a bright future piece as well for this Mariners team. I think he's actually one of the most underrated catchers in baseball. He's a very solid bat, round defense. And you see him here in an early-on clutch situation. And there's a lot for Mariners fans to like about him. Definitely happy he's back from injury.
2-0 pitch, missing on the outside here, 3-0 to Murphy. And this is definitely a wait for a mistake pitch to hit situation. 3-0. That one is able to catch the zone. 3-1. 22 pitches this inning so far. An even split between balls and strikes.
In this third consecutive batter now where we've seen a 3-1 count. He walked 2 in the inning, will he make it 3? Well,
he does. So he walks the bases loaded here with 2 away. That'll bring up rookie Jake Shiner. You see there, 297 is his batting average. Only been at the major league level about 3 weeks now. Of course, getting the call up after injury to D. Gordon and Shed Long, and coming out and impressing in his very first night, hitting a long home run out into left field. He's been on a tear ever since.
His 2 career home runs, and both have come in the last 9 games, as well as all 7 RBIs. Getting an impact early, and again, another hitter's count here. I'm really surprised right now they haven't gone out and talked here to Chirinos. He's walked 3, and now he's already in danger of perhaps walking 4.
2-0 pitch. This one's able to catch the inside, 2-1 with that fastball. Chirinos delivers the 2-1. That one's right down Main Street. Shiner checks his swing. Strike 2. Shiner fouls this one off. Count remains 2-2. Already 41 pitches here in the top of the second. And he gets him swinging. Strike 3. Chirinos able to get out of the situation here. He walks the bases loaded, but strikes out Shiner to end the inning. We'll go to the bottom of the second. Still scoreless and hitless here in Tampa.
Tough situation there for Shiner in his career, especially with runners in scoring position back when he was in the minor leagues. He was a .296 hitter. Unfortunately, just unable to get it done there, but it's a 0-0 game. And Walker, who now just killed his 10th pitch. Very low pitch count through that first inning. Let's see if he can keep it here through the second inning as well.
The 0-1 pitch from Walker. Missing inside. Cut fastball, not able to catch the out inside corner. (1-1). This one's flied out into right field. Haniger is going to track it down, but not in time to make the catch, so that'll be a single.
First hit of the ball game between both sides.
We'll see G-Man Choi dig in here. Right to our Hunter Renfroe recording the first hit of the ball game.
I want to talk about a guy that loves to drop, G-Man. Definitely one of those guys. You think about all the clutch home runs he has here in Tampa. He's really starting to live up to his essential hype when he came up. Obviously, he's been more of a utility type player, especially at first base, off the bench, but he's found a role. And oh my goodness, he almost set that one a long way. Carry foul.
The 0-2 now. Ooh, the curveball doesn't breaks too low. 1-2. Swing and a miss, and G-Man Choice gonna set down swinging.
And Walker went up there again, that high fastball that he's so good at throwing, gets him to swing out of his shoes for second punch out. Great pitch yet again there by Walker.
Yoshitomo Satsugo stepping in here. An impressive .260 batting average. Of course, this Tampa Bay ball club contending for the top of the AL East.
I definitely think it's more impressive that you were able to pronounce that name correctly. That's a tough name to pronounce.
I've had years of conditioning of Japanese baseball players in Seattle. I'm fully ready to tackle each and every one of them. Satsugo lifts this one out into left field. Kyle Lewis gets up there to make the... Oh, not able to make the catch. That one drops in to left.
It'll be a single. Good job by the base running there on first base. I mean, that's I mean, again, a really good job. To be honest, Beard, I thought that was going to be caught too, and it ended up being a one-hop single. But, you know, for Walker, doesn't look too bad because I know Renfro got on leading off, and then you had Troy there striking out, and then Satsugo ended up getting a single here. But you look at those two hits.
That's the ball.
Walker didn't really get hit hard. The first one was a bloop single. That one just kind of fell in as well. Walker, just sit back, relax, continue pitching your game because he's not being hit hard.
No, you're absolutely right. It's all been weak contact and bloop singles, like you say. And still only 22 pitches here. As he misses low with this one, 2-1. That cut fastball with quite a bit of movement on it, almost looking like a slider. He runs this one inside, 2-2.
He's going to go to that high fastball. I'm in the count to do it. Challenges. He's ready at 2 punch outs that way.
2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss at a ball in the dirt. Well, he gets the strikeout, but not like you thought. Might want to channel a little bit more of your inner Mike Blowers.
If I'm not mistaken, that was a splitter that time, and that one was nasty as well. We're seeing 2 pitchers, by the way, in the mound beard. Both sides of Chirinos and Walker definitely have some of the nastier splitters in the baseball, and a good job there. I mean, that was a great pitch. Got it down in the dirt, and even if he did make contact, it would have been a routine double play.
Yeah, it's always good to see that that competent pitching low in the zone. That's always going to generate ground balls unless you leave it hanging. Oh, Kevin Kiermaier stepping in. He'll look at a 1-1 pitch here from Walker. There's that fastball high in the zone. Not going to offer at it, as that was about at his eyeball level. The 2-1. Outside, 3-1 here from Walker. Of course, if Kiermaier is able to get on board, we'll see the former Mariners catcher Mike Zunino step in. 3-1, he walks him here. So back-to-back troubles on the mound here as Taijuan Walker walks the bases loaded.
I was just about to say that. You know, we just saw the bases loaded in the top half. Now we see it here in the bottom half. I have to think one team's going to take advantage here. Mike Zunino, by no means, is an easy out here for this Rays team.
Always a dangerous guy to have come to bat with the bases loaded, as he's got the power, he's got the pop in his bat to put one over the fence if he can just focus in and actually hit the ball.
1-1. That's a key part right now here in a 1-1 count. He's gonna have to really sit back and focus. Oh man,
yeah. That could have done it right there. He's able to get a hold of it, but a bit early, and that'll hook foul 1-2 now. 1-2 to Zunino, and there's Mike Zunino, I remember, as he strikes him out. Taijuan Walker with a bit of deja vu here, as the second inning is a mirror image of each other. We'll go to the top of the third. Seattle trying to get something going. Still looking for their first hit.
Off to the Mariners. The center fielder.
We'll go back to the top of the order, and it's going to be the leadoff hitter, Malik Smith.
Remember, Chirinos walked 3 batters that last inning that set things around, while the Rays had 2 hits and a walk. Smith first pitch swinging.
Lazy fly ball out to left field.
The left fielder, number 1.
Hunter Renfroe is able to track it down, and there's one away. There are advantages and disadvantages to swinging at the first pitch.
Definitely.
The advantage is, if it works, great. If it doesn't, then you just wasted an at-bat.
Obviously, I mean, leadoff hitters get more of a say in terms of swinging at those first pitches, but I mean, it comes back to bite you because you want those leadoff runners on. And as we saw last inning, to be honest, I'm very surprised Smith did swing first pitch because he just had an inning where Chirinos walked 3 guys. If I were a coach, I'm telling you guys, take first pitch, be patient, because a strikeout there. Patient, continue to work the count.
Right fielder.
Yeah, Kyle Lewis continuing the impatience here as he strikes out swinging on 3 pitches. And especially when you've got a chance to get Malik Smith on board, a guy who leads the American League in stolen bases, even if it's just by walk. Facing off against the guy who just walked 3 in the last inning, like you say, you definitely want to give him a chance to see some pitches. We'll see an 0-1 here to Haniger. He's going to swing at it. That's going to be lifted out into right field. That's going to get down. All the way to the wall goes the ball, and Haniger is going to round to second. He'll come in standing. And so the Mariners finally put a hit on the board, and it comes off the bat of Mitch Haniger. His 16th double of the season.
Oh, Beard, I just don't understand it. Why do you shift the outfielders compared to just, compared to the infield? I understand the infield shift. It almost feels like in every single game, you see it on multiple occasions now with how the hitters have adapted. Have the outfield shift against Haniger, and what would have been really a routine fly ball to right field ends up becoming a double simply because you had them moved in the right center.
0-2.
One can never know why these managers do what they do. We've seen a lot of questionable calls, but that's just kind of the magic of butt ball. The 0-2 pitch from Chirinos.
No, that's out.
Vogelbach's going to lay off this one outside. Not missing by much, just on the outside there, enough to induce somebody to possibly chase. This one cuts across the zone but misses low, 2-2.
Stay right there, though. Try to get Vogelbach swinging out in front here.
2-2 pitch. That's a sinker left over the plate. Vogelbach fouls it off. Count remains 2-2.
They keep on living away. Vogelbach struggles away, but they go in.
And they get him swinging. So Yanni Chirinos strikes out Vogelbach to get the 3rd out. They strand Haniger out at second off of the double. And the inning is over. Still scoreless here in Tampa. We'll go to the bottom of the 3rd. I'd like to take this moment to remind you that we're raising money for the Trevor Project. They operate a suicide prevention hotline for queer and the youth and the LGBTQ community. If you head on down to the donate button, you can help support them by donating here for ML Ball. Walker starts off with a splitter low and inside, 1-0. Willie Adames looking at the first 2 pitches, missing low, 2-0 now.
I just had some lag here, but Walker doing a good job again, keeping his pitch count relatively low. Ooh, that's a generous strike call.
Generous indeed. 2-1 the count. Missing outside, 3-1 here to Willie Adames.
I want to allow leadoff runner here because Lau does have the capability to bunt much as he has to hit for power.
And lined over Kyle Seager's head, that's going to get down into the corner for a double. They'll throw it in to keep him from turning it into a triple. And Willie Adames with a big hit here in the bottom of the 3rd.
I'm eager to see how much Seager missed that leap by. I'm not sure if it tipped off the top of the glove, but he was relatively close, and Seager took a good leap. They allow a leadoff double, but I'm very eager to see. Now they're going to let him first pitch swing. Got to think about bunting here, though, Beard.
The 0-1 pitch to Lau. He's going to foul it off. 0-2. Sorry, I had a little bit of a lag here. Thank you, Comcast. Love it.
That's inside. That's the ball.
We'd like to thank Vibe21 for donating to the Trevor Project. Really appreciate that.
Ball.
Well, this one's going to miss outside. 2-2 with that fastball.
Got to get the runner moved over. Full baseball 101.
Lau's going to foul this one off. Really making Walker work here. 2-2 pitch. Got him swinging. Brandon Lau strikes out, chasing that high fastball. That's Taiwan Walker's 5th strikeout of the ball game.
And most importantly, it's the 4th there with that high fastball. I mean, Walker is electric with it right now. It seems like he's getting everyone to swing at it. Now you have Austin Meadows who steps up. And that's a big out right there for Walker. If he doesn't get that strikeout and that ball is put in play, it's a very good odds that the run ends up coming home to score the following at bat. As long as he gets another out right here, he's looking pretty safe.
1-0 pitch in there for strike one. Counts even at 1 here.
Beard, you also mentioned that cutter really looks like a slider for Walker. I mean, that one right there was nasty.
Yeah, he's really developed his arsenal over the last couple of years, spending a couple of years down in the desert. Of course, not able to get a lot of work as he spent some time injured while with the organization. Able to make a comeback here in Seattle. It's always, personally, as a fan of pitching and a fan of these Mariners, it's always good to see these guys come back and have some modicum of success. Not exactly been a great campaign so far for Taiwan, but he's having a good outing here so far, getting out of tough situations. 3-2 pitch. Fouled off. Austin Meadows is really battling here the full count.
We're seeing them not just being patient, but really working the counts. Walker already at 51. This is about to be pitch 52.
Grounded out to third base. Kyle Seager is able to make the play. Lau stays stranded at second. Now there are 2 ways they make the out at first.
A great job again by Seager. Baseball 101. Checking the runner, sending him back to second base, and then going and making that throw to first. Now you have Renfroe, who singled the last time up, but if I'm not mistaken, a bloop single. But we'll see how Walker approaches. Still no one's yet to hit him hard here, Beard, with the exception of obviously the runner sitting on second.
The 0-1 pitch now to Hunter Renfroe. They'll foul that off. Oh, 2 pitch from Walker. That high fastball once again for the strikeout. That will be Walker's 6th punch out of the night. As we go to the top of the 4th. Still scoreless here in Tampa.
Good job again by Walker. I mean, if he lives there all day long, no one's going to touch him. Now Seattle needs some runs, Beard. That's all they need. Just give your pitcher some run support. You being patient and trying to work the pitch count. You have Chirinos at 54. Goals to get him to 70 plus before the end of this inning.
Run support. That's cute. You clearly haven't been watching Mariners baseball for the last 5 years. Kyle Seager is able to line out to left field.
Obviously, run support's been hard to come by, but I mean, you think about the team you guys have had in the past. I mean, having Nelson Cruz, Dean Gordon, and there's a promising future.
Yeah,
it didn't all work out.
Yeah. It's tough because I've watched this club waste the entire career of Felix Hernandez from a pitching point of view, and mostly because of lack of run support. And it's until I see the, I've seen the improvements over the last few years. I know that this last iteration of Mariners baseball was very much a home run hitting sort of variation. Of course, with the boomstick there, and with Robinson Cano and Kyle Seager developing as a big power hitter, it was great. It was great fun while it lasted, and it kind of proved that Seattle can put together some run support. And you're right, there is a bright future coming down the line, and we're starting to see the shining spotlights of that in some of the players on the field here today.
Indeed, and I got to ask you, Beard, is it a little bit tough, as especially a Mariners fan, once popped up? Makes the catch. I was going to say, is it a little bit tough as a Mariners fan, seeing those main core guys, not obviously just being traded away, but having success for other major teams?
Well, it's not frustrating because I can separate it. Once they leave the team, I just want them to be able to have success. Like, the perfect example for this would be Raul Ibanez. I would have loved to see Raul stay in Seattle and play the rest of his career as a Mariner, because he was a guy that I watched in Tacoma growing up play, and I watched him play out throughout his entire career. But to be able to see him go off and have success at another team was actually really was satisfying, because these guys that I watch develop as baseball players are able to grow and become better ball players, unfortunately, when they leave. Well, Crawford's going to get a hit here. It's going to get all the way to the wall. He's going to stretch that into 2. It'll be a stand-up double here in the top of the 4th.
I'll tell you, for someone who's struggled this season at Crawford, he definitely didn't struggle with that pitch. Turned on that one, sent it into the gap. That's one of the more routine doubles you'll see. He was in there standing, and even probably would have had an opportunity to round. A great piece of hitting there by Crawford. Again, here's an opportunity for Seattle. They messed up the first time with bases loaded. You definitely have a chance here if you're patient enough.
Well, Tom Murphy is patient enough, as shown by his walk in the 2nd. And the 1-0 pitch to Murphy. Broadcaster Jinx strikes again as he chases that one 1-1.
Beard, remember what I said the goal is? Get him to 70 pitches. Door
there
right
it is.
now. Yeah, he's at 70 pitches. Just be patient. Even if you're not getting runners on base, you're killing that pitch count, which is what good teams do best. So be patient, get your pitch, and ends up slowly resulting in runs.
Well, he swings at one on the inside corner here, fouling it off, 2-2. Patience is always the best road when it comes to hitting at the major league level. 2-2 pitch, low and inside, 3-2. And like you said, that the goal is to get him to 70 pitches. 73 already here in the 4th. It's going to be a bullpen game for the Rays. Fouling off here, we'll see another 3-2 count.
To say, you have a guy on deck who missed an opportunity with bases loaded his last time up. He would love to have a chance here.
Splitter missing low, so ball 4. That's Tom Murphy's 2nd walk of the ball game. And like you said, Shiner striking out in his last chance with the bases loaded. He'll step in again here with 2 outs. Good eye laying off of this one. Ball 1. 1-0 pitch outside, ball 2.
On Chirinos to calm down. This is deja vu all over again. Have an opportunity, 2-0 count. Give your pitch here.
He's able to find the zone there, 2-1. Shiner tries to take it the other way, and he does, but foul. Pitch number 80 coming from Chirinos here. Got him to swing through it, so Shiner strikes out again with runners in scoring position. And the inning is over. Still scoreless here through the top of the 4th. Tampa Bay looking to change that here in the bottom.
You know, they would like to give themselves a run, but Chirinos today has done himself no favors. While he hasn't allowed a run yet, if I'm not mistaken, he's walked 5 Mariners hitters at this point in the game. So he's definitely done no favors for this Rays team. You have G-Man definitely put a good hack into one last time up in. Ultimately, he didn't go out to, I believe, strikeout, but overall, he loves right-handed pitching. He loves high fastballs.
Well, the 1-1 pitch. He'll check a swing here, 2-1 as this splitter drops below the zone. Ooh, perhaps a bit early on that release. 3-1 as that just hangs out over the outside.
Full count.
G-Man Choi working the count here full. 3-2 now.
Take your base. Ball 4.
Ball 4, as they'll say that. Missed the bottom of the zone. G-Man Choi, after striking out the last time, gets himself a walk here. And we'll see Yoshitomo Setsugo, the designated hitter, stepping in here. Runner on first. He'll swing at the first pitch, and that's a double out to right center. He'll get all the way to the wall. Malik Smith's going to corral it himself. G-Man Choi is going to stop at third base. So a good capitalization of the first pitch here.
Again, that's what happens. Walker left the pitch up, and it was easily turned into the gap. And Choi making a smart decision, holding there at third. I think he would have been gunned out at home. Now, if you're Walker, again, you got to regather here. Get a strikeout, get a ground out, do something. At least if you're going to allow a run, let it only be 1, not 2. Again, you mentioned the anemic offense for the Mariners is a factor this season, but you got to give yourself a chance right now, especially with this pitching count climbing. He's at 63. This is about to be 64 here.
That's the ball.
Yeah, seemed to be losing a bit of control here as he moves this count to 2-0. I don't know if he lost his release point or what's going on, because he has not been on target except for when he leaves it over the plate. Kyle Seager making a absolutely beautiful play on the hot corner, getting the stop down the line, backhanding this ball, keeping the runner over at third, and then beating out the throw. Beautiful play by Kyle Seager.
Thank goodness, he summoned his inner Manny Machado. That's what Machado used to do so well for Baltimore. What a play there by Seager. Throwing off the back foot across the diamond, keeping the runner there. That's exactly what Walker needed. Now you got Kiermaier here, who has a tendency to strike out. Question is, Beard, can Walker escape this inning?
Well, he needs a big strikeout right here. If he can find the zone, he can't with this one. 2-0. That cutter's got a lot of break on it, but if he leaves that out over the plate, it's going to get rocked. This one rolled over. That's to Evan White for, we'll call that a 3-1 put out. He tosses to Walker, running over to cover first.
I think he could have been at himself, flipped it over, and Walker went a very long way to first, and Choi stayed at third. But yet again here, Walker has a chance of escaping the inning, and you have Mike Zunino, who yet again, as well, steps up here in a clutch situation. Question is, does he have the opportunity to pitch here to make it matter?
We'll find out. 1-0 pitch from Walker now. Missing low, ball 2. I think on that last play, Taiwan wanted to make the extra effort to make sure he can get all 3 of these outs and keep Ji-Man Choi standing right on third base where he is. The 2-1 pitch to Zunino. He chases that one outside, foul, 2-2.
For Walker, you have to go to the fastball here. It's been your go-to today. It's been the bread and butter. See if he does.
2-2. He goes to the cutter inside. He fouls it off. Count remains 2-2 here.
Honest, again, that 4-seam fastball up has gotten everyone to swing and miss.
We'll try and get him to chase one low and outside. 3-2. I think you're right. He's got to go back to that fastball. 3-2 pitch. He does, but Zunino lays off of it, so ball 4. 75 pitches here through 4 innings already. They'll face off against the top of the lineup and Willie Adames.
Adames had that double his last time up.
Strike 1 here from Walker. That fastball able to catch the corner there. 96 miles an hour. The 0-1 pitch. Inside, 1-1.
How many opportunities are you going to have with the bases loaded if you're the Rays and not score a run? You have to feel a run's eventually coming here.
That's the ball.
1-1 pitch missing inside, 2-1. So bases loaded, 2 outs. The 2-1 pitch from Walker. This one's hit and fouled off. They'll get down to the ball boy down in the right field side there. The 80th pitch from Taiwan Walker strikes him out looking. Again, that 4-seam fastball, 95 miles an hour, strands the bases loaded here in the bottom of the 4th. Still scoreless through 4 full innings.
What a job there by Walker. Again, high fastball, this time high and away. Gets him looking over the outside corner. Big out there. Yet again, you know, I mentioned it last inning, Beard. You escape a big inning. You can only escape so many times. You need run support. And you have a good portion here of the lineup to do it yet again with the top of the lineup coming up.
Yeah, Malik Smith still looking for his first hit of the ball game. And this is a guy that you want to get on base as much as possible. He needs to show some patience here as Yanni Chirinos throwing his 81st pitch of the ball game to start the 5th. This is the inning that the Mariners can really open up on Yanni Chirinos here and perhaps open up this ball game. 1-0. He'll swing and foul that one off. 1-1's the count. Malik's going to drop down a bunt here, but that's going to roll foul. 1-2.
And that one was almost a beauty.
1-2 pitch outside. 2-2's the count. Two in the dirt. Counts full now on Malik's. 3-2 pitch. Ball 4 as he loses him here. Malik Smith showing the patience. A 6-pitch at bat to draw a walk. And now the most dangerous man in the American League is on first base. That'll do it for Yanni Chirinos. They're going to bring in Jalen Beeks to take over here in the 5th.
Beeks, relatively a more reliable long reliever. I was just about to question how much longer Chirinos would go. That was his 6th walk granted in the game here. Another leadoff runner. Now you see a relief pitcher, but still here at the top portion of the lineup. And by the way, it's a lefty. So a big opportunity for these right-handed hitters here for the Seattle team.
First pitch to Kyle Lewis, missing high, ball 1. Lewis leading the team here in doubles. If he can get one right here, that'll score Malik Smith. He tries 1-1 here as he fouls this one off. Ah! 1-1 pitch in there for strike 2.
He's going to want that pitch back, Beard.
1-2. Just missing inside. 2-2's the count.
Ball.
2-2 missing outside. 3-2.
If they try to steal with Smith here.
3-2 pitch. Kyle Lewis staying alive here. Gets out in front of this one on the outside. We'll see another 3-2 here from Jalen Beeks. 3-2 pitch. Fouled off once more. This one all the way down into the bullpen. Three-two pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3.
Now batting, the right fielder, Mitch Haniger.
See this cutter getting Kyle Lewis out in front of it.
And that pitch got a lot of plate, too. Lewis is definitely, again, regretting taking that first fastball that he saw down the middle. Swinging through that.
And a look over at Malik Smith. He's got to dive in, but he's able to get his hand in there. We'll see another look over, as now they start paying attention to him out there. Perhaps a hit and run type of situation here with Haniger at the plate. Another look over. 3 in a row here from Jalen Beeks. The 0-0 pitch, we'll see a pitch out here. 3 looks over and a pitch out.
Try to make it another one here. 5's a good number. Take out the pitch out again.
And missed low, but it's going to be, the throw's going to be not in time. Smith takes off running. And he's able to get in there, swiping another stolen bag. I believe that's his 33rd stolen base on the season.
That's the ball.
Missing high with this one, 3-0 here to Haniger.
I'll tell you, that shows why Smith is one of the smartest players and base runners in all of baseball, Beard. I mean, he knew instantly, throw over 3 times, okay, pitch out, okay. All right, we're going to go on this one because
Haniger with the sacrifice, doing his job here, getting Malik's over to third base. Not exactly the most ideal outcome, but a productive out. Hopefully Vogelbach can put something together here to drive him in.
Now it's a lefty-lefty matchup for Vogelbach. see what happens. You didn't see an inside pitch. That time he did.
And he splays it out to shortstop. The throw over to first is going to be in time, so the runner not able to come in to score as they get the third out. Seattle still held to only 2 hits on the ball game. But Tampa with only 4, neither of which been able to score yet. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th here. All right, Tim, so who's going to be the first person to get to score a run here?
Well, if we're talking players, I'm going to go on a limb, and I'm going to say it's going to be Austin Meadows. What inning? I have no idea. I wish I could predict as well as I could. But we're in the bottom of the 5th, nothing game. I'm going to say the fans watching at home right now here in Major League Baseball, get your popcorn because this is going to be a close one all the way to the end if it isn't already.
The 0-1 pitch from Walker gets him swinging here to ball a splitter down below the zone. 0-2.
1-2.
Well, he tries to go to that high fastball to get the strikeout. Brandon Lau not taking. 1-2.
Beard, I'm not sure how familiar you are with my games over the past 2 weeks, but needless to say, I had 4 consecutive extra inning games, and this week 0 for 2, so this one will go to extras.
Well, we'll be here whether we go to extras or not. As Taiwan delivers the punch out here on Brandon Lau, racking up his 6th strikeout of the ball game.
And that almost looked like that ball phased right through the bat.
It kind of did, didn't it? Well, nonetheless, that's strike 3. Austin Meadows stepping in here. As he watches strike 1. He's 0 for 2 on the day with a couple of groundouts. Both of these pitchers pitching fantastically. Able to work out of high-stress situations as represented by the high pitch count for both starters. The 0-2 pitch, this one's hit, and Shiner's able to come down with it, so Meadows robbed of a hit in the right field here as the shift pays off.
Great job there. Exactly what you need to do there in the shift. Shiner knew that the ball was going to be coming to his left. About 4 or 5 charging steps and hit the catch. Although it looked a little bit tough, it was almost as if it was routine for him. He expected what was coming. Now you have Renfroe up in the first pitch swinging. By the way, look at it for Walker, Beard. He's made it now longer than Chirinos. I think this is his last inning. Definitely a big quality start for him.
Yeah, if he can get out of this one right here, this one lifted out into right field, that's going to get all the way to the wall for the base hit. And the shift, once again, he's going to try and stretch it into 2. The throw's offline. Crawford having to come off the bag to corral that. So he'll get into second standing up.
Oh, he did it again. Again, against the shift. It's what tends to happen, and again, opposite field hitting. Ultimately, a 2-out double, and now you have Choi, who, again, he struggled against Walker today. He has that capability of coming up clutch here for this Rays team.
2 outs, runner on second. G-Man Choi absolutely jacked one. This one is gone. A 2-run home run. This ball going 394 feet out to right field. It's his 16th home run on the season. And now Tampa Bay is up 2-0 as they finally break the scoreless streak here through the 5th.
Well, I guess we figured out who was going to score the first run in terms of players, and obviously it technically goes to Renfro, but G-Man Choi, my goodness, got all of that one. And when you just can pick your head up, turn and look, because you know that ball's gone, you know it's going a very far away. The only thing you could have hoped is that it would have hit a ring up there and came back into play.
Do they not consider the structure to be out of bound or out of play?
Well, it all depends, because it depends what ring you hit. If it hits the third ring, it's a home run. But if it hits the second ring, which we've seen last year in particular, Clint Frazier on the Yankees, he hit what would have been a moonshot that literally would have went to the back of the dome. And it ended up coming back down and landing at the shortstop because it bounced off the second ring.
Well, we won't see it here, as this one is a lazy fly ball out to left. But the difference maker was this big 2-run home run from G-Man Choi. Tampa Bay up 2-0.
As we're talking about rings, I'm referring to, you see that last ring before it goes over to the fence. So if it hit that one, it would have been deemed a home run. The first ring that you saw pop in your camera, if it hit that, and home run balls actually, believe it or not, do tend to hit that. While that ball, or I should say, while that looks close, it's actually not really that close. It actually carries over the edge of the infield. So if it hit that ring, it would have been a live ball.
Interesting. Another quirk of Major League Baseball. With Kyle Seager watching this one in there for strike one. Counts even at 1 here. Jalen Beeks out to work the 6th. The 1-1 pitch missing, 2-1. See the 2-1 here from Beeks. I'm not sure where that missed, but it did. 3-1 here to Seager.
Grooves there. I have no idea where that one missed.
We'll see a 3-1 pitch here from Beeks. Kicks and delivers. He leaves that curveball over the middle of the plate. Kyle Seager's going to foul it off. 3-2. Well, he lifts this one out into left field. Ranging back is Hunter Renfro. He makes the catch at the wall.
The first baseman, number 12.
A long and loud first out. Unlucky by Kyle Seager here.
I thought Seager got all that one, but it just came out just shy on the warning track. Piece out there and left, and I won away, and again, the Mariners out, slowly running out. It's crazy to think. I mean, we're talking about a nothing ball game, and who's going to get the first opportunity? With them scoring runs late, well, now you're down to 11 outs in the ball game. So it's slowly winding down. Take advantage of your plate appearances, and again, working the pitcher. Even though you're in the bullpen, you got to keep on getting these pitchers out of the ball game.
1-1 pitch misses outside. 2-1 here. Yeah, somebody's got to get on base, and somebody's got to get a hit to drive him in. We've got guys that can hit home runs, so at this point, anybody that has a good pitch should probably take it. As Evan White, still hitless in this ball game, works the count to 2-2. Swing and a miss, and that was not what I meant by taking the pitch. That was a really, really bad swing.
It beats through a nasty pitch, and you know, it's funny, you look at it in terms of reliability, Chirinos is a lot less reliable than Beeks. Beeks this year, and just above a 3 ERA, but he's done a very good job in a long relief situation. Right now, he finds himself in a winning condition. as long as he continues to pitch like he is, I mean, he's proven a case to actually be a starter down the road, Beard, I think, for this Rays team with how good he's done in the long relief role.
Definitely something to consider as he misses outside 2-1 here to Crawford. 2-1 pitch, fouled off, counts even now, 2-2. Missing high and outside, counts full here as that was the 30th pitch here from Jalen Beeks. And if Crawford can get on here, it'll be Tom Murphy next. He's going to lift this one out into left center field. Chasing it down is going to be Hunter Renfroe. And the inning is over. 7-8-9 due up from the Rays. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
We're going to see Connor
Now
Sadzik step in to make
Number 55.
the relief appearance here. It's his second opportunity at the major league level this season. Pitched 2 innings in his first outing.
Third baseman, Yandy.
I think this is where you're going to see him another 2 innings here, Beard. If I were to make a big guess, we're going to keep him out as long as they can while he's down 2-0.
Yeah, that would definitely be the smart move as he runs the first pitch in there for strike 1. A little bit earlier than you really want to go to your bullpen, but Taijuan Walker running his pitch count up, going 5 full. And this is going to be lined over to first base. Evan White's going to take in him 3 unassisted for the first out.
The center fielder.
White's doing a great job there at first. He's had a very busy day, Beard. Seen a lot of ground balls in that direction, and again, eating another one up. Oh, he's going to be another one to look down the road for the future. I think he does have that gold glove type of defense at first base. He goes very undervalued and underrated in that position.
Yeah, Evan White is the guy that this Mariners organization has so much confidence in. They signed him to a 6-year extension before he played a major league game at for the organization. This is that prototype first baseman with a fantastic defensive glove that can also hit. I think more along the lines of like a John Olerud type of first baseman as opposed to the power hitting variety.
Do you think, Beard, that we're not going to see, those extensions with minor leaguers anymore now with what's going on today?
It's really hard to tell. I will never trust ownership and management to do the right thing when it comes to taking care of players, but Seattle has seemed to take the guys that they really want to build their franchise around and take really good care of them. From throughout the entire organization, from recruitment all the way up to the major league level. They seem to be one of these organizations that does like to take care of their players. As Connor Sadzik gets the strikeout here.
Say Sadzik taking care of Kiermaier there, getting him to wave. It's been a long day for Kiermaier and another long day for this hitter of Mike Zunino.
He lifts the first pitch all the way deep into right center field. Haniger is going to get back in plenty of time to make the catch, and the 6th inning is over. So a quick outing here from Sadzik. We'll go to the top of the 7th. See Tom Murphy step in. Speaking of stepping in, our very own organist Shark Shavery. Welcome back, my friend.
How is it going?
It could definitely be better for the Mariners, but
Nope, ball.
I feel like that's kind of the story of the past forever.
Yep.
I feel that pain.
Beeks delivers a fastball here, gets Murphy to swing through it. 1-1's the count. Murphy is going to foul this one off. That 93-mile-an-hour fastball on the inside.
Shark, if you were the manager of the Mariners, what would you be telling your guys right now?
I know what I would not tell them. I would not tell them to enter the fumble dimension and hit 3,000 people over the season. Did either of you see that video yet?
Oh my. Oh my.
That's a ball.
Oh my. That was hard to watch. That was just really, really hard to watch.
I was like going to bed drifting off while it was on, so when it got into like the Twilight Zone thing, it was wacky.
Well, Jalen Beeks racks up Tom Murphy looking here. The fastball in the outside corner. There's one away here. Shiner steps in, looking to prevent a third strikeout here on the day. 0 for 2 for him. We'll watch the first pitch outside, 1-0. Yeah, the internet plays baseball on out of the park. That seems like a recipe for disaster.
They did steal home one time though. Successfully.
That's great. They also made Mark McLemore steal home. Come on. What are you doing? Yeah. Who'd have thunk that a Lou Piniella managed ball club could win only 4 ball games? The 2-1 pitch is going to get fouled off into the seats. Shiner working the count 2-2 here.
4 wins ain't too bad for hitting 3,000 guys.
That's true. It's the
I'm
little
gonna
victories that count.
I'm going to pretend the whole thing just didn't exist. As he pops up here to the catcher, Mike Zanino. There's 2 away. Shiner able to avoid the third strikeout, but still an 0 for 3 on the day so far. Go back to the top of the order. Malik Smith stepping in. He's 0 for 2 with a walk and a stolen base to his account so far. Watch the first pitch high, ball 1. Beeks working through 45 pitches already here. I believe this is his second and change inning of work.
It's actually working towards 3 now complete innings.
Nope, that's outside.
He came back. He came in the 5th with no outs.
So 3 full innings of work if he can get out here. No signs of stopping as 47 pitches from the reliever here. Missing for ball 3, 3-1. And like you were saying, it sure looks like he could definitely go into his starting role with as deep as he's gone here in a relief position. 3-2. Alex is going to put this one into play, but it's easily corralled at second base. Lau over to first for the inning-ending out. Take it away, Shark Shavery. Hope you had a good stretch there, folks. Shark, it's always a pleasure. Come back anytime you want.
Absolutely, the pleasure is all mine. Thanks for having me. Hopefully Seattle can hold the Rays at 2 and get some runs across the board. And with that being said, I hope you guys have a great rest of your call.
Ooh, I hope they challenge that there. I thought he was out there at first.
Crawford making the play deep in the hole here. The Jeter-like throw as the... Oh, man.
Ah, he was safe. But it looked like from the first angle he got him.
Yeah, it was definitely a bang-bang play there, but I think you're right. I think he was safe. Runner on first. We'll see Brandon Lau step in. He struck out back in the 5th. Still hitless here through 3 plate appearances. Swing and a miss at the first pitch. That curveball outside. Or as Bob Uecker would say, just a bit outside. In there for strike 2. The 0-2 pitch from Sadzik. This one lifted out into right field, but foul. Haniger is not going to be able to track it down.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
They'll just waste a pitch here on the outside. The 1-2. Fastball high. That'll be fouled off. 1-2 now. Strike 3 looking. The curveball able to catch the outside. Connor Sadzik with the strikeout here.
The right fielder.
Sadzik has looked really good since coming in the game. A great curveball there. First out of the inning. He's looking electric again since coming up here now to the major leagues. Pretty well, and I'm excited to see how the rest of this season goes for him if he stays up here at the big league level.
Well, Austin Meadows stepping in. He's 0 for 3 on the day, looking for his first. We'll watch a ball in the dirt here. Murphy's able to corral it, so they'll stay put over at first. This is going to be a dribbler up the line. Coming over is going to be Sadzik. The play at first is going to get the out, but the runner moves over to second. And with 2 away here in the bottom of the 7th, they'll look to get that 3rd out and strand him out there. Ooh, a generous strike zone at the bottom corner here. 0-1 to Hunter Renfroe.
So I've got to ask you, Beard, a little bit of trivia question for everyone watching. Of the managers that still manage actively here in Major League Baseball, who has the lowest winning percentage of all Major League managers?
I mean, the lowest winning percentage of active managers?
Yep.
By chance, is it Scott Servius?
No, it is not.
Okay. It's like, is this topical? Oh boy. Who's managing the Pittsburgh Pirates? I really don't know many managers.
That wouldn't be the answer, though. It actually isn't. Believe it or not. You know, when I thought about the stat, the first teams I thought about was obviously Mariners haven't done too well. The Astros as well initially. Well, they have a new manager now, but initially as well, they struggled through the 2014-15 years. Interesting one as well. Don Mattingly actually has a below 50% win-loss percentage in his career.
Well, Hunter Renfro's going to draw a walk here after a full count ball 4 from Connor Sadzek, and G-Man Choi going to step up to bat. We'll flash back to the 5th inning where he put up the only runs of the ball game. This big 2-run shot out to right field. He's got another chance here with a runner in scoring position and a runner at first. Sadzek delivers the first pitch. Choi connects with this one, and it's going to go down foul into the bullpen.
The last time up, he sent a moonshot. Can he do it again is the question.
Sadzek missing low and outside, 1-1. Delivers the pitch, working that outside corner, 2-1. Strike 2 here as he's able to get it over the zone. 23 pitches already here for Sadzek in the inning. Leaves a slider over the top of the zone. G-Man Choi pops up. There to make the catch is Crawford, and the inning is over. So getting out of danger here is Connor Sadzek, as we're through the 7th.
Your attention, please.
Tampa Bay still leads this 2-0. We'll see Diego Castillo come out of the pen for the Rays. A 1.98 ERA across 27 1/3 innings of work.
It's definite setup situation here. Try to work it over towards your closer.
They'll face the 2, 3, and 4 hitters here. Kyle Lewis leading it off.
No, that's low. Ball.
First pitch missing low, ball 1. 14,313 fans here in Tampa. I thank each and every one of you for coming out today, and everybody watching across all the platforms here on ML Ball. Well, he misses high and inside here as Kyle Lewis turns away from that one. 3-0. Just missing him, too. – 3-0 pitch from Diego Castillo. He draws the walk here.
Now batting, right fielder.
Not a great start out of the bullpen for Castillo, as Kyle Lewis has not been a hot bat of late.
It's the one thing for Castillo that he has a tendency to is, walk batters. He does have a good job he does do a good job of producing ground balls. But it's his kryptonite, walking hitters and getting behind in counts. Been reliable this year, and I'm sure he'll be reliable here again. You got a rebound here after a leadoff walk.
The 0-1 pitch to Haniger, missing low and outside, 1-1. That slider is absolutely filthy. And you saw that that first pitch just sliding in the front door at the top of the zone, and this one just breaking out over the outside. 1-1, there it is again, 2-1.
You know what it is? He has a frisbee-like motion, almost like Adam Ottavino does on the Yankees, which just makes it so hard to not just read, also creates that extra cut. I mean, he can make this thing go from right to left side of the zone.
2-2 now as that's in there for strike 2. Look for Haniger to try and splay this out into right field. 2-2 pitch. Well, he turns on it and it hooks foul. We'll see another 2-2. He checks his swing and they'll say ball 3, 3-2 now. Got Vogelbach standing on deck. If Haniger gets on, he can change the fortune of this ball game with one swing, as this is going to be a ground ball out to third. They get the lead runner at second, but not able to get Haniger at first.
Daniel Vogelbach.
That was another close play, Beard. I thought he was going to be safe going into second, but they just got the forced runner out, and now Vogelbach steps up. And oh boy!
Swinging at the first pitch, he drives it into the corner out and right. Rounding second and going to third is Haniger. So just like that, runners at first and third here in the top of the eighth. Daniel Vogelbach. If he wasn't an absolute tank, he could probably have turned that into a double. As such, we'll see a pinch runner come in here. Sam Haggerty is going to be on first, as he is the tying run on the base path.
Is it first, or I thought I saw him at third? We got to get a check on that. I thought I saw him on third base.
That wouldn't make any sense at all.
It wouldn't make sense.
I surely hope not. I surely hope that was at first, because that makes perfect sense to bring a pinch runner in for Daniel Vogelbach, especially being the tying run. Kyle Seager is going to watch this one inside, 1-1. Now you got me worried.
I'm a little bit worried too, because why would you pitch run someone on third, but just the angle of the camera, it looked like he was third base. It probably is first, but he was a little bit different. Didn't feel like that was down the first base line.
Well, Kyle Seager is going to swing through this high fastball for the second out. A big strikeout here.
White.
Yeah, those fastballs up always look really good to the hitter, but you're never going to be able to get your bat around in time and high enough to hit that.
We saw Walker do a good job of those pitches today on the Seattle side. A good job there by Castillo. And
Evan White rips this over into the bullpen for a foul ball.
Beard.
Yeah.
Ran for the runner on third. Vogelbach still on first. I'm intrigued.
That's the ball. Outside.
I just don't know. Especially because Haniger is like one of the better hitting bats on this roster. And Vogelbach clearly doesn't have the speed to be on base right now. But let's go ahead and replace Haniger and bring in Haggerty for the ninth inning, as they tag him out, coming home anyways. So right you are, it was indeed Haggerty over at third, coming home on the swinging bunt. And the inning is over.
Attention, please. This change for the Mariners.
Well, we'll see him stay out and play right field.
Number 28, Sam Haggerty.
I will say at least he's an outfielder.
Number 25.
But doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Oh, that's so frustrating.
No, that's up.
Like, you make the right call, but the wrong overall decision. It's so frustrating. Swing and a miss, strike one here to Satsugo.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda. I mean, it doesn't matter when you can't get a ball in play, so that's the other thing, too.
Right,
have an opportunity to even really bring that run home. Obviously, he had the swinging bunt there with 2 outs, but that wouldn't have made the difference. Happened with 1 out, sure. With 2 outs, it doesn't make a difference at all.
I just came up with a whole new angle to look at this thing from.
2-2.
We're going to go from the Yankee hating perspective of helping out Tampa Bay maintain a fight with the Yankees for first place. We're gonna go with that angle, as opposed to the Mariners absolutely blowing an opportunity. As we get the first out here, an easy ground ball out to shortstop. 6-3 for the put out.
Sadsik's done a very good job now going into his third inning of work.
Very good job indeed.
Firing away with strikes. I mean, it's that home run allowed by Walker to Choi. He come in and he's pitched very competitively, and he's made a big difference for this team. And it'll be unfortunate for the Mariners if they can't dig back here in the ninth and give him at least a run or a lead, because this is an excellent performance coming in relief.
1-2.
The 0-2 pitch from Sadzik missing outside. 1-2 here to Yandy Diaz. Yeah, he's pitched great here through 3 innings of work. He gets the strikeout swinging on the slider.
Up next for Tampa Bay.
He'll face off against Kevin Kiermaier.
Kiermaier.
First pitch just low, ball 1. The 1-0 now.
Ball.
Just outside with that one. 2-0. They'll say that caught the corner. 2-1 here to Kiermaier.
No, that's out.
Nope. Says the home plate umpire. 3-1. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th. If Kiermaier can get on base, we'll see Mike Zunino. 3-1 pitch, and he loses them, ball 4.
Now batting.
Zunino's come up every single time with the runner on. I think eventually he'd be able to find one for himself, but last time he flew out, struck out with the bases loaded, and he did walk in the 4th. Hasn't really had much luck today.
Oh, not much luck for Zunino, indeed. As Kiermaier's going to take off on the first pitch. Throw in time. A beautiful throw by Tom Murphy. Jake Shiner applying the tag here. We'll get another look at the throw down. In plenty of time, able to get the tag on him before he gets his hand in there, and that is a rough way to record a third out if you're Tampa.
I'm very surprised there, Beard, because I think they missed a sign, because Kiermaier had no lead, and he took off. And yes, Kiermaier has the capability of stealing bases. In that situation, Tampa definitely not looking to run themselves out of an inning, yet they did that right there. Going to be 7, 8, 9. Best part of the lineup here for Anderson to face. At the same time, you have Crawford, who the last time up sent a double in the right center field.
The 0-1 pitch to Crawford now. That one gets over for strike 2. Yeah, and this is the best part of the lineup for Anderson to face, but these Mariners have been known to get some production out of the bottom part of their lineup of late. Tom Murphy always dangerous to put one over the wall. And Jake Shiner, of course, struggling the last couple of games. The 0-2 pitch, fouled off by Crawford, staying alive here.
Wings here by Crawford. Let's see if he can stay alive on another one.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3. That fastball just blew it straight past him.
Murphy.
Of course, you see there Nick Anderson leading the American League, tied with 25 saves with one Ty Buttrey.
Well, I think the thing for this Rays team, Beard, when you look at it, is it's not their offense that wins them games, it's their pitching. At the same time, being one-dimensional only takes you so far. In a postseason, you have to be two-dimensional eventually in this Rays team. That's a big reason why right now, necessarily winning the division, they sit 2 games out, haven't been successful in postseason past. And to be honest, the team that's very comparable for them, as weird as this sound, is the New York Mets. New York Mets have probably in the past, especially in their postseason runs, have had no offense, a really solid pitching staff.
Well, we'll see how they battle throughout the rest of the season with the Yankees. Nick Anderson just looking to get the next 2 outs here to get his team the win. Tom Murphy fouling off this one. 1-2 is the count.
If you're the Rays, you got to start wondering and thinking, what kind of trades are you going to start making? Because again, this is a competing team. They do have must-need pieces on offense.
And Tom Murphy goes down swinging.
Second baseman, Jake Chirinos.
As he chases this one high. And now they're 2 away here in the top of the 9th. Jake Steiner is going to get the last opportunity here for the Mariners to start a rally. They need 2 to send it to the bottom of the 9th. First pitch missing low, ball 1.
And they're struck out twice today, but again, one swing of the bat changes everything.
1-0 pitch, high, ball 2. 2-0. Pitch. Able to catch the outside corner here, 2-1. That big sweeping curveball. Swing and a miss, strike 2 here to Jake Steiner, and the Mariners are down to their last strike. Two pitch. Swing and a miss, and that is the ball game. Tampa able to pull out a victory here on just one swing of the bat by Ji-Man Choi. That 2-run shot coming in the 5th inning, I believe it was.
Ji-Man Choi hitting that 2-run bomb, and it gave them the lead, and never looked back. That's all they needed. And again, G-Man, he's likely going to be your player of the game. But overall, I mean, Tampa, again, the pitching staff getting the job done, getting the win. While, it's Beeks who picks up the win to move to 4-0. Walker gets the loss. Anderson, again, league leading 26 saves now. Doing an excellent job in relief. This Tampa Bay team continues to win, continue to be hot, as it only gets hotter out in Tampa.
Well, player of the game going to go surprisingly to the closer, Nick Anderson. He pitched the 9th inning and struck out the side. 3 straight strikeouts gets him player of the game. Jalen Beeks gets the win. Anderson gets the save. Taijuan Walker gets the loss. I gotta agree with you. I think it probably should have gone to Ji-Man Choi, as he had the big swing of the day. Of course, that was a crucial 3 outs to get to end the inning. We'll go back through the highlights here. You see Taijuan Walker racking up a strikeout against Brandon Lau in the bottom of the 5th. And then right after that, a runner on second, Ji-Man Choi steps in and puts the only runs on the ball of the ball game on the board. 394 feet out into right field. And that would be the difference maker. We see Anderson striking out the side here in the 9th. First Crawford then Murphy, and then Jake Shiner for the third out. You said league leading for saves, 26 of them. Here as Tampa Bay continues to keep that two-game back gap behind the New York Yankees.
And a great job again by Anderson. Striking out the side, not an easy thing to do, and yet did it there in the ninth. And you mentioned, Beard, the struggles for the Rays, or rather the Mariners offensively. Only 3 hits. It's what is essentially the 5-pitcher of this Rays team. And you have to remember, Chirinos walked 6 batters today. And the fact that you couldn't even find a run, it's tough. So overall, again, it's a tough loss for this Mariners team. But you have to rebound. Start finding more of this offense, developing as the season goes on.
Well, we've still got the rest of this series here in Tampa to hopefully figure it out. Of course, like you said, only the 3 hits for the Mariners today. Haniger, Vogelbach, and J.P. Crawford with the 3 hits. Not a single run scored, though, and I think he said 6 walks on the ball game. 5 walks on the ball game for Chirinos.
6 overall, 5 in Chirinos.
Yeah, and so a lot of missed opportunities by the Mariners, and a good pitching matchup, a good pitching outing for these Tampa Bay Rays today gets it done. Well, we're done here in Tampa, but stay tuned. We've got 2 more games left here on the schedule. We're gonna head out to Baltimore, where the Tigers are going to take on the Orioles next. Here, we're a bit early, about 10 minutes out from that scheduled start time. And after, of course, we're going to have our very own Cookie Eater and Chris Sachi on the call for that. We're just waiting on them in the booth. And then after that, we're going to have Mike A. and Duggo on the call. Arizona heading out to Philly for some National League baseball at football after dark.
How about Duggo, Beard? Yesterday I got to call the game with him for what I was able to stay in there because I had a rare issue yesterday. But how about him not calling a Snakes game? That's relatively rare.
Yeah, it was.
He's back with the Snakes.
Well, he's hasn't really had much of many days off calling the Snakes games, as we had continue to show a lot of them, and he'll be back with the Snakes tonight. It's definitely a rare sight to see him calling a game not including Arizona, but always good to see him in the booth. So we go through taking a look at some ball games today. Boston beating St. Louis 7-1 here, putting up 5 runs in the bottom of the second. A couple of teams hanging out in the basement of their divisions. St. Louis and Boston are playing well below 500 ball.
I have to say the Cardinals have surprised me a little bit, Beard. You expected them to be doing a little bit better this year, but they just haven't been able to find a grip. Boston, who you expected to tank, especially after that Mookie Betts trade, I mean, they're right around the margin of an average below 500 team, but these Cardinal struggles have really, really surprised me. Another team that's offense hasn't really done well this season.
Yeah, and you see there, Boston able to put together 12 hits on the day. St. Louis only half of that, and finally able to squeak across the run in the ninth. Obviously not going to make much of a difference when you're trying to battle back from 7. But as we back out of that one, we are joined in the booth by one of my favorite broadcasters here on ML Bot Ball. Although, how he has not had pizza yet, I still don't know. Cookie Eater, our very own Vince Scully. How you doing, my friend?
Well, I'm doing pretty good, Brother Beard. How are you doing on this fine, are we on Friday already? Friday.
I know, right? It's Friday already. Where did the week go, man?
Just kind of disappeared. Of course, I guess, though, my parents have not been working on Fridays, so to me it's kind of felt like a Saturday or a Sunday. Even today, I'm really just all over the place.
Well, as we take a look at another ball game here, Pittsburgh squeaking out a win against Milwaukee. You see they're putting up 5 runs in the 5th and another 4 in the 9th to finally take the lead and squeak out the win at the end there.
And again, it's funny, we mentioned about the Cardinals struggling, Milwaukee as well, another team surprisingly struggling this year in the Central, and Pittsburgh. I mean, they've had a terrible, terrible season, getting to lose abundance of games. In fact, they had one, I believe, since they last beat the Yankees. They turn around here, beat Milwaukee. And how about they come from behind victory? I mean, to win 9-8, you score 4 in the 9th. It's incredible.
Yeah, it seems as if the Milwaukee bullpen kind of fell apart there in the 9th.
Really impressive comeback to come back down by 4 that late for a team that struggled that hard. That's something they're going to be thinking about this one for a while in the locker room. I can tell you that.
Those special victories that kind of turn the momentum around a little, especially on a tough season when you're rebuilding and trying to re-find heart in Pittsburgh for the Pirates. And obviously, you have guys like Josh Bell there that's, pretty remarkable ball player, but there's not too much for those fans to look up to. And obviously, them not being home, but rather on the road, watching from home, it's a big victory because it's one of those games where you come out with your head high, knowing that you can look forward for the series upcoming after a solid start.
Whoops, I guess I had my microphone off there. Well, yeah, Pittsburgh actually able to pull one out here in the late innings. Like you said, they're definitely going to be thinking about this one for a while. You see, Knebel, they're only been able to get 2 outs in the 9th, giving up 2 hits, but 4 earned runs. 2 hits and 2 walks, getting the 1 strikeout, but giving up all 4 of those runs and the lead.
See here if we get a sim of the Mets Padres game to come. That's another interesting one to look at. And Michael Wacha, who's had a pretty average year, especially for the Mets, he's definitely exceeding standards. 3.6 ERA and 7-7. And with how much of a struggling year this Mets team has had, be at that 500 mark is pretty remarkable. Looks like we are getting ready for the next matchup, so we won't see that sim quite yet.
Darn, I always love those midday sims.
Well, Cookie, what can you tell us about this ball game coming up here as we wait for your broadcast partner?
Well, it is going to be quite the matchup between 2 teams coming in with records of 30 and 51. The Detroit Tigers in 4th place in the AL Central. The Baltimore Orioles sitting in last in that AL East. So, 2 bad teams with very poor offenses facing off. A couple of fairly decent pitchers in Daniel Norris and Alex Cobb, so we'll see how that turns out. But
would you call it a race to the bottom?
It really is. Obviously, Pittsburgh's doing quite good in that race. We just saw that sim game. Of course, they pick up a win today, so a chance for one of these two teams maybe to, I suppose, pick up a game on Pittsburgh for last place.
It's quite ironic. I saw both of these teams down the past 2 days. I called the Yankees-Orioles game, and then yesterday with Duggo, a White Sox Tigers game. And you mentioned, Cookie, make offenses for Baltimore. It's very rare to see them score above 5 runs. And they did that against the Yankees and ultimately ended up winning 5-4. And then yesterday, this Detroit team couldn't even come together with a run against the White Sox. So I think they're going to try to rebound today and put together an offense. And you're looking through one of those guys that's hot for them, Jonathan Scope. He had 2 extra base hits yesterday, and he as well facing his former team, the Baltimore Orioles, in which he had success days playing for. He'll go back home essentially to Baltimore and look to continue his hot streak.
Yeah, hopefully he feels at home, and hopefully these O fans, I mean, they all know they're not really rooting for any success of their own this year. Hopefully just make him feel happy and make sure Scope feels the appreciation for all the years he put in Baltimore.
And yesterday as well, or actually rather 2 days ago for Baltimore, because they had the day off yesterday, they had Means pitched incredible in that one. I'm eager to see now as you move through the rotation how they do here, here tonight. Perhaps maybe we get started early here, Cookie.
Yeah, looks like we're going to get underway right now. I might end up doing the Scully style. Hopefully Chris gets here sooner than later. I'm not sure where he's at, but Brother Tim, I guess, any final words?
Well, good luck. Good luck, Cookie. I tried putting the word out to see if we can't track Chris down, but I don't know. Should be an interesting game here.
My last thoughts, for the Mariners, it's unfortunate not able to come across a run against the Rays, but here too, again, 2 anemic offenses. You should see a low-scoring matchup.
All right, let's see how it turns out. Brother Tim, great call on the last one. Hope to see you guys around soon.
Leading off
and meanwhile, Alex Cobb's taking the mound, and we're getting underway here at Oracle Park in Baltimore. Nico Goodrum's going to lead it off for the Tigers. He'll take a first pitch ball at right 9 o'clock Eastern. First pitch. So we're starting on time. Pretty rare for the 9 o'clock game.
7:05.
But what do you know? It's happening. Another Nico Goodrum from Cobb going to be outside 2-0. Thank you for tuning in tonight, everybody, sticking with us through the little downtime between our games. I hope you're having a good start to your weekend here, Friday night. Glad to be back on the call with you after a few days off. It's a little bit strange to be off so long, but we're back and gonna have a lot of fun. Looks like Chris is joining me in the booth now. Chris, how you doing?
Sorry there, Cookie. My apologies, sir.
No problem at all. It happens all the time. Just a little bit of, I suppose, misdirection in the ballpark. They don't really put nice arrow labels here at Royal Park to get us to the booth. So I don't blame you for getting lost around here.
Yeah, the ushers were very nice, though. I gotta tell you that.
Got a full count to Nico Goodrum now. He's going to end up taking ball 4, so with a full count, he will take first base, and that'll be the first base runner of the day for either side. Obviously, it's the first batter of the day. Can't really get much earlier than that. Hooray.
Not a bad start.
So then we'll step Harold Castro, number 30. Playing center field. He's on a bit of a hot streak, batting almost 350 his last 6-8 games or so. Alex Cobb still struggling to find the strike zone. Gonna start Carroll the same way he started Nico, and that's going to be with a ball. Base hit in the center. I'll put runners on first and second. First hit of the day. This piece of solid hitting. Didn't do too much with it. Just playing station to station. The red hot Jonathan Scope will be in now. On the road, he's been a lot better. Of course, like we mentioned in the pregame, used to be at Oriole for a pretty long time. So a bit of a homecoming of sorts tonight.
Yeah, we'll see if he can come up here in a big spot early in the ballgame.
You know, Chris, this is going to be a really interesting ball game. Both these teams are awful. Their offense is, I believe, a lot worse than their pitching staffs, and playing in a very hitter-friendly park today. So who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah, you know, with a couple of teams struggling, like you said, like here in Orioles ball called Camden Yards, balls can fly out of here in a hurry. So we might see an offensive game. Jonathan Scope here can do damage against his old squad.
I got to count 1 and 2.
Takes an ugly swing and a miss at a splitter to make the count to 1 and 2. First time Cobb's been ahead in the counts all day. Up to throw pitch number 12. Runners on first and second. Jonathan Scope takes inside. Moves it to 2 and 2.
I like that pitch there, though. A couple of misses to work with here on 1-2. Tries to get Scope fishing on the knuckle curve inside, but now still now even at 2 and 2.
Yeah, it's nice to see Jonathan adjust, not look silly. Here, though, he's just going to harmlessly lift one to center. Center fielder's going to grab it, make a strong throw at third, not give Nico any chance to advance. And despite the solid contact, there's going to be one away for the Tigers.
Yeah, good job by Cobb there. He doubles up on that curve that he threw the previous pitch. Scope was on it, good timing, but just got under it a bit. Almost fly ball. Big first out.
That all important first out now out of the way. Christian Stewart, the left fielder, batting cleanup, will take ball 1.
One and 1.
That was Cobb fooled him there.
At the ball.
Question about that. Didn't fool him there though. Christian takes the fastball inside after chasing the. I think that was the splitter outside. It's a 2-1 count. And Christian will whip one. It's down the line, but it will go just foul. Thought he had a home run, but no cigar here. Going to be fouled back. I suppose the big news out of Detroit today isn't with ball, it's with hockey. It's the Detroit Red Wings, who are far and away the worst team in the NHL this year. Ended up with the number 4 overall pick in the NHL draft.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Cookie, as a New York Knicks fan in the NBA, it is tough when your team is among the bottom of the Knicks. If you're a pick that's not the number 1. The whole tanking season feels like it was all for nothing.
Yeah, that's one thing I really like about the MLB and the NFL is we don't see the lottery in those leagues, and I definitely understand why they implemented to kind of de-incentivize tanking, but at the same time, when you've done that bad and you really have no assets in your system or anything to really work with, it sucks when you see a team who's still in the playoff race, seeing as the season is suspended, end up getting that top pick, because Stewart is going to chase and go down.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting with both of these teams who are in the rebuilding phase. There's no question about it. Had they come up and stockpile those picks, we saw Spencer Fulkerson here with the Tigers, and there's a base hit in the gap.
Oh yeah, splitting the gap, rolling all the way to the wall. That's going to be a 2-run double. They're going to bluff the throw. It's not actually going to come in. So what a job by C.J. Crone. A 2-run double to get the Tigers the early lead.
Yeah, finds that gap in Camden. I was talking about draft lottery. It's not in baseball. Orioles, #1 overall pick, Adley Rushman. And the Tigers in the 2020 MLB Players Draft got Spencer Torkelson. So there's a way. Baseball's not as much of a parallel with the other sports in terms of ready-to-play prospects, but for those two guys maybe could help these teams get back on the rise from their rebuilding phase.
Definitely. You know, a lot of guys picked in the MLB draft, like you said, especially outside of the first rounds, but not a college guy. There's, you know, maybe 3, 4, 5 years before they're even ready. But I will say the last 3 #1 overall picks have actually gone between these two teams, like you mentioned. Rushman, the catcher for the Orioles in 2019, and then Torkelson this year for the Tigers, but also the 2018 pick, Casey Mize, going to Detroit. And really, I wouldn't be surprised if we see all 3 of those people, all 3 of those prospects up in the big leagues at some point in 2021. I think they're all really close.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, these teams certainly hope so. Give themselves a superstar, all-star level type player to lead their franchise.
You talk about people leading the franchise. Miguel Cabrera was the face of the Tigers for the last almost 15 years. He's really fallen off a cliff and struggled this year. Of course, we'll see a broadcaster jinx. He'll get that one through the hole. And he'll get a base hit that actually scores C.J. Crone. A risky move by the not-so-fast Crone to try and score. Throw is almost even on the money, but just not strong enough from the right fielder. That would be Smith Jr. And that'll extend the Tigers' lead by another one. It's 3-0.
Yeah, Crone not too fast, but I like the idea of putting the pressure on the defense. You've already scored 2. Why not try for a third and test the inexperienced arm out and right?
The Candyman, Jamer Candelario, is going to get to hit now with Miguel Cabrera on first. 2 away in the top of the first. I agree with you, Chris. I love seeing that pressure put on, and well, I guess that's really all I got.
Hey, can't hate it, man. Tigers up now 3-0 in the first inning.
One 2 count to Jamer. Cobb throwing pitch number 33 of the inning. It'll be inside. Evens the count at 2. And tapped up in front of the plate. Throw will go to first base, and that'll be an out. So Alex Cobb gives up 3, but I suppose manages to limit it there. So perhaps a bit of a silver lining. It'll be Iglesias, Alberto, and Santander for the Orioles, facing Daniel Norris in the bottom half as we see Daniel take the mound.
Yeah, Norris ERA close to 5 on the season. He's a pitcher that the Tigers have invested pretty heavily in. Came in a trade with the Blue Jays several years back. He also fought cancer, which has since gone over. He's a player who gets a good chance with a 3-0 lead here in the home first inning to try to get himself a quality start, get his season back in the right direction.
Yeah, it was really shocking to hear about, I think it was thyroid cancer for Norris. I don't recall. It was a few years ago now, but that was his first offseason with the Tigers. He had that taken care of. And, like you said, obviously got over it, but I don't know. It was just a guy that young. You usually don't think about cancer in them, so it was a bit scary, but nice to see him make a full recovery. And I mean, he has had other health issues kind of limit his ability to be the top prospect they hoped he'd be, but he's getting one last chance to make a name for himself in the rotation this year before those young guys get here. And, well, he's facing quite the guy. Jose Iglesias, the former Tigers shortstop, leading it off for the Orioles. He's going to get one down and to right, so he'll be on first. Iglesias always seems to punish his former teammates. When he was with Detroit, he was obviously traded to them by the Boston Red Sox, and always seemed to play at another level when the Red Sox were in town, or I suppose the Tigers were at Fenway too, going both ways. So Maia's going to be on him today, Chris, see how he fares against this Tiger squad.
Yeah, we saw Scope, the Tiger now facing his former team in the Orioles. Big out from Cobb to retire him earlier, but Iglesias is starting off the rally for Baltimore in the home first.
Hey.
Alberto up the condition now, the second baseman. Takes the 1-1 pitch, and that's another one. 2 straight for the Orioles. 2 straight batters, that is, not 2 straight pitches. They just take that the opposite way, just kind of loop it into right. Reach base.
Yeah, you said it, Cook. Don't try to do too much. Knock it the opposite way, all of a sudden you have the rally, first and second, nobody out. Here and try to get some of those runs back from the top.
Anthony Santander, not the best average, but 10 dingers. Looking to, I don't know if he's going to look to try and tie it with one swing of the bat, but he definitely has the capability to do so.
Yeah, I mean, talked about the offense that could be happening here at Camden Yards. Why not? Huh?
It's quickly down 0-2 though, so maybe Norris. I mean, Norris can't really let this get to his head, can he, Chris? I mean, they haven't really gotten solid contact off him, so he kind of has to remember that. This still isn't really solid contact. Maybe he'll give up way early, give way to Castro, who will make the catch in center. Throw it over, but offline, allow Iglesias to tag up and reach third base.
The third baseman, Granado.
Like you said, Norris, those first 2 hits were just opposite field loopers, and then he retires a big batter in Santander, but the runner does advance 90 feet.
So, we got a runner 90 feet away. Double play in order, though. The runner's on the corners.
Yeah, 0-2 now. Let's see if Norris can control the bottom of the zone, try to get that double play that you spoke of.
The count is 1-2.
Well, it looked like he might have been aiming low, but that curveball just, about a home plate off home plate. Opposite-handed batter's box. It's ball 1. Still throwing low, and that one is going to get a swing and a miss off the bat. Well, rather missing the bat of Nunez. We will see the runner advance to second, but Norris has his first strikeout of the day, and there's now 2 out for Rio Ruiz.
Well, at the very least here for Baltimore, they made 2 outs after first and second, nobody out. They're both productive outs that did move the runners, so we'll see here. They can take advantage with a couple of men in scoring position.
Big chance. You want to at least get, a base hit should get you 2 home. Chip away. You don't want to stay down by 3 and give up an opportunity like this early. Let Daniel Norris settle in. And Wonder Reed's going to be a fly ball center field. Harold Castro gets there. Plenty of time. Maybe even overran it a little bit. Had to kind of reach the glove out back in his tracks. But he makes the catch, and we're through 1. Detroit 3, Baltimore nothing.
Leading
in
off for
steps.
Detroit, the catcher.
Tigers' everyday catcher, Austin Romine. Hot start, but been just about everything but hot since.
Yeah, the former Yankee, first season here with Detroit. Backed up Gary Sanchez with New York, but now gets a chance, like you said, to play every day here with Detroit.
He's going to take one the opposite way, right center. That's going to be extra bases, and it's going to hop over the wall. It's going to be a ground rule double for Austin Romine.
Number 4, Cameron.
Well, Detroit, after 3 runs in the first inning, deciding that's not enough. Good job to start a rally by Romine.
That's what I really love, Chris. Keep the gas pedal down, you know. Floor it. Score 50 runs, 60 runs, you know. Let's build some confidence up in these guys.
Yeah, why not? Set a record, too. He gets to 30, 40.
2 balls, no strikes.
They've been really nice number of hits there. You see 69 on the season, looking for number 70 in the top bat. Tap one bat, 2-1 the count to Maben. He walked on a full count pitch his first time up. I'm sure he'd take another walk here. That'll ground it to short. The slick glove of Jose Iglesias just had to make a routine play here. I'm really looking forward to see him show off that glove later in the game. But he'll make the easy throw for out number 1 in the current.
Yeah, Iglesias with that glove. Every manager loves having great defense at every position, but particularly up the middle, shortstop, second, center field, and he provides that and then some. He makes a routine play there, but like you said, we could see a great play or 2 from him before the night's done.
And Chris, I just realized I was so used to Maben leading off. It's actually Goodrum who led off with the full count walk. That was Maben's first at-bat of the ball game. But, oh well. Like we mentioned, Goodrum started with the walk, then Harold Castro got the base hit. CJ Crone, the big RBI double, and then Miguel Cabrera, solid base hit driving Crone, make it 3-0. We now have Austin Romine standing on second with the 0-2 count to Nico Goodrum, 1 away. He'll swing and miss through a fastball. Second out of the inning, Cobb's got 2 Ks. He's really settling in now, Chris. It's got to be hard to do, especially after that leadoff double.
Yeah, maybe he couldn't stand to give up any more runs and decided to shut it down. I mean, we'll see here after that bat here. He does have first base open. We'll see now with 2 away if he can continue to bear down and strand Romine at second after that leadoff double.
So Harold Castro, like we mentioned, singled his first time up, scored a run. He's going to hit this one right to second on the 0-1 pitch, so he's quickly retired. Nice throw from Alberto to Ruiz, and Tigers get a leadoff double. Don't do any more, though. It stays 3-0 as we head to the bottom of the second. You're watching No Bat Ball. Cookie and Chris.
I like that, huh? Sounds like a radio show of some sort. Cookie and Chris, not too bad here on your Friday night.
It's really got that alliteration, I think is the word for it, going for it.
That's great.
Austin Hayes, center fielder, leading it off here in the bottom of the second. He's going to hit a fly ball to right. Maben gets there for the first out of the inning. He's followed by Smith Jr. My handwriting's bad. I think that's Arias. Not Arias. Arias. The 8th hole because of the hitter. But yeah. Gotta love my handwriting. Smith got round out. Nice routine play on the left side of the infield. Good run. Out number 2.
Yeah, we talked about Norris. Doesn't hurt having a 3-0 lead when you come out to pitch. And so far, despite a little bit of traffic in the first inning, 2 up, 2 down in the second.
They did a great job to strand those runners in the first. Ramon's in a 1-0 count now.
Ball in.
2-0. Norris, maybe we might have jinxed him, Chris. He's starting to miss the zone.
Yeah, we saw it earlier with Miguel Cabrera. Yeah, RBI single after a slight jinx.
Just a little tapper, though. Norris is athletic. He won't be able to make a play in time, though. But nice job to at least get there.
Batting ninth, the catcher, Pedro.
Yeah, 2-out base hit.
Yeah, the Birds will take it. Just some way to get a runner on here. Allow Pedro Severino, who, as you see, is struggling now, getting under the Mendoza line. The chance to hit here in the second.
Last 4 games, 0 for 14. You're not going to, well, I mean, I don't really think we got to analyze that, Chris. You're 0 for 14. That's, I mean, you're 0 for 14. There's.
Yeah, and Cook, we mentioned earlier about the rebuilds of these teams, and Severino's a piece. Sooner rather than later, the Orioles will have to make a decision here. Chance Lisco, promising catcher coming up. Adley Rushman, like you mentioned earlier. And with the bat, like I said, under the Mendoza line, it might be sooner, like I said, rather than later for Orioles to make a decision on that catching position.
Yeah, no, a lot of players, or a lot of teams usually. So we'll see a nice base hit to break the 0 for stretch for Severino. Swing down to left field. Right in the field, not down. Yeah, we see that a lot of time. Teams will, at least for the first maybe while of the season, try and get that extra year of team control. Won't call up those top guys right away, but we're well past that point now. And if they have some catchers up in AAA really showing off, they might pull that trigger pretty soon. Iglesias will take ball 1. He's starting things off on the bottom of the second. He got a base hit to start the ball game. That little whoop job to right.
Outside, that's the ball.
Yeah, and the O's will take that again if they can. Try to get that first running. Especially now 2-0, he can try to get a good pitch to hit here.
Hey!
Catch the zone, make it 2-1.
Oh, that's it.
3-1 pitch to Iglesias. Up high. So, 2 outs, base is empty. Things look promising for Norris, but now the bases will be loaded for Alberto.
Yeah, it was just a swinging bunt single, and then the single by Severino. Now the walk. Things have gotten out of hand here. Like we said, 2 outs for Norris. Well, let's see if he gets back to the middle of the order, and Alberto tagged him last time with the base hit.
He'll take strike 1, so nice job by Norris to kind of get right back into it here. You can see Alberto's 3 for 6 in his career off Norris, so the numbers definitely favor him. And he's going to extend that, right? Oh, maybe not. What a stop by Jonathan Scope on his... Wow. I can't even put words to that because I don't know how to speak English.
Yeah, playing his former team. There it is. Didn't make a play with the bat. Big spot, but picked it up there with a diving play to stop the run.
The diving play, it got past Crone. It looked like it was heading into right. The dive managed to get to it, and then obviously with Crone off the bag, it looked like there would be no chance to make a play at first, but still down on the ground, throws it over to Norris covering to get the out just in time. That was phenomenal.
Yeah, that could be big as we get down into the later parts of this game. That kept the Orioles off the board.
Of course, if that one run had come across the score, there's no telling. You know, does the next guy get a base hit? Do we see Santander maybe hit a grand slam or something? Who knows? So that was huge by Scope. We'll see if he can do something huge with the bat, too.
Inside, ball one.
Yeah, I'm sure Daniel Norris appreciated that huge play as well.
Hey!
Up with the right hand goes the home plate umpire. It's going to strike one. Brings the count uno and uno.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Get uno and dos as this player's in the dirt.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
All off speed. Sorry there, Coach. All off speed so far from Cobb.
Oh, no, I'm sorry there, Chris. I'm the one who almost cut you off. But yeah, it's really back and forth from Cobb in this bet was what I was going to say. It went from 1-0 to 1-1 to 1-2 to 2-2. Now the 2-2's grounded, and we'll go ahead and see another play from Alberto. He's been pretty busy today. Got to get out number one.
Number 14.
Look at those ALE standings. Not much to say. Orioles 17.5 back. And believe it or not, they're actually farther back of the second wild card spot because the Twins, White Sox, and Indians have gone crazy in that AL Central so far.
Yeah, it sure has been fun to watch. As we get towards, latter parts of June now, July, races start to heat up just a little bit, and that's good timing. That wild card race in the American League.
1 ball, 1 strike.
At least the way things look right now, the 2 wild card spots look all but guaranteed for those AL Central teams. The question is which of those 3 is going to get that bye by winning the division. Who's going to get the home field advantage in the wild card game? Well, with how much those teams play each other, are they going to be able to maintain it and save somebody like the Rays, like the Red Sox, maybe like the Astros or Angels, maybe for now, potentially catching? Stewart nearly hit a 2-run bomb his first time up. Make it a 3-run bomb. My bad. So there's the 2 runners on base. Obviously, he counts as number 3. But he didn't. He's not going to here either. He's just going to ground out to Ruiz.
Yeah, he just missed a home run in this at-bat.
The first baseman,
Just allowed strike 2, but it was maybe 5-10 feet from off the wall. Or at least extra bases, maybe not the home.
Gotta think Stewart's frustrated, but at the same time, he has to kind of just think, I'm getting some good swings today. Obviously, I'm not being rewarded, but I'm seeing the ball well. Crone saw the ball well, too. He obviously sliced the opposite field 2-run double to get the scoring started. This time, it'll be handled in center by Hayes, but I guess I really didn't have anything to say after the butt. Maybe Heidi does.
Yeah, that Orioles offense near the bottom of the pack. I mean, even stolen bases, when you see a team struggling with that many offensive categories, try to steal some bags, that's their only one outside of 20th or below.
Leading off.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Tigers and Rays are both a couple of the worst teams in almost every offensive category. Believe it or not, Orioles might actually be doing slightly better than the Tigers. Tigers lean a bit more on their pitching than the Orioles do. These O's are pretty much all around horrible. Tigers at least have some upside with some of their pitchers. Castro in center is going to make the catch for the first out, though, so things are quickly getting going for the O's. You see Santander out. Like we mentioned, those AL Central standings, I mean, Chris, there's there's two groups.
Yeah, it used to be where almost 4 of the teams in the AL Central the past couple of years before 2020 were struggling. But now in this season, we'll see that will heat up that race. Well, all teams above 50 wins. You look at the AL East, no team above 50.
Really refreshing to see competition in the AL Central, because like you mentioned, for a while Cleveland was the only really good team in the division, and last year it was Minnesota. Cleveland kind of held on a little bit, but we still had 3 teams that were really awful in the Central. But this year it's really turned around. The 3 best teams in the AL all in that division. 2 from Norris, grounded to Nico, and they throw over to Crone for the second out.
Yeah, so we'll see. Norris had 2 outs last inning and allowed the bases loaded before a great play by Jonathan Scope. Now we'll see, can he finish it off, limit those pitches, and get out of the inning clean.
Well, Rio Ruiz will be who stands in his way. He has the advantage, lefty on lefty matchup. See if he goes to that slider. Didn't look like he really went with it there, but it works out all the same. Goodrum backs up, makes the 3rd catch of the inning to end the inning. Through 3, Detroit 3, Baltimore nothing.
Leading off for the Tigers,
6, 7, 8 for the Tigers. Miguel Cabrera, Jamer Candelario, and Austin Romine. Alex Cobb getting his 4th inning of work. Gonna leave one right down the middle of the plate that Cabrera is gonna slice just foul. Strike 1.
Inside, ball 1.
Another one just foul. That time on the 1-1 pitch to move it to 1 and 2. So Miggy's trying to slice it down that opposite field line, take the pitch the other way and work with it, but so far no dice. This time he'll just get it up the middle though, and hey, that works too. It's a base hit. 2 for 2 day for Miguel Cabrera.
Yeah, despite the fact that
the third baseman,
he's still in the top of the towards the top with the hits in terms of the Detroit Tigers, but this season maybe not up to his standards, battling health issues the past couple of years, but he's still such an imposing presence in that box, former Triple Crown winner. Like Albert Pujols with the Angels, he's still a presence in the right-hand batter's box. To a few surefire, there, Hall of Famers as well.
Oh, 1 big swing and a foul. 0-2 to Jamer Candelario. Yeah, like you mentioned, Miggy still an imposing threat. Obviously, like you mentioned, he and Pujols kind of were a couple of guys who more in the late 2000s, early 2010s were kind of in their primes. Past it now, but a lot of pitchers and players still have a ton of respect for the way they played the game, and they still go out there and play every day, even if they're not going to hit 40 home runs and hit 330. They're still really great ball players.
And Cook, you do have to imagine too what impact they have on younger players, especially Miggy here with the Tigers. Young hitters looking up to him, learning, taking by his example. That can be valuable to any club. 2 guys who, like I mentioned earlier, are surefire bets for the Hall of Fame.
And that's definitely where I think Miggy gets maybe underrated, is just the fact he's in that clubhouse, someone who's been around 15, 16 years and who's won a Triple Crown, won back-to-back MVPs, won a World Series with the Marlins as a rookie. I mean, there's a lot of knowledge in that head and a lot of hitting ability, and translating that to kind of just being a coach mentor type for a lot of these younger prospects is going to be huge for these Tigers.
Yeah, both of these teams in lean years again, but both looking to soon get out of that and get into contention. It'll be interesting to see if Miggy's on the roster when the Tiger team turns it around.
Now batting.
Yeah, he is under contract, I think, 3 more years after 2020. That doesn't necessarily mean he'll stick around. I don't necessarily see the Tigers releasing him, but it is always a possibility.
Yeah, he was another one of those 10-year deals with Pujols, Alex Rodriguez, among others, that it's a big risk. I mean, 10 years for a baseball player, especially after the age of 30, is really quite the risk. And Pujols looks like he'll try to play it out and finish it. Rodriguez did not. We'll see about Miggy with those 3 years left.
Austin Romine rips one foul. We saw Candelario go down. Romine's close to going down now, 0-2. These Tigers are no stranger to bad contracts. They saw Victor Martinez kind of limp through the last few years of his career before retiring a few years ago. We're going to see an errant throw from Jose Iglesias getting over this first baseman Ruiz's head, so it looked like a double play that could have ended the inning is actually going to turn out to be, well, Ruiz wasn't the one covering the bag, it was actually Cobb, but point stands. Instead of a ending double play, we're going to see Romine on second, 2 out.
Yeah, Iglesias, we mentioned he could have a potential for fantastic highlight reel plays, but you see the rare error from him. He's a fundamental guy, and he doesn't make those plays, but like you said, could have gotten out of the inning. The mistake compounded itself because the runner advances to second.
So if it comes back to bite him, Cameron Maben a chance to put a bit of a zinger explanation point on the error. And the O's know it, so they already got double-barreled action up in the bullpen, a righty and a lefty. Second base, so no worries for a second there. I almost wanted to say it was Stolpover at second because he was an Oriole for so long and he's in the game. But no, Alberto is the man with the rollover route.
Leading off for the Orioles, the center
Of course, Kyle coming up with a question in the Twitch chat. McGee is indeed under contract until 2023. I believe it's $30 million this year, next year $32 million in 2022 and 2023 each. That contract actually has a couple of vesting options for 24 and 25. Should he finish top 10 in the MVP vote the previous year, which pace his career is going isn't very well. Deep fly ball here though, and Harold Castro's going to have to get on his horse to get that one up the warning track.
Now batting, the right fielder.
Well, Daniel Norris has been quite economical with his pitches, gotten out of some jams, but had a pretty clean third inning. That was his best. So he can build on that in the fourth. The Tigers, after 3 runs in the first inning, still stand there right now.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Chris, he had 2-1 in the first, worked out of that. With 2 outs, he loaded the bases in the second, worked out of that. Best third inning, and went out in the fourth. He's already only at 44 pitches, hasn't allowed a run, and he's looking pretty sharp. One to Smith Jr. dropped foul. Two. Foul back. He will stay alive. Number 35, right?
Yeah, we mentioned earlier that great AL wildcard race in the AL Central, all in that division. We will see action from that AL Central after this ball game through the rest of the night.
Three-twos fouled up. Wade Smith Jr. staying alive. The game to follow tonight, that ball after dark. It's going to be the Phillies and the Diamondbacks. Mike and Zego going to be a bit of a fun call. Norris breaks out Smith for his second K of the day.
There we see Indians Royals also on the schedule for tonight's football. So hey, even as the agreement has come with Major League Baseball in the real world, let's try to come back and play, health permitting. We still got you all season long with the 162 game season, which Cook is quite sacred, especially now.
And we see a fly ball to left. Christian Stewart makes the catch to end the inning. So now we're through 4. And Chris, not 100% sure, but I'm fairly certain that's actually for tomorrow's 10:15 game. There we go. We see it on our side panel now. Cook Guy and Agati going to be calling those Indians Royals first thing to get weekend bat ball going tomorrow afternoon at that point. An easy mistake to make. Kind of cool how that crawl will show tomorrow, though.
Yeah, I like that. We've got lineups that flash, games coming up, standings. We got all you need here on Twitch. Alex Cobb's been good after that first inning where Detroit scored 3. He shut it down. And he's probably hoping his offense can scratch him out, and we'll try to keep another 0 on the scoreboard.
So it's 2-0 now. Just gonna go foul off the bat of Nico. Good run. Yeah, Chris, it'd be nice to see the Tigers maybe saw that leadoff double in the second, but haven't really been able to do much of anything since. There was that Cabrera single, but otherwise, pretty well silenced. They'd love to get things going again.
No, ball 4.
There's not a bad way to start it off. Get the free pass against Cobb, who, like I said, has been shut down since the first, but that did take a lot out of him, getting out of that trouble. Pitch count is starting to inflate here, only in the 5th.
Hey.
Looks like Ian is off for a bit, so I'll take over until he gets back.
My apologies, Chris.
Welcome back, sir.
We just have some a long story short, a stray dog has wandered into booth, and I kind of had to make sure that all the ballpark staff were aware of the situation and gonna freak out. So we got that squared away. Well, what I miss?
Oh, not too much. I'm just hoping the stray dog can find the owner and get back to safety. I'll pick it up if no one wants it.
We're going to see a deep fly ball to center. And be caught out there by Hayes for the first out. So I guess it does look like we saw the leadoff batter of the in-reach, Castro. Or my bad, good run. Castro just blew out. The red-hot Jonathan Scope's going to try and get something going.
Yeah, Scope 0 for 2, but he prevented the Orioles from scoring their first run. It was a diving play to end an inning with a couple of men on and a runner racing towards home.
Jonathan Scope to take strike 1. Pitch out, nothing doing. Interesting call for the pitch out there, Chris.
Yeah, well, with the Orioles, maybe trying to get something going here. It's getting towards the 5th inning. You still haven't scored. It's getting late. Maybe they were thinking a good pitch to run on. Try to sniff that out, especially if you're ahead 0-1. Now get to 1-2. So no harm, no foul. And the Orioles are 18th in baseball and stolen bases. So
Yeah, we'll see a ground ball, 4-6-3. So the Tigers' threat over just as soon as it started. A nice double play there. Cobb works out of the jam. We're heading to the bottom of the 5th. Orioles going to try and chip away at that 3-0 deficit. You're watching MLB Ball. Iwadi check in. 3rd time today. Today she's reminding you to donate this week's charity, Trevor Project. They are we are partnering with here in Pride Week, doing a lot of great things for the LGBTQ plus community. So if you have some spare change, toss it their way. While we broadcast this game, they don't give me a paycheck. They don't give Chris a paycheck. We give our paycheck to Trevor Project. We do everything we can to not only help out Trevor Project, but a ton of other charities, and we'll see those charities change every week, but also bring you a 162-game baseball season, the most authentic one we'll see all year.
yeah, we've seen Black Lives Matter. That become a charity we donate to Adopt a Minor Leaguer for the Minor League Showcase. Like Coach said, this is all volunteer. We just wanted to give you your baseball fix with good charity on the side.
Pedro Severino rips one, but it goes foul. Norris at 55 pitches through 4+. For his first out here in the 5th, slider dips low to fill the count. Not going to get swing and a miss there. See if he can bounce back. Might have been a bit high, but gets Severino to swing right through it. The catcher strikes out. Can't get another base hit after breaking out that 0-14 front back in the 2nd inning. And, you can see him kind of give a look to Norris, say, "Good job, you got me." Let that dugout one away.
Yeah, I like that pitch on 3-2. Attack high with the fastball. Be confident.
Jose Iglesias' first pitch swing gets on again. Shortstop. Relentless against his former team. I believe that makes him now 3 for 3 on the day, Chris.
Yeah, batting the leadoff spot as well. Saw him make the error earlier, but trying to get on here, start something here for the Orioles. I mistakenly said this last inning, but it applies now. It's getting to be the 5th inning for Baltimore. You're at home, but it's getting late. Time to start a rally.
Yeah, it seems like we're pretty far away, but in all honesty, they've only got 14 outs left to work with. Norris is being squeezed a little bit, 2-0 to Alberto. A couple pitches that look like they might have caught the zone.
Yeah, we'll have to bear down. We saw him bear down after a swinging bunt, a walk, and a scratch single back in the 2nd. We'll see if he can do the same here.
He's going to get a high pop-up. Bromine's calling for it. He'll make the Captors 2 away.
Now batting, the left fielder, Anthony.
I thought maybe Iglesias could have stolen the bag or attempt to with 1 out, but now with 2 away, you don't want to end the inning. You're getting your only base runner of the inning, and with the number 3 hitter up.
Definitely saw some missed opportunities early. Baltimore's really going to be missing those now. Iglesias on first. Santander's going to try and make a dent. A swing through strike 1.
1-1.
Got a 1-1 count now to Santander. The 1-1, swing and a miss.
2 strikes.
So it's 1-2. Norris 1 strike away from 5 shutout innings.
I got to count 2-2.
We'll throw one inside. So, Chris, next pitch, do you think he gets out of the inning or not?
I think after that slider in, he might try to go fastball.
Like he went change up. So, hey, maybe he was hoping Santander was thinking like you, thinking fastball, and it gets thrown off by the change.
Yeah, still has another miss to work with, so maybe he stays away from fastball and see what he needs.
Well, he does get the ground ball. They'll go the short way to second, and we're through 5. 3-0 Detroit.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for the Orioles. Number 64.
Kremer
Dean.
come on the pitch.
Leading off for the Tigers. The left field.
So day done for Cobb. 5 innings, 3 earned runs, all 3 in the first. We have not seen Cook any offense since then. At least in terms of runs scored.
Yeah, it's been a while. We'll have to see if they can get something going sooner than later. I've seen Baltimore threaten a few times. They'd love some insurance runs. Technically, they're still in a save situation.
Yeah, and Camden Yards can have some big offensive nights. A lot of hitters love hitting there, but I thought maybe we could have been on track for that after those 3 runs in the top of the first, but since then, nothing doing.
We'll see Stewart go down for the first out. So still nothing doing here for Detroit. They're trying.
Yeah, it's a tough take there. Those cold-looking strikeouts can be tough, especially when it gets to the latter parts. Detroit's on top, but starting an inning like that, not too great against the new reliever coming in. He's helping Cheddar so far, looking good.
So CJ Crone in now. 0-1's going to be on the way. This is outside. Looks like a slider. Makes it 1-1. Shark, our resident organist in chat, mentions if he misses the stretch because of internet freaking out. And that actually reminds me, because Shark doesn't live super duper far away from me. I'm expecting those same storms out by Shark here in a couple hours. So we'll hope that misses the game. I'm not anticipating power failure, but it's always a possibility.
Man, hopefully not. Where are you located when these storms are coming through?
Good old Michigan. Metro Detroit, actually, right by the home of these Tigers. Nice drive down I-75 away. Drive I miss making to see these guys play. But, oh well, I can live with it, especially when guys like CJ Crone are ripping singles down the left field line.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Ian and everyone else, golf ball has helped me. I can't make my trips to Citi Field to see the Mets or even go to the Bronx to see the Yankees. But seeing live baseball for 9 innings, managerial choices and pitching changes, counts and all the like has really been a blessing, truly. It's been a blast to call the games too.
Well, we're glad to have you, Chris. And I actually got a question for you. We'll kind of bounce away from the game for a second. Well, actually, we'll stick with it for a second and call this Miguel Cabrera fly ball. Tumbling catch by Smith. Route number 2. But I'm kind of curious, as someone who lives in a city with, a couple teams, you got the Yankees and the Mets. There's similar situations, of course, in like Chicago and LA. How does that really work? Which team you root for? Like, do you root for both? Do you just root for one and not the other? I mean,
well, Cook, I'll tell you what. A lot of it is lineage. What team your family roots for. It has an influence on you. Also, where you're from. Citi Field's in Queens, so Queens is closest to Long Island. So a lot of stretches of Long Island, I'd say, is more Mets fans. That's primarily why I became a Mets fan, is I lived there when I was younger. people more towards Westchester County. That's up in the state of New York, near the Bronx, where the Yankees play. You get more Yankee fans. Upstate New York, more Yankee fans. Overall, I'd say the Yankees' success in the late 90s and into the early 2000s influenced a lot more young Yankee fans that came up when I was growing up. But to make a long story short, it really depends on your family and where you live. I'd say the two factors, and then maybe just what team enchants you as a young kid.
That's really fascinating. I would be kind of wish we had a National League team here in Detroit too. You know, that's,
The third baseman.
I mean, all these teams that have the two teams, they're both, you know, one AL, one NL. So I gotta imagine. I mean, with the whole pitcher hitting and the whole difference in that regard, it's almost like you're watching two different games in a sense.
Yeah, it is nice to be able to, where I live, I can listen to Yankees and Mets games on radio, watch them on TV. And yeah, it is two different games, and it reminds you of the days when we had in New York, I mean, not we as if I was there, but you had three teams in New York. You had the Giants and Dodgers in the NL and the Yankees in the AL.
Suppose not necessarily New York City, but Brooklyn Dodgers way back when. I'm pretty sure Brooklyn's in New York, isn't it?
Yeah, one of the 5 boroughs of the great New York City. Bronx, Queens are among the others where the Yankees Mets play.
Yeah, I know something about New York, not much, but
Hey, we all think center of the world is what people think around New York.
love to make a visit someday. Haven't gotten to yet. And well, that I'm thinking it might have ended up being a home run, but instead it's a double off the wall to get the inning started for the O's. Nunez, the first runner, the second in quite a while for the O's. Forming the leadoff double.
Yeah, they've been needing this innings after innings where they've either had gone down 1-3 or spoiled some good opportunities. But finally, try to scratch out a run as it's getting late for them.
Count 1-0.
Maybe Norris shaking a bit. Fastball only at 89. It's going to miss high. So runner on second, nobody out. 5-6-7. Hayes Smith bat here as they look to knock Norris out of the game. Still a safe situation.
2 balls, no strikes.
Mentioned. Not out of reach by any stretch of the imagination.
Nope, back inside.
Yeah, now Norris missing 3-0 here. He does have the base open. That could be a factor, but after the leadoff double, he's not found in the strike zone.
See if that strike zone opens up. Does here. It's the fastball in. Down to 88 though, so maybe Norris is tired too. I'm not sure, but his fastball really doesn't have any zip on it right now.
Yeah, and that could affect him, especially with 2 strikes. You've seen him get a couple of punch-outs with the fastball today. But now with that pitch lagging behind a bit from its usual velocity, try to go with some other pitches. And here in 3-2, let's see where he goes.
Does go with the fastball again at 89, and look, kind of expected. Didn't really flourish. It kind of drops in. Almost a nice relay to the plate to get the out, but no dice. It's going to be an RBI single. Stewart really looked like he was dogging it on the run, but what can you do?
Yeah, just like we were talking about, I think that his fastball has been the pitch today with 2 strikes. And now his night's over. He did get a strikeout on the 3-2 fastball earlier. That one was at 92. This one, 3-2, goes with the fastball. Only 89. Tigers must have known that he was losing it because the Orioles scored their first run. He's done.
So it's going to be 5+ innings pitched for Norris. Allowing at least 1 run. He's still responsible for that runner on first. And Xiao Chang is going to try and work out of the, it's not really a jam yet, but just ran that runner on base.
Yeah, Tigers going with one of their best options out of the bullpen. Norris was great through 5. Walked out of some danger, but when he approached 80 pitches, that seemed to be his limit.
Yeah, and Chris, I mean, looking at kind of Norris's ability, kind of what his tools are, his pitch velocity, and his ability to maybe not go so deep in games, I really think there's a lot of potential in that arm. Maybe not as a top-notch starter like a lot of originally thought. Ching will get a fly out to Maben for the first out. But I could see him last season. He worked in a bit of an opener role, pitching the first 3 innings for Drew Verhagen. And that seemed to work fairly well. But I think ultimately he could make a pretty good opener. Pitching staff working more in that regard. But he could turn into an Andrew Miller-like bullpen arm if they wanted.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think especially with the 3-batter minimum, it puts more of a value on pitchers who can go multiple innings, because you can open up that pitcher in the second inning and then take him out whenever, because he's already faced 3 batters, of course, from that first inning. So he's an arm who can go 2-3 innings, especially a lefty opener, like you said, or out of the pen for a swing type role that we might see more of. 3-batter minimum.
Stuff is there. The prospects are coming for Detroit. Mize, Manning, Struble, Maeda, Burrows, Funkhauser, Anthony Castro. That's a really weird glitch on my hand on the camera there. Don't act like that's in your nightmares, folks. Apology. Ching will walk him, so maybe that'll clear my mind from that disturbing image.
Yeah, you gotta love the show sometimes. I've been playing this game since one of the early releases, 2007, David Wright on the cover. And so some of the same funny stuff you see tend to happen over the years.
That's a ball.
But hey, we gotta love it giving us our bot ball. You know, you gotta love the O's striking field. Go ahead, run at the plate.
O's are got their best chance to score in a long time. Arias swings at a fastball at 90 from Chang to move it to 20 now. Double plays in order, but he also represents the go-ahead run, the tying runs on first base. This one fouled him over to 1 and 2. Down low, 2 and 2.
How do you go back with another off-speed pitch? Couldn't get it to bite. Same thing there.
Yeah, full count. So maybe a hit and run on here, Chris. What do you think?
Yeah, sending the runners might not be too bad of a move. Although if there's a strikeout, the runner could be dead to rights to third. You could have a double play.
Well, the runners weren't in motion, and that kind of works out. Maben makes the capture deep. Those runners would have had time to get back, I imagine, had the hit and run been on, but they're still plenty safe with the bag without it on. There's going to be 2 away now for Pedro Severino.
Yeah, Severino snapped that over 14 streak with a single in his first at-bat. Came up empty last time. The Orioles would love for him to try to get another poke here. Some chin music to start.
Your Tigers fan here, the stat you want to think about is over the last 5 games now, he is 1 for his last 16, which isn't a whole lot better than over 14. It's a much more immediate sample size, 1 for 2 today. Is a threat.
On the ropes here now, though, have to protect. Can't go down with the strikeout here. Have to make contact.
Nope.
That's it.
Well, like you say, a nice take. Now we got almost Deuces Wild. 2-1, 2 out, 2-2 count. And a swing and a miss to get out of it. So Xiao Ching Chang inherits a runner. What's another one reach on a walk, but otherwise it's the 3 outs needed to keep it a 3-1 game. We'll head now to the top of the 7th, and that means our resident organist,
Leading off for the Tigers,
musician himself,
catcher,
Mark the
Austin
Shark. He
Roark.
shaves too. He's a bit of a shavery sort. It's Shark.
Oh man, what a game we have, and almost like it's an ominous omen. Master storms burn outside my place right now, so if I suddenly just drop out, it's because internet's gone.
The right fielder, number 4.
Yeah, Shark, I was just mentioning about an inning ago because obviously we don't live super far away. I mean, I assume it's at least a few hours. I think you're more
Are
on
you
the...
in East Lansing?
No, I'm out in Metro Detroit right now, but I know...
Yeah, 2.5-ish hours.
But we're definitely expecting those storms tonight out here too, so stay safe out there.
Oh, I'm not going out. I'm staying in. We've got bot ball.
Oh, I didn't think you would be going out, but you know, the tornadoes, they're not waiting for you to come out, they're coming for you.
Oh man, I hope I don't hear the sirens.
Cameron Maben's got the 2-0 count. What? Andrew Romine, or Austin Romine, reached base while we chatted. I wonder how many times this year I've said Andrew Romine and not corrected myself to Austin because of the instant. I don't know.
Probably a lot. Oh!
But that won't matter right now.
Was that like inches away from a dinger?
It was close, but it turns out to just be a double for Cameron Maben, rocking the 9th spot today.
I think that hit like... Oh, okay, never mind. It bounced. I thought that bounced off like the top of the wall.
Oh, that would have been a lot better, but yeah, ball was just a little bit short. Maybe the wind knocking it down, because I definitely thought it looked promising off the bat, Shark, but it did die out there. But after the Orioles get one in the bottom of the 6th, the Tigers have 2 in scoring position, nobody out. And we're going to see one pass second baseman. It's going to be an RBI. The runner dove back to second, thinking that might have been caught on the line. Doesn't have time to advance to third. It's an RBI base hit for Nico Goodrum.
Yeah, O's really could have used a shutdown inning there after scoring their only run. Keep it at 3-1 instead of chasing the same margin that they entered last time. Just an inning later.
So that'll bring us a call to the bullpen. Tanner Scott will come in to pitch. Get him on the air. There's number 66. Really, number 6 is retired for Detroit, so no worries in that department today.
Oh
A
man.
1-6-3 double play quickly erases 2 runners for Detroit, though. And
the second baseman, Jonathan.
Shark put the emotions perfectly.
Pitcher's best run there. What a way to come in and really erase the round.
He's making his money 1 pitch, 2 outs.
That is the epitome of efficiency.
So there's going to be a runner on third. Jonathan Scope will take inside, looking to just poke something somewhere to get the RBI. Swing and miss. Fastball at 97. This change of speed from Cobb, who's a bit more of a softer thrower. Christian Stewart's on deck.
Yeah, first base open, lefty waiting. Could just attack the next hitter here.
He does come back in with the fastball. Scope ripped it foul though, so he was early on it. Let's see what they do with the full counts. It's high. They're swinging ballot back at 99.
Bringing some nice heat.
Yeah, talk about two-strike approach, too.
For the next 3-2 pitch, it's up high, so that's ball 4. They will walk him. It'll be lefty on lefty for Christian Stewart.
The batter, number 14.
0 for 3, he is due for something, and I would love to see it right now.
Yeah, he's especially due. He missed an extra base hit and a home run, both by a matter of inches.
So it's strike 1. Yeah, that's right. Completely forgot until you mentioned it. He has been having the big day, despite the 0 for 3. So let's get a rally going, or not a rally, a chant or something.
Off the plate, ball
To work, to work. No, just me. I guess we are at Oriole Park. Or Camden Yards.
Yes.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah.
Good call,
Probably
Trevor.
gets it.
It's a base hit for right.
Now batting, the first baseman.
Heidi Singh has some space.
Fair territory here. Gets an RBI, too, to boot.
I think he may have heard you. Decide to get things going where it counts.
Oh, yeah, they've been listening to this call all night.
They got
so Miguel Cabrera, he's had a couple hits today after his season was put into question and struggling.
And speaking of struggling, after Scott's first pitch, he has had trouble getting things to behave the way he wants to.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Scope eventually lets Stewart get the base hit. Now he's facing CJ Crone, who's got a double and a single. Double bringing in the first 2 RBI on the day. So would still represent the winning run. Here, though, ground ball to third, going to be thrown to second to get the out. That doesn't matter. We got the beat here. It's stretch time in Baltimore.
That's beautiful.
1-1.
Well, thank you. This has certainly been an exciting game. Glad to see the Tigers showing some signs of life. And with that said, I can hear the storm growing more intense, so I'll let you two get back to your call, and I will check my flashlights.
Yeah, stay safe, Charlie.
Got it.
Thank you as always. And I think you really Iglesias retired for the first time today. I want to give a ton of thank yous not only to Shark, who does all of our in-game organ music, does a great job, but I also want to give shout-outs to a bunch of other of our production team. We don't do it nearly often enough. I want to give a big shout-out to Garrett, our commissioner, who kind of has the PlayStation that runs this all, sets up a lot of our website stuff, runs a lot of our social media, does a lot of the code for us. Really, overall, we couldn't do this without our janitor. Shout out to Mark Colley, who does our scheduling, because that's a pretty thankless job, because he has to try and fit everybody in and deal with all the complaints when things don't go the way people want. He's done a great job to try and mix in people new and old. Really appreciate him. So for TARDIS 16, our GMs who does a lot of stuff with our bots and gives us our fun things like upstomps and just a whole plethora of things we see on our Discord server and on our Twitch. So all these guys, I mean, we couldn't do it without them and all of our other GMs and announcers. We really do appreciate it, everyone.
Yeah, can't forget, of course, to thank listeners, viewers on Twitch and donate. So like that too, much appreciated.
Oh, and I completely forgot Artist says archive. But yeah, Chris, you got the biggest one of all of our listeners and viewers. Because without you, well, we'd just be talking to ourselves. That's not much fun. An uneventful 7th inning for the O's. Xiao Ching Chang got the first 2 outs. He's now 1-1 to Santander. Doing a great job carving up the top of that O's order.
Yeah, came in last inning to stop the rally, hold the scoring of just one Daniel Norris run. Did not allow it, and he inherited runners himself, and then is now trying to get through this one clean. 1-2-3.
He's got 3-1 now, in danger of letting Santander reach. See the 3-1, he'll miss, so curveball doesn't catch it, and that's ball 4.
Now batting, the third baseman,
So, can't actually read that properly. Here's Renato Nunez coming in now. The reason I was thinking Ronaldo was, I don't know, I'm not good at reading or pronouncing folks. So, I guess there is one more person I don't think is watching right now, but the big guy 73, our resident trivia master.
Yeah, he had a great one. I think it was just last night about which pitcher won a World Series game 3 different decades. Eventually it was boiled down to the 60s, 70s, and 80s. None other than, I don't want to release it too soon, but it took a while for everyone to get it, none other than Oriole, Jim Cobb.
How about that? Fitting for a game today with the Orioles. And Chang gets a fly out to center to work out of the 7th. Those are down to their last 6 outs. Tigers going to look to extend it. Cabrera, Candy, and Romine up this inning. Yeah, the big guy, I mean, I guess big guy doesn't really have a sort of, for the official backbone, I suppose, but the amount of trivia he does for all of us and keeps the chat engaged and keeps things fun and connected from the broadcast booth to the chat. It's really amazing the impact he's had on this community, and I don't think we'd be where we are today without him. So, big shout out to him as well.
Yeah, everyone you thank too, all you, the listeners, the viewers. I mean, this really is, like you said, a community. You got the charity aspect too, which is fantastic, and at the end of the day, the love of baseball, which is why we have lot ball too.
All ones in the count.
We love baseball. Candelario, strike 1 after Brewer goes down. One foul back. It really has been a nice community between all the listeners and everyone who's been brought together through this love of baseball. And I think a lot of us are excited to see baseball come back, but also it's just not going to be the same in a lot of ways. So it's really nice that we'll still have Bopbo for you as long and as much as possible. I'm not sure actually how many details have been released on that front, so I'll zip it there. Bopbo is going nowhere. With baseball coming back, it's going to be fun to see these guys compete in real life. But said that 152 game season start to end, where we see pitchers hit, where we see 26-man rosters through and through.
Yeah, another interesting thing about this 2020 season that will happen, health permitting, is some of these summer league college rules for extra innings. After the 9th, every time, 10th, 11th, 12th, whatever it may be, the new inning starts with a runner at second base, and nobody else to try to quicken the time off the field. That is very different. The batter who made the last batted out,
Ladies and gentlemen,
go on here
your attention,
we get
please.
into the new inning,
Now
and Buck Farmer comes on to pitch, but that's an interesting one there. Cook is that having a runner on second base to begin every extra inning is very different from anything that we've seen at the major league level.
Yeah, Chris, it's something I'm actually personally really excited to see added this year because, like you mentioned, the health risk, we want to try and minimize the time these guys are spending together and really overexerting themselves and kind of pushing these guys to their limits with the whole situation. You don't want these guys overexerting themselves and out there longer than they have to be. So I'm just really hoping that this rule is one that we don't see make its way back in 2021 or in the collective bargaining agreement.
Yeah, I mean, you brought up a great point. As we're here talking about the 2020 season and the different rules which you might have in normal season, respecting the 60 games, but the pitcher hitting, is there a sense that we might not see that ever again as baseball? That would certainly be a shocking revelation, whether you're a fan of the designated hitter or not. Still, to not see it anymore would be quite jarring and quite different.
Yeah, Chris, it seems like we're going to be heading that way sooner than later. And I think COVID's kind of let that kind of accelerate. Really, I think it's one thing both sides of the aisle, both the players union and the office of commissioner got to be somewhat on board with, because the commissioner's going to like it. It brings more excitement to the game and maybe help get more fans interested. In the Players Association, you're essentially guaranteeing 15 more veterans who can't field jobs. So in that regard, I'm expecting it sooner than later. But for the sake of baseball myself, I like seeing the pitchers hit, at least in the one league. I personally like it how it's different. And you kind of get to see both breeds of baseball at the professional level. But I think unfortunately it's something that's it's going to be here before we know it.
Yeah, and it has its drawbacks and it has positive. As the AO's coming back here with 2 outs, bases empty, getting late for them, trailing at home. But yeah, I mean, it is certainly a brand of baseball that is different in the National League. Bench players come in more, pinch hitters, there's decisions to make on the mound, but the DH has its advantages of letting older players continue their careers. Defensive players who aren't very strong defensive players can still hit, and allows the rest day, or the half day off as the DH for starting.
Yeah, also could maybe see something of an increase in the contracts we see paid out. I mean, guys like J.D. Martinez, Victor Martinez, Miguel Cabrera, Albert Pujols, those guys might not get contracts. Well, none of them signed in the National League, and it's not super big of a surprise because you got to imagine in those leagues with how those guys age, they really would come back to bite them. So definitely help see some more players get those big paydays. Maybe save some of the slowdown we've been seeing in free agency.
That's true. I mean, and there's another thing as we continue to roll here about current state of baseball. Free agency next winter may look a lot different after the shortened season. Less supposed revenue from teams. Will they spend as much? Will the market be drastically different? So we were already heading there, just like
your attention, please.
Already heading towards something.
Now pitching for
maybe this 2020 interesting season pushes that way even more.
Miguel Castro coming to pitch in the top of the ninth, trying to hold the deficit at 4 for his squad. Yeah, talking about free agency, Chris, I really have no idea what to expect because I think in a lot of ways we don't really know what to even expect in 2021 at this point. Because, a lot of, getting back to at least what the new normal will be in sports and in our communities, at work and in schools, really everywhere, it's going to be dependent on when we can kind of at least find something of a vaccine or a cure for this COVID virus. And that, it seems like there's optimism by the end of 2020 we could have something, but there's no telling. Maybe we get to spring training 2021 and there's still things that are just we're not ready yet. So it's definitely going to be an interesting offseason. You can count on that.
Yeah, and you really never know with this whole thing. And that's why we just have to take it as we see it. Health permitting, there will be baseball this year and next year, and get back to normal. Hey, like you've been saying all game and all year, I mean, I really appreciated having some sort of certainty during this time, especially when it began, and the uncertainty that we all face as a country. May as well. It's been a really confidence in our.
You're cutting out a little bit there, Chris. Made it work to walk. Top of the order, Castro going to be pitching out Nico Goodwin.
Yeah.
Right one. It's going to be interesting times. It'll be interesting to see how 2021 goes. I mean, obviously, Buffalo will finish this season out, but is it something that maybe we have to look at bringing back next year? Is it something if we see a strike in 2022 it comes back? Who knows? I don't think, well, I know behind the scenes there hasn't been any serious discussion on this front. It's going to depend. How do we see this thing grow? It's been a lot of fun to see the community blossom. Great place we've built up. A lot of great people, a lot of great fans. People who all unite all over the country, even all over the world over their love of baseball. Full count to Nico Goodwin, Harold Castro on deck. Tigers are threatening to make something happen here at the top of the ninth. This will be a big pitch for Castro. Next one will be big too, because Nico Goodwin fouls it off.
Yeah, you saw the sinker there in 3-2. Put it as his best pitch, or one of them. Couldn't go back to it. It is.
Yep, double play ball. Beautiful by Alberto. Looks like the runner will be safe at second, but throwing kind of backpedaling over there at third. Kind of had to go against his momentum and just absolutely slung that over to second. Got the out there. Great job. Nearly turned two.
That's beautiful. Think about the great Brooks Robinson. One of the best, if not the fielding third baseman of all time. Played here in Baltimore.
And lots of great third basemen in Orioles history. Memory, something Detroit fans can attest to, but that's about all they got nowadays. Although they do maybe have a win brewing here today. Castro's worked the count 2-1 now in a Castro on Castro matchup, as we see Goodwin take second base. Yeah, that would be on the force play. He ended up on first, so he takes second on the. Just had a wild pitch. Yeah, wild pitch.
Yeah, the Tigers, like you said, threatening. Try to make this more than 4 runs. Entering home ninth, they wouldn't mind it. Try to give themselves some insurance.
Nope, outside.
And it really hasn't been a problem this year, at least as big of a problem in comparison to other parts of the team as we're used to this year. But all Tigers fans know no lead is safe for the Tigers bullpen. There's very few, well, there's a lot of things that get Detroiters really nervous and blood pressure up, but here comes the Tigers bullpen. It's up there. As we see a Peck swing down to first, runner will advance to third, but the unassisted will be out number 2.
The second baseman, Jonathan Goat.
And most things point to the fact back when these Tigers were making their runs in 2006 and then 2011 through 2014 when they won 4 back-to-back division titles, made it to the World Series 1 year, the ALCS 3 of the 4 years. It was their bullpen that really hurt them, cost them a chance to win one of those World Series.
Yeah, the bullpen is so big in every game, but especially when you get down and into pennant race and playoffs. And a great example I have of the importance of bullpens and how far it could let you go. 2016, Andrew Miller and Aroldis Chapman started the year with the Yankees. The Cleveland Indians and Chicago Cubs both traded for them. In win-now moves, both teams made it to the World Series.
We'll see a fly out to left hand by Santander, sending us to the bottom of the 9th. Baltimore looking to score 4 to tie it up and send us to extras here on Buffalo. And yeah, that's right, Chris. I actually never really thought about it like that. But you're exactly right. Those were a couple. That was a real three-headed monster, that Yankees back of the bullpen in those days. Chapman and Betanzas and Miller. And obviously they traded away Chapman. They held on to Betanzas, but got quite a haul of prospects back. Managed to re-sign Chapman that offseason. Just really big for those games.
Yeah, they traded him for Gleyber Torres, who is now their starting shortstop, and he's still closing games for them in 2020.
Farmer's going to be back out there to work a second inning in a non-save situation. Will stick with them, though you got to imagine Joe Jimenez is up in the pen should they let a run come across to score. It's 1-2 to Ramon Urias.
Yeah, there it is on the left, my mistake. You do have National League ball after dark tonight. And then tomorrow, Indians Royals. Start things off.
Gotta imagine the Indians favored in that matchup. So, yeah, we'll see Diamondbacks Phillies tonight first. Farmer gets Duggo and Mike. It's gonna be a really fun one with those two on the call. So we'll see mention the Phillies and the Diamondbacks. The D-backs, I believe. Oh, actually, I have no idea where they're at now. So I've kind of been away for a few days now. But last I knew, they were within a game of the Dodgers in the NL West after taking 2 of 3 in a series Monday through Wednesday.
Yeah, they're in position, striking for both the National League West. Good spot being a wild card. Meanwhile, the Phillies still hovering around 500. For Philly fans waiting for them to try to start taking off. They have a talented roster and waiting for things to really, truly click. First year with Joe Girardi as the new manager.
3-2, strike 3 called. Farmer gets his second K, and they're down to the last out here at Camden Yards.
Yeah, I said it earlier, you can't go down on strikes, especially when you're second to last out of the ball game. It's really tough, especially when those games get late to go down low.
So it's ball 1, and Jose Iglesias actually 2 for 3 today, though there was a walk mixed in there. Reached his first 3 times before being retired last time. We'll slap one deep. But Maben has it in right to end the ball game. So the story of the day, that runners left on base for the Orioles, especially in those first and second innings, cost them a chance to stay in this one late, cost them a win. Potentially, Tigers take game 1.
Yeah, also interesting storylines coming in too. There he is, the former teammates squaring off. You had Jose Iglesias, who spent a couple of years here as the The Tigers shortstop, now back with the Orioles. He had a nice day, reached base 3 times. Jonathan Scope had some big spots, didn't exactly deliver at the plate, but prevented the Orioles from scoring their first run with a diving play to end the second or third inning. That kept the Orioles off track ever since, so Scope will take the win, but Iglesias having a good day.
Here now is our final line score tonight.
Broden got the game-winning RBI, that 2-run double back in the first. Wins player of the game. Win goes to Daniel Norris. Loss goes to Alex Cobb. Both pitchers go 5. Norris lets 1 run on 7 hits, 1 walk, strikes out 3. Cobb lets 3 and on 5 hits, 2 walks, and strikes out 2.
For joining us here tonight. And we remind you to please
The highlights, our player of the game kicks it off. Like I mentioned, that 2 RBI double after we saw Goodrum reach on the walk, Castro reach on the base hit. Detroit wouldn't give up the lead after that point. That's all the runs they would need, but they kept on going. Miguel Cabrera, single to right, drove in Chrome, who went second to home in a risky move. Just beat the throw. Then we'll head to the bottom of the second inning. Alberto grounded out to second. There's that diving play from Scope we talked about after Chrome couldn't get to it. Nice, did a great job to cover the bag. Left me speechless.
Yeah, and that, like I said, prevented the Orioles from finally getting on the board, and it just took them a while. You can see there, or they did, but then the Tigers countered back with another run to keep that deficit at 3, and it seems like the O's, despite some chances, didn't get enough across today.
Got the 1 run, but Tigers bounced back in the 7th, picked up 2 more. That's all they would need. It was smooth sailing from then on out. We see the last out of the game, that Jose Iglesias line out to Maeda. That ended things for us here in Detroit. I said Chrome player of the game. Of course, when Cobb lost, and we are heading to Philadelphia to the Snakes and Phillies, Weaver and Nola. We got a couple of Buffalo's best with us, Dougal and Mike.
What's going on, Cookie? It's the most loveliest time of the week. The lovely handoff.
Cookie to Dougal handoff. It's been a while since we've had one of these. It's been a lot of Cookie and Duggos together, and then Duggos getting surgery and Cookie's just being missing for some reason.
See, I mean, like, work's slowly trying to get back to, functioning. Doubtful, but, and then, as you said, got to get cut up every so often. Got to go make sure I look good. Lovely trip to the plastic surgeon.
Mike, you're awfully quiet.
Oh, no, just jumped in. It's been a busy couple of days for me. When you have to drive a big old U-Haul truck, it takes a little bit out of you.
Oh, I know where you're coming from, Mike. I don't think I probably had to make any of the drives quite as long as you've had to with the move you've done, but just going back and forth, moving out to East Lansing and back takes a lot out of me with the U-Hauls, or even just packing my car with stuff and doing that. So I can't imagine.
At least you got that Tigers W to keep you warm there tonight.
Oh yeah, that's we taking that. Now we just need a Phillies win.
I mean, don't say that in front of Duggo, but yeah, I'd love one.
I will be watching as we get this one underway. Are you guys anything fun to look forward to in this one, I guess?
I mean, I'm definitely looking forward to see if the Diamondbacks can stay that just 1 game back there in the National League West coming into play. We had that 3-game set against the Dodgers where they were able to take 2 of 3, making it, now 4-3 on the season?
That would be correct.
There we go. So, I don't know, man. There was that one little game stopper there in the middle where they dropped it to the Dodgers. Pretty much dropped it to Max Muncy, specifically. Or no, excuse me, Will Smith. Mr. 3 home runs, 5 RBIs, Will Smith. Outside of him, they've looked really good. Winners of 7 of their last 10. I just want to see some positive momentum rolling in here against a Philly team playing 500 ball.
Yeah, and for the Phillies, they really are hanging on here. You mentioned at the 500 mark, they got a big win against Atlanta last night. Brought them back up to that 500 mark, but they are treading water, fighting for their relevancy lives in the playoff race, as both the Nationals and Braves have taken off in the East. Going to take a big second half for the Phils. On the other hand, you've got the Diamondbacks coming in, which I still think qualifies as one of the biggest storylines of the year, staying neck and neck with the Dodgers, who everyone just assumed would sleepwalk away with the NL West. But here are the Snakes coming into Philadelphia, just 1 game back and looking to do some more damage here as we get ready for the second half of the ball season.
All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and let you guys take this one away. Should be a fun matchup, and both teams have a lot to play for today. Let's see which one gets the W.
Thanks a lot, Cookie. Duggo, good to be back with you. How are you living?
I don't know. I think I'm probably living about the same as you over there. Preferably, I might want to switch spots with you. You're talking about driving 26-footers around the country. I've done it before. I ain't got no problem with it.
I mean, maybe it gets better, but the first time's a little bit nerve-wracking.
That's fair. It's so not a normal thing for you.
No, that was.
See, at the end, once you have to drive one from Colorado back here to Phoenix.
Yeah, you got me beat there.
It's easy, man. After that, it's all easy.
Well, speaking of easy, it's been pretty easy for your starter tonight for the Phillies. Aaron Nola, the Phillies ace, taking the mound here. The 5-2 record, 2.69 ERA. Pitching probably a little bit better than the record indicates. 5-2 just fine, but you want to see more than that after 16 starts from your ace. But he's back on the bump here, trying to get things done as we open a set here against the Diamondbacks. We are underway in South Philly. First pitch swinging, and Starling Marte, right on cue, ruins the grand introduction for Aaron Nola as he slaps one through the left side for a single. And Marte out of the lineup when I called that Will Smith 3-home-run game a couple days back, announces his presence with authority.
See, that just ruined everything I was about to say. Like, any sort of pregame prep work is to keys to the game, what the Diamondbacks need to do. That's shot, because everything was going to rest on the fact that coming into today, Aaron Nola first in the National League in walks and hits, in whip. Why get fancy with it? First in the National League in whip with a sub-1 number in there, but 1 pitch, 1 hit for Starling Marte to start it off.
Well, one Marte begets another as Ketel Marte stands in. Plenty of power from the left side from Ketel Marte. Plenty of speed on base in Starling as Marte swings through a good curveball, 1-1.
That's one of the big things here now that the Diamondbacks are without David Peralta for the next month or 2 with a torn calf muscle. That was a huge part of this offense, carrying it. He's been just incredible, leading the National League in hits up to that point. Still number 6 in OPS in the National League. The biggest question to me is, where are you going to find that offensive replacement? So, need to see guys like Marte and Escobar sustain that production, or it's about to get ugly real quick.
Yeah, especially chasing the likes of the Dodgers. As Nola sets here, the 1-2 pitch to Marte is down, low and in. Went off speed with the changeup, but couldn't quite find the strike zone. 2-2. Nola fires again. That one swung on, lofted, foul. It's going to stay in play. Alec Boehm over to make the catch, and that's 1 down here in the first.
And like I said, that's not exactly what you want to see, but that's why we play 27 outs and not just a few.
Now striding to the plate, Eduardo Escobar. And you mentioned, losing the likes of Peralta and everything he's done offensively. The one thing the Diamondbacks can say is There's a good fastball over the outside corner for strike one. But they've got no shortage of guys who have the offensive numbers to carry a team for weeks at a time here between Escobar and the Marte Parte. Those two guys at the top of the lineup, they can all do some damage.
But I think one of the biggest things, I'm sure we'll get into it probably next inning, the way this is going right now, but rookie Seth Beer has been just incredible in his small sample size. You know, one of the pieces that came over from the Houston Astros in the Greinke deadline deal last year, he's been killing it, man.
Marte off and running, rifle shot throw by Real Muto, but it's going to be just to the third base side of the bag. Could have been a closer play with a better throw, but as it stands, Starling Marte swipes second, and the Diamondbacks have manufactured a man in scoring position with one out here in the first.
Number 17 on the year for Starling. You know, that was, you know, Tim LeCastro, when he can get on base, that's what they were giving him a shot in the game that you called against lefties there. But just getting on base, you know, Tim LeCastro, his real skill to getting on base is an outrageously high hit by pitch percentage.
Well, nothing getting hit there as Nola rides one right past
The first baseman.
Escobar, and that'll be out number 2, and that'll bring in another big bat for the Diamondbacks in Christian Walker, who I believe, if your math is still right, homering once every 3 games or so.
I think so, man. I mean, obviously a little bit slow. No, I don't know. Maybe he has seen a little bit of reduced playing time in
it's not too far off, but he's definitely a threat anytime he's got the bat in his hands.
You know, I mean, that's what? Now 6 guys in this lineup. You know, Seth Beer, or 4 guys, sorry, my counting is great. 5 guys with 4 guys. Wow. With
we got 8 more innings of this, Doug. You can take your time.
All good. With that slugging percentage north of 500, you know, Marte, Escobar, Seth Beer, and Christian Walker all just putting the screws to it.
1-1 pitch is swung on the line over the head of Hoskins. That's going to get into right. Marte tearing around third. He's going to be in just under the throw. So the stolen base pays off. And the Christian Walker single is going to give the D-backs an early 1-0 lead here in the first.
And, you know, this is the kind of thing I was scared about, was how is the middle of this order going to hold up without David Peralta? And they've seemed to be doing just fine. It's been next man up here for these Snakes, and good to see it continuing on to an early lead here today.
That was a great piece of hitting there by Walker. It looked like Nola was about to saw him off. A good fastball running in on him, but he's able to get just enough of the bat on it to loop it over the head of Hoskins and drive in the first run of the game. Beer waves through that one, counts 0-2. So as you said, all the pomp and circumstance for Nola and his great ERA and whip being tattered a bit here as he's given up a couple of hits and a run early on.
It's just the joy of baseball, you know. We're going to sit here and talk about how Aaron Nola's pitching so well. I wish that Luke Weaver was still rocking that like 6 ERA that he was for most of the season, so we could watch out of nowhere where he throws like a complete game shutout or something. And it's like, oh, narrative's flipped on its head.
Good curveball. Beer right over the top of it. He comes up empty. Nola with his second strikeout of the inning, but not before the Diamondbacks strike early. A run on 2 hits. No errors, 1 left on base. We go to the bottom of the first. 1-0. Snakes on top.
So he's not rocking a 6+ ERA anymore. Luke Weaver, after some time in the bullpen, has kind of figured it out here. Coming into play today, finally with an ERA south of 4 in what I would wager would be the first time here in this 2020 season. It was rocky from the get-go, but sometimes you need that little trip to the bullpen to get it sorted out. And coming off a decent start over there against the Dodgers, where he was able to pick up his 4th win of the season. We'll see what he can do against Bryce Harper here to start off today.
The Phillies started tinkering with their lineup a few games ago. moving Harper up from the 3-hole to the leadoff spot. It seems to have paid off. They're only 1-1, but they have scored 13 runs in those 2 games. So.
Oh no, we are going to get a Luke Weaver 8 earned run start, aren't we? Just because of that. Granted, I hope the leash gets shortened up before that, as that one's going to be on the ground. Escobar is there, the only man left of second with the big shift. 5-3 goes the first out here in the bottom of the first.
It's got to be a rough feeling. 90 feet of space between second and third. Only one defender there, and you could not have hit it more at Escobar.
Now with one out, it is the man who is breaking paradigms, JT Realmuto. Haven't really seen somebody with this, the 5-tool skill set at the catcher's position since. Is it Jason Kendall? Or am I totally dating myself?
Well, I mean, Kendall had speed, but he never had the kind of power that Realmuto had.
Fair.
I think you'd have to go to someone like a faster and maybe slightly less powerful steroid era Pudge Rodriguez.
That's terrifying. Just add a little bit of sprint speed to Pudge.
I mean, maybe Realmuto's pop time isn't quite what Pudge's was, but it's not far from it.
Counts now sitting at 2-1. Big swing and a miss on a changeup by Luke Weaver. One of the probably the best pitch in Weaver's arsenal. Expect to see a lot of swing and miss on this here today if he is working. 2-2. Going to be just inside. Brings it now to 3-2. Didi Gregorius on deck. Payoff pitch from Weaver. Called strike 3 as Weaver gets his first strikeout of the day.
Yeah, may have gotten robbed on the 2-2 pitch, but he gets the bottom edge of the zone there on the full count. I think that's a deserved strikeout there for Weaver. Made a bunch of good pitches for Realmuto.
Now one of the newest additions to this team, a man that can swing a nasty bat, Didi Gregorius. Second in the National League in doubles. And he's, second on the team with those 16 home runs as well. Quickly behind 0-2.
You have a 265 average, nothing to sneeze at, but when you consider those two categories, doubles and home runs, you know that when he hits them, they do some damage.
Changeup didn't get him to bite on that outside. Low and away changeup, nasty pitch right there. Brings it down to 1-2. Weaver looking for that second strikeout. And he gets it. Gets him swinging this time as they go down in order. And that might be dangerous. I've seen a lot of strikeouts all the way through this Philadelphia order. See what Weaver's got in store. Heading now to the top of the second.
Leading off for Arizona, the right fielder.
We will
Cole Calhoun.
Begin the second inning with Cole Calhoun stepping in. Nola back on the rubber in his second inning of work. First pitch fastball on the inside corner. Quick 0-1 count here for Nola.
So, we were talking a little bit about the exaggerated shifts. We saw Bryce Harper hit into it somehow. Back to start off the ball game for the Phils. But hitting against the shift is something Cole Calhoun has done so well. So whenever I see these opposing pitchers pitching him outside, even though that he's got the reputation of being an extreme pull hitter, his ability to slap him the other way has led him to 21 doubles on the year.
And I think that's a skill that people are going to have to adopt. Baseball, like any other sport, it evolves. There are shifts. It's cyclical. You go from one extreme to another, and at a certain point, pitchers are throwing too well for everyone to hit over the shift as that one misses inside full count. And once the home run guys just simply aren't able to hit enough home runs for it to be worthwhile to try to challenge the shift and hit it over it every time, guys are going to adapt back to going the other way and taking the easy singles and doubles that are given to them.
Almost had it there.
So another payoff pitch by Nola. He delivers, goes up in the zone. Calhoun ready for it, fouls it back, will do it again.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Everything he's barreled up, I'm pretty sure has gone that other way.
Yeah, he seems to be waiting on that good fastball from Nola. Nola not absolutely overpowering, but he can run it up there. 93, 94, 95 every once in a while. Working high in the zone that time. Tries to go away with the fastball, but Calhoun with a great eye. And he's going to draw a leadoff walk here to begin the top of the second for the D-backs.
You know, and that's the other thing that Cole Calhoun has done fairly exceptionally at this year, was at least being choosy enough to get on base by the bat or by the pitcher's mistake.
8-pitch leadoff walk to begin an inning. That's about as much as you can ask for, other than, you know, an extra base hit of some sort.
You know, when everything was kind of hitting the fan with that Peralta injury and we weren't sure exactly what was going down in Phoenix with lineup construction, there was a part of me that thought something about Cole Calhoun maybe would have been the answer at leadoff. You know, obviously sticking with Starling Marte now full-time, but there's part of me that's thinking if Marte ever really hits the skids that maybe Cole comes up.
Arizona shortstop Nick Ahmed at the dish, looking to get a rally going here in the second. 1-1 pitch is swung on good. Curveball disappears out the bottom of the zone. 1-2. Nola sets out the letters. The 1-2 is swung on and missed again. Real Muto digs it out of the dirt. And that's going to be the third strikeout of the game for Nola. That curveball, when he gets ahead in the count, it is nasty.
Beautiful, just bouncing on the plate right there. It's how you want to locate it, man.
A good trust there. It helps when you have a catcher that you know you can throw a 59-footer in there and know that that runner on base isn't going to go anywhere.
Speaking of catchers that I wouldn't trust to catch that 59-foot curveball.
That does indeed bring Vogt to the plate.
It's not been great. Diamondbacks have not found the answer behind the plate this year. Both Carson Kelly and Stephen Vogt hitting below that Mendoza line, and defense not great, and that's definitely not great. Beautiful execution on the 3-6-3, though, to end the inning.
Hoskins, say what you will about his lack of batting average. He's had the power this season. Has the RBIs, and out of nowhere has developed a great glove. He has started any number of 3-6-3 double plays that I can remember calling so far this ML Ball season. And right on cue, how often do you see it? Guy makes a great play to end an inning, and he is right back at the dish to begin the next.
See what Rhys Hoskins can do at the plate as he'll start out ahead here. Fastball inside from Weaver brings it to 1-0 to start the bottom of the second. Second pitch comes in, driven right at Eduardo Escobar. Hit the ground somewhere along the line there. Toss over will be in time for a quick first out here.
Perfect positioning, but that had to be terrifying for Escobar. That thing could not have been hit much harder.
Good old hot corner, man. They're keeping it hot here today. Bringing up Adam Hazley. As not somebody I really got a whole lot in the brain bank to dig into at this at-bat. Hit me with the Adam Hazley facts here.
Well, the first fact is that he can swing a good bat, as you see here, but he hits it right to Ahmed. To sum it up, he was brought up in the middle of last season due to a bunch of injuries. He was supposed to be a stopgap, but he played better than expected in the outfield. He hit better than expected. Has hit for some power. He was leading off for the last month or so, but during this lineup shakeup, he's shown enough power that they've put him in the middle of the order in that 5 spot. So nothing doing there, but they definitely trust him with some big at-bats.
Speaking of young kids, swinging to the first pitch is going to be Alec Boehm. And he's going to fly out to center. So Luke Weaver gets through 2 innings now on 18 pitches. They go down in order, 1 through 6. Through 2, Diamondbacks still up 1-0.
Luke Weaver getting it done with the arm. Now has a chance to do it with the bat as he will lead things off in the top of the 3rd for Arizona.
So I think when I was going through this, right now Luke Weaver is the only Diamondbacks starting pitcher without an extra base hit.
Huh. Well,
everybody seemed to be swinging the bat pretty competently, and funny enough, I think the other guy that's down there with Luke Weaver is actually Madison Bumgarner.
That is odd.
Bumgarner, hasn't made great contact, but I think right now is rocking a 12-8 strikeout to walk ratio. So his reputation is at least doing enough.
Yeah. Exactly. 2-1 to Weavers. Good fastball pumped in on the inside half, 2-2. I mean, to do the things Bumgarner's done with the bat and in some big spots, I think that does earn you the benefit of the doubt when that count runs to 2-2, 3-2. As Nola is going to get his 4th punch out of the day. Rides a high fastball right past Weaver, and that's 1 down here in the 3rd.
Number 2, Starling.
Flip it over for some primetime Marte Parte action. We saw Starling get it started with a first pitch single start off this ballgame.
If you did not find your seat in a timely fashion, you missed the first action of the game, and Marte looking to do it again, jumps on that one but grounds it foul. 0-1.
That is the worst feeling, man, when you're like walking up to the stadium, just a couple minutes behind for whatever life reason. And, you're getting through security and you hear the cheers, like, screaming out from the stadium. Oh.
So Marte is going to make it a quick start to his day. 2 for 2. He's hit the same hole both times. 2 absolutely laced ground balls into left. He's got himself a 2nd single of the day. I wonder if he's thinking about stolen base number 2 of the day.
See, Nola's clearly thinking about it, going with the quicker release on the slide step there.
I was never a big fan of that. I always thought, get a better move, keep him honest, keep your motion to the plate consistent, because what you really need to do is make good pitches.
Right, it's always so dangerous, and it's one thing I love to see with Starling Marte on base, because you've got it followed up by a couple of the most dangerous hitters in the National League, and Marte, Escobar, and previously Peralta. And you see these guys modifying their windup to try to keep him honest at first, forgetting that the guy at the plate is so much more dangerous.
Yeah, I just don't agree with it, because if you make a slow move, if you don't check the guy right, if he doesn't respect your move, worst thing he can do is take 1 base. If you get careless with your pitch and don't execute that, it can be not only a home run, but it'll be worth 2, because you've got at least 1 guy on.
That's why I love to see it.
Now it's 2-2 count to Ketel Marte, and he rifles 1 over the 3rd base dugout. Count remains 2-2.
This is not exactly the game I thought we'd see. Granted, we're just getting started here, but definitely expected this to be a lot more of the line that Luke Weaver's been putting up for Nola.
Marte gets a hold of that one, but sends it to just about the deepest part of the park. Hazley playing nearly on the warning track to begin with, respecting the power of Marte. Ranges over about 30, 40 feet to his left, but had plenty of time to get under it. Gets it back in. Starling retreats to first. 1 down here with Eduardo Escobar back up at the dish.
And I can see that playing out really well. Going with the no doubles defense against the doubles leader with a really fast guy up there. As long as you can keep it in front of you and get to it, you can make sure that you're not seeing Starling taking 3 and Ketel taking 2.
I agree. Normal depth, that one's going to be swinging bunt. Nola fields it. Great play to get it on to first to get Escobar. Great play
avoiding the shrapnel.
Yeah, sawed him off there.
Ooh.
Ooh. That bat almost died a hero. An accidental single, but Nola, credit the athleticism, as he's able to not only dodge the helicopter and barrel of the bat, but to charge up the third base line, plant that foot, make a good throw to first, and retire the side.
So looking at that, does that about back up what you've seen? Does that back up the eye test?
Yeah, the tough part, if you've been tracking these ball Phillies the entire season, is that they are actually horrifyingly climbing in those rankings. It used to look even worse.
And see, that's where I draw a lot of issues with this 60-game season that's about to happen. You know, I mean, there's a reason we play almost 200 games in baseball. And to boil it down to a 60-game sample like that, it's not crazy about it.
I just like it because, I mean, not that I like it. Kingery bumps for a hit there, but it's waved foul.
0-2 to Kingery. Going to be inside now, 1-2.
I like it because I like to poke fun at the guys who are overly analytical, who rely too much on the models.
Like me. That one's into right, but Calhoun is right there as well for the first out of the inning.
Because if you do the quick, rough math, it basically equates to about 2.5 games per game. So what does that tell you? If you just mess around and you're the Orioles and you go on a 4-game winning streak, all of a sudden that's like winning 10 in a row.
Ooh.
And yeah, I mean that puts you in contention, you know? It's tough to not be relevant if you have a 4 or 5 game winning streak 3 weeks into this season.
Yeah,
and
I think
same goes true. What happens if the Astros, the Nationals, the Yankees, the Braves, what happens if they just, you know, have an ace get hurt and then the bullpen blows a few and they're riding a 4-game losing streak?
That one's on the ground, but good job of Weaver being there. Toss will be in time for a quick second off the bat of Gene Segura. No, and you're right. I mean, the Nationals, you bring it up. Guess what? Through 50 games, you know, it was their rallying cry, 19-31.
They'd have been in a 60-game season. That makes them the laughing stock of baseball.
Right. Instead, we're sitting here lauding them as the Astro Killers, the Cinderella story of baseball. So now Aaron Nola has not been backed up by any of his teammates. They've gone down in order 1 through 8. See what he can do. Swinging a bat here. Not looking good.
No. Rarely does.
He is able to go more than 3 pitches. Fouls one off on 0-2.
For him, that's usually a win.
You know, you got to take your wins when you can, man.
You got to stretch out that other arm.
There we go. Dribbled past Weaver. Ahmed's throw will be in time. 9 up, 9 down. Weaver in control here through 3.
So Aaron Nola, never known for his batsmanship. I think he's usually just relieved to get back to the dugout, back to his comfort zone on the mound, where he's pitching well. You know, hit a hiccup there in the first, but how many times have we seen it this year where the Diamondbacks do just that? Starling Marte gets on to begin the game, puts himself in scoring position with a steal, and then they work him around. That's just a way to do business.
It's been great, man, because even if Starling Marte doesn't really seem to have it together, Tim LeCastro is there. And granted, he doesn't have his 8.8% hit by pitch rate that he's been rocking over his professional career.
0-1.
You know, he's still got a pretty comparable slash line. His ability to get himself on base, not as good as it could be, but serviceable. And when you're the fastest man in the MLB, any way you can get on base means extra bases.
Nola quickly ahead, 0-2 to Walker. Floats one outside. Walker doesn't bite. 1-2. Are there any harder working muscles in Major League Baseball than the right tricep and hip flexor of Tim LeCastro?
Pablo Sandoval's calves?
Yeah. Well, no, because he mostly rides a bench. Doesn't take much to sit.
Fair. Pablo Sandoval's glutes.
But I'm just saying that
John J.
Castro is putting in the dip work with the triceps to be able to take that many.
It's that's the joy of that elbow guard, man. He just sees it coming in and he doesn't even flinch. You know, you see a lot of these guys make some sort of movement, something to even register that, hey, there's a baseball coming at you at 90 miles an hour. Tim just looks at it. He's like, cool, first base.
So Beer steps in, the 0-1 count there. Another good curveball, but that one just misses. 1-1.
Hope we get blessed with a lovely Tim LaCastro appearance later in this one.
Nola deals. Beer swings, drives that one out deep to left. That one's going to stay in the park, however. Kingery grabs it. A couple feet on the track there. That'll be 2 down. I did see the flags blowing out towards left center here at Citizens Bank Park as we entered game action. Usually that means some fireworks. I personally thought he caught that a bit on the end of the bat. Thought that might have carried a little bit farther than it should have. But that said, if you get any sort of a good piece of one out that direction, it could fly.
That's the scary thing about Seth Beer, man. Like you said, it looked like he just caught a piece of that. You know, and we're sitting here thinking warning track power.
That would be grounded right into the shift. A little bit of a careless throw there by Gregorius, but Hoskins digs it out. And the D-backs are down in order here in the fourth. We go to the bottom half of the fourth. Snakes still on top, 1-0.
Weaver did it once. He's just got to do it 2 more times. That's always how that works. It's that easy, right?
Yeah. You know, it's not like the Rolodex starts spinning around in your head about exactly how you pitch every one of these guys the first time around, and whether you should do the same thing or whether they think that you're going to do the same thing, so you should do another thing. And
like the psychology of rock paper scissors is what you got me thinking of.
That's how I always put it to any of my friends who say baseball's boring, and I'm like, look, I'm not gonna debate you on a physical front, on an action front about how exciting baseball is, because I get it. Like, the ball's not in play 98% of the time, and a lot of the times that's just a ground ball to second base.
Right.
That one swung on and missed. But when you appreciate the game, you can just feel the tension, and you know those wheels that are spinning in a big spot late in the game before the pitch is ever even thrown. That's where a lot of the tense action takes place.
Yeah, it's a thinking man's game. You know, it's part of why I love it is Bryce Harper not thinking, just looking. Going down on strikes. 3rd strikeout of the day for Luke Weaver.
And that's kind of how I put it is, you know, firing that high 90s fastball as Weaver just did, or reeling around and hitting one of those 95-mile-per-hour fastballs. That's mostly muscle memory. It's all the mental preparation that goes into guessing that's coming or not. That's what kind of makes it exciting. But if you've never played the game, then I guess it's a little bit tougher to appreciate it. Not a knock on people who didn't play the game, but I get why they wouldn't think as much about that as I do.
You know, and it's wild. It's wild how underrated baseball is on a national front. And it makes me weep for humanity. Like, I know that's like gross hyperbole, but it really does.
I gladly buy into your hyperbole.
I don't think there's anybody that's going to be watching this and listening and, you know, following a simulated baseball season that's going to think otherwise, hopefully.
What America needs right now is 2 people shouting at screens well past their bedtimes about how we really need to respect a bygone tradition that was way more popular 50 years ago.
I think that just happened in Phoenix on Tuesday.
Yeah, no, you're right. Like some social constructs, yeah. I was talking about fun things like sports, but yeah.
I was like pretty sure that happened at a church here on Phoenix, and you know, yeah. No politics. Full count here to JT Realmuto. Weaver fires that one in, and Real Muto fires it back out, but into the glove of Cole Calhoun, aggressively lining out for the second out.
There you see Luke Weaver really bringing his A game tonight. 97 miles per hour. He is feeling it with that fastball. And really with Weaver, you've got velocity no matter what it is. He comes with a curveball and a changeup, but really averaging over 80 miles per hour with everything in his repertoire. So whatever you're thinking, you better think fast. And the Phillies have been a half tick behind here so far.
And see, now I'm wondering, because, I'm pulling up Pitch FX here in the background, seeing Weaver throwing that in at 97. That's numbers he's never really hit in his career. Last year he finished the season about 94.9 on his four-seamer. I'm really starting to wonder if, one, going to the bullpen kind of gave him some of that gusto to put a little bit more into it on some of these pitches. But then if that's the case, I'm concerned about his ability to go 150, 200 innings on this season. His count goes to 2-2 against DD here with 2 outs.
No, I agree, Dougo. It's about, I guess, effort management, you could call it, to bastardize a term from the NBA, as that one's fouled off. Maybe he does get that extra mile per hour or two from that stint in the bullpen where, your job is to go out there and sling it for maybe 2 innings max. So maybe he's having a little bit of trouble finding the governor and dialing it back.
Deep in the hole is Nick Ahmed on that ground ball up the gut. And we started at 9. We're now at 12 down in order through 4.
So Weaver definitely feeling it.
No, I guess that was, I always thought when they pulled up the speeds on those starts, looking at the starting pitcher fastballs, that I always thought that felt really high for Luke Weaver. Mm-hmm. But looking at that Brooks baseball data, nothing's ever come in that fast, man. He's
been 94, 95.
Yeah. 93, 94, 92 back in 2016. Cutter, definitely not up there. That's a sinker at about 93. Nothing in that mid-high 90s though, like we're seeing here.
Nola quickly behind 3-0, 3 straight out of the zone here to begin the 5th inning. And again, I'm gonna just go back to the stint in the bullpen. That's just how guys go nowadays. Even some starters, no one's interested in throwing complete games anymore. As Nola puts one right down Broadway, 3-1. They just go out there and fire, and as hard as you can throw for as long as you can throw it, cap out at about 90 pitches or so. As Nola's going to lose Ahmed. That'll be a leadoff walk here in the 5th.
Is that so much nobody wants to go out there and do that, or no front offices, or even at least coaching staffs want you to go do that?
Well, I think it's a double-edged sword, because when you're a young guy who they're developing and think could be an ace for years to come, they don't want you to do that. They want you to go out there and throw hard for 5 innings, and they don't care about whether you get the win or not, because they know how good you are, and they're going to use you to maximum efficiency and then try to go the rest of the way. Now, when you're on that contract year and they know that you aren't going to get the $20 million a year you want from them, they're going to say, sure, as long as you're feeling good, go out and throw 300 innings.
I'm sure you're loving that Zach Wheeler deal right about now. Speaking of exactly that,
mm-hmm.
I thought that was a massive overpay at the time.
0-2 to Vogt is swung on and hammered to right. Nola hangs the curveball and Vogt takes advantage. It's going to be 2 on and nobody out here in the 5th. Nola usually able to bury that curveball, but there he just serves it up on a platter, and Vogt does not miss.
National League Baseball time, baby.
Ooh. Yep. Get ready for that overpowered ball bunt.
Oh.
That is going to be... almost the most creative 5-4-3 you've ever seen. Bohm charging in on it. Almost looked like that might have gone foul. No, that was going to stay fair.
Yeah.
But Bohm going the long way across his body all the way up to the top of the horn to get one of the lead runners. So I guess you can say that that was a success for the Phillies there. Almost turned into a disaster. Now it's back to the top of the lineup. Starling Marte already with 2 singles off of Nola. A chance to do some more damage here. Runners on the corners. 1 out here in the 5th. Snakes already ahead 1-0. And, ooh, tough one there. Looked like a check swing, but no appeal at all. Gonna say that Marte went around.
A little bit hard to call it a real success, though, is now with only 1 out, they've got another run possibly 90 feet away. Anything out to the outfield should get Ahmed home. And honestly, if I got to pick between Luke Weaver and Stephen Vogt on the base paths, it's probably a toss-up.
That's true. Just got to keep those hammies loose. Nola tries to get Marte to chase there, but nothing doing. Count runs to 2-2. So Nola laboring a bit. That's been the knock on him for much of the season. Maybe the reason why he's got just 5 wins despite a good ERA and the good whip. So Marte chases that one, but gets a piece of it and fouls it back. Nola has been out of games pretty quickly on many occasions this season for this exact reason. Here in the 5th, already working on pitch 75.
So, I mean, that really just boils down to if you've got all the peripherals there, but not being able to go long into games, it's just what? Not a lot of swing and miss stuff and, not allowing hard contact, but, not getting the whiffs you need.
Marte is going to send this one to right. It's going to drop in front of Harper. Don't know if he lost that in the sun or what. Looked like he was striding over to make the play, and at the last second, the hands dropped down like he was trying a basket catch, and the ball dropped a couple feet in front of him. And just like that, Arizona's doubled its lead. It's now 2-0. Still just 1 out, and now runners on first and second. For the teeth of this order as Ketel Marte steps in.
So, first thing that I'm seeing as I'm going to have to wait on this one, as that will get into the glove. Is that Scott Kingery out there now?
Yep. Scott Kingery.
I thought it was Kingery, but just about anywhere on the diamond could be Scott Kingery. That's how I'm used to seeing him. But there was a little bit of hesitation in keeping Starling Marte as the everyday leadoff guy. We saw him go a little bit cold, and the splits weren't quite there. And then it turned out that it was a little bit of an attitude problem with not playing every day. And quickly we've seen that come to pass here. Already a 3-for-3 day now for Starling Marte.
3-for-3 now has an RBI to go along with it. As Nola trying to deal with Escobar. Escobar fouls that one back 1-2. And to go back to what you were saying about why Nola's pitch count has been up there, I don't think it's because of necessarily a lot of contact or anything like that. I think that he just tries to get a little bit too cute. When he gets up 0-1 in the count, so often you see 2 balls that are trying to nip at the corners. He can run it up there 93, 94. He's got a great curveball. I think at times he just doesn't challenge guys enough, but there he does. Goes right up the ladder. Escobar can't catch up, so Nola's going to get his 5th strikeout. He'll get out of the inning, but not before Starling Marte strikes again. Nola's personal nemesis of the day floats a single into right, knocks in a run. 2-0 Diamondbacks as we head to the bottom of the 5th.
Bringing up lovely Heidi Watney. So, good time, if any, to remind you that we do this all for charity. Right now, the charity of the week that we've been working on is the Trevor Project, another group focused on helping out the LGBTQ community. So if you've got it, definitely help us out. Help them out. We don't see it. Doesn't help us out. Go straight to the charity.
First baseman, 3. Cobb.
So 12 up, 12 down has been the story for Luke Weaver so far in this one. See what Rhys Hoskins can do as he is having a renaissance, it feels like, this past month.
Yeah, his average, I think I saw the low water mark was at about 176. So, yeah, while the current stint in the 220s might seem like he's having a rough year, he has been absolutely tearing the cover off the ball all throughout May and well into June.
You know, I was the data I was updating was from when we did that call last, early in the month. Cubs and Phillies, as 12 up, 12 down is no longer right on cue. Rhys Hoskins goes deep for the 24th home run of the year. That was, I don't think you could do that any more perfect.
Nope. And I was keeping a silent count of how many ways you were going to finesse the situation. I was kind of seeing how many different ways you could do it. But there, Rhys Hoskins takes care of it. He just elevates and celebrates on that one.
Perfect there. I was about to say, like, all we saw was a lot of strikeouts from Bryce Harper and a ton of power out of Rhys Hoskins, and there we go. Another home run in a just torrid month of June for Hoskins. Cuts the lead now to 2-1.
So if you're the Phillies, you know, I guess a mini sigh of relief. You finally got to Weaver. As you mentioned before, he's been prone to big innings, to bad games. For the Phillies now, they've shortened the game by going up and down the first 4 times up. But now a chance to maybe get to him. Not sure what the nerves of Weaver are like, but they've cut the deficit in half and now plenty of ball game to go.
This is where I'm going to start really watching him. You know, he was prone to giving up, 4 or 5 runs and, like 4 runs in about 5-6 innings. And rocked him that 6+ ERA. And I think if he can come back here and at least look good the rest of this half inning, and he's already on there, striking out Hazley here for the first out of the inning. If he can bounce back and have a clean rest of this inning, I'm going to feel a lot more confident. But if this inning starts to go haywire, I'm going to start maybe looking to see what maybe Duplantier, maybe Young, can give me a couple innings to make sure this doesn't go totally tits up for Weaver.
And I think, going back to the repertoire that he's showcasing, that's kind of where these guys run into some trouble, where not that he's not pitching well or executing all of his pitches he has today. That one's going to be popped straight up the chute. But no problem with that. Manages to not step in his helmet. Always a concern for those catchers looking straight up in the sky. That'll be 2 down. But yeah, when you rely so heavily on, fastball, curveball, changeup with maybe a sinker there or a cutter, a lot of times that cutter, that sinker, they start to flatten out and they're about the same speed when you get to the second and third time through the order. So you're really just reduced to 1 hard, 1 soft, and playing mind games with everybody. And if you don't execute perfectly, that's when those big innings start to happen, like you mentioned, where he looks good for 4 innings and all of a sudden in the 5th or 6th, everybody seems to be on him.
And there's another big drive. Going back is Beer, and not going to be there. Scott Kingery this time.
A dingery.
There we go. Scott Kingery brings the dingery. It is a tied ball game. And my fears for Luke Weaver are starting to shoot through the roof.
Couldn't help myself. I haven't said dingery in forever.
There you go. See, that's... This is why, okay, so this style that we're doing where, I'm calling, your color for your bats and play-by-play for the other team, that's when it gets really weird, and it's a whole new life, I feel like, having to get really excited for the other team scoring. It's fun. I think this is why I enjoy this. It's a whole new mentality. Yeah. So now that Weaver has screwed this one up here, I'm starting to freak out. But Gene Segura and Aaron Nola on deck, I'm a little bit more okay with. Though Gene Segura right now, last I saw, was top 10 in the National League in WAR. I don't know how that happened, but I swear to God I read that.
I would like to see the receipt.
Didi. It was probably Didi.
Yeah,
I was probably getting my middle infielders confused there.
2-2.
As the counts run 2-2 here to Weaver. From Weaver to Segura on the ground to Escobar to Walker. 3 down. So a big pair of home runs off the bats of Hoskins and Kingery have made this a whole new ball game through 5.
So as we tread on to the 6th, Phillies right back in this ball game. However, Nola's got to watch out. He's got Christian Walker to deal with, plenty of other big bats, and this is where you really need your ace to bring his ace stuff. Offense has gotten him back into the game. What can he do here? Last thing you want to see are runners without getting any outs, giving up good contact. Really would behoove Nola to get through this inning clean and start to shift that momentum to the Phillies' side.
This is going to be the scariest part, man. It's just extra bases. Everybody on this order. Christian Walker swinging a big home run bat. Seth Beer has shown incredible things as a rookie so far. And Cole Calhoun, it might not be home run power, but double power for sure.
1-2 pitch by Nola. Good wipeout curveball, but Walker not interested in it. Now the 2-2 on the way from Nola. Swing and a miss. Took something off that one. Floats a changeup, but Walker can't get to it. 6th strikeout of the night for Nola, and that's 1 down here in the 6th.
See, I love when I'm about to say something and then the action proves me wrong and makes me glad I didn't. I was about to be like Christian Walker right now, leading the Snakes in strikeouts, but he's been doing really well on that as of late. Just kidding, number 79.
That's a hittable pitch, but sometimes those floated curveballs and changeups, they can be bad enough that they work out in your favor.
So basically, what would happen if I tried to go on the mound and how I might get a strikeout?
Yeah, guys get a little bit too antsy and they just can't hold back as Beer grounds that one to Segura. Quick 4-3 put out and 2 down here in the 6th. And as we were talking about before about baseball being a mental game, it's also a big emotional game. The Phillies were getting absolutely shut down by Weaver. Then they get the 2 big swings, 2 home runs, right back in the game. And there'd be nothing more deflating if you're on the Phillies than to see your ace go out there and give up a big inning, give up a run to let the Diamondbacks take the lead again. So much riding on this inning. I guess you could call it a shutdown inning after your team puts up a crooked number. But that's the way baseball goes, just so many ebbs and flows in the game.
See, that's where, I just can't get behind something like basketball. It's just so much going on constantly that everything seems so inconsequential. As that one's in the dirt, Calhoun might have a shot. He does not.
Give Calhoun credit. A lot of guys don't run that hard on the drop third strike.
Hey, man, that's the nicest strikeout he's going to have of the year.
Well, that is the 7th strikeout of the day for Nola. And we will move on to the bottom of the 6th. And Nola will try to get things started himself.
Man, we had something going there until that Hoskins home run. Granted, it was only 4 innings, but it was 4 innings of perfect ball out of Weaver. But immediately screwed that up right as I was saying positive things about Rhys Hoskins. So what, if I keep talking about how Aaron Nola is a very soft swinging AL-minded bat, that should be good for out number 1, right?
Well, I think the Twitch stream and all the bots out there talking about jinxes, if you try to figure out that maze, you're never going to win the game. You can say good things, you can say bad things. you're always going to somehow be proven wrong.
Oh, it's the story of my life. Just ask my fiance.
She's only your fiance. You haven't even begun to be wrong yet.
2-1 is driven there by Aaron Nola.
The home run swing from the AL-minded bat.
See, that's what I'm talking. That would have been perfect. Oh my God. Oh man, that's like lottery ticket stuff if that would have happened there. Instead, there we go. It's strikeout number 5 of the day for Luke Weaver.
Nola got some confidence. He had another big swing on that one, but no contact.
No dice there. 1 down as it's going to flip over. And this is really... Okay, so I was afraid last inning about how that was going to go. Now, 3rd time through the order for a guy that got his mojo back working out of the bullpen. I'm terrified.
Yeah, I mean, again, especially with a guy with this pitch profile, there's just not a lot of different movement. And if you start to get fatigued at all and that movement decreases, those pitches just look more and more similar, and the speed starts to match up a little bit, not as much disparity, and that is a dangerous spot to be in.
You know, because what? He's going to have that vertical movement on the curveball. He'll have maybe a little bit on the changeup. But, you know, as you said, if anything starts coming off that fastball, that four-seamer and that that changeup, excuse me, they're going to look pretty similar, and it's going to be breaking ball or straight stuff. That's not great. As this count's not looking great. He's behind 3-1 here to Bryce Harper.
And that's why you see in this day and age, when you look at the makeup of pretty much any bullpen, anyone getting a routine run from the 7th inning on in high leverage spots is Harper's going to draw the walk. Good pitch here by Weaver. He's been living up high in the zone late in counts throughout the day, but didn't get that one. But that's why you see these 7th, 8th, 9th inning guys, all you really need are 2 pitches anymore. 99 at the letters and then something that breaks hard, because it's one thing to have low 90s and then something that breaks a little bit that's going 80s, but when you're a guy throwing an 88 mile per hour slider and a 99 mile per hour fastball and they go 2 different directions and you only have 1 inning, 1 shot to face them, it's really just a flip of a coin, and even if you guess right, you still have a nasty pitch to deal with.
Let's see here what's going on with Harper at first. The look over is going to keep him honest. So 1 out, 1 on. Count is 0-1 to Real Muto. Went down looking in his first plate appearance. Lined out pretty hard. As that one's going to be over the head of Vogt. Harper easily takes second. And they're gonna call that a stolen base. All right.
Was he running on the pitch?
He had to have been. There's no, because he seemed like he was very squarely at second. I guess I didn't see him take off from first, but
if so, Weaver owes him one for not contributing to the wild pitch mark. That's as wild a one as I've seen.
2-2, swing and a miss there. So he's got 2 strikeouts on the inning, but unfortunately he's got Bryce Harper over there in scoring position. And Cookie verifying that was a stolen space situation.
Real Muto just cannot figure out Weaver. He will be glad to see him go.
Hey man, I'll take it. If you're you can lock down one of the toughest guys in the league, I'll take that. Unfortunately, it means you're giving up home runs to Scott Kingery. But I'm not going to lie, man. I bought into that Scott Kingery hype so hard last year.
You know, I said it a lot at the beginning of the season, and I think it still holds true that he just needs to find a permanent spot.
Yep.
For 2 years, he's not only been everywhere in the field, he's been everywhere in the order. And you can say, you know, you're a professional, tough it out, do your job. So that one drops
Not
low.
like that.
No, you just feel more comfortable. You can be more consistent when you know that coming to work every day, you're in a certain spot in the field. You're in a certain spot in the batting order. You know, if you went to your job every day and they put you on a different side of the factory or told you to do HR when you used to do accounting, it's going to be a little bit weird no matter how good you are.
Trust me, no, that actually a lot of the time is my job, as I'll get into that here in a second. Counts 2-2, 2 outs to Gregorius. Swung on, foul. Get out of this inning before I start waxing poetic about my lovely job experience. Weaver checks on Harper over there in scoring position. Another 2-2, and we'll look at it full here. See Bryce Harper in that flow in motion here. Back to a tied ball game now, 2-2. Here in the bottom of the sixth, Gregorius could put these Phillies on top. Payoff pitch. Contact made, but Starling Marte will be there in left center to make the catch. And Strand, that's the first runner left on base for the Phillies today.
Yeah, they've either been out or out of the park. So that said, we will venture on into the seventh as we welcome Shark into the booth. How you doing, man?
Not too bad. A little bit disappointed that Diamondbacks had to give up some runs, but enjoying this game nonetheless.
How many Snakes fans we got in this whole outfit?
Enough.
I know Jake and Duggo and you.
Well, we've converted him, man. We've made him a believer.
I'm a convert.
Phillies have some action in the bullpen. Nick Pivetta, Eniel De Los Santos. De Los Santos, some good innings last night in the victory. As Nola misses with his first two pitches of the seventh. Arizona shortstop Nick Ahmed at the plate.
So, I mean, I guess everything about Luke Weaver, you know, my fears will probably be put to rest here. I can't imagine they'll let him bat.
Nah, I mean, the only way I could see it is if two guys get on, you just want them to bunt.
I mean, what if two guys get on? You got a couple guys out there that could give you some big hacks.
You just want Tim LeCastro to be a hero.
No, honestly, I want the worst thing to happen and be a hero. I want to see a Tomas bomb, so I can just lose it. I gotta say, both Jake and I were so jealous that you guys got to call the Tomas debut.
Yeah. I mean, it didn't go great for the team as a whole. But.
Well, that's why it's even funnier and worse. Like
2-2 from Nola is swung on and driven to left. Maybe off the end of the bat there. Not as much legs as I thought may have been on that one. Carry there for it. And out number one here in the seventh.
Oh, yeah, I had a story that was probably a lot more exciting in my head than it actually will be.
I would like to hear all about how you are overutilized and underappreciated.
No, but you're talking about bouncing around and never actually getting to, really get settled in doing one thing. You know, that was my life doing, local stagehand work, bouncing around from department to department. One night, or say I'm loading in, Katy Perry or something like that. All I know is I might be audio on the load-in.
Well,
but
Pop Ball After Dark loading into Katy Perry.
And then 16 hours later, I'm pulling out the pyrotechnics late at night. Next day, I got to put on a collared shirt and go do a corporate show at some resort. The next day, I'm going to do, Warp Tour, rest in peace, Warp Tour.
The Warp Tour.
But, I can understand that. It sucks not actually having any consistency in anything. The only consistency for some of these guys, like Kingery last year, 2 years ago, was showing up to the ballpark on time.
As Nola is going to record his 8th strikeout of the night.
The pitcher, Luke.
And no, I can totally see that because especially doing those sorts of things, you're putting on a show and you want it to be perfect, and no show is perfect. None ever are. But I have to think that in the back of your mind, you're like, hey, if I had another crack at that, if we could do it again tomorrow, it would be perfect. But no, I can't because I have to, like you said, be doing something totally different somewhere else.
That's why I'm glad I've settled into just being old and being a house guy now, as all my dreams will come true. It's Tim LeCastro at the plate.
Two outs here in the seventh. Nola rolling along, pitching to what I've been told is the fastest man in baseball. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it one bit.
Oh, wow. I just saw something wild.
Nola quickly ahead 0-2. Deals inside 1-2 to LeCastro.
So I got the final line here for Luke Weaver, and just like on cue, I wrote it on the wrong sheet. Inside 2-2. Luke Weaver's final day, 6 innings pitched, 2 hits, 2 earned runs.
Ouch.
1 walk, 6 strikeouts. Yeah. I didn't think it was that bad, but it was.
A 1-3 cannot be run out by even the fastest man in baseball. Probably good if it would have gotten by, he'd have been on base, but that'll do it for the D-backs here in the 7th. Without further ado, I will turn it over to Shark. Stretch us out here, Shark.
Man, you were really feeling it, weren't you?
Yeah, a little bit.
You were reaching on some of those chords, man. That was I think it's the jazziest I've heard you do it on here.
Yeah, just about. It's pretty close to the one I did on my birthday. But yeah, I figured why not spice it up for a nice spicy after dark game. And with that, I will let you two get back to the call. Enjoy it, boys.
Always, man. God, I love that kid, man.
You know, I have to admit, I am not musically inclined at all. I have no rhythm. I tried to play guitar. I have stubby sausage fingers that can't reach chords, and I have no rhythm to begin with, so it was never going to work at all. But I've got to admit that hearing Shark play over and over again, it's just like you said, even though he plays basically the same thing, I can hear the flair. I can feel when he's into it. I know when he's going just a little bit harder at that extra flourish at the end.
You know, I could like hear all those chords go to the 7 chords and just reach in, and a little bit of jazz substitution in there. I caught it. You know, nobody else you think can appreciate that. I got you, Mark.
It's all about the 7th inning stretches you don't play.
Counts full here to Rhys Hoskins, the guy who got the first hit of the ball game here for these Phillies. He'll take a walk.
That was a jazz joke, Twitch. The first one I've ever made.
There you go. So it's Alex Young out of the bullpen here for the Snakes. One of 2 left-handed options. One of the starters down in Reno. Diamondbacks have kind of tried to figure out options in the rotation, in the bullpen. Don't really have any good options for short guys in the system. Just J.B. Bukauskas may be the only option, as we're going to see a bunt out of Nola. Going to go over to 2, and that's the only one they'll get. So, I don't know. Is it more surprising that they let Nola take his hacks at the plate here? Or just, wow, I am nowhere near the right spot in batting order. I just saw a bunt. And now that's Adam Hazley.
Yeah, I didn't want to step on. I was actually going to say that it seemed like it could have been built to work out perfectly for the Phillies, where Hazley, who has experience bunting, who's been at the top of the lineup, comes up in a bunt spot, and they call on him to do it, which you usually wouldn't see out of the 5-hole. But then, of course, in perfect ball fashion, he does it. He does it too hard, and it ends up costing them a lead runner.
I guess half distracted there. I was like, what is going on? Just immediately saw that bunt get like set down, and I'm like, you kidding me? But all right, it's Alex Young out of the bullpen for these Snakes. As I was trying to say, that's probably where I got lost, talking about pitchers and bullpens.
Yeah, you were really waxing hard on the lack of short-term stoppers there out of the bullpen.
There really isn't, and part of the thing is that they haven't, the way they've constructed their 40-man roster, there really isn't a whole lot going on that they can do. You know, they rode the Reno Express hard last year with, you know, injuries and inconsistencies. You know, probably going to do the same again here in the 2020 season. But, you know, JB Bukowskis, he's playing right now in the 2020 ball season like he profiles as a starter. As that one's driven into the outfield, Marte is going to make a long run on it, but he will be there for the second out. Alec Boehm threatening, but no dice, now 2 away.
I should probably know this as much as I spend my downtime thinking about baseball, but someone should really do an academic paper, research how much harder it is for those teams out west that you mentioned, the Reno Express, a lot farther from Reno to Phoenix than it is for most AA, AAA affiliates to their East Coast anchored teams. Got to imagine that makes a big difference.
Kingery hits that one hard, but right on a line, and Christian Walker has been doing it with the glove here on this ball season, man. I don't know if the stats back it up, but that is Gold Glover work if I've seen it.
Absolutely robbing one there. That could have been all kinds of trouble, as the Phillies, as they do just about every night, are going to make a double switch. If you are listening on Twitch, we can't hear the in-stadium PA, so let us know the back end of that if you could. I can only assume that Harrison is involved somehow, because he always is.
Number 7, Josh Harrison.
So Nick Pivetta now in to work the 8th. A hammer of a curveball there. Dribbled right back to him. Has to hurry.
And it is Harrison, by the way.
It always is. He's either in center or second or third. So there you see the tail of the tape on Nola. Can't win it, but a great day there for Nola. 7 innings strong. Goes over 100 pitches. But will remain at that 5-win total, is that one's going to be slapped into the gap. That's going to be all kinds of trouble. One hop off the fence. It'll be a stand-up double, and the Snakes are in business here in the top of the 8th.
The 30th double for Ketel Marte here on this season, leading the National League, first man to 30.
And that is just that sweet lefty stroke. For whatever reason, righties have trouble getting to that ball, dropping down towards their shoe tops, and lefties, they can just throw that hip out, get that bat through, and send it a lot of times into the gap like you just saw, or sometimes elevate it a little bit and just ride it right on out.
Yeah, no, I've been thinking about what you were just saying, talking about the location of AAA teams to their major league, you know, parents. You know, they're doing a lot better job of that lately, trying to make sure that it's at least somewhat cohesive. I'm just remembering going to see the 51s play the Isotopes in Albuquerque, and that was, you want to talk about, I think that was as far as you could get, basically. New York to Las Vegas.
Yeah, that was bad.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
I just like that you brought up the Albuquerque Isotopes, being the Simpsons fan that I am.
Man, it's a gorgeous little stadium over there, man. Funny enough, this is relevant. I was driving a 26-foot box truck from Colorado back to Phoenix.
Big swing and miss by Escobar.
He's wearing the hat trick now today.
Now batting.
So this gives me a chance to write this down really quick.
So for the Phillies, I mean, this is what you get out of Nick Pivetta. This is why they keep running him out there. First as a starter, now as a reliever. He has got A+ stuff. He has a mid-90s fastball